Alright, you and I are about to jump into Season 1 through 3 of an absolute masterpiece Manhwa, the strongest player's 100th regression. A holy angel descends to Earth and absolutely everyone is totally blinded by her stunning beauty. Everyone that is except for this one guy right here. He pushes right through the crowd and coldly delivers a massive slap to her face. And then he brutally snaps the angel's wings right off. Why? Because only he knows the truth. This so-called angel in front of them is actually a sick, bloodthirsty killer. See, this man has already lived through 98 different past lives. In his 99th regression, armed with nothing but a scythe, he became the absolute strongest player in the world. And also, the very last survivor. But right as Ryu Min prepares to enter the final trial and end this nightmare once and for all, the system drops a bombshell. The boss room requires a minimum of 5 players to open. Lacking the numbers, he can do nothing but watch as his body slowly fades into dust. But look at his eyes, not a single ounce of regret. Why? Because Ryu Min knows exactly what happens after he dies. That familiar voice will ring out again. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully activated the return badge. But this time, something catches him completely off guard. The system message is completely different from before. It turns out his regression count has actually hit its maximum limit. His rewinds are completely maxed out, which means if he fails on this 100th try, there are no more do-overs. He will permanently and truly die. High stakes, right? So do you guys think Ryu Min can clear the final mission and escape this world, or is he doomed to perish here? Let's stick together and follow our main character's epic journey. We open on a brightly lit temple shining in the night. A massive crowd of people is gathered, buzzing together down on the street. The time has finally come. When 5 seconds are left, everybody count down with us, all right. The anticipation is heavy. Now, right in the middle of that packed crowd, a young guy in a hood radiates this intensely powerful and mysterious aura. Everyone starts shouting out. 5. Ryu Min slowly looks up, his face showing absolutely zero excitement for what's about to happen. He knows exactly what is coming next. Beside him, the ignorant crowd eagerly keeps shouting. 4. Hearing them, he can't help the tension building up, muttering a frustrated curse under his breath. Damn it. He stares down at his own hands and the reality hits him hard. He really came back. They are literally shaking from the raw emotion. Pure dread. He has returned to the exact moment right before he got dragged into that cursed death game. He tightly clenches his fists together. Even though he had made it to the very last round, the countdown just keeps going. 3. Ryu Min is literally the only person not smiling among all these people celebrating the new year. If he could, he'd freeze time right here. 2. Suddenly, his glowing system panel pops up in front. The screen coldly notifies him uses of the Time Reversal Rune 100 out of 100. That fatal moment has finally arrived for him. He has to make up his mind right now. After all, this is his final attempt. There is no point in hiding his identity anymore. So he finally pulls back his hood. He's going to beat this game once and for all. Ryu Min scans the cheering crowd, searching for targets. To pull this off, he needs exactly 4 other people to reach the final round with him. Who is the best fit for his new squad? Flashing back a few minutes, Yang Min is completely bored listening to his friends cheer about finally becoming official adults. The 2 guys sitting right in front of him are excitedly chatting about not needing fake IDs anymore. Naturally, they are being as loud and absolutely obnoxious as a bunch of rowdy kids, making the bald guy just sigh in annoyance. What should he even do after graduation? Maybe try delivering food for a living. Hey, that girl over there looks exactly like Seal Arin. Wait, the famous actress Seal Arin where? The 2 guys up front loudly bicker back, forth. How could that be, Rin? Are you totally blind? The bald guy turns and asks his friend, so Yang Min, what are you planning to do? Me, he replies super casually to the question, completely unbothered. Did I not tell you guys yet? I am going to become a literal gangster. His friends stare at him with absolute shock. Are you completely insane? If you do that, just one tiny mistake could get you killed in the streets. Are you really okay with that? Yang Min just shrugs it off. Look, I said, who cares, alright? You only live once in this world, right? I just really want to live life exactly how I want to. On the outside, his friends just awkwardly chuckle, but inside they are all thinking the same thing. This crazy bastard has completely lost his mind. The second we graduate, I am cutting all ties with this psycho. Then Yang Min's friend turns and asks another question. So after graduation, what are you going to do with your little errand boy? He zones out for a second before finally remembering the guy. You mean that broke, pathetic loser who is always so gloomy? Then he lets out a cruel laugh. I cannot just let him off the hook, just because I am graduating. His buddies point at him and hiss in fake sympathy. Damn, I feel bad for him. He probably thinks everything will finally end once graduation hits. This bastard is pure evil. Yang Min smugly adds to the cruelty. That loser does not get to decide when this little arrangement ends. I am going to mess with him for as long as I possibly can. While they chat, his friend suddenly spots someone familiar in the massive crowd. Wait a minute, isn't that your little errand boy over there? Ryu Min's figure weaves through the dense crowd right as the booming voice echoes from the loudspeaker. The time has finally come. When 5 seconds are left, please count down with us. Ryu Min smirks wickedly as he spots his usual prey. The massive countdown starts ringing out. Yep, that is my errand boy, all right. 5, but suddenly he notices a bizarre, intense aura glowing all around Ryu Min. 3. His eyes go completely wide in disbelief because the longer he looks, the weirder it gets. That crazy bastard. 2, 1, and exactly at that very moment, Ryu Min slowly pulls his hood off. He turns his head and locks eyes dead on with Ryu Min. A chilling look that absolutely, all right, you and I are diving into something wild. He was getting seriously annoyed. Something felt totally off today. Ryu Min's notoriously short temper flared up again. Happy New Year. Is he crazy? Why does he keep staring at me? His friends actually had to jump in and hold him back. Hey Ryu Min, it's New Year's Eve. Just let it go. Come on, you'll have plenty of time to bully him later. Since they were in a massive crowd, he didn't dare start a huge brawl, so he just muttered angrily. You little punk, I'll let it slide today. The chubby guy in their group grabbed his face, practically crying tears of joy. I'm finally a real adult. The surrounding crowd was happily chatting, wishing each other a great new year and all the best. But suddenly, a strange, eerie voice echoed through the entire area. Humans are so incredibly amusing. They celebrate the new year without even realizing the extreme critical danger they are actually in right now. Ryu Min was completely provoked by those words. What the hell did you just say? The young guy nearby quickly waved his hands. I didn't say a thing. And the guy in the middle looked up at the night sky. When I swear I just heard something. High above them, an actual angel was slowly, gracefully flapping her glowing wings. She stared down at the totally clueless, shocked humans below. Despite having an incredibly beautiful, flawless face, she started spitting out absolutely venomous, hurtful words. It felt like she was watching a bunch of pathetic monkeys locked in a cage. The ordinary citizens stared up at that brilliant halo, totally confused. Holy crap, is that a real angel? Is some TV station throwing a crazy New Year's event right now? Honestly, if someone told me it was real, I'd totally believe it. She's ridiculously gorgeous. Ryu Min looked up at the sky too, but he wasn't surprised at all. She finally showed up, even after experiencing this exact moment 99 times. Already, it was still incredibly annoying to watch. That winged woman gently covered her smirk with her hand, and then she let out another string of utterly arrogant words. You absolute human trash. It seems you've all completely fallen for my divine beauty, haven't you? But don't you dare start getting any weird ideas in those tiny heads. I have absolutely zero intention of associating with filthy bugs like you. The angel stared down at them in total amusement. Judging by those pathetic reactions, I assume you can all hear my voice perfectly fine. But right then, a middle-aged guy aggressively pointed his finger up. He yelled out, Hey, what the hell is wrong with you? Are you just cosplaying as some angel? And what do you mean by calling us bugs, Ryu Min? Listen to that guy shouting, what do you mean by that, you crazy bitch? And our main guy just silently judged the man. How totally embarrassing. The angel's arrogant smile instantly vanished from her face. Instead, her glowing eyes turned blood red with pure, unfiltered rage. How incredibly annoying. The brave guy who just spoke up literally exploded into pieces right in front of a massive crowd. A young guy standing nearby stared at the fresh blood splattered all over his clothes, violently shaking. Terrified, he let out a blood-curdling scream, sending the entire crowd into an absolute panic. Ryu Min was completely caught off guard by the gory scene. Holy crap, what the hell was that? That so-called angel pointed a long finger down at the panicked crowd, insulting the guy she just deleted. How dare a filthy, lowly human speak to a superior, higher-dimensional being like me with such a disrespectful attitude? By now, every single face in the plaza was completely drained of color and terrified. You pathetic. Humans have absolutely zero right to question me. Don't you ever try acting like we are on the same level. What was that weird sound? Unless, of course. Watch closely, this is where the survival game actually starts. Unless you want your brains blown out like that loudmouth. She stopped joking around and got straight to business. You're probably extremely confused about this current situation. I mean, how could a bunch of totally inferior, lowly humans possibly comprehend what is actually happening right now? The great game has officially begun with its first core rule. I'll explain this very simply so your tiny brains can understand. Listen closely. Ryu Min let out a heavy sigh. He had to sit through this exact tutorial all over again. The angel's body sparked with dazzling light as her voice echoed loudly. Right now, we are going to start a little survival game. We will play 20 rounds in total. On the very first day of every single month, the souls of humanity will be forcefully dragged into a brand new dimension just to play my game. The smile forming on the angel's lips looked surprisingly warm and gentle. simply because she had returned to her sadistic comfort zone. You fragile humans only have to do one basic thing. The terrified citizens were completely forced to listen to her every word without daring to make a single peep, which was to complete the given mission. If you actually manage to finish the required mission, you can safely return to your pathetic reality with a special reward. That chubby guy nervously whispered to the group. What is she even talking about? His shocked friend quietly replied. It seems like she'll actually let us live if we just clear a few simple missions. Easily guessing exactly what these naive humans were thinking down there, the angel quickly threw in a brutal reminder. You might be foolishly thinking to yourselves that I'll generously let you survive if you simply manage to complete my little tasks. But spoiler alert, not everyone actually gets to survive just because they beat the mission. That was the cruel, twisted key detail she was about to drop on them next. Only exactly half of the total participants will be spared. That tiny fragile glimmer of hope that just lit up for the crowd was instantly and violently snuffed out. Impossible. How could this even be happening? Her wicked smile hadn't faded yet, meaning she definitely wasn't done dropping horrific news. But don't worry yourselves too much, I won't be taking every single one of you. The panicked crowd became completely chaotic and deafening, making Ryu Min just sigh in total exhaustion. What does she even mean? Hey, shut up over there. Ryu Min looked up at the floating angel again, sinking deep into his own dark thoughts. Only those between 15 and 29 actually have to participate. When he first got dragged into this twisted death game on New Year's, Ryu Min honestly never thought he would end up seeing this exact same tutorial 100 times over. A middle-aged man standing nearby tightly clenched his fists in sheer selfish joy. Then I'm safe. I'm going to live. The young guy right next to him clicked his tongue in absolute disgust. Damn it. Highly agitated, he aggressively grabbed the older man's collar. Are you really that happy? Why? Are you mocking us? The old man panicked, not even getting a chance to explain himself. Whoa, what are you doing? Thankfully, Ryu Min standing behind them kept a cooler head and loudly. You and I know he's right to panic. Just stay still. Haven't you grasped the situation? Didn't you just see that guy's head absolutely explode a second ago? All right, you and I are about to see something wild. The rules are explained so that Angel checks the head count. Let's see. Participants total 1,801,029,290. She blasts blinding light. Now that the rules are done, we officially start the game. In a flash, Ryu Min is teleported into an endless pure white room, and his face completely calm. Not a single flinch when the angel's voice echoes inside his mind. Right now, you are all separated in a space where you cannot see each other. Suddenly, a sleek mirror materializes right in front of him. But before your souls are officially transferred over, you need to forge a brand new body. Ryu Min slowly presses his hand against the cold glass. Go ahead and customize yourselves. You only get one shot, so choose extremely carefully. Our main character, he refuses to waste any time here. He wraps up his customization instantly, just like he always does. The reflection in the mirror slowly shifts and changes shape. He decides his new nickname will be exactly what it always was. His dark hair shifts as he locks in that familiar old name, Ryu Min. Soon after, the starting zone for their very first game is completely generated. A massive, wide, open green, grassy plain stretches out everywhere. Ryu Min steps right into this brand new area with his fresh body. He looks way more mature. The name Ryu Min hovers right above his head. He quietly thinks to himself, this is my 100th regression. He quickly flexes his hands, checking muscle tension to test his physical limits. I went with the exact same appearance as before. And since this is my 12th time using it, it honestly feels exactly like my real body. Right after that, the other players slowly start dropping in to the massive empty field. What the heck is this place? Some kind of plane? Whoa, my body actually changed. I totally just copied a famous celebrity face. How do I look? Holy crap, it actually worked. Ryu Min just watches these absolute fools who purposely gave themselves super flashy appearances. As always, everyone tries to make themselves look perfectly hot. But honestly, if you have half a working brain up there, you really should not do that. Look at her, so thrilled with her gorgeous new face. She has zero idea how incredibly dangerous that is. This place is purely survival of the fittest. Being way too attractive here, that just makes you a massive walking target for the predators. You die in this game, you die in real life. Ryu Min immediately stops worrying about the casuals around him and starts scanning for one specific name. It is just about time. And there he is, striding out like an absolute boss with a crazy heavy aura. Ryu Min. Ryu Min is not surprised by his choice at all. Once again, that guy picked a massive muscular tank build. Meanwhile, that creepy angel does not waste any time coming back. Look at you, little bugs. You all seem pretty thrilled with your brand new bodies, do you not? I will love watching those smiles turn to fear. Let us see. 1,802,910 people. That is the entire population of Seoul here. The crowd starts looking around in total confusion. Wait, 1.8 million. This looks smaller. The angel clutches her head and just laughs at them. What pathetic low-level creatures. Then she snaps eyes furious and violently screams, "Do you idiots really think this single space is the entire map? You pathetic humans are divided into hundreds of different planes, run by totally different angels out there. Your deadly trials start soon, so focus." Now, before we actually start the bloodshed, you and I are about to get a very simple explanation. But while she babbles on about the rules, Ryu Min already knows exactly how this works. First step, he just thinks the words status window right inside his head. Status window. It instantly pops up displaying his full basic information. Name Ryu Min. Nickname Ryu Min. Level 1 novice. 0 class, 0 titles. Strength +3, intelligence +3. Agility +3, luck +3. Totally basic starting points. 0 available stat points. Normal skills empty. Special skills none. Rune slots none. Extra hidden skills locked. One unlocks at level 10, another unlocks at level 20, then 40, then 60, all the way up to level 99. Ryu Min stares at the blank board, fighting the urge to completely sigh. The arrogant angel floats above, shouting down at the crowd. Have all of you checked out your status windows yet? You were all about to realize just how completely pathetic your stats are, especially if you have played video games before. Young Min glares up as she drops some final, twisted encouragement. You better get stronger, because if any of you manage to survive to the very end and conquer round 20, the angel's face darkens heavily behind her silken blindfold. Not only will you earn your total freedom, but you will also be granted a single ultimate wish. And exactly that promise of a wish completely shakes the crowd. A real wish? No way. The angel quickly cuts through the chatter. However, only the very first person to clear it gets the wish. She smirks, highly amused by their greed. Finally, just say the word inventory. Now take a look inside. I actually prepared a little welcome gift for you all. Young Min thinks the keyword and jumps back as the system suddenly shifts right in front of him. Inventory. He taps the floating screen, reading the item description out loud. One random runestone fragment. A bright red ruby rests inside the inventory as their starter gift. As you can see, you all got one random runestone fragment. It is a one-time use item. You can only activate it while you are still level 1. And trust me, it is the only free handout you will ever get here. To use it, just hold it in your hand and think, use. Young Min eagerly holds his palm flat out and immediately follows her orders. Use. A surge of real power rushes through him, his eyes going wide with pure shock. Since her job is completely done here, the angel quickly wraps up her speech. Seeing your faces, it seems some of you got trash skills. Regardless of your, all right, you and I are jumping right into the madness. She raises her hand. The ancient rune is set. Now, the real nightmare begins. A simple snap of her fingers and boom. The very first mission is handed out to all players instantly. Round 1 starts now. Everyone has to kill 100 goblins in the safe zone. Participants, number over 1.8 billion. Eliminated 0. In Sector S45, 10,000 players. Stand ready. Suddenly, goblins spawn out of nowhere, holding some seriously basic weapons. At first, only one shows up, so the crowd stays completely calm, just whispering, "Is that a goblin?" This honestly feels exactly like playing a video game. Are we trapped in virtual reality right now? Were we kidnapped just to be tested like lab rats? But the so-called angel just smiles, generating countless more flashes of light. Way too early to celebrate, people. She hasn't even summoned all the monsters yet. Now the players start panicking. Wait, why are there so many? The numbers are absolutely unfair. 10,000 humans against 50,000 goblins. A literal fight to the death. The second she stops talking, those low-level monsters roar and charge right at them. These complete newbies freeze up, just screaming out loud as the horde rushes their way. Stay back. But right in the middle of this total chaos, one guy calmly steps forward. Ryu Min ignores the terrified crowd and walks straight toward the beast. They try to warn him. Is he crazy? He is actually heading right for it. Wait, getting that close is a death wish. Ignoring their useless shouting, his eyes suddenly flash red. He pivots his entire body, and Ryu Min delivers a brutal roundhouse kick right to the goblin's head. The other players just stare in absolute shock. Whether you are alone or in a group, first impressions matter. And his dramatic entrance actually has a very specific purpose. He knows he needs to burn his image deep into everyone's minds right now. The monster gets its face smashed and flies backward. It hits the dirt hard, dropping its tiny dagger. Ryu Min instantly grabs that blade, perfectly executing his master plan. To stop these annoying flies from bothering him later on, he has to show absolute dominance. He pauses for just a second before attacking again, looking up. Because the most important thing is making that angel woman gasp in amusement. He really needs her full attention. Right after the first monster hits the floor, two more charge at him like moths to a flame. So it looks like he has to push this performance a bit further. Ryu Min easily dashes past them, carving two quick slashes into their backs. The bystanders are completely amazed. So badass, did you guys see that? Who even is this guy? Is he special forces or something? Ryu Min. Even his nickname sounds epic. Seeing him fight actually gives the crowd some of their confidence back. These goblins are supposed to be the weakest monsters in games, right? A few guys slowly start talking themselves up. We can totally kill these things too, yeah. It might not be as smooth as Ryu Min, but if we fight seriously, it shouldn't be that hard. But you and I know they are severely underestimating these monsters. The goblins suddenly leap right at them, grinning maliciously as they stab one of the bold guys right in the chest. The person next to him goes completely pale, groaning. So much for acting tough. Their courage vanishes instantly as they sprint for their lives. Help me, right behind Ryu Min. Absolute panic erupts. Here they come, a brutal slaughter begins, but the ones dominating the fight are definitely the goblins. After seeing this, nobody is stupid enough to think this is just a game anymore. One terrified woman watches a goblin shove its blade into a pinned player. Right now, there is only one single thought crossing everyone's mind. Just as he predicted, she starts hyperventilating, losing her mind to pure survival instincts. Ryu Min knows this pattern, perfectly predicting exactly what these players will do. That basic urge to live takes over, overriding all logic, and then every single one of them runs away like cowards. He swings his arm cleanly, decapitating a monster. He remembers choosing that exact same path during his very first life. His eyes track the fleeing girl, almost seeing his past self in her. Only during his second run did he realize that running away in this open wasteland is literally impossible. Suddenly, the running girl slams hard into a glowing yellow barrier. When she regains her senses, she realizes she is completely trapped inside. What is this? Nearby, another player is shaking violently, raising his blade. For modern people who have never even killed a bug in their lives, it is traumatizing. He just hesitates, unable to strike. Even with the monster pinned to the dirt, taking a life feels absolutely impossible for them. But this is a survival game. The goblin glares at him with those glowing red eyes. Before he knows it, the monster leaps up and swings its weapon, scaring him half to death. You have to overcome that fear. The angel watches this brutal bloodbath like it is purely entertainment. Please help me. This clash between humanity and monsters is so deeply fascinating to her. She fully understands the player's absolute limits. Even though these goblins are basically child-sized, if humans don't fight back, they die. Alright, you and I are watching a slaughter. Honestly, bare hands would be more than enough to wipe you out, let alone using daggers. Her sinister smile grew even wider as her cold metallic eyes scanned the battlefield. However, Ryu Min was casually hacking his way right through the goblin horde, made her genuinely curious about what the heck this human actually was. She immediately pulled up his system window to take a closer look at his stats. Black. Scythe Goblin, kill progress, 70 out of 100. Ryu Min, huh? Even though she was the manager here, her administrative authority was severely restricted, which really ticked her off. Thanks to this damn system, aside from the basic quest progress, all the players' personal information was completely hidden from view. But the angel was actually in a pretty good mood, so she just went back to her little game. Whatever, having to guide these totally inferior humans is honestly a massive insult to my dignity, but it looks like there are still a few players who are quite special, so I guess I will stick around and watch a bit longer. Meanwhile, Ryu Min buried his blade straight into a goblin's face. The system kept spamming his progress. You have defeated a goblin. Experience plus 4%. Gold plus 10. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up. Goblin kill quest progress is now at 75 out of 100. Remaining kills required to complete the goblin hunting mission. 25. He smoothly leaned back, dodging a dagger thrown by the low-tier goblins. Right next to him, 3 or 4 more of those ugly monsters charged in. Absolutely flawless and completely effortless. Ryu Min's fluid movements allowed him to slice down 5 of them at the exact same time with just one single strike. He casually spun the blade in his hands, which were now completely drenched in green blood. The last goblin sensed the overwhelming danger approaching, so it desperately tried to back away. But dodging Ryu Min's critical strike was impossible as he gripped the knife with both hands and stabbed it straight into its skull. His chilling voice was about to permanently etch pure terror right into the surviving goblins. Anyone else want some? The entire pack just let out a pathetic, weak whimper, completely too terrified to charge at him again. Ryu Min sat down, wiping the nasty green blood off his face. Looks like he finally earned a quick breather. Thanks to his insane grinding, his base stats had actually leveled up quite a few times already. Status window open. Name Ryu Min. Alias Ryu Min. Current rank novice. Level 4. Class 0. Title 0. Core stat points. Strength +3. Intelligence +3. Agility +3. Luck +3. Available unallocated stat points 6. Active skills. Normal skills 0. Special skills none. Ancient runes absolutely none. Mysterious supplementary skills are currently locked. Mystery unlocks at level 10. Mystery unlocks at level 20. Mystery unlocks at level 40. Mystery unlocks at level 60. Mystery unlocks at level 99. In just a quick blink, he had already blasted through 4 whole levels. Still holding his bloody dagger, he tapped the glowing blue screen to distribute his points. Every single time he levels up, he gets 2 extra stat points. Might as well dump every single point straight into agility. Thanks to his hardcore veteran experience, Ryu Min was always extremely careful about how he upgraded his build, because besides boosting his overall dodge rate, agility also gave a massive buff to his attack speed and his movement speed. And in the early stages of this brutal survival game, you and I know agility is the most important stat. He looked satisfied, casually flicking his blade to shake off the thick green blood. With an insane clearing speed like this, he figured he definitely caught the attention of that watching angel by now. Time to finish this up. Suddenly, he tossed his dagger, sending it spinning wildly through the air before it plunged right into the skull of a goblin hiding in the back row. It let out a blood-curdling shriek, while Ryu Min just shot them an incredibly intense glare. Come on, bring it. The more he provoked them, the further those pathetic monsters backed away in pure fear. Ryu Min just let out a heavy, disappointed sigh. Too scared to attack. Well, right then, the absolute strongest player in the zone dashed straight out of the grass. His heavily boosted agility stat allowed him to sprint right past them without leaving a single defensive opening behind. Fine, then I will just come to you. One goblin furiously snapped its ugly head around, but before it could even swing its weapon, it took a brutal spinning slash from Ryu Min, dropping completely dead. The system immediately chimed in again. Experience, +4%. Gold +10. You have officially leveled up. Goblin Hunting Quest 100 out of 100. Round 1 mission complete. A glowing aura suddenly surrounded Ryu Min's body, marking him as a surviving player. He just stood there completely unfazed, waiting for the next phase. Well, round 1 is finally done. After utterly obliterating that goblin pack, there is no way the overseeing angel missed his performance. Right on cue, a flurry of glowing system notifications popped up, praising his name across the main interface. Congratulations, you are the very first player to complete the round 1 survival mission in this specific zone. Congratulations. You are also the very first player to complete the round 1 mission across all global zones. Ryu Min flashed a deeply satisfied smile. He secured rank 1. And in this brutal game, the higher your finishing rank, the crazier the loot. The top 3 always get the absolute best rewards. Just as he already fully expected, the floating system window presented him with an exclusive choice. Congratulations on being the absolute first to complete the round 1 mission in this specific zone. You will now receive a custom weapon of choice. This is your exclusive reward for dominating this zone and all others globally. A tiny treasure chest was instantly deposited straight into his inventory, and the grand prize for conquering all zones popped up. Congratulations on being the absolute first player globally to clear the round 1 mission. You will receive an exclusive treasure chest. Honestly, the massive haul of rewards he just bagged was definitely way better than anyone else's in the entire world. Ryu Min tapped the glowing sword-shaped ticket first. Time to claim the regional weapon reward before doing anything else. The interface instantly displayed 3 totally different weapon options, each with a unique name. You may select one of the following weapons to equip. He actually pulled his hand back in genuine surprise. Sure, it wasn't a game-breaking god weapon, but getting something this decent so early on was crazy lucky. Without hesitating, our guy gently tapped the glowing screen to lock in his weapon choice. The inventory instantly updated with a flash of light. You have received the short sword. Classification: standard weapon. Item tier: rare tier dagger. Attack is 15. Agility plus 1.15. Durability max at 150. Requirement: rookie tier or above. The description says it is the absolute best dagger a rookie could possibly wield. After grabbing it, he tosses that cheap goblin knife right into the dirt. Time for better gear. He can finally throw that trash away. With green blood still coating his hand, he taps the exit icon. Now he will temporarily hold onto that special selection chest he earned from the bonus rewards. While Ryu Min takes his time getting ready, Everyone else outside is still fighting for their lives. He casually opens his status window. Skimming through his personal stats, there is something that immediately catches his eye. Now that he thinks about it, his profile description has a very specific line. The Final Traveler makes him extremely curious. The title he earned just a moment ago. This is something he never saw in his previous 99 regressions. He holds his hand out and softly mutters the command to use it. Instantly, the stone shatters to pieces, activating the true power of the game system. You have used the random rune fragment. Congratulations, you have received the incredibly rare Time Reversal Rune. Hearing this, Ryu Min tightly clenches his fist and keeps listening. The acquired rune will be automatically engraved into the player's body. The notifications that follow say exactly what he expected. The trace of this rune already exists inside the player's soul. Due to the special attribute of this ancient rune, the engraving process has failed. Obvious result, honestly. If he could engrave it one more time, it would mean he could regress an infinite number of times. However, this time he hears a completely new piece of information based on the rune traces inside his soul. You have been officially registered as a time traveler with 100 travels. Ryu Min's face clearly shows genuine shock when he hears the system's next announcement. You have acquired the title the Final Time Traveler. Wait, what? In this world, a title is way better than a rune. Title, the Final Time Traveler. Unlock condition. Obtain 100 Time Reversal Runes. You and I are about to witness something broken. Time reversal effect after dying, your soul state will be maintained at that exact location for 1 full minute. If you want, you will be instantly resurrected with completely full health. This is a one-time ability and the title disappears after reviving. These special titles are vastly stronger than runes and insanely harder to unlock. The one thing making him scratch his head right now is related to the skill he just got. Furthermore, Resurrection is supposed to be an exclusive skill belonging only to priests, and even that top-tier skill only restores 30% of maximum health after coming back to life. But surprisingly, that doesn't worry him at all. Instead, it just makes him even more hyped. So, this insane title actually lets him revive with his health completely full. It looks like he really just landed an absolute god-tier title this time around. Ryu Min strokes his chin, his eyes gleaming with absolute amusement. He quietly thinks that he just scored something incredible. Looking at the system floating in front of him, he decides and reaches out. Having a massive trump card like this is always a huge advantage. Title: The Final Time Traveler. Public stat options, visible or private. He chooses carefully. The title will not be publicly displayed under his ID when he activates private mode, but the effects still apply. Ryu Min half closes his eyes, stretching out as he thinks. The others must have finished their quests by now. He wonders how Huang Yongmin is holding up. Well, Huang Yongmin is currently gripping a knife, standing right behind 2 guys who are brutally fighting each other. Ah, there he is. Ryu Min smirks, realizing the kid actually managed to survive the chaos. Suddenly, brilliant beams of golden light pour down from the sky, blinding everyone. Braille appears, a wicked smirk forming on her face. No wonder this is getting more and more boring for her. Her light shines directly onto a few survivors. Watch what she does next. You are going to hate her. The others completely freeze in their tracks. Pitiful humans, you will be slowly wiped out until your numbers match the remaining goblins. I am so very sorry. It is all my fault. Brielle dramatically clasps her hands, spreading her massive wings and stirring the arena back into utter chaos. Now the blonde girl desperately hugs her loved one. Streams of tears flow from her eyes as she stammers, completely overwhelmed by the madness. She just stares in pure horror as the boy in her arms slowly turns to dust. The remaining survivors look around in utter confusion as the cold bodies on the ground vanish. They shout out, struggling to understand. The corpses are disappearing. What in the world is happening? They all look up at Brielle, hovering in the sky above them. The ferocious monsters charge aggressively, thick saliva dripping from their jaws. The humans curse out in pure panic. Damn it, her eyes glow violently as she looks down. Flashing a deeply sinister smile, she casually taunts them. I generously gave you guys 50 extra lives. Surely you all have more than enough strength left to slaughter them, right? The weapon-wielding beasts violently rush in for the kill. A boy viciously stabs a monster right in the stomach, sending its blood splattering everywhere. Another beast wielding a knife chases someone else down, locking into a desperate back-and-forth struggle. For survival, the system flashes, quest requirement completed. 1021 out of 5143. Huang Yongmin glares at the beast, then grabs the other guy's shirt, pulling him to safety behind his back. He tightly chokes the monster's neck. A loud system chime rings out. Quest requirement completed. Progress is 2120 out of 5143. Ryu Min sits. A trapped player reaches out. desperately wanting to help, but he absolutely cannot break free. He can only helplessly watch his teammates get brutally attacked by the monster horde. The system appears again. Completed 3,532 out of 5,143. Brielle laughs at this bloody scene. You and I know she will regret this. Ryu Min shoots her a cold glance. As light shines down the mechanical system sound, a massive system chime rings out. Quest 5143 is officially complete. The monsters instantly vanish, leaving everyone totally confused. The goblins are just gone. Where did they even go? Brielle the Angel glances at her system board and announces that only half of them actually finished the quest. With all 5,143 requirements met, the job is done. Brielle the Angel looks down at the surviving crowd. Her voice turns ice cold as she declares the rest will just have to die because those are the rules of heaven. Everyone freezes pure despair on their faces. Die. Wait, hold on a second, Angel. I just needed to kill one more, please no. Suddenly, blinding beams of light shoot straight down from the sky, sending panic through the crowd. Brielle, the Angel, just claps her hands together lightly, totally mocking them. Why the long faces? Honestly, shouldn't you all be feeling incredibly happy right now just to be alive? Relax, you survived, which means you get to go home. She covers her mouth with her hand to hide a wicked smirk, her voice dripping with absolute contempt. Big congratulations on surviving the very first trial. Let us hope that next time you will try a little harder. Now how about we reveal the rankings before you leave? The system board lights up, flashing the round 1 results for all regions. First place, Ryu Min level 5, no title, 10 minutes and 21 seconds. Second place, You Idiots level 5, 16 minutes, 15 seconds. Third place, Maver level 5, 17 minutes, 7 seconds. Now for the local region rankings. First place, Ryu Min level 5, no title, 10 minutes, 21 seconds. Second place, Life is a Movie level 5, 23 minutes and 55 seconds. Third place, Black Dragon level 5, no title, 24 minutes, 43 seconds. Suddenly, another system window pops up. Ryu Min stares intensely at every single notification. You and I both know he took first place in both regions. The rank reward is a low-grade rare weapon ticket, which has already been delivered to his inventory, plus a special optional reward chest. The quest completion bonus of 1,000 gold coins is still pending, but he will receive that exact reward in just a few minutes. Ding! You have successfully received 1,000 gold coins for completing the quest. Congratulations. You can use all this gold to buy epic items straight from the store. The equipment shop feature will officially unlock once you hit level 10. Countless players are completely stunned, immediately turning to stare right at him. Ryu Min just flashes a subtle smile, thinking to himself that everyone definitely knows he took first place now. Meanwhile, Brielle the Angel rests her chin on her hand. She looks totally amused as she announces loudly, I cannot believe the global #1 is actually sitting right here in my territory. It is honestly hard to believe. You are Ryu Min, right? Answer me. He just looks at her calmly and tells her to speak. Raising one hand up, she smiles and asks him, how exactly are you this strong? Did you somehow acquire a special ancient rune or something? She is smiling on the outside, but deep down she is absolutely raging right now. Damn it, Ryu Min completely ignores the question. You can just check out my status window for yourself, and you will know. Brielle the Angel immediately starts stammering. Ah well, she awkwardly waves her hands around. Of course I can do that, an elite angel like me can easily see all of your information. I was obviously just testing you. He fights back a smirk, thinking to himself, please stop making me laugh. Then, Ryu Min suddenly calls out to her. Hey Angel. She looks visibly confused and asks what is it. She is about to be completely stunned. I have one small request I can make right. His face is overflowing with absolute confidence, which only confuses her even more. Brielle the Angel mutters a request. Ryu Min casually crosses his arms, looking completely serious as he finally speaks up. Yeah, it really feels like the reward for getting first place is a little bit cheap. Huang Yongmin and absolutely everyone else stare at him in pure shock. Nobody can actually believe what Ryu Min just said. Brielle, the Angel's face instantly twists with fiery anger as she screams, what did you just say to me? Standing right in the spotlight, he just arrogantly looks up at her and says, I am hoping you can give me something a little more decent. She growls at him, her voice dripping with lethal threat. Say that one more time. Without any fear, Ryu Min repeats himself. I do not like my reward at all, so I want you to give me something much better. The entire area instantly falls dead, silent, and every single pair of eyes locks right onto him. Brielle the Angel's eyes suddenly light up and she flashes this incredibly twisted, creepy smile. A lowly, pathetic human actually dares to make demands of me. Unbelievable, I only kept my eye on him because he was so proactive, but he kills a few weak goblins and now he looks down on me. Furious, she stretches her hand right out. I am going to blow your head off, but then realizing she already used up that exact power, she angrily pulls her hand back, clenching it tight. Damn it, I already wasted my one-time execution skill on someone else. You arrogant little human, do you honestly think I cannot find a way to kill you right now? Suddenly, Brielle, the angel, notices something. Wait a second. Her voice takes on a mysterious dark tone. Oh yes, I know exactly what I should give him. Brielle, the angel, glares down at Ryu Min, standing confidently below her, throwing his question right back at him. So you want a better reward? She literally drops down, landing softly on the grass. I normally reject requests like that immediately, but here is where it gets crazy. Brielle, the angel, begins taking slow, deliberate steps, closer and closer to Ryu Min. I changed my mind. Let us talk in private. The rest of you wait right here. Hearing her say that, the crowd completely loses their minds. Is she really going to give him what he wants? I cannot believe he is actually bargaining with an angel. Maybe I should step up and try my luck too. I totally want a better reward. No way, it is probably only because he got first place. Whispers echo everywhere. Hwang Min stares sharply at Ryu Min. He literally chased me away. Just how epic is this secret reward going to be? I am so jealous. Ryu Min shoots a freezing cold glare straight back at him. Hwang Min looks totally confused by the intense stare. Without explaining a single thing, Ryu Min just walks right past him, leaving Hwang Min completely stunned. He casually follows right behind Brielle, the angel. She snaps her head back, clearly annoyed. Why are you not walking closer? Are you seriously going to make me keep turning my head like this? Walk right beside me. He just calmly replies, yes. Her eyes narrow sharply, her lips curling with absolute disgust as she thinks these pathetic. All right, you and I are about to see something wild. Foolish humans, greedy and disobedient, only moving when ordered. Brielle turns away and keeps walking. Why should I bend the system rules just for him? Even if she could pull it off, he would not be the only exception. One getting an exception. She shoots Ryu Min a truly wicked side glance. A scheming smile creeps onto her lips as she thinks he should just accept exactly what he was given. I will show him exactly what greed costs. Spotting a large rock just up ahead, Brielle secretly plots her next move. I am going to kill him the second we pass that rock. The two keep walking forward while a million dark thoughts swirl around inside her twisted head. Sure, there might be serious trouble. If I kill a player over a personal grudge without using my one-time special ability, what happens next? What if the other players scream unfairness and start a massive riot later? If that happens, the higher-ups in charge will absolutely force me to take full responsibility for breaking the sacred rules of the game. Brielle steps closer and closer to the giant rock. So I just need to find a completely empty spot. A truly wicked smile spreads across her face as she coldly thinks, you stupid punk, if you just keep your mouth completely shut, no one will ever know what happened here. Brielle spins around, suddenly flashing Ryu Min a sickeningly sweet, totally fake smile. Her voice drips with obvious temptation. You really want a reward, right? Tell me, what exactly do you want? Suddenly, a heavy fist rockets straight toward her face, completely freezing her before she can even finish her twisted sentence. Ryu Min holds absolutely nothing back, delivering a brutal, merciless punch directly into Brielle. Her cheek instantly swells up. Before she can even process the pain, her eyes widen in absolute unfiltered shock. Then she violently crashes hard onto the ground, burning with pure outrage. A thick stream of glowing golden liquid drips down Brielle's face. Confused, she slowly raises her hand to check the wound, completely stunned. What is this? Did that pathetic human actually just strike me? She springs back up, her face twisted in terrifying rage as she glares at Ryu Min. You damn human. Suddenly, he vanishes without a single trace. Brielle completely freezes, totally stunned. Little does she know he has already teleported right behind her back. He is gone. Ryu Min tightly grips her delicate wings. Brielle panics, her eyes darting toward his other hand. He swiftly raises it and chokes her by the neck. She screams in absolute terror. Wait, what are you going to do? Stop it. His movements are brutal and completely decisive. Brielle lets out an ear-piercing scream of agony as she heavily collapses down onto the dirt, eyes soulless and mouth gaping wide. Ryu Min shows zero emotion. With a terrifying crunch, he violently rips off one wing from Brielle. He stares down at her with dead eyes. Do not be such a pathetic crybaby. Ryu Min grips her remaining wing tight, causing her to shriek in sheer unimaginable pain. Thick golden blood drips endlessly from the jagged, broken wing joint. He looks down indifferently and says, now you definitely cannot run away anymore. Brielle fiercely grits her teeth, glaring up at him. Ryu Min casually asks, so does it hurt? She angrily yells. Right back. Hurt, of course it hurts. A chilling smile slowly creeps onto his face as he calmly replies, if I had waited just 5 more minutes, you would be the one asking me that obvious question while laughing that exact same despicable laugh. Brielle suddenly forces herself to sit, straight up glaring at him as she screams, "Are you completely insane, human? What the hell are you even talking about?" Ryu Min simply lifts both severed wings and a sharp knife slips out from the feathers. His voice drops ice cold. "You were planning to use this hidden blade to kill me, right?" Now, knowing he hit the jackpot, he casually tosses the useless wings aside. "Obviously, I knew." Brielle writhes in sheer agony, one trembling hand gripping her bleeding shoulder. "You? What do you mean kill?" she stammers, desperately trying to deny everything. "I never planned to do anything like that." Ryu Min frowns, his blood-red eyes locking onto her with a terrifying absolute chill. "Lying to me is completely useless. I can read the absolute truth right on your pathetic face." Pure, unadulterated fear slowly washes over Brielle as she stammers. "How? How does a lowly human know my real name?" He casually pulls his own sleek blade straight from the system inventory. His voice drops to absolute zero. "Knowing the answer will not save you." Brielle fearfully scrambles backward. "What are you doing? Why are you suddenly pulling out a weapon?" Ryu Min casually inspects his shining knife and mocks her. "You still do not get it," she points a trembling finger right at his face, trying one last desperate threat. "Do you want me to blow your insane head wide open? I just need to snap my fingers and you are dead." But he already holds all the cards. He smirks. "You do not even have the power to kill a single bug anymore." Brielle bites her lip in absolute silence. But she still screams back, "You really think you can get away with this? My angelic companions will definitely not just sit around and let this happen." Ryu Min looks completely bored by her pathetic threat. "Companions? What a joke. Every single angel is just a selfish, arrogant hypocrite. They do not care about anyone else's problems. Whether you die right here in the dirt or not, they will not even bat an eye about you." She refuses to believe the harsh truth, stammering back, "That is complete nonsense." He steps right up into her personal space, raising his sharp knife. "All right, enough stalling. Let me finally send you on your way." Brielle scrambles to her feet, stumbling backward and desperately waving her hands. "Wait, hold on. You get absolutely zero benefit from doing this." He casually replies, "Oh, I definitely do. But you will never be alive to see it." She tries one final threat. "If you kill me, you will regret it forever. You will never be able to return home." Ryu Min, already knowing all the secrets, calmly smiles and drops the truth bomb. "This system will automatically send me back right after I finish clearing out the trash." She is utterly stunned and totally helpless. How? How could a human possibly know about that? Brielle desperately throws out a final plea. "Wait, I will give you any piece of secret information you want. Just give me a chance." He coldly rejects her. "No thanks. We are about to witness the ultimate payback." Ryu Min continues. "If I need, I already tortured you for every single piece of information I needed. In this twisted game, you always side with your own kind." He glared. "And the truth is, you are nothing but a mere pawn playing the guide." Brielle, the so-called angel, opened her eyes wide in absolute shock. "A pawn?" She lifted her hand, completely stunned. Since when did he know? But Ryu Min did not hesitate, lunging forward to stab her instantly. A piercing scream echoed through the entire forest. Ryu Min coldly looked down at Brielle, the angel, whose lifeless body now lay completely still on the ground. She was completely gone. Then the cold, robotic voice of the system chimed in. "You have defeated an angel. It is confirmed that you are the very first player to defeat an angel. You are awarded the title First to Kill an Angel." The system's automated voice echoed once again. "You have been awarded angel blood. For this first angel, kill." A glowing glass vial and a radiant gem suddenly appeared right in Ryu Min's hand. Sure enough, he thought he was the very first this time. The system announced, "You have been rewarded with the slaughter rune for your first ever angel kill." The item in his hand glowed brightly, wrapping his entire body in a blinding golden light. The robotic voice continued. "The newly acquired rune has been automatically imprinted onto the player's body." The system panel flashed, displaying the exclusive rewards given only to the first player who successfully hunts an angel. Title acquired, First to Kill an Angel. The condition to unlock this was exactly what it sounds like. As the very first angel killer, the effect was insane. When fighting divine creatures, every single one of his combat stats would be doubled. He remembered discovering this reward during his 13th regression while taking revenge. He figured this had to be an exclusive prize limited to a single, unique player. Now let's look at the slaughter rune's effect. Every single time he killed a target, all of his stats would increase by 1%, capping at a massive 100%. This buff lasts until the current round ends. Each of these rewards basically equals a unique item. Ryu Min smirked as he looked at the system panel. Let's see how those arrogant angels react when they find out he already secured a rune. They would be absolutely terrified. His eyes gleamed with a dangerous red tint as he raised the glass vial, his mind racing with calculations. This right here was his biggest reason for killing the angel. The system panel clearly displayed its insane use. Item type, Angel Blood. A completely unique tier consumable item. The effect. It can completely change your character class into the Legendary Reaper. Use limitation, restricted to level 10 and above. Description reads, reward item for the very first player to kill an angel. Only the first player who kills an angel earns the right to change their class into the angel's absolute natural enemy, the Reaper. Various class badges appeared on screen. Starting from level 10, absolutely all players can acquire a specialized class, and there are a total of 30 different classes available. Changing your class is actually pretty easy. A glowing blue shield rested on the ground, radiating a steady stream of pure spiritual energy. You just have to obtain a class change item. Usually, players can easily farm these specific items simply through basic hunting or by completing some really simple conditions. The glass vial glowed brilliantly as a red tier class illuminated right above it, but there are always exceptions, like when changing into a special class where the job is only given to players under very specific and extreme circumstances. Red tier classes stand at the absolute top of the hierarchy, and naturally, those who possess these special classes operate on a completely different level compared to normal jobs. The bonus stats, the level up runes, the skill systems, you and I know how overpowered this gets. Everything about it is borderline flawless. Ryu Min opened his system inventory. He realized that honestly, he hadn't even finished the first round before he regressed back to the past. He thought about it and decided to use the exclusive rewards he earned by ranking first in every single sector. The system displayed the reward selection screen. You may choose one of the following rewards. Please touch the specific reward that you desire. Option 1, a triple experience multiplier effect. This massive boost will be actively maintained throughout the entirety of round 2. Option 2, 2,000 gold. Option 3, information about round 2. Ryu Min set his sights and thought the most critical thing right now is to quickly reach level 10 and change his class. He reached out and selected a reward. The system immediately announced, you have chosen the triple experience multiplier effect. As round 2 begins, the effect will be automatically applied. Ryu Min glanced over at where Briel the angel was lying on the ground, deep in thought. This was his absolute last regression, so he had no other choice. At any cost, he had to become exponentially stronger. He stepped closer to her lifeless body. A notification panel suddenly popped up. Round 1 has ended. Across all sectors, the total number of survivors is 900 million total survivors. Sector SX-45 survivors, 5,143. Souls will transfer to bodies in the current dimension. May 1st, 2023, Round 2 is officially beginning. We will see you again in the next round. Congratulations on surviving. Meanwhile, Ryu Min screamed out in absolute frustration. He stared at the tall skyscrapers right in front of him, and suddenly, he just froze. That was the sound of the New Year's bell ringing. Ryu Min frowned in pure confusion. What exactly is happening here, he wondered. Did everyone else pass out just like me? People all around him started waking up, muttering in confusion. Did I just faint? I just had this insanely realistic dream, and my head feels like it's splitting apart. Ryu Min's mind was racing. He realized that the dream he just had was incredibly bizarre. Ryu Min pulled out his phone, a wave of deep suspicion washing over him. 5:20 a.m. So time here was actually flowing, exactly like it did in his dream. One by one, everyone in the city woke up, groaning in pain. Oh, my head, my limbs are numb. The chaos finally settled. He looked at the brown-haired guy, asking, you guys awake? The guy rubbed his head. Ryu Min, did I just pass out? Ryu Min nodded grimly. Yeah. Not just you, man. Literally everyone here did. The brown-haired guy looked completely shocked. Wait, did we all just fall asleep? The bald guy frowned. Honestly, you and I would be confused too. What the hell is going on? I was gonna say I had a weird dream. Someone else chimed in. Yeah, exactly. Same here. He turned. Ryu Min, did you dream it too? Ryu Min replied, yeah, I did, but he slowly looked around at everyone, his voice dropping. I don't think it was a dream. People clutched their pounding heads, muttering, wait, are we back home? Back from that absolute hell? One guy panicked. I'm alive. I'm actually alive, but I swear a goblin, just ugh, my head is killing me. Ryu Min's voice was dead serious. That wasn't just a dream. Panic set in. So, all of that was real. The brutal survival game, those twisted goblins, and round 1. Everything actually happened. The brown-haired guy's eyes widened in terror. Wait, so next month, are we getting dragged back there again? The bald guy cursed loudly. Damn it all to hell. Ryu Min stared at a guy lying completely still on the floor. Hey, why isn't this guy waking up yet? The bald guy looked over, totally confused. Yeah, I was wondering that too. The brown-haired guy shouted. Hey, Tyler, wake up, man. He reached out, grabbing the completely silent guy. Come on, get up, as he rolled Tyler over the awful truth hit. Tyler's face was a sickening, lifeless blue. The brown-haired guy panicked quickly, checking his breathing. No way, this can't be happening. His hands started shaking violently. Pure panic. Holy crap, guys, he's not breathing. I can't find a pulse either. Ryu Min froze, absolutely stunned. Tyler is dead. The brown-haired guy looked like he was about to puke. Tell me this is a joke. Did he die here because he got killed in the game? The bald guy turned completely pale too. No freaking way. Is that even possible? He slowly scanned the room, staring at the others, still lying motionless on the ground. Wait, so everyone who hasn't woken up? Ryu Min stared at the absolute chaos unfolding. Were they really just looking at a room full of corpses? The bald guy stumbled to his feet, totally stunned. This is insane, he muttered. Only half of us actually survived. Is the next round going to be this brutal too? Ryu Min's face darkened with pure dread. His hands shook uncontrollably. Now you and I need to pay attention here. Watching this horrific chain of events unfold right in front of him, Ryu Min's mind started racing wildly. Wait a second. If the system worked like this, didn't that mean your background didn't matter anymore? Rich or poor, everyone was finally forced onto an equal playing field. A completely unhinged, twisted smile crept across Ryu Min's face. His eyes lit up with mad joy. This changes everything. Now, nobody gets to cry about life being unfair ever again. Suddenly, acting like the confident leader, he turned back to his terrified crew trying to play it cool. Hey, calm down, you idiots. The only rule now is survival. Why the hell are you guys losing your minds over this? But the two guys were way too traumatized to care about his pep talk. Their entire reality was shattered. One of them just huddled on the floor, shaking uncontrollably, grabbing his head. It's completely unfair, getting killed off without even a fair chance to fight back. But Ryu Min just brushed off the fear, acting like nothing was wrong. He smirked. It's not just us guys. Literally everyone else in the world just got dragged into this exact same messed up death game. So what's the point of whining about things being unfair now? The other two just stared at him in utter disbelief, secretly cursing him out in their heads. What an absolute psycho, they thought. The bald guy let out a heavy sigh, frowning deeply. Damn it, Ryu Min. You've basically lived your whole life as a street thug. So obviously you feel like you've got nothing to lose even if you die right here. Ryu Min completely ignored the insult, brushing him off as he quickly scanned the room. The bald guy kept ranting. I'm totally different, man. I actually had a future. Noticing Ryu Min's distraction, the bald guy suddenly asked, Wait, what are you even looking for? Ryu Min just shrugged casually. I'm trying to find that pathetic little loser. Hearing that, the bald guy raised an eyebrow. Who? You mean your personal errand boy? Ryu Min kept searching the crowd, genuinely wondering where the kid vanished to. Why couldn't he spot him anywhere in this mess? Where the hell was that useless brat hiding? He was almost positive he saw the kid standing right over there before they all blacked out. Wait, could it be? Did that weakling fail the very first round and die in some random corner? A cruel smirk formed on Ryu Min's face. He was absolutely certain of it. Yeah, that has to be it, he thought. There's zero chance a pathetic wimp like him actually survived that. But suddenly, something totally unexpected caught his full attention. Ryu Min's eyes locked onto a guy standing nearby. The man was fully decked out in a heavy set of armor. Where the hell did he even find that? He squinted, completely baffled. What's up with that dude? And seriously, where did he pull all that high-level gear and armor from? And then a crazy realization finally hit. It seemed totally impossible, but what if? Tensing up, Ryu Min hesitated for a split second before mentally commanding the classic gamer words. Status window. Boom. Instantly, a glowing transparent system screen flashed right in front of his eyes. It was packed with his personal stats and combat information. He gasped, completely blown away. The status window was actually real. His crew heard him mutter it out loud. Wait, did you just say? A status bar? The guy in the fur coat shook his head. No freaking way. That kind of gaming logic doesn't exist in real life. But instantly, a bright glowing screen popped up right in his face, freezing him in his tracks. Holy crap, it's actually real. Ryu Min, totally unable to see the other guy's personal system screen, looked at him weirdly. What the hell? Why are you just staring blankly into thin air? The fur coat guy snapped back. Dude, aren't you literally doing the exact same thing right now? I bet these screens only show up for the individual user. All across the chaotic room, every single survivor suddenly triggered their own personal status windows. Gasps and shouts echoed everywhere as people realized what was happening. Wait, does this mean the game rules actually apply in the real world now? What the hell? So we can actually use our stat points and items. You and I know things are about to get crazy. Alright, you and I are about to witness pure madness. Ryu Min picks up a stone, crushes it instantly without a single word. He silently watches the fine dust fall from his palm, smiling like an absolute madman. Too perfect, right? The morning news broadcasts. reports of something truly unbelievable happening right before dawn. A short-haired female anchor seriously reports the chaotic events unfolding live on air. She breaks it down for everyone. Right at the city plaza just before the New Year's bell was supposed to ring out, more than 10,000 people suddenly collapsed completely, losing consciousness. Let's take a look at the scene, she says, shifting the feed. The screen shows the exact moment Brielle appeared. An unidentified woman fully dressed in angelic white gear just spawned before the bell. She hovered right there in front of the giant bell and started speaking directly to the massive crowd of ordinary citizens below her. Suddenly, the entire broadcast turns into pure chaos. Moments later, a mysterious explosion rocks the square after a random citizen points a finger at the strange woman and yells something out. The guy who spoke up immediately obliterated on the spot. Brutal and totally unpredictable. The news anchor continues her report. After that, the woman spread her arms wide toward the panicking crowd below her. And then, people on screen just started dropping. Over 10,000 people fainted out of absolutely nowhere. The broadcast cuts to another live update. According to official police reports coming in, the vast majority of the fallen victims were between 15 and 29 years old. The serious reporter on screen drops a bombshell. We have confirmed that this insane phenomenon isn't just happening here in our country, but this crisis is actually unfolding on a massive global scale. Netizens instantly lose their minds, flooding the comment sections with absolute panic. What the hell? Are these reporters high right now? Why broadcast this garbage early in the morning? Many completely refuse to believe it, pushing back hard. Is it April Fool's? Over 1.8 billion souls kidnapped. Give me a break. The sheer scale of this supposed fake news is just mind-blowing to them. Some even start attacking the journalists directly. These reporters are cooperating a bit too well, yet a few people actually agree with the pushback. They must have nothing better to do on New Year's than make fake news. The video looks like cheap CG anyway. The comment section basically turns into a digital war zone. Meanwhile, some of the absolute non-believers literally drop dead while typing their hateful replies. Ryu Min just calmly scrolls through the social media chaos. So it's already started. He thinks to himself, and get this, it's only the very beginning. The news keeps looping the footage of the incident that occurred around 5:20 this morning. Roughly half of the unconscious victims have woken up while the rest are still trapped in a vegetative state right at the scene. They've all been officially diagnosed as clinically dead. A huge A-list celebrity was even found dead at the main plaza. For the very first time, over 11% of the global population has been wiped out in one single crisis. The death toll just keeps climbing endlessly, and the horrific breaking news updates simply refuse to stop rolling in across every channel. Yet our guy Ryu Min remains completely unfazed. He knows the real problem is something entirely different. He stares intensely at the screen flashing the live news right in front of him. The awakened survivors are officially being called players, and the actual cause behind this whole disaster is still under heavy investigation. His dark thoughts blend with the anchor's frantic voice. The real nightmare here is that the powers these players gained inside the game have transferred into the real world. He thinks about how currently no player actually has high enough stats to make a massive impact yet. His expression is dead cold. But he knows that once the levels of these players inevitably spike, they will slowly evolve into literal gods among men. Imagine a shadowy figure like a Dark Knight manifesting in power armor, dripping with overwhelming surging energy. Once they reach that level, no modern weapon on this earth will work against them. Seriously, deploy an entire military army. Those awakened players wouldn't even flinch. Soon enough, literally walking human weapons that absolutely cannot be controlled will be born. He steps forward, eyes locked with purpose. But I have zero intention of just sitting back and watching the world sink into absolute chaos. He pulls his hood up, giving off an incredibly mysterious, intimidating vibe. If I just leave things the way they are right now, this world will be completely destroyed before it even reaches the 20th round. There is only one solution here. His gaze turns razor sharp. I need to take absolute control over every single player out there. He thinks with unshakable certainty, plotting his brutal rise. With absolute power that surpasses everything, he starts remembering the countless regressions he already lived through. Of course, I'm going to have to use totally different methods compared to my previous runs. Suddenly, a blue system window pops up right in front of him. To unlock the boss rune door, you need at least 5 players. His face, half buried in the shadows, grows deadly serious. I already have a few potential recruits locked in my head, and I already know a few perfect ways to force them to join me. He immediately shuts down his inner monologue right there before. He just keeps walking. But hey, you and I both know this isn't the time to rush in blindly. Far more important business awaits. Soon he arrives back home from the massive plaza. He gently pushes the front door open and steps inside slowly. His eyes immediately lock onto something left on the table. A half-eaten cup of instant noodles. This little punk. Eating cup noodles for dinner again. Ryu Min pushes the bedroom door open. Inside, a boy who looks just like a younger version of him is fast asleep, completely knocked out. Seeing him sleeping so soundly, a gentle smile crosses Ryu Min's face. The kid can actually sleep like a rock, even with his older brother missing. That sleeping kid. His name is Ryu Woon, and he's Ryu Min's younger brother. All right, you and I need to pay attention here. This bond drives everything. Next year, Ryu Woon will be a third-year high school student. Looking around, you can see their family isn't anything super special or out of the ordinary. On the wall hangs a framed photo, a family of four smiling and perfectly happy. But tragedy struck hard when their parents died in an accident. Just like that, their entire world shifted overnight. Right below the desk sits another photo showing the two brothers playing together closer than ever. One of the biggest changes after that crash, Ryu Min suddenly became Ryu Woon's sole guardian, forced to step up and raise him alone. Now Ryu Woon's body is covered in some serious-looking injuries. Ryu Min slowly reaches out, carefully placing a bandage over his little brother's nasty wounds. His gaze is incredibly complex as he watches him for a long time. Suddenly, the room lights up, making the sleeping boy blink in confusion. After flipping on the lights, Ryu Min sits right beside the mattress. He looks down at his brother and calmly says that it's time to get up. Ryu Woon groggily spots his older brother and mumbles a greeting. Ryu Min simply reminds him that it's morning. Hearing this, Ryu Woon groans and rubs his eyes. He checks his phone and complains that it's only 6 a.m. Not letting him sleep anymore, Ryu Min forcefully rips the blanket off, startling the kid. Ryu Min starts folding up the blankets right away. He looks at Ryu Woon and bluntly tells him they have absolutely zero time left to keep sleeping. Ryu Woon hears this and stares back with pure suspicion. Why? What's going on? He asks. Ryu Min just casually replies that he'll explain everything later. Just get dressed right now and then we're heading out. Ryu Woon is still super sleepy from being rudely awakened way too early, yawning constantly. Where are we even going? If you drag me out to watch the sunrise, I'd honestly rather sleep in. But Ryu Min isn't joking around today. Ryu Min glares at him with dead serious eyes. Listen to your brother, he says calmly. Right now is definitely not the time to relax or sleep. Holding out the clothes, he drops an absolute bombshell on his younger brother. The world has already fallen into complete chaos. Ryu Woon freezes up entirely. Shocked, Ryu Woon questions him. Didn't you say you were just going to watch the New Year's festival? What the heck actually happened out there? Ryu Min totally ignores the question and just walks away. Just come with me first. I'll explain everything to you while we're on the move. The two leave the house, walking quickly down a completely deserted street. Ryu Woon glances over at his brother, feeling extremely tense and highly suspicious. He thinks to himself what could possibly make his brother act so seriously. What in the world actually happened while he was sleeping? Noticing his younger brother's anxious gaze, Ryu Min finally breaks the silence. Ryu Woon, you really don't know the current global situation right now, do you? Hearing this question, Ryu Woon starts panicking a little. He quickly asks, why would you say that? You're honestly starting to freak me out. Did something crazy happen while I was asleep? Ryu Min stays completely calm and simply tells him to check the top search trends online. Full of burning questions, Ryu Woon immediately grabs his phone to look. He scrolls through the news, completely unable to believe what he's actually reading. What does this even mean? He gasps. An angel suddenly appeared out of nowhere and started kidnapping people to another world. Ryu Min gently answers his question. To be more precise, their souls were taken away. Hearing his brother say this, Ryu Woon starts freaking out entirely. No way, don't tell me you were taken too. Ryu Min calmly confirms it. Yes, I was. He then continues, explaining the insane new rules. He reveals he could only return alive after hunting exactly 100 monsters known as goblins. Let's watch how Ryu Woon reacts to this utter madness. Ryu Woon asks with pure worry in his voice. What is that actually true? Are you hurt anywhere? Ryu Min calmly reassures him. Don't worry about me. His face is totally filled with deep anxiety as he shouts back loudly. How the heck can you expect me not to worry about you? The scene shifts to the tragic memory of their parents passing away. At their funeral, the only attendees were just Ryu Min and his younger brother. You're literally the only family I have left. His face is completely covered in tears as he looks up at his older brother in desperation. I know you look so lonely, but your presence is reliable enough to fill the massive void that Mom and Dad left behind for us. Just like right now, his back looks so dependable yet incredibly lonely. He must have developed an insanely strong mindset just to survive out there. No matter how he thinks about it, Ryu Woon feels extremely anxious for his brother. But having a strong mind and killing monsters are two different things. He looks at his older brother with sheer heartbreak, knowing deep down that even Ryu Min must have a hidden weak side behind that stoic face. Ryu Min finally cracks a slightly helpless smile. I know exactly what you're thinking right now, he says easily, seeing through his little brother's panic. He turns to look at Ryu Woon and carefully explains the situation. Over there, they operate on a system of stats exactly like in a video game. so my actual physical skills really don't matter all that much. He then quickly adds on, that's why you don't need to worry at all. Hearing this, Ryu Min still hesitates, even if that's true, but still. Yet Ryu Min remains incredibly patient as he continues speaking to his stubbornly worried brother. If you saw me in the future, you probably wouldn't be thinking like this anymore. Ryu Min hears his brother say this and frowns in confusion. What does that even mean? Ryu Min doesn't answer the question right away. He just smiles and says, if you want to know, just follow me. Now, desperate to understand the full truth, Ryu Min gets stubborn and straight up refuses to compromise with him. No, I don't want to just follow. All right, you and I are about to see a brother's wrath. Until you tell me exactly where we're headed, I'm not taking another step. Hearing his brother's words, Ryu Min immediately stopped walking. Ryu Min was just so worried about his older brother. With an unwavering, determined look in his eyes, he begged, so please, just tell me the truth. Ryu Min stared at the ugly bruises on Ryu Min's hand and fell dead silent. Finally, he let out a heavy sigh and spoke. Ryu Min froze, completely stunned. Ryu Min just looked at him totally calm and said, we're going straight to the Tyson gang's turf. The exact place where that punk who bullies you hangs out. Feigning total ignorance, he asked, is the Tyson gang threatening you right now? Ryu Min visibly flinched at the sudden question, stammering as he stepped back. How did you? He hesitated for a second before finally asking, do you already know everything about them? Hearing his little brother ask that, Ryu Min casually replied, why in the world would you think I didn't know? Ryu Min was completely shocked. He knew everything, pursing his lips. I really didn't want to show him, he thought. His expression was pure guilt. His older brother had already been through such a hard time lately. Seeing Ryu Min look so guilty made Ryu Min's heart absolutely sink. Yeah, I'm sorry, he muttered. But deep down inside, Ryu Min felt completely tormented. Truth is, he hadn't known at all. He only found out the grim reality a few hours after regressing from his past life. When the morning sun filtered through the tiny window of their shared room, Ryu Min had already woken up early. Looking over at his sleeping older brother, he whispered, hey Ryu Min, I'm heading out for a bit. That exact day still haunted Ryu Min's nightmares to this very second. Just where did his little brother go that terrible day? Suddenly, the sharp ringing of a phone jolted Ryu Min fully awake. So loud, he mumbled, rubbing his groggy half-open eyes. Hello. The second he picked up the call, a frantic voice on the other end completely shattered the silence. Hello, is this the legal guardian of the student named Ryu Min? The voice on the phone sounded totally panicked. You need to get down to Hospital 20 right now. That single terrifying sentence changed everything. Ryu Min instantly grabbed his jacket and sprinted to the hospital like a madman, but the tragic outcome of that dark cursed day was his little brother going completely blind after the Tyson gang's brutal beating. Covered in fresh wounds, Ryu Min leaned painfully against the cold wall, all because of his own stupid weakness. Ryu Min blamed himself, clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white. I couldn't protect my own brother. Racked with absolute guilt, he just kept apologizing in his head over and over. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Snapping out of that painful memory, Ryu Min now stood right in front of his younger brother, swearing a silent oath. Nobody is ever going to bully you again. Now you and I are about to see the real villains of this story. In some rundown, abandoned building, a foot slams right into a man's chest out of nowhere, making him scream in pure agony. The blonde punk kicking him is clearly the top boss around here. Do you idiots want to die? He roars, pointing an angry finger at the three groaning thugs in front of him. Didn't I clearly tell each of you to bring me 200 grand? Met with nothing but awkward silence, the boss completely loses his temper. What, you're not gonna answer? You dare ignore me, he barks. With a totally savage look on his face, he shows zero mercy, viciously stomping down on his own subordinate, over and over again. Meanwhile, three other punks standing off to the side just watch the brutal beating like it's free entertainment, happily gossiping away. That's the Tyson gang boss for you. Yeah, he's absolutely ruthless even to his own crew. The guy with the bowl cut shivers, slightly nervously muttering, man, even the older guys from rival schools avoid messing with this lunatic. Hearing that, the bald punk quickly chimes in, yeah, no matter what happens, I seriously never want to get on his bad side. After totally thrashing his pathetic subordinates, the gang boss angrily paces around, violently cursing up a storm without taking a single breath. Damn it, I was planning to buy a whole new ride today. These useless trashes ruin everything. His crazy eyes suddenly lock right onto the three guys standing nearby. Hey, any of you idiots know a fast way to score some cash? Caught totally off guard, the bowl-cut punk hesitates, stammering out a place to score some cash. Tyson glares at him. Yeah, spit it out fast. His terrified lackeys immediately start sweating, desperately racking their brains under his intense pressure. Finally, the bald guy's face lights up with an idea. Sweating bullets but trying his absolute hardest to act cool, he smirks. Wait, what about that guy? your little errand boy Tyson frowns as the lackey carefully describes him. You know, the tall kid with the short hair. Why not hit him up? Hearing that familiar name, Tyson grins evilly. Ryu Min. Ha, I was actually going to call him today. With a totally terrifying look in his eyes, he smirks. I plan on beating him to celebrate the new year. His lackeys just glance at each other, instantly kissing up to Tyson. Perfect. We can totally squeeze some cash out of him. Yeah, sounds solid. But suddenly, Tyson raises a finger. Wait a second, that little rat doesn't actually have a home. This totally random comment immediately leaves his dumbfounded lackeys scratching their heads. What do you mean? Tyson scoffs, looking absolutely disgusted. I could literally kill the kid, and he still wouldn't drop a single dime. His family has absolutely 24, nothing left to take. Hearing this, the three lackeys just stare blankly in utter disbelief. Seriously, nothing. Tyson just nods and casually continues. Plus, the loser doesn't even have real parents. Pacing around, he glances at his gang members. He just lives with his older brother. Suddenly, Tyson freezes dead in his tracks, going completely silent, leaving the bald guy totally confused. Boss. What's wrong? Another punk cautiously follows Tyson's stunned gaze, getting pretty nervous. Seriously, what's going on? Right then, two familiar figures emerge from the shadows. As soon as Tyson realizes exactly who just walked in, a nasty sneer crosses his face. Well, if it isn't, little Ryu Min. Damn, you actually startled me for a second. Looking absolutely wicked, Tyson slowly swaggers closer to the brothers. Talk about speaking of the devil. Spitting out totally toxic insults to mock him. Actually, scratch that, you're no devil. You're just a pathetic little mutt. Suddenly, he barks out Ryu Min's name at the top of his lungs, cursing. You son of a bitch. Ryu Min is absolutely terrified of this psycho, his entire body trembling as he stammers out what his hands unconsciously grip his own shirt. Finally, Tyson actually notices the older brother standing there, giving off an incredibly dangerous vibe. What the hell? Who's this guy? Tyson sneers. Stick with me, this fight is gonna be epic. Alright, you and I are about to see some serious payback. Bang Tae-gu sneers, rudely barking. Who's the dog next to you? Brought another errand boy because you're lonely. G hesitates, stuttering a bit at the insult. But our main character doesn't even wait for his little brother to introduce him. He steps right up. He smirks, staring the bully down. I'm his older brother. Bang Tae-gu scoffs, looking him over with pure doubt, then arrogantly steps up to threaten him. Hey punk, didn't I tell you to keep your stupid mouth shut, and now you're disobeying me? Bang Tae-gu cracks his knuckles, absolutely radiating toxic confidence. He sneers, you're totally dead today. Both you and your older brother. Then he casually glances back at his gang and gives them the attack signal. A bald lackey steps up aggressively, rolling up his sleeves like a thug. Sun must be rising in the west, an errand boy actually daring to stand up against Bang Tae-gu. The lead lackey acts all smug, tilting his head. Hey loser, is your older brother even good at throwing a punch? He waves his hand around openly, mocking Ryu Min's height with a twisted, ugly grin. Wanna run away, mutt? But Ryu Min doesn't waste any breath. Boom, he throws a brutal dead center punch right into the guy's face. The lackey eats the full hit and instantly drops straight to the dirt. The rest of the gang completely freezes in shock, but one idiot doesn't learn from his buddy's mistake. He gets furious, desperately swinging a wild punch. You little punk. The punch is fast, but Ryu Min dodges it with zero effort. A split second later, he counters with a devastating strike downward. The second guy gets absolutely launched. He goes flying backward from the sheer impact. Seeing this, the rest of the gang panics and rushes him together. Ryu Min casually unleashes two lightning-fast punches straight into their faces. You dog die. Bang Tae-gu screams, watching his entire crew get completely dismantled, handled flawlessly without breaking a single sweat. Bang Tae-gu is literally shaking with rage. He grits his teeth, flashing this totally wicked, twisted smile. But inside, he's cursing them all as useless trash. Bang Tae-gu smugly calculates the situation. He figures Ryu Min just learned some basic boxing and got cocky. He thinks this guy is just overconfident about his fighting skills. You want to fight me with just that? Bang Tae-gu somehow keeps his cool, smiling arrogantly. He calls out to G's older brother. Shoving his hands deep into his pockets, he slowly swaggers forward. Guess you think you're a big deal now. Just because you know some basic martial arts, towering a whole head taller, Bang Tae-gu glares down. Didn't they teach you that size actually matters in boxing? Ryu Min totally ignores the threat. Instead, he just stares blankly and asks, haven't you watched the news lately? Bang Tae-gu aggressively scowls, looking completely confused. What news? Bang Tae-gu snaps. Hearing that Ryu Min realizes this meathead is totally clueless, he just clicks his tongue in sheer disappointment, which absolutely infuriates Bang Tae-gu. The disrespect makes Bang Tae-gu lose his mind. He throws a massive haymaker. What news, you bastard? But just like before, Ryu Min casually dodges the punch. Attack after attack. Bang, Taegu puts all his raw muscle into every single strike, but our guy just weaves through them easily, slippery as a snake. This guy is untouchable. After swinging at literal air for a whole minute, Bang Taegu is panting completely out of breath. Finally, he realizes something is wrong. Something is very, very off here. His face twists into pure, frustrated madness. Why the heck can't he land a single hit right at this moment? Ryu Min finally gathers real power into his own fist, speaking perfectly calmly. If you had actually watched the news, then he dashes forward like lightning. You would never dare to pick a fight against an awakened player like me. Ryu Min's face goes completely dark, his aura shifting into something terrifying. He winds up and delivers a crushing blow straight into Bang Taegu's gut. The bully takes the brutal hit, completely freezing from the agonizing pain. Seconds later, he finally snaps back to reality. "You bastard," Bang Taegu screams violently, swinging his fist forward in pure rage. But wait, there's absolutely nobody standing there. Not a single shadow in sight. Where the heck did he go? Bang Taegu spins around in total panic. Impossible. Before he can react, he eats another massive punch right to the face. Clutching his cheek, he furiously screams, "You dare hit me!" Then he freezes. A bloody tooth just fell to the ground. Bang Taegu roars like an absolute maniac, completely blinded by rage and humiliation. "I'm going to kill you." He throws absolutely everything into one final desperate punch. Die. But Ryu Min just slips past it and counters perfectly. He unleashes a brutal rapid-fire combo straight into the bully's face. Bang Taegu staggers backwards, stumbling, barely able to stand. Even the random bystanders watching this are breaking into cold sweats. Bang Taegu's face is swollen like a balloon. He thinks, damn it. Why does he only aim for my face? Panting heavily, Bang Taegu glares right back at Ryu Min. This arrogant little punk. If I land just one solid hit, he charges forward, completely desperate for a single knockout punch. But before he even gets close, Ryu Min lifts his foot, easily blocking the guy's tightly clenched fist. Exactly as you'd expect, the blonde-haired thug eats another brutal hit, and this time it is far from a gentle warning tap. He is launched through the air, violently smashing right into the concrete wall. Bang Taegu struggles, painfully dragging himself up. Ryu Min glares at him, dead serious. Ryu Min's eyes narrow sharply. "Does it hurt you, piece of trash?" Suddenly, his mind flashes back to his past life, his own body completely covered in brutal bruises, hiding in a dark room. No matter how many times he regresses, he will never forget that feeling of helplessness. He slowly steps closer. He refuses to ever let that hell repeat itself. Bang Taegu tries to stand, his face pale with absolute terror. "Don't. Stay away from me." He grabs his own neck, desperately crawling backward. "Stop!" Ryu Min crouches down gently, grabbing the bully's hand with a chilling smile. Bang Taegu shuts his eyes tightly, utterly confused. Ryu Min's stare turns absolutely demonic. "And this right here is exactly why you never lay a finger on my little brother." Bang Taegu just sits there completely stunned. But only for a second. The very next moment, Bang Taegu shrieks in sheer agony as his hand is brutally crushed. He screams pitifully, but Ryu Min just tightens his grip. On the other hand, Bang Taegu is completely terrified now. "No, it hurts." His desperate, pathetic screams echo down the street, growing louder and more miserable. So what do we take from this? Never mess with an awakened player's family. Watching the slaughter, the gang instantly sprints away in pure terror as the screams echo. "All right, watch this." They looked away in fear. Ryu Min glares, delivering a chilling warning. "Bang Taegu, if you ever touch my little brother again." Do you have any idea what happens next? I know. Bang Taegu trembles, begging on his knees. "I know I will not ever do it again." Ryu Min's face shifts back to a friendly, angelic smile. But do not let that fool you, because his next move is the exact opposite of that angelic vibe. He mercilessly snaps the bully's other hand. "I should probably teach you a proper lesson right now, just in case you relapse." The guy screams and begs, "No, please do not." Echoing through the abandoned factory, the sickening crunch of bone mixes with agonizing wails. Ryu Woon follows Ryu Min and calls out, "Hey, you are usually so kind and gentle. You should not be doing stuff like this. How do you even do that? Since when do you know martial arts?" Ryu Min smiles brightly at his brother. "Did you not notice? Players can actually use their skills in the real world." Ryu Woon is completely lost. How Ryu Min activates his power. A brilliant golden light radiates from his hand just like this. Boom, a small dagger instantly materializes out of thin air. Ryu Woon is stunned, shouting in absolute pure excitement. A dagger just appeared from nowhere. Ryu Min shows off to his brother. "Pretty cool, right? You can also summon whatever weapons you have acquired. Exactly like this." Ryu Woon tilts his head, asking, "So that super fast movement earlier was a skill too? That guy tried punching you, but could not land a single hit?" Ryu Min nods. "Exactly. My agility stat is at 11 right now." Ryu Woon is still confused. Wait, stats. You mean the stats from the game? Ryu Min clearly breaks it down. Yep, an average everyday person only has about 3 points, but a professional gymnast might reach up to 10 agility points. Ryu Woon has a million burning questions now, wondering what exactly would happen if his brother leveled up. Ryu Min shrugs it off. How should I know? I am not quite at that level yet, but deep down he quietly thinks to himself, I have to lie. Ryu Min recalls the painful past, remembering the horrible sight of his brother locked in a pitch-black room. I definitely cannot reveal that I am actually a regressor, because when he did that during his 11th regression, his brother got kidnapped by another player. He falls into deep, dark thought. Even though I got my revenge, I never want him humiliated like that again because of me. Ryu Min turns to his brother, his resolve hardening. I need to prepare everything to protect him in the upcoming battles. I absolutely have to. Suddenly, the loud grumbling of his brother's stomach interrupts. Ryu Woon looks a bit embarrassed. Being the thoughtful brother, Ryu Min suggests, wanna grab food? You are starving, are you not? He immediately agrees. Yeah. The scene shifts to the front of a local convenience store where the two brothers head inside for a meal. Ryu Woon calls out, where are you going? The instant noodles are over here. Ryu Min acts a bit mysterious, walking straight toward the ATM. Just wait a sec. He slides his card in and looks. Now pay attention. The display lights up. He thinks about all the cash he saved up. The ATM screen clearly shows his current account balance, 133,201. Ryu Min grabs the withdrawn cash, showing it off. Ryu Woon stares in absolute shock. You withdrew that much cash? Ryu Min holds the bills, smiling. I just need to buy a few things. He points past the instant noodles and sausages. From now on, we are going to eat this stuff. Ryu Woon asks in total disbelief. Wait, this stuff? He looks closely at the price tags. He breaks into a cold sweat. Bro, everything here is at least 5,001. Ryu Min could not care less. It is fine. Grab whatever you want. He smiles, turning to his brother. It is a new year, and you really just want to eat plain ramen. Ryu Woon hesitates, feeling bad about spending. I know, but eating like this is way too expensive, bro. Ryu Min urges his little brother on. Do not even worry about it. Just hurry and pick. Ryu Woon happily makes his choice. Then let us have this, the spicy beef bowl, please. His eyes sparkle with excitement, looking at the food with massive cravings. I have been wanting to eat this too. It looks incredibly good. Ryu Min points like a rich tycoon. Every once in a while, let us hit up a real restaurant. Wait, Hanwoo beef. Ryu Woon feels this is already enough. He does not want to waste money. There is no need for that, bro. This right here is already way more than enough for me. Ryu Min gently watches his brother, thinking to himself, just give me a few days. I will feed you so much premium meat, you will actually get sick of it. Piping hot steam rises from the bowl. Ryu Woon scoops up rice and meat, stuffing his face. His eyes widen in awe. He covers his mouth, completely mesmerized by the rich flavor. This is insanely good. Beside him, Ryu Min happily watches. Really? Then eat up. Ryu Woon looks at his older brother, wondering. Bro, thank you so much. Wait, where are you going? Ryu Min stands up. Give me a sec. He walks off. Ryu Woon watches him. Suddenly, Ryu Min returns, slamming a black pen down onto the table. Ryu Woon stares blankly at a massive stack of lottery tickets, completely speechless. Hold on. You withdrew all your money just to gamble it on the lottery? Ryu Min confidently replies, exactly. Beside him, Ryu Woon is already losing his mind. Wait a minute, exactly how many tickets did you even buy? But Ryu Min remains totally calm, happily admiring his massive stack of winning lottery tickets. 20 tickets. Ryu Woon panics and screams. What? Why would you blow 100 grand on the lottery? You do not even know if you are gonna win anything. Ryu Min puts on a mysterious vibe. Just watch me. Ryu Woon is sweating bullets over his brother's reckless actions. What are you even doing right now? He looks at the tickets, panicking even harder. And why did you just pick the exact same numbers over and over? Ryu Min smirks. You were asking why. He confidently looks at his little brother. Because these are the winning numbers. They both head back home, turning on the phone to listen as the announcer starts drawing the lottery. Welcome to the 1049th draw. Let us begin. Ryu Woon turns pale, sweating profusely. We are so completely doomed. We wasted 100 grand. The program starts drawing. The alert chimes, leaving him deeply regretful. Are they about to strike it rich? Stick around to find out. A massive pile of cash. We could totally buy way better food with that. Ryu Min completely ignores the chatter. Hey, can you stop biting your nails? The lottery machine rattles loudly on the screen. The announcer speaks. The first winning number is 3. The second number is 18. Ryu Woon freezes up. His eyes widen as the broadcast continues. The third lucky number is 9. The fourth number is 38. The fifth number is 21. Finally, the phone screen lights up. The winning sequence matches their ticket perfectly. Down to the very last digit, the broadcast continues. repeating the winning numbers for draw 1049, 3, 18, 9, 38, 21. The bonus number is 5. Ryu Min screams at the top of his lungs. This is insane. We actually won the grand prize. His eyes are practically sparkling with happy tears as he looks at his older brother. Bro, pinch my cheek. Pinch it yourself. Ryu Min still cannot believe his eyes. He needs to be absolutely sure. This is not a dream, right? Ryu Min just chuckles softly. Would you rather it be a dream? Ryu Min violently shakes his head no. No way, Ryu Min laughs warmly. Do not worry, little bro. It is totally real. Ryu Min has to ask one more time just to be safe. It is really not a dream. Ryu Min nods with absolute certainty. I told you it is real. Ryu Min clutches the ticket, cheering like crazy. We hit the jackpot. Ryu Min quickly shushes him, gesturing to keep the noise down. Hey, keep your voice down. The neighbors are gonna hear you. Ryu Min freezes instantly. Ryu Min just smiles at his brother's reaction. Are you really that happy? Ryu Min nods aggressively. Obviously. Aren't you excited? Ryu Min nods calmly. Of course I am. But inwardly he remembers the very first time this happened. Back then he screamed just as loud. In Ryu Min's memories from the past, both brothers were absolutely shocked, grinning from ear to ear, screaming, "We won! We actually hit the jackpot!" This is not a dream, right? But after resetting time and doing this over and over, winning the lottery is just another Tuesday for him now. He needs quick cash after every regression. But let me tell you, this joy will not last long. Soon, over 900 million people will be wiped out. The global economy will completely collapse. The world is about to become a living nightmare. Soon, survival items traded between awakened players will be everything. And all those future life-saving items, they require massive amounts of money. Ryu Min stares blankly at his brother's massive stack of tickets. Man, I really did not expect us to win. How much is the total prize pool anyway? Ryu Min just rests his chin on his hand. Oh, he knows exactly how much. With a payout this massive, he is about to shake the entire world. The scene shifts to a bright, beautifully sunny day right outside the National Bank. Ryu Min casually strolls inside. After winning this exact lottery countless times across his regressions, his nerves are completely gone. He approaches the teller counter immediately. Excuse me, I am here to cash in a winning ticket. The bank teller flashes a polite professional smile. Is that so? Well, congratulations, sir. The teller quietly sizes Ryu Min up. This kid won the lottery. He literally looks like a high schooler. Keeping his cool, the teller starts the standard procedure. Could you tell me where you purchased the ticket? Ryu Min answers calmly. The QS24 convenience store Yeonhui branch. The teller physically jolts. Wait, what? His mind goes completely blank. The Yeonhui branch. He suddenly remembers the insane rumor going around the office. Did you guys hear? There were 115 winning tickets for this draw. Wait, seriously? 115? Another coworker had chimed in. Crazy, right? But here is the absolute wildest part. Every single one of those jackpot tickets were sold at the exact same location. The teller stares at Ryu Min in sheer awe. Do not tell me this kid bought all of them. He remembers the strict orders. Listen, if anyone claims they bought a ticket from the Yeonhui branch, call the chairman immediately. They are a top priority guest. Snapping back to reality, the teller looks visibly shaken. Ryu Min tilts his head. Excuse me, the teller scrambles to regain his composure. Ah, my deepest apologies, sir, but could you possibly wait just one moment? Ryu Min nods. A short while later, an older gentleman hurries over, profusely thanking the young man for his patience. He enthusiastically shakes Ryu Min's hand. Welcome, I am Kwon Jun-ho, the chairman of the National Bank. Ryu Min firmly shakes his hand back, keeping his cool. I am Ryu Min. Chairman Kwon beams at him. So you are the big winner. Congratulations on hitting the jackpot. Ryu Min simply nods. Thank you. He chuckles. Eager to secure this massive client, the chairman gestures forward. Why don't we move to a much quieter room? Please follow me. Kwon leads Ryu Min straight towards the exclusive lottery business division. Right in here. They step inside, and a female staff member immediately bows in greeting. Welcome, Chairman. She sneaks a curious glance. Who is the kid with the chairman? Is that his son? Kwon gestures toward Ryu Min with absolute respect. This is a highly esteemed guest here to claim his prize. Make sure he receives the utmost care. The blonde ponytail-wearing staff member stares at Ryu Min in total shock. A major client. Wait, so this kid is the one who won with over 100 tickets. The chairman smiles warmly. Please make yourself completely at home. Ryu Min gives a polite smile. Yes, thank you. The blonde teller mentally slaps herself. Stay calm, act professional. She flashes a bright smile. Welcome, sir. Please have a seat right over here. Eager to please, she leans in with excellent customer service. Would you care for a drink? We have coffee, premium tea, or fresh juice. Honestly, Ryu Min just wants to get paid. He just wants to grab the cash and leave. I am good. Let's just skip to the payout. The teller nods, taking her seat at the desk. Understood. In that case, I will need to verify your winning tickets first, sir. Ryu Min calmly slides a massively thick stack of identical winning tickets across the desk. The blonde's eyes practically bulge out of her skull as she stares at the unbelievable pile. I cannot believe this kid seriously bought this many tickets. With the exact same numbers, can he see the future or something? She quickly finishes the machine verification and looks up. The verification is complete, sir. Every single one is a grand prize winner. Ryu Min cuts right to the chase. All right, so how much am I walking out with? The teller visibly gulps. Sweating profusely, she stammers out the grand total. Ryu Min sits completely deadpan as he listens. Yes, sir. Your total payout is roughly 22.5 billion won. Ryu Min calculates it instantly. After taxes, that is still a solid 15 billion in cash. Now that he has the funds, his master plan officially begins. All right, you and I are watching Ryu Min execute his master plan. First step, finding a new place. Once he buys the house, he's investing. He dumps cash into stocks and opens a trading account that night. Bitcoin is set to skyrocket 500% next month. His strategy is simple. Multiply his money with Bitcoin, then dominate the stock market. And today, the two brothers are finally moving. Ryu Min asks Ryu Woon how he likes the new place. The kid is thrilled. Of course I do. It is so beautiful, man. I've never seen a house this massive and gorgeous. I definitely need to take a picture. Ryu Min still feels it is lacking. He wanted something even nicer and a bit more spacious. But this was the absolute best spot they could move into right away. The security is top tier. Ryu Woon turns back, completely confused. But hey bro, why are you just paying rent? With all that cash you have, we really should just buy it. Ryu Min drops. An absolute bombshell. I do not have much money left. Ryu Woon freezes like a statue. Ryu Min proudly smirks. I invested over 1 billion in Bitcoin. Ryu Woon is totally dumbfounded, unable to process it. Wait, what? Two brothers, two totally different moods. Ryu Woon turns pale and stiffens up completely. Meanwhile, the reckless Ryu Min casually comforts his little brother. Look, I know what you are thinking, but I am not doing anything totally brainless here. Okay, Ryu Min confidently slings an arm over his brother's shoulder. I can always make more cash from the lottery. I already saw 4 winning numbers. In my dreams, hearing that, Ryu Woon's eyes sparkle. He thought dreaming of winning numbers was just a crazy urban legend. He totally freaks out and grabs his older brother, shaking him wildly. You remember all of them, right? Do not forget them, you better remember. Yeah, I will not. Ryu Min gets shaken until his vision actually spins. Okay, I am dizzy. He thinks slyly. There is zero chance he would ever forget those numbers. After doing this countless times before. Ryu Woon is hyper excited. Ah, sorry, Ryu Min turns toward the door. Come on, let's go grab some dinner. Let's get ready to head out. Ryu Woon looks confused. Wait, where are we going to eat? Ryu Min flashes a bright smile. Did I not tell you? We are moving out today. Boom, scene change. Now you and I are watching a fist smash into a brick wall. This guy in a blue jacket is absolutely furious, taking all his rage out on the concrete. Hwang Yong-min smirks wickedly. He thinks to himself, I knew it was the right call to dump all my stats straight into strength. He pulls back his fist and strikes again. Hwang Yong-min relentlessly pounds the wall, looking incredibly hyped. I even have a rune that literally doubles my physical strength. I got so incredibly lucky with that random drop. He just laughs out loud, staring at the huge craters he made. He bets even a heavyweight champion would be jealous of that power. Suddenly, his face darkens. He clenches his fist so hard blue veins bulge and violently tremble. All right, testing is over. Why don't I try this out in real combat? Hwang Yong-min violently bashes the door, screaming like an absolute maniac. Ryu Min, he is losing his mind because he is getting zero response. That arrogant punk is definitely not dead yet, but he is completely ignoring the phone. Hwang Yong-min's face twists with pure malice, his eyes swarming with bloodshot rage. Just picturing Ryu Min's face and that deadpan stare makes him want to spontaneously combust. It is like a multi-generational blood feud. That arrogant piece of trash. You really think I will let you off? He swears to himself. After looking down on me like that, I will absolutely end you. The toxic thoughts in his head just fuel the fire. Every single strike from his arm gets faster and packs way more lethal force. Even though we are both awakened players, a total loser is still a loser. I have to teach you a brutal and painful lesson right now. But no matter how much psychotic noise he makes, the only answer is a terrifying dead silence. It is obvious that the little coward is hiding inside the apartment. So why won't he come out? Realizing this brute force tactic is not working, Hwang Yong-min shifts his strategy. Then, a deeply disturbing smile creeps across his face. He presses his ear flat against the door, trying to catch any tiny sound inside. Maybe that bastard is not even home right now. Well, whatever, might as well leave. But honestly, he's just waiting like a predator for a single tiny noise from inside so he can strike. Try breathing just once and I will shatter this door. But right at that very tense second, he suddenly hears a voice call out, "Hey there, student." He whips around and spots some random middle-aged guy standing right there. Judging by his grumpy expression, the older guy is pretty irritated about someone causing a massive racket this early in the morning. What exactly are you doing in front of someone else's apartment? Even to an elder, Huang Yongmin keeps his incredibly toxic and rude attitude. Why do you even care, old man? Are you the landlord or something? Actually, yes, you guessed it. I am the landlord. That blunt answer completely catches Huang Yongmin off guard, leaving him startled. Anyway, back to the main issue. So what are you doing here? Did you come to meet a friend? That specific word makes him completely pause for a second. Friend. The twisted gears in his head start turning. He immediately wants to exploit this guy for information about his target. Yeah, a friend. Could you unlock the door for me? We lost contact. Now you and I know this guy is lying. If you could open the door. Hearing this pathetic excuse, the landlord just interrupts him. Oh boy. He takes his time before dropping the truth. Looks like your buddy left you in the dust. He tries to explain that the apartment is totally empty now. The student who used to live there already packed up and moved. Only then does Huang Yongmin completely blank out. He frantically asks, wait, what? Since when? Where did he go? Honestly, even the landlord himself has zero clue. He literally just moved out today, kid. I have no idea where. The very second his brain processes that exact information, his hands unconsciously ball into tight fists. Uncontrollable flames of pure, unfiltered rage explode in his chest. That slippery, arrogant little bastard. All right, you and I are jumping right in. Looking up at the massive glass building towering over them, Ryu Min simply couldn't hold back his absolute awe. Whoa, it is so tall, he gasped. This was his first time seeing a place like this. Everything felt completely foreign and his jaw had been practically glued to the floor. Even the entrance had a fancy revolving door. Watching Ryu Min smoothly grab the room keycard from the front desk receptionist left his younger brother completely blown away. They actually needed an access card just to get inside. The security guards ran a super strict background check, carefully verifying their identities before letting them through the main gate. His eyes were totally sparkling with pure excitement as he stared at the luxury building. Brother, this place is absolutely incredible. Then the high-speed elevator doors chimed open. Ryu Min casually motioned for him to follow. Let's go. Right behind you, stepping inside the newly rented apartment, Ryu Min felt an even heavier wave of absolute shock. Just how massive is this place? Ryu Min, acting completely unfazed, calmly replied. About 330 square meters. Hearing that actual number out loud really made the younger brother jump in pure shock. Wait, isn't that way too huge? For just the two of us, isn't a place this massive a bit much? Ryu Min just shrugged it off, knowing they had plenty of cash now. They deserved something this grand. Ryu Min nervously gulped. So, how much is the lease going for? Let me think about it. The deposit was 500 million and rent is 22 million a month. The more Ryu Min heard those crazy numbers, the more he felt completely dizzy. 22 million won for monthly rent. Just a few days ago, he was totally stressing out over spending 5,000 at the local convenience store. He used to worry if buying cheap snacks was a massive waste of money. Thinking about their past struggles, he just could not help but nervously suggest to his brother, "Brother, this spot is way too expensive. Wouldn't it be better if we moved to a cheaper place instead? As long as it's clean." What he did not know was that to Ryu Min, the price tag literally did not matter at all. Actually, spending this much was absolutely necessary. You see, the more expensive the building, the tighter the security was. The real reason Ryu Min desperately needed an ultra-secure apartment was because on the exact first day of every single month, all system players forced to fall right into a deep, unbreakable sleep. This makes it the most incredibly vulnerable time for any awakened player. They are completely defenseless against things like sudden natural disasters like blazing fires or massive earthquakes. Oh, and the biggest lurking danger of all, deadly assassins hired by rival players aiming to take out the competition. Because of this crazy rule, players must prepare to enter the alternate world from the safest possible location. As a regressor, Ryu Min understood this brutal truth better than anyone. No matter how overpowered you are in that fantasy realm, dying in the real world means instant game over. Still, he deeply respected his younger brother's feelings on the matter. Turning to Ryu Min, he gently asked, "Do you really not like this house?" The younger brother instantly waved his hands. "Of course, I didn't mean it like that at all. This place is gorgeous, but why are you asking?" Ryu Min softly smiled, replying, "No reason. I'm just glad you like it." Yet somehow, hearing those kind words made Ryu Min's expression instantly drop. He suddenly spoke up with a surprisingly formal tone. "I am so sorry." It turned out the poor kid was feeling incredibly guilty. He felt terrible that he could not help his brother at all. Next month you are going to be dragged into that dangerous world to fight for your life again. But me. I am just sitting here enjoying this luxury like nothing is wrong. I am completely useless. I am sorry. Ryu Min sighed. His little brother always overthought things way too much. He honestly deserved a playful smack for that. Instead, Ryu Min flashed an encouraging smile trying to chase away those dark thoughts. Hey, why the gloomy face? Do you really not think I am going to absolutely crush the next survival round? To completely shift the heavy atmosphere, our main character quickly suggested they stop stressing over the deadly system games. Let's just go grab some food. I heard the Korean restaurant on the second floor is amazing. Ryu Woon nodded. But right at that exact moment, Ryu Min's phone suddenly buzzed. An incoming call flashed on the bright screen. Ryu Min took one look and instantly understood the situation. That guy already knew they moved out. Well, whatever, just ignore him. He had absolutely zero intentions of meeting that guy in the real world anyway. Though honestly, Ryu Min could not be entirely certain how things would play out. They might just cross paths in the alternate world. Time flew by incredibly fast. One day after the big move, Ryu Min walked into the living room looking half asleep. He slowly dragged his feet into the living room only to see Ryu Woon standing there already fully dressed up. Puzzled, he could not help but ask Ryu Woon, "Where are you planning to go so early?" Hearing his voice, the younger brother quickly looked up with a bright smile. "Oh, you are finally awake. Good morning, and yeah, I actually ordered some fresh rice cakes, so I am heading down to pick them up." Ryu Min was still super groggy from sleep. Rice cakes. It took him a whole second to process that. Wait, rice cakes? Now here is something you and I should note. This never happened before. Sure, regressing back into the past definitely does not guarantee that every single event stays exactly the same, but this was definitely the first time his little brother ever went out to buy rice cakes, right? This little unexpected butterfly effect made our main character genuinely curious. "Why are you buying rice cakes anyway?" Ryu Woon cheerfully explained his wholesome plan. "Well, since we just moved into this new building, I thought we should bring some over to our new neighbors. Isn't that just the polite thing to do?" This remarkably sweet and traditional idea really made Ryu Min pause in absolute admiration. Honestly, playing the role of a friendly neighbor did not sound half bad. That is actually a great idea. As expected from my awesome little brother, right? The younger sibling waved goodbye, ready to head out on his mission alone. "I am gonna go greet the neighbors now, so you just get some rest." But suddenly our hero completely stopped him, suggesting they really ought to go together to say hello. "Let me go change my clothes first. Wait right there." Soon enough, a sleek apartment doorbell was lightly pressed. The soft chime echoed inside, letting the wealthy homeowner know they had visitors. Hearing the sudden noise, a woman's voice immediately called out from behind the door. "Who is it?" It was the two brothers out in the hallway. Ryu Woon flashed his absolute warmest, friendliest smile and replied, "Hello there. We actually just moved into the apartment right next door. We just wanted to drop by and say hi." Opening the door, the neighbor politely returned their greeting. "Oh, hello there. Wow, just looking at you two. You both look so alike. Are you boys brothers?" "Yes, ma'am," Ryu Woon proudly replied, carefully handing over the warm housewarming gift to her while adding a really thoughtful little reminder. "We brought some fresh rice cakes. They taste the absolute best when eaten hot." Seeing their super polite attitude, you and I can tell this new life is starting off right. "All right, you and I are jumping right in." The neighbor feels totally at ease and happily replies, "Oh my goodness, thank you both. I will definitely enjoy this. See you around." After that, our two guys keep moving down the hall to the other apartments. "Hi, we just moved into room 4302 today." They hand over the traditional rice cakes with huge friendly smiles. "Please look out for us," he says humbly. The vibe between these total strangers is not awkward at all. It is actually super warm and welcoming. "Please enjoy the food." "Say thank you, sweetie." "Thank you, mister." Before long, our two guys make their way all the way up to the top floor. Just one apartment left. "Let us finish this up. No getting tired now." We say hello to this last one and then go rest. Ryu Min explains as they walk. "Ryu Woon, did you know? This whole floor is a massive penthouse." Hearing this, Ryu Woon is absolutely blown away. They bought out the entire 44th and 45th floors. "That means they're super rich, right?" Ryu Min just shrugs. He honestly does not know for sure, but it's got to be someone crazy, wealthy, or incredibly famous. He rings the doorbell, but they wait and wait, zero response from inside. Maybe nobody is home. Ryu Min tries pressing the bell one more time. Still nothing. Total silence. Yeah, looks like they are definitely not home. Yup. But the exact second he turns to his right, his eyes freeze in absolute shock. Seeing that wild look on his face, Ryu Min turns around to check it out. That girl. Ryu Woon instantly realizes the beautiful woman standing right in front of them is the actress Seol Ah-rin. What an unexpected honor to meet you here. Meanwhile, Ryu Min still has absolutely no clue who she even is, but Ryu Woon is right there, constantly gasping. She is so pretty, like a literal angel. But suddenly, bam, a massive arm aggressively blocks the space right between them. Seol Ah-rin's manager steps up with a dead serious expression. Who are you guys? Are you stalker fans? His terrible, incredibly rude attitude catches him completely off guard. He quickly tries to explain the situation. No, we are just the neighbors living on the floor below you. Seeing the guy look so totally confused, Ryu Min nervously holds out the plate of rice cakes. Neighbors from downstairs, only now does the manager finally understand what they want. I thought you were someone else. Ryu Min flashes a super friendly smile. Would you like to try some rice cakes? His polite offer gets completely shut down by an ice-cold rejection. No thanks. Besides, she does not eat that kind of cheap stuff anyway. Saying that, he just steps forward and opens the door. Seol Ah-rin, let us go inside. After you. Okay, but she actually seems weirdly attached to those rice cakes in his hand. Her eyes just will not leave the plate. Once those two finally step inside, Ryu Min speaks up totally annoyed. Who does that guy even think he is being so totally rude? Whatever, just ignore that jerk. Obviously, that is the plan. But guess what? Ryu Min is too busy focusing on someone else entirely. It is fine. More importantly, the next second, his eyes sparkle brightly as he turns and says, did you see that? She is seriously so gorgeous. Ryu Min just stands there with zero emotion, completely confused by his crazy reaction. Way to kill the mood, man. What do you mean, what? You literally just saw her. Still, Ryu Min patiently tries to explain it all over again. That is Seol Ah-rin. The Seol Ah-rin, now you and I know things are getting dark here. The news is blowing up with tragic headlines about the entertainment world. Actor Gong Se-jin suffered a heart attack. Fans are absolutely sobbing over this shocking news. Gong Se-jin and others, the sudden horrific deaths of these major actors are sending massive shockwaves through the entire film industry. Korean actress Cha Yu is gone forever. A recent survival rates survey reveals that only 58% of top stars are actually still alive right now, because actor Wang Min-ho developed severe panic disorder and crippling anxiety. The entire filming of Urban Crimes has been completely shut down. Reading these brutal headlines, Seol Ah-rin simply cannot help but let out a heavy sigh. Her expression just gets more and more anxious. She starts wondering what kind of sick joke is this world right now. Suddenly, a new text message pops up from Hong Sion. Seol Ah-rin, did you hear the news? He is messaging just to tell her the worst possible thing. Gong Se-jin is dead. They just keep texting back and forth about the terrible tragedy. Are you going to the funeral tomorrow? Of course I am. He looked out for us so much. Let us go together then. The more she scrolls through her phone, the heavier her heart feels. She literally cannot believe that someone way more successful than her just died in round 1. Thinking about this survival game, Seol Ah-rin realizes she is actually incredibly lucky to be alive. If she had not scored a top-tier rune, her own name would definitely be plastered all over those obituaries. Everything happening right now still feels way too fast and absolutely terrifying. I have grown up so much. Honestly, I thought they would be writing articles about my death by now. It is truly unbelievable. But looking back at it all, if it were not for the company pouring insane financial backing into me, could I have ever gotten this strong? Even this crazy penthouse was bought for me by the agency. Seol Ah-rin is so totally lost in these dark thoughts, she does not even notice her manager walking over. What are you thinking about so hard? His sudden voice totally startles her out of her deep trance. Oh no, nothing at all. But just looking at that exact expression, he already knows exactly what is haunting her. He tries to cheer Seol Ah-rin up. Hey, it is okay. Like I told you before, you can just tell me absolutely everything. Seol Ah-rin lets out a long, heavy breath before answering him. I'm just wondering how the world ended up like this. How am I ever supposed to survive the next deadly round? That is what is keeping me up. But wait, is it not true that she still has him by her side? Do not stress over the next round at all. I am right here with you. What are you so worried about, Seol? Ah-rin's manager clearly thinks she is overthinking it. Just trust me and get some rest. And with that, you and I finally see that gorgeous smile return to her face. Perfect. Of course, who else can she even trust? Seol Ah-rin sat back, reflecting on when the company first assigned her this bodyguard. At first, she was super wary. It honestly felt like the agency just wanted a watchdog to keep an eye on her every move. But her mindset completely shifted after they fought side by side in that brutal death game. If it wasn't for him, she would have died in round 1. No doubt about it. Her bodyguard constantly repeated one thing: I will protect you at all costs, so do not give up. That promise alone made her feel so much safer. She silently thanked him. Wanting to break the heavy tension, she quickly changed the subject, bringing up their new neighbors. They brought over rice cakes earlier, so they must be new here. Looks pretty tasty. But her bodyguard is still rocking that usual cold expression. If you eat that, you will gain weight, he warned bluntly. Seol Ah-rin, being her friendly self, argued that they went out of their way to say hello. They'd be heartbroken if we ignored it. But her bodyguard brushed it right off. Leave it alone. It's just a basic greeting. And he quickly reminded her of the harsh truth. They just want to use your fame. Give them an inch and they will bother you endlessly. Even so, Seol Ah-rin still felt they weren't bad people. Flashing back to how the two neighbors looked earlier, she made a quick guess about their situation.
They look over 15. So they must have killed 100 goblins to survive too, right? They had to. If that was true.
It made them a lot more interesting. Surviving such a terrifying death game, yet acting like absolutely nothing was wrong. Fascinating. But her bodyguard wasn't nearly as optimistic or dreamy. He bluntly shattered her naive thoughts, dropping a harsh dose of reality on her. You think killing 100 weak goblins is actually hard? Only absolute fools would fail that. Seol Ah-rin perfectly understood why he sounded so cocky. He spoke with total confidence because his combat skills in that brutal alternate world were absolutely top tier. Still, whenever raw power was ever mentioned, Seol Ah-rin instantly thought of Ryu Min. Even her elite bodyguard didn't hold a candle to him. That player, Ryu Min, was so ruthless he almost made her feel sorry for the goblins. Honestly, she couldn't help but wonder, did a monster like him have a normal job in the real world? What did he even do for a living? If I team up with someone that's strong, I'll definitely survive round 2. But then, her deep anxiety crept right back in. I survived purely on luck last time. Will I really make it out alive when the next round starts? Meanwhile, the loud roar of a vacuum cleaner completely shattered the peaceful silence of another apartment. It was Tuesday, the 31st, just barely hitting 11 a.m. Ryu Min was busy cleaning up when the front door clicked open. He spun around, instantly spotting his older brother Ryu Min walking inside. You're back. Finally seeing him, Ryu Min couldn't hide his nervous excitement. Well, did you make a solid profit this time? Ryu Min just smiled calmly. Not as much as last time, actually. Only about 15 billion won. The last haul was 17. Ryu Min's jaw completely dropped in absolute shock. Are you kidding me? And the bank didn't say anything. This is your 4th massive win. Speaking of the bank, Ryu Min flashed back to his visit. He had left Junho, the bank manager, completely speechless. You are back again, the stunned man had asked, utterly amazed. What is your secret? Ryu Min didn't even try to hide it, replying smoothly. I told you last time, didn't I? The winning numbers just came to me in a dream. That crazy answer made the manager insanely jealous. Impressive. I wish my dreams paid out like that. But honestly, even his own little brother, Ryu Min, had zero clue how Ryu Min was pulling this off. Anyway, he had to ask. So are you dumping all this cash into Bitcoin again? Oh, absolutely, Ryu Min confirmed. His total portfolio was already sitting at a staggering 150 billion won. That insane fortune naturally made Ryu Min incredibly nervous. Bro, shouldn't we cash out right now? I'm terrified we might lose it all. But Ryu Min didn't flinch. He knew perfectly well it wasn't the right time. Not yet. Everything was going exactly according to his master plan. Don't stress over it, Ryu Min. I've got this completely handled. Let's go grab some food. The two brothers quickly hit up a high-end restaurant nearby. Seeing the pure bliss on Ryu Min's face, it was completely obvious. The meal was absolutely top tier. After feasting, they hit the streets for a massive shopping spree. You and I know perfectly well, living rich is a blast. But fun times never last. Once night fell, the inevitable finally arrived. Tuesday, the 31st, 11:55 p.m. The long countdown was ending. Ryu Min gripped his older brother's hand tightly, calling his name in a shaky whisper. His eyes were full of absolute dread regarding the deadly game. You have to survive and come back, okay? Unlike his panicked little brother, Ryu Min radiated pure, unshakable confidence. Hey, don't worry. You saw me absolutely crush the Bang Taegu gang, didn't you? Sure, that was completely true. Ryu Min gently ruffled his brother's hair with a warm, reassuring smile. Seriously, stop stressing and go to sleep. With those final reassuring words, he let himself drift off. When you open your eyes in the morning, I'll be waking up right beside you. Here I go. The very second he fell asleep, his consciousness was forcefully teleported. When he opened his eyes, he was already surrounded by numerous other confused players. Taking in their strange, terrifying new environment, the crowd started panicking instantly. Wait, we actually came back to this awful nightmare. Are you serious? It dragged us right back. Where even are we right now? Looking closely, this zone was entirely different from round 1's tutorial. Then Ryu Min's arrival triggered a massive wave of anxious whispers. Everyone recognized him, the undeniable rank 1 player from the first survival round, Ryu Min. He could easily feel all those terrified eyes glued straight to him. Seeing how they completely avoided stepping anywhere near him, it was painfully obvious they all realized exactly who he was. Wait, is that the maniac who slaughtered all the goblins? The number 1 player, and hidden deep within that same crowd, Hwang Yong-min, was intensely scanning the area, desperately hunting for him. All right, you and I are about to see the real chaos start. The cast is completely assembled. What now? Stepping into the game, Ryu Min's vibe shifts instantly. Those calm teal eyes, they turn blood red, cold as ice. Right at that moment, an angel glides down from above and calls out, "Has everyone finally gathered here?" The players instantly scowl, realizing they are looking at a totally different angel. "Yeah, did something happen?" someone asks out loud. The new angel gently breaks the news. The angel who managed round one had a little accident and will not be returning. Smiling down at the crowd, she adds, "Do not panic, humans." But a split second later, that holy smile completely vanishes. It gets replaced by a seriously twisted demonic expression. "I will guide you very thoroughly from now on." Enough with the polite greetings. The game officially starts right now. You and I both know things are about to get wild. Let's hear the second round's mission. Instantly, an absolute ocean of system panels pops up right in front of everyone's eyes. Text suddenly flashes across the glowing screens. Round 2 main quests, select your regional representative within 3 hours for the entire zone. Total number of players participating right now, 900 million players. Completed count 0 out of everybody. Current zone E, SK 45.5. 5,143 participating. 0 completed. Suddenly, loud voices echo through the crowd. "Choose a regional representative. What the heck, I bet they just want us to slaughter more monsters." "Wait, look at the completion rate. Does that mean every single one of us can survive this time?" "Yeah." Seeing their confusion, the angel immediately steps in. "You all look so confused," she says. "Let me explain." Pointing up at the sky, she lightly breaks it down for them. "As you can see, this stage has nothing to do with fighting. You literally just need to vote for a representative and you are done." Right now, a magic circle glows before the crowd and a player holding a sword watches as the angel explains the catch. The regional representative can use absolute authority to command others. If they say give up, you drop out. If they order someone to die, then that person actually loses their life. Hearing the angel's twisted explanation, the players suddenly look incredibly anxious and deeply worried. Wait a minute. Isn't this kind of power absolutely insane? The angel floats there and continues. "In 3 hours, you will all get a voting ticket. On that ticket, just write down the name of the person you want to elect." A voice suddenly shouts out from the back. "Is that really it? No other hidden rules or deadly tricks?" The angel casually answers their question. "Correct. Just finish the voting process, and your mission is perfectly complete. You can literally go home. Just treat this round like a nice little break." One guy excitedly yells, "We just have to vote. I'm gonna live. No more fighting for me. Compared to the last round, this is way too easy." The angel immediately declares, "So for the next 3 hours, discuss among yourselves who gets to be the representative." Discussion time remaining. 2 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Hearing that, the crowd gets completely hyped. "We really just have to do this to survive." Awesome. Piece of cake, right? Plus, whoever becomes the representative gets absolute authority. Meanwhile, Ryu Min gnashes his teeth in anger and screams out loud. "Damn it, I spent so much effort getting totally geared up for battle." Another guy tries to hold Ryu Min back. "Come on, Ryu Min, let it go. Surviving by voting is perfectly fine. But I dumped all my stat points into strength and now I can't even show it off. That really pisses me off." Ryu Min immediately thinks to himself, he focused entirely on strength like that. Did the strength rune show up for him this time too? He turns around. He mentally goes over the details. Both Ryu Min's rune and this exact voting situation are playing out exactly like his past memories. While everyone else is busy arguing, Ryu Min walks off to strategize. Let's watch what our guy does while they waste 3 hours debating. But honestly, that stuff does not matter. When there is a main quest, there is always a side quest. He grips his long sword, thinking about it. The side quest and the hidden quest of round 2 grant a job class upon leveling up. Ryu Min tightly grips his blade to make it happen. He tells himself he needs to reach level 10 as fast as humanly possible. Suddenly, a goblin spawns right in front of him. Ryu Min instantly lures it closer. In a flash, he leaps forward, slashing his sharp blade wildly at the vicious goblin. After slaying the monster, the system pops up. You have defeated a hobgoblin. Current kill count is 1 out of 100. Tier 3 experience buff applied. Experience up 9%. Gold up 15. All stats increased by 1% due to the Butcher Rune effect. With the goblin dead, he plans his next move. Going deeper into the forest to hunt is definitely the right call. Keeping a firm grip on his sword, he decides to keep pushing forward. Where there is one goblin, there is absolutely bound to be a whole pack. More goblins charge out, their eyes burning with pure bloodlust. In that thrilling moment, Ryu Min just smirks. As the goblin horde approaches, he stands his ground, completely ready to slaughter them all. The goblins appear one by one. Ryu Min swings his weapon, landing brutal, precise slashes on every single monster directly in his path. After Ryu Min wipes out the entire goblin horde, the system interface pops right back up. You have defeated a hobgoblin. Current kill count is now 50 out of 100. Notifications just keep rolling in. All stats increased by 50% from the Butcher Rune effect. You have successfully leveled up. The system adds another alert. Discussion time remaining 2 hours 29 minutes and 24 seconds. Only 30 minutes have passed. Ah, the status window. Suddenly, a massive notification panel appears right in front of Ryu Min. Status window. Name Ryu Min. Alias How. Rank Novice, Level 9. Job Class. Class None. Titles, The Last Time Traveler and the First to Kill an Angel. Hidden Stats, Strength 4, Intelligence 4. Agility 18. Luck 4 with 8 unassigned points. Level 9 already. Ryu Min thinks casually, tapping his glowing system panel. Early game, always pump agility. Sure, if he wants to imprint the strength rune like Huang Yong Min, boosting his strength stat would pack a heavier punch. But dumping everything into strength is basically a death wish. Ryu Min knows the truth. No matter how insanely overpowered your attacks are, if you can't dodge a fatal blow, game over. The system breaks it down. Every player gets 4 main stats: strength, intelligence, agility, and luck. Strength boosts physical damage, stamina, and defense. Meanwhile, intelligence amplifies magic, willpower, and perception. Agility cranks up attack speed, movement, and evasion, while luck spikes your critical hit rate and boosts those sweet item drops. Ryu Min glances back, realizing not a single stat is useless. He strategizes carefully, especially since the Reaper class uses both physical and magic damage. A balanced build is absolutely ideal. Suddenly, he senses some strange movement. Is someone following him? You and I know he was too focused to notice earlier, but yeah, he's definitely got a tail now. And I definitely didn't invite company, he thinks. Ryu Min immediately calls out the lurker. I don't know who you are, but show yourself. Right now. If you don't start talking, he warns them with ice in his voice, you're dead. Suddenly, a terrified girl raises her hands up, stuttering. It's me. Ryu Min recognizes her instantly. The famous actress Seol Ah-rian. Why is she following him? Sorry for tailing you. Suddenly, a guy steps up from behind her. Forgive us, he says quickly. We mean no harm. Please don't be mad. Ryu Min stares at him. An and Sang Chun. He racks his brain. Wait, isn't this guy the right-hand man of Jeon Lok? The system pulls up the data. Jeon Lok, the eldest son of the country's massive mega-corporation, the player known as the Heavenly Demon. He is one of Ryu Min's main targets. Recruiting Jeon Lok would be a huge advantage moving forward. But you and I know his real goal, recruiting the priest linked to him by round 20. Still, he's totally caught off guard. He never expected to bump into the right-hand man this early. And why isn't Sang Chun hanging out with Seol Ah-rian? Wait, is he actually just her bodyguard? Seol Ah-rian looks completely flustered right now. Ryu Min suddenly remembers the rumors Jeon Lok was secretly sponsoring a celebrity for some shady corporate deals. Ryu Min gets straight to the point. How long have you two been tailing me? Has the future shifted in a way I didn't predict? Seol Ah-rian answers nervously. Since the very beginning. When you headed out, I saw you enter the forest and followed behind. Sorry if we annoyed you. She stammers, totally intimidated by Ryu Min's intense vibe. But why follow me? He asks. No bad intentions, promise. We just wanted to make a proposal. A proposal, Seol Ah-rian quickly explains. Yeah, you secured first place back in round 1, right? So she looks at him pleadingly. Could we possibly team up? Ryu Min just lets out a cold smirk. Team up? Doesn't that usually imply that both sides actually need each other? He waves them off dismissively. Sure. But what exactly do I need from you guys? I fight solo. Stop wasting my time and just leave. Ryu Min turns his back bluntly, shutting them down. I have absolutely zero intention of carrying you two. And Sang Chun immediately bristles. What is wrong with that bastard? How massive is his ego anyway? And Sang Chun complains to the actress. Miss Seol Ah-rian, are you okay? She looks legitimately rattled as she tries to explain. He isn't just being arrogant for no reason. The sheer aura coming off him. It's absolutely terrifying. What aura? When he glared and pointed his blade. Feeling terrified is completely normal. Seol Ah-rian hugs her arms, shivering. I really wanted to party up with a rank 1 player, but this definitely isn't going how I planned. And Sang Chun just sighs at her. What did I tell you? A guy like that is way too arrogant. He doesn't want any deadweight allies. Yeah, it's a shame. Looking at the brutal trail of butchered goblins Ryu Min left behind, the bodyguard shakes his head. Forget it. Don't waste time chasing him. Man, I didn't even realize this forest was crawling with monsters. With the time we have left, we might as well hunt too. Seol Ah-rian manages a small smile. Sounds good, Mr. Bodyguard. Let's move. Suddenly, thick white smoke rolls through the trees. The goblins glance around, nervously sensing danger in the mist. Out of nowhere, Ryu Min materializes, swinging his blade straight through a goblin's neck. I'm already swamped, and they want to team up. Not a chance, he mutters. Honestly, right now, his only priority is grinding levels. Going solo means he hogs all the sweet experience points. The system chimes again. Hobgoblin defeated. Kill count 60 out of 100. All stats boosted by 60% from the Butcher rune. But suddenly, a massive knoll appears. Ryu Min smirks. 5 knolls at once, talk about hitting the jackpot. The savage beasts roar and charge straight at him. Gripping their crude weapons, the monsters leap into the air, aiming right for our MC's head. But he just unleashes a devastating spin attack, cleaving right through them. The monsters hit the dirt, instantly wiped out. The system notifications start flooding his vision. Knolls defeated. Kill count 65 out of 100. Stats up by 60% from the Butcher rune. Level up, he finally hits level 10. Ryu Min stares intently at the glowing blue text. Class advancement conditions met. The alerts just keep flashing across his screen. Now you and I are about to see his true power awaken. Level 10 reached. Class advancement unlocked. He unlocks the shop's hidden quest feature and finally levels up. Then he checks the system board for the game rules. Round 2 side quests appear. Level up before voting time. Secure the level up item and get a class. If he pulls this off, he'll score a 50% discount on daily shop items. For total newbies, seeing a side quest for the very first time, complete confusion. A class advancement item isn't just leveling up enough. Where do I even find it? Does it assign my class? The system alerts just keep flashing rapidly across the screen. Look, you and I know unlocking a class is a massive advantage. But here's the catch, absolutely nobody has a clue how to actually get that advancement item. Usually you only score 1 by pulling off some crazy specific hidden conditions. The system panel flashes, revealing the harsh game rules. For warrior classes, they need to grind their strength stats straight up to level 10. Plus, they have to slaughter 30 monsters within the time limit. Only then does the advancement item drop. The cruel rules of this game basically force berserkers into a non-stop bloody hunting frenzy before time runs out. Additional class requirements pop up on the screen. Assassins, they need to successfully pull off stealth kills on multiple monsters. So basically every player has to grind specific actions matching their intended class, just to earn that advancement drop. Ryu Min leans against a tree deep in thought. At first I was just relentlessly hunting down monsters, and hiding out in the forest, which unlocked the hunter class. He tightens his grip on the strange glowing object in his hand, realizing, but once I found out about the Reaper class, I locked it in. The mysterious artifact glows brightly in his palm. The system prompts to activate it. System alert, you have used an advancement item. Another warning flashes in bright red text. Your chosen class can never be changed. Therefore, choose carefully. Do you wish to advance to the Grim Reaper class, yes or no? After taking a brief moment to think it over, he confidently taps the yes button. Absolutely no second thoughts needed here. Instantly, the bizarre glowing artifact in his hand erupts with blinding light. The system confirms it. You have successfully advanced to the Grim Reaper class. More updates about the current round pop up on his screen. Your class advancement reward is the Rune of Death. Let's check those stats. Daytime effect. It completely doubles the raw attack power of his weapon. Huge boost. Nighttime effect. Attack speed gets a flat 50% increase, and when resting at night, it massively drops the chance of enemies discovering his location. The newly acquired rune automatically sears itself straight into his flesh. That diamond in his hand suddenly transforms into an intense blood-red light that completely swallows the area. Reading the fresh system notifications, Ryu Min smirks. So the actual bonus reward is the Reaper's Scythe. I just scored the ultimate rune in the weapon. More system alerts keep rolling in one after another. You have earned a 50% daily item discount for clearing the hidden side quest. And it gets better, his overall rank just upgraded. He's officially moved from novice straight up to apprentice tier. Let's check his updated status window. Name Ryu Min. Title Ryu Min. Rank apprentice. Level 10 Grim Reaper class. Hidden titles, The Last Time Traveler and the First Angel Slayer. Now let's take a look at his insane base stats. Strength 4, Intellect 4, Agility 31, Luck 4. He's got 6 unassigned points plus that bonus rune skill. In this game, players are split across 6 major tiers. Grandmaster at level 99, Master at 60, Expert at 40, Regular at 20, and Apprentice starting at level 10. Novices sit at level 1. Just like any RPG, ranking up means bigger payouts and unlocking completely broken new skills. The system chimes in. You have acquired the exclusive Grim Reaper skill, Mark of Death. This class-specific ability is absolutely lethal. The core effect it generates a glowing mark visible only to the caster and their victim. It actively reveals the target's exact remaining health. But here's the crazy part: the target takes a massive 100% bonus damage on every single strike from the caster. The only catch: it works on just one enemy at a time. Now he can finally equip higher-tier gear. The Reaper's Scythe. Stick with me because this rare-grade weapon boasts a solid 25 base attack damage, plus adding 1 extra attack power with every swing maxing out at +5. Durability is perfectly full. Requirement Apprentice Rank. Description. It's a massive scythe wielded by death itself, way too heavy for any basic novice to lift. Ryu Min mentally reviews the brutal rules they were just given. If you don't advance your class, you're stuck as a novice forever. Speedrunning, this was definitely the right call. The system lights up. You are recognized as the very first player to advance. His reward, a random bag of gold for securing first place. Plus, he just unlocked a brand new neutral skill. Tracking. He totally predicted he'd unlock something like this. He pulls up the details for this shiny new neutral skill to see how broken it is. The effect. It actively pinpoints the exact location of a specific target, but there's a catch: you need their face and real name to lock on. Activation cost, a steep 20,000 gold. Ryu Min just smirks at the holographic display, immediately making his move. If I have a 20,000 gold skill, I absolutely have to test it out. He activates tracking. Instantly, an image flashes across the system interface. Ryu Min. The name and face perfectly match the database. The system locks onto the target's coordinates. A glowing notification pops up, successfully pinpointed the exact location of player Ryu Min. He's sitting exactly 190 meters away. A glowing arrow materializes, pointing the way forward. Faint wisps of light swirl completely around Ryu Min as he stares off into the distance. 190 meters, does that mean he wandered deep into the forest too? He rubs his chin, piecing it together. I was 2 kilometers away earlier, now we're basically neighbors. Should I shadow him quietly? Meanwhile, in another part of the woods, Sale, Rin, and Sang Chun are desperately sprinting for their lives to escape the forest. Sale Rin loses her footing, suddenly collapsing hard onto the dirt. Gasping for breath, she frantically looks up at Sang Chun. I can't run anymore, my legs are done. Sang Chun cuts her off. We have to keep moving, Miss Sale Rin. If they catch us, we are totally dead. He anxiously holds Sale Rin up, begging her to push through the agonizing pain. I'm so sorry. The arrow wound burns too much. Sang Chun hides his frustration and tries reassuring her. It is just a theory, but listen. They say even if you take damage in this game world, your real body back on Earth stays completely safe. If we can somehow just survive and get out of here alive, you will go home. Sale Rin gives a determined nod. Understood. I will endure the pain. Suddenly, Ryu Min blocks their path with a nasty smirk. And where exactly are you running with that wound? Guess it doesn't hurt enough, huh? Sang Chun curses under his breath. Damn it, he grinds his teeth. This girl moves way too slow. Now they are totally cornered. You and I know fighting is his only option. Ryu Min just flashes a mocking grin. Old man, you seriously want to fight us? Ryu Min's thugs step up behind him as he points a finger, totally taunting them. Open your eyes and look at our numbers. You really think you can win? Sang Chun completely loses his cool and screams back. Why are you doing this? We didn't even do anything to you guys. Ryu Min lets out a dark chuckle. Obviously you didn't. Then why the hell are you attacking us? Ryu Min shrugs it off. We just want a certain something. What something? His smug face leaves Sale Rin totally stunned. The girl next to you. Ryu Min takes a step forward. Look, man to man. I don't give a damn about you. We just want Sale Rin. One of his lackeys suddenly chimes in from behind. Are we sure that is really Sale Rin? Ryu Min snaps back. Are you blind? One look at that face and it is obvious. That is definitely her. Or maybe just some crazy fangirl who copied her exact look. Hearing this, Sale Rin's face instantly goes pale. The lackey shrugs. So what? As long as she looks like her, we are good, right? Ryu Min offers a dirty deal. Listen up. Leave Sale Rin behind and you get to walk away. Deal. Sang Chun fumes internally. If she was their target this whole time, he should have said so. I would have ditched her in a heartbeat. He glances back at Sale Rin, wheels turning in his head. I am definitely not dying for this stupid girl. But there is a catch. Sang Chun sweats bullets, completely torn by terror and duty. If I fail to protect Sale Rin, Director Ma will literally ruin me. Out of nowhere, Sang Chun drops into a combat stance. Ryu Min blinks in surprise, then lets out a cruel laugh. What is with the pose? You actually want to fight me right now? Sang Chun screams in desperation. Do you realize what you are doing is a major crime? A crime. Mocking laughter fills the heavy air. Ryu Min sneers. You are hilarious, old man. There are no laws in this place. What are you going to do about it? Gonna call the cops when we log back into the real world. He steps forward, dripping with absolute arrogance. Go ahead. Try it. Where is your proof? This face might not even be what I look like in reality. Sang Chun curses to himself in pure rage. He is actually right. This is incredibly frustrating. He tries to think of a way out, knowing just talking will not make them retreat. He is going to have to drag his beaten body into a desperate brawl. But suddenly, leaning against a nearby tree with his arms crossed, it is Ryu Min, just watching the whole thing unfold. Sang-chun jumps in shock and whips his head around. Wait, are you? Ryu Min. Yang Min freezes in panic. Since when was this guy standing there? Ryu Min casually steps out of the dark shadows. What are you two doing here? Oblivious to the real danger, Yang Min tries to warn him off. Hey buddy, mind your own business. Ryu Min ignores him. I asked them, not you. What is going on here? Desperate for help, Sang-chun immediately spills the whole story. They are trying to kidnap Rin. They ambushed us. Please, if you help us out, I swear I will never forget this favor. Ryu Min just stares with dead eyes. Is he telling the truth? Yang Min scoffs. So what if he is? This does not concern you. Suddenly, menacing red lightning sparks all around Ryu Min's body. It kind of does. I know these two. Yang Min stumbles back, genuine fear creeping in. What are you going to do? The crimson aura flares wildly as Ryu Min speaks. I am not going to let you hurt them. Yang Min grits his teeth in pure anger. Rin gasps in relief while Sang-chun quickly bows. Thank you so much. Ryu Min steps up to protect them, calculating his next move. Doing this actually benefits him a lot. He glances at Sang-chun. If I save them, Director Ma will definitely owe me one. Having a massive corporation like Ma Group in my debt, the rewards are going to be insane and the payout will be massive. Ryu Min then turns his deadly gaze toward the gang. Plus, he really hates absolute scumbags like them anyway. Seeing his dark expression, Yang Min issues a shaky, desperate threat. What do you think you are doing? Take one more step and I will kill you. Ryu Min just stares at him in dead silence. Then he lets out a chilling smirk. What is wrong? Don't you want to fight me anymore? Panic completely overtakes Yang Min's racing mind. Damn it, what are you talking about? He suddenly remembers exactly what Ryu Min is capable of. He literally tore those goblins to shreds. In a split second, you and I both know nobody in their right mind wants to fight a terrifying monster like that. Huh. A sudden crash shatters his thoughts. Alright, you and I are about to witness absolute madness. Ryu Min slams his scythe straight into the ground. If you do not want to fight, just say so. Yang Min scoffs, staring him down. If I actually do, will you let me walk away? Ryu Min crosses his arms deadpan. I will consider it if you drop to your knees and beg. Yang Min instantly gets the message. You want me to absolutely humiliate myself? He hesitates, totally frozen, while his own friends and Rin are standing there, watching this completely embarrassing scene unfold right in front of them. He stares back at Ryu Min, letting out a deep, frustrated sigh. I really did not want to fight this guy, but now you have officially pissed me off, punk. Suddenly, Yang Min remembers a key detail. Wait a second. Has he not grown strong enough to completely shatter a solid wall with his bare hands? A new confident thought crosses his mind. If he gets lucky, one single punch might actually be enough to drop this arrogant fool. A wicked smirk creeps across Yang Min's face as he stretches his arms, raising his voice. You just crossed the line, you total bastard. While his clueless crew just stands around watching in pure shock, he rolls his shoulders and aggressively marches straight toward Ryu Min. What did you want me to do? Get on my knees and beg you? Really want a death wish? Inside his head, he calculates the perfect strike. Just get close enough, smash his face in, and watch him drop. There is no way anyone survives a hit like that. He hypes himself up, thinking how could a normal human ever withstand a heavy blow, capable of destroying an entire wall. But Ryu Min is not just standing there. In a shocking move, he casually dismisses his massive scythe. Yang Min freezes mid-step, completely thrown off guard. What the heck are you doing? Did you seriously just throw your only weapon away like that? Ryu Min holds his bare hands out, radiating pure confidence. If you fight me empty-handed while I use a weapon, that feels a little unfair, does it not? Winning that easily would be totally boring. Yang Min practically explodes with rage at the disrespect. He sneers right back at Ryu Min. You are absolutely ridiculous, you arrogant jerk. But mid-sentence, Ryu Min dashes forward with terrifying speed, leaving his cocky opponent completely stunned. He closes the gap instantly. Not backing down, Yang Min throws his fist up, face twisted in desperate victory, while internally mocking his foolish enemy. You absolute moron. You tossed your weapon aside and left your entire head wide open for a clean hit. He throws a brutal heavy punch, aims squarely at Ryu Min, screaming for him to die. But Ryu Min possesses reflexes that are just on another level entirely, easily dodging. Massive strike. Not only does Yang Min miss completely, he catches a brutal counter punch to the face, followed by a lightning-fast kick directly to his stomach. The sheer force sends him flying backward through the air. Ryu Min calmly lowers his leg, looking like he did not expend any energy whatsoever. Yang Min collapses, trembling on his hands and knees, cursing him out. He glances up just as Ryu Min speaks from right above him. Stop cursing. Before Ryu Min can react, Ryu Min casually kicks him backward again. It hurts my ears. The pain forces a loud, pathetic groan out of him. Ryu Min struggles to sit up holding his bleeding face. Now pay attention, you and I are about to see a real beatdown. Ryu Min grabs his collar, raining merciless punches across his bruised face. Completely helpless, Ryu Min just takes the agonizing hits, realizing with absolute horror as he feels the immense pain tearing through him. This does not even feel like normal punches. It feels like getting repeatedly smashed with a heavy hammer. Staring up at this relentless, terrifying attacker, he panics. Is this guy seriously as strong as me? He does not even have a strength rune like I do. Trying to comprehend the heavy blows, his mind races in complete disbelief. How is he hitting this hard? All he can see above him is the totally emotionless face of Ryu Min, his eyes glowing an eerie red. Finally, his cowardly teammates realize they cannot just stand by and watch this massacre happen. Gripping their weapons, they scream his name. One yells to shoot the bastard down, which grabs Ryu Min's attention, forcing him to momentarily stop his assault. A sharp arrow slices through the air toward him. Seol Arin screams in pure panic. Ryu Min dodges it. Moving with insane reflexes, he effortlessly sidesteps the incoming shot. The panicked archer fires volley after volley, screaming for him to die. But Ryu Min weaves through every single deadly projectile with terrifying ease. Sprinting in a wild zigzag pattern, he closes the massive distance in an instant. Suddenly appearing right beside the terrified archer, he asks, "You getting a bow and actually hunting monsters must have been pure blind luck, huh?" The archer freezes in sheer terror as Ryu Min raises his hand, manifesting his deadly weapon with a dark smirk. "Too bad for you." He scoffs violently, swinging the massive scythe forward in a deadly arc. "You ran into me today." In a flash, the hand holding the bow is cleanly severed. It happens so incredibly fast he cannot even react. Then the blinding pain hits. He collapses to the ground, shrieking in absolute agony about his hand, still cursing out Ryu Min between his screams. The last two guys are trembling with fear, but they grip their weapons and try to act tough. "You think you can mess with us and just walk away?" A guy with a dagger charges forward recklessly, screaming for him to drop dead. Unfazed, Ryu Min coldly asks, "Do you really think so?" He activates his deadly deathmark skill. A massive, terrifying black skull symbol materializes right above the charging attacker's head, glowing with sinister red light. Ryu Min pulls his scythe back and unleashes a devastating frontal slash. The sheer force of the dark blade rips through the air, slicing cleanly through the man's leg. Instantly severed, the guy crashes down, howling in sheer agony. Seeing this brutal display, the very last guy starts shaking uncontrollably. While he is paralyzed by the gruesome sight of his friend, Ryu Min lunges forward. Before the poor guy can even blink, he is right beside him. "So what do you and I learn here? Never attack this guy. Daring to fight with a weapon takes real guts. Let's watch this madness unfold." The scythe swings. Armor means nothing here. His arm is completely severed. He just stares, bawling his eyes out. "Writhe in pain all you want." That skull symbol floating above him, Ryu Min looks at it, the death mark buff. It doubles all damage. One slash and that armor shatters instantly. Ryu Min glances around the battlefield. Not a single guy left standing. They are all writhing in agony, groaning in the dirt. Too easy. Honestly, way too easy. Ryu Min stands there thinking, no, he cannot just let this end here. Not yet. He tightens his grip on the scythe. The guy on the ground completely panics, screaming. Ryu Min has made up his mind right here. He needs to carve this terror deep into their souls. Make sure they never dare cross him again. The archer over there, both legs slashed. Deep gashes. Trembling on the ground, totally unable to stand. The guy who attacked him with a dagger weakly begs for mercy. "Please just stop." The last guy is pale as a ghost, pleading for his life. "I am dying, please spare me." Ryu Min swings that blood-soaked scythe again. Deadpan, he tells him to shut up. "Coughing up a little blood won't kill you." Ryu Min sighs. "All right, that handles this pathetic mob. Next." His eyes lock onto a new target. Straight toward the tree where Ryu Min is cowering. Hiding is completely useless. The giant blade is raised. He swings it down. No exceptions today. The scythe targets Ryu Min right in the arm. And just like the other three guys before him, a blood-curdling scream fills the air. Ryu Min stares him down coldly, telling him to stop crying like a baby. He knows this pain. It is absolutely nothing. Ryu Min remembers the past, how this guy and his friends used to bully him mercilessly. He knows right now. This physical injury doesn't even compare to the hell they put him through. Not even close. Ryu Min grips his scythe tight and swings it. He chops off Ryu Min's other arm without a single ounce of hesitation. Rin and Sang-chun are just standing there in absolute silence watching this. A totally horrifying scene unfolding right in front of them, backed by Ryu Min's screams. Sang-chun winces in fear. This guy just severed both arms. Zero mercy whatsoever, even when the enemy had totally lost the will to fight. Sang Chun watches Ryu Min methodically slice apart one limb after another, tearing Yang Min to pieces. Most people would think this is insanely cruel, but Sang Chun, he actually really respects a guy who operates like this. Someone with a completely cold head. Sweat drips down Sang Chun's face. This is Ryu Min, the guy who dared defy their guild master. He finally stands up to ask if they are okay. Looking at the terrifying man standing before them, Sang Chun nods. Yes, all thanks to your help. Ryu Min points straight at Yang Min's pathetic group. You do not need to worry about them anymore. As you can clearly see, they are completely crippled. Time to move on and just cast our votes. Rin and Sang Chun instantly bow their heads in respect. Thank you so much for stepping in. We really appreciate it. Rin looks up at Ryu Min, her face full of hesitation. But still, won't these guys just bleed to death soon? He glares at the bleeding bodies with pure disgust. So what? They are literal trash. When he turns back, he sees her looking down, conflicted. She is way too soft for this. Ryu Min wonders why anyone would ever care if these bastards live or die. Seriously, does she think she is some kind of saint? Maybe she just has to protect her public image since she is a huge celebrity. Suddenly, Sang Chun cuts in. Mr. Ryu Min, he politely raises a hand asking for permission to speak. I have a quick question. I really hope you do not mind. Ryu Min casually shoves his hand in his pocket. What is it? Sang Chun stares at the dying group, genuinely curious. Why did you spare them? Let's pause here. Out in this world, killing isn't exactly a massive problem. If you just ended them, Yang Min lying there hears this entirely. His battered body violently flinches in fear. Ryu Min smirks. The reason he secretly respects Sang Chun. Truly worthy of being Ma Gong Rock's right-hand man. Looking down at this pathetic broken group, he finally answers. It is simple. Killing them gives me absolutely zero benefit. Sang Chun raises an eyebrow. No benefit at all. He points out the obvious logic. Leaving enemies alive like this could easily cause major trouble for them in the future. Ryu Min glances at the bleeding losers who cannot even crawl away right now. Trouble. He lets out a cold laugh. Could they even try? He turns back to explain the real strategy. Plus, reducing the player population is a bad move. The total number of successful participants would drop. Hearing that, everything clicks for Sang Chun. He nods in total agreement. Ryu Min is absolutely right. If the overall number of surviving players decreases, then the number of safe zones for the survivors gets reduced too. He looks at Ryu Min with deep respect. This guy is actually calculating every single aspect of the system. His deep understanding of how this deadly game works is completely on another level. He is seriously impressive. Sang Chun lets out a relieved sigh. Understood. We will stop wasting time on this trash. Ryu Min immediately turns his back, ready to leave. All right, I am out of here. But Sang Chun calls out to him. Wait a second, Ryu Min. He desperately wants to repay this life-saving debt. Give me your account number. I will wire you a huge reward in the real world. Ryu Min doesn't even stop walking. Nah, forget it. Sang Chun stares at his fading silhouette, completely baffled. This guy just saved their lives and doesn't even want a reward for it. He decides he absolutely must report this mysterious player to the guild master later. Suddenly, Yang Min's pathetic groans drag his attention right back to reality. His fingers twitch. He really wants to kill them, but he holds back. Just like Ryu Min said, killing this trash gains them absolutely nothing. He spits right on Yang Min's head. Pathetic bastards. He calls out for Rin to move out, and she quickly follows. Meanwhile, back at the center, players are heavily gathered around the voting area. It is absolute chaos. People shouting, begging, and arguing, please, give all your votes to me. All right, you and I are diving into the chaos. One guy yells, if you all vote for me as regional rep, I will do a phenomenal job, not him. I am fully confident I can do better. Suddenly, two men start violently shoving each other. You fat pig. The other guy gets absolutely furious. What did you just say? What did you dare call me? Seeing the physical fight break out, everyone rushes over to hold them back. Both of you, stop fighting. Even if we team up, we are way too weak right now. Fighting gets us nowhere. Exactly. Seizing the perfect opportunity, one guy steps up. He places a hand on his chest and speaks loudly. Hotheads are totally unfit to be our representative. You all should just let me handle it. But then an arm shoots up in the air. Wait, a confident guy points right at himself. My dad is a literal member of parliament. Doesn't that make me the most suitable choice for representative? But immediately after saying that, the crowd starts grilling him with heavy doubts. Your dad is a parliament member. Yeah, right. How are we supposed to believe that? Suddenly, a calm voice rings out and the entire crowd falls totally silent. Everyone turns to look. It is the guy nicknamed Mint Chocolate Boy. He speaks up smoothly. There are only 2 hours left before the voting period officially ends. We really should not waste our time arguing like this. We need to vote fast. The surrounding people hear his words and turn to him. They quickly ask him, so how do we decide who to vote for? Do you have any suggestions? He nods. Oh, he has a very good one. Hearing that, the crowd immediately starts murmuring. Wait, really? Who is it? He smiles calmly. Everyone please quiet down. A massive sinister smirk forms on his face. He thinks to himself, these fools are hanging on to my every single word. He turns his back, smiling evilly as he feels the heavy gazes of everyone. Just as he predicted, they are completely caught in his persuasion rune again. When he first acquired this crazy skill from a random dropped rune fragment, he was honestly pretty disappointed. Flashing back to when he grabbed the stone, he literally thought, what the heck is this? The glowing system interface popped up. Persuasion rune acquired. The effect boosts your persuasion power against anyone you speak to, but the effect does not apply to any targets at a higher level. Because of that level cap, he was so let down. How on earth is a persuasion skill supposed to work against monsters you cannot even talk to? But you and I both know a clever player always finds a way. It did not take long before he figured out the absolute perfect strategy. While some hunters were busy fighting off juicy goblin targets, one guy got completely pinned down, totally unable to move. Mint Chocolate Boy immediately screamed, activating his persuasion rune at the perfect time. Hey everyone, that woman over there is in terrible danger right now. Leave those puny goblins behind and go help her. Instantly, all the men seemed to lose their free will, blindly rushing over. We are coming, let us help. Help her first. He smirked to himself, knowing he could just spam this trick. He easily stole their dying goblins, stealing the experience and effortless kills. He easily racked up 100 kills. Snapping back to reality, his sinister smile widens. With a little luck, becoming the regional representative will be a total breeze. Mint Chocolate Boy channels his powerful persuasion rune and speaks up again. Everyone, we really should focus on selecting our official candidates first. We should totally narrow down the options to about 5 people, so voting is much easier. The hypnotized crowd agrees immediately, responding without a single bit of resistance. Not a bad idea. That makes total sense. We will get absolutely nowhere if everyone just keeps demanding that people vote for themselves. He raises a hand, flawlessly controlling the mob like a puppet master. Let us narrow down the list first. If you want to nominate someone right now, just raise your hand and point them out. Hearing this, a heavy-set guy immediately throws his hand up to nominate himself. Mint Chocolate Boy sees this and quickly shuts it down. Obviously, you cannot nominate yourself. If we do that, we are just right back where we started. The heavy guy hears that, completely loses interest and grunts in pure disappointment. Everyone under the rune's heavy influence murmurs in agreement. Yeah, he is totally right about that. There is no other way around it. He laughs internally. Manipulating these low-level pawns is way too easy. The entire crowd starts stressing out. Who do we nominate? I do not know anyone here. Honestly, I do not want to see anyone else but myself as the representative. He notices the dead silence and chuckles. Right on cue. It is so quiet. At this point, only the absolute standouts are going to get picked. Suddenly, one man speaks up loud and clear. I would like to nominate Mint Chocolate Boy to be our representative. The boy hears his name and feels incredibly smug. Jackpot. The man from before continues his pitch to the crowd. After all, our leader really needs to be a highly rational person and someone with actual leadership skills. The boy pretends to act super surprised, turning around to ask, wait, me? Yes, the man nods, turning to rally the crowd. Look, he is already handling this chaotic situation perfectly. Am I right? You all agree with me on this, do you not? Seeing his skill work so flawlessly, Mint Chocolate Boy chuckles inside. Just another clueless idiot. He keeps smiling, letting his power do the work. He uses the persuasion rune to speak humbly. Thank you so much for thinking highly of me. Is there anyone? But before he can finish, another person totally cuts him off. I want to nominate Black Ball. Seeing a rival nominated, he nods. Makes sense. It would be super weird if the #1 ranker from the last round was ignored. Since someone else got nominated, the floodgates open. Everyone starts competing to shout out names. Then I want to nominate the 2nd place ranker, Life is a Documentary, and I want to nominate the 3rd place ranker. Black Dragon on the right hand. Mint Chocolate Boy continues controlling the hyped up crowd. Alright, so we now have 4 candidates. There is room for just one more person. Is there anyone else? The entire room falls completely silent. Seeing this, he claps his hands to grab everyone's attention again. Let's lock in these 4 people. Then, before we officially vote, can each candidate step up and give us a quick speech? The game is on. Alright, let's dive back in. Mint Choco Boy uses his persuasion rune to speak up. Me first. This kid looks incredibly smug. He's completely obsessed with his power. Brainwashing these losers is just too easy. He keeps spamming that ancient rune to control the crowd. If I become the regional rep, I will. Suddenly, a loud voice cuts him off. Cut the crap. We're done here. Mint Choco turns around, totally shocked. It's the region's rank 2 player. Jong Sik casually scratches his ear as he steps right up to him. I'm sick of hearing your absolute garbage. Mint Choco panics and instantly tries using his persuasion rune on Jong-sik. What do you think you're doing? But Jong-sik is completely immune. He just smirks, exposing the kid right then and there. Hey, Mint Choco boy, you really think the world is that simple, that everyone's just gonna blindly follow whatever garbage comes out of your mouth? Mint Choco is absolutely terrified now. He freezes, panicking internally. What did he figure out my skill? No way, that's impossible. He's probably just guessing right. Jong-sik glares and screams right in his face. Who the hell are you to decide the regional rep, you manipulative piece of trash? Mint Choco desperately tries to keep his cool. You're crossing the line here. You know they say the words you use reflect your true character. Do you really need to be this insulting? Internally, he's praying. Come on, the rune has to work now. But Jong-sik just snaps. You little punk, the guy scowls, his anger exploding. You seriously trying to lecture me right now? You got a death wish. Mint Choco is totally stunned. His skill really isn't working on this guy. No way, that's impossible. Jong-sik then points his finger straight at the crowd. Listen up, you idiots. Forget this whole candidate garbage and vote for me right now. If you don't, I'll slaughter every single one of you. Got it. Mint Choco puts on a brave face, sighing heavily. You're honestly beyond saving. He steps forward, still acting tough. You really think anyone will listen to you acting like that? Stop embarrassing yourself and back off. Hearing this, Jong-sik goes completely silent for a second. Then boom, he whips out a massive knife, spins around and slashes Mint Choco right across the face. Blood instantly splatters everywhere. The crowd screams in pure terror. Mint Choco clutches his neck, desperately trying to stop the bleeding and speak. Jong-sik just smirks. I told you, cross me and you're dead meat. Mint Choco collapses in absolute agony, his eyes rolling back into his head as he weakly tries to choke out a sound. He hits the dirt completely lifeless. Game over for him. Jong-sik just aims his blood-soaked blade at the kid's body. The ground is completely stained red. He glares at the terrified crowd. If you don't vote for me, go dig your own graves right now. Everyone loses their minds, screaming in pure panic. He's dead. He actually killed Mint Choco. This is insane. They're looking at a total monster. Jong-sik just raises his knife, pointing it straight at the mob with dead eyes. So when anybody got an objection, come get some. The guy who nominated the kid earlier finally snaps. You absolute psycho, you've lost your damn mind. Hearing this, Jong-sik just lets out a twisted, arrogant laugh. If you won't come to me, I'll just deliver this to you personally. He grips his blade and straight up charges in, butchering anyone who dares oppose him. The entire crowd screams in absolute horror, begging for help. Jong-sik is having the time of his life. This is amazing. No cops, no laws, and definitely no cameras. He's fully unleashed, slicing through players like a mad butcher. In this twisted game, killing innocent people has zero consequences for him. Jong-sik points his dripping blade at the survivors. Vote for me or you're all next on the chopping block. Got it. The remaining players shake with pure terror, backing away. Face completely covered in blood, he thinks. They're terrified. They'll definitely vote for me now. If this keeps up, I'll easily become the regional rep. His mind shifts to Ryu Min. Ryu Min. I'm gonna slaughter that annoying bastard first. Once he's dead, I'll finally take the #1 rank. The system chimes in. Target defeated. Kill count is now 265. The system screen pops up. All stats boosted by 100% thanks to his Butcher rune, plus a triple experience buff is officially active. Level up, you are now level 16. I hit level 16 already. Ryu Min stares intently at his status window, glancing down at the massive pile of monsters he just slaughtered. He realizes the higher the level, the harder the grind. I butchered over 200 monsters in 2 hours but only leveled up 6 times. He swats the system screen away, looking on the bright side. At least hunting these beasts is practically a walk in the park now. Now here's where things get wild for our guy. Ryu Min thinks about those red stones holding both the Death and Butcher runes is totally broken. He sheathes his blade, finalizing his master plan. Yeah, it's about time. He completely stores his weapon inside his spatial inventory. Time to head back. Suddenly, the system screen flashes. Right in front of him and a teleportation circle lights up. Voting time remaining 0 hours, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. The deadline has officially arrived. Time for the main event. The system forces every player in the region back to the starting point. Even the heavily injured ones are forcibly dragged straight into the open field. Players who were right in the middle of hunting look around, completely confused by the sudden summon. Sang-chun and the others, who just spawned in, are instantly paralyzed by the absolute bloodbath in front of them. What the hell? Surrounding that insane killer is a literal mountain of mutilated player corpses. The metallic stench of fresh blood is overwhelming. What kind of massacre happened here? Ah-rin immediately slaps a hand over her mouth, sick to her stomach from the shock. Don't tell me. Did he slaughter all of them? Ryu Min just silently stares straight ahead at the carnage. Looks like Jong-sik is pulling the strings again. That absolute psycho slowly turns around, locking eyes with him. His face is completely drenched in blood. You see, Jong Sik is the boss of his own gang, and the second strongest warrior in this district. You and I both know his personality is absolute garbage. What happens next? All right, you and I are about to see something wild. That sick smirk on his face. Yeah, Ryu Min needed to defuse this ticking time bomb before it completely exploded. Ryu Min shot him a freezing glare right back, but timing is everything here. So Cho Dong-shik confidently closed the distance, stepping up to him to strike up a chat. Hey man, where exactly have you been? I've been waiting forever. Meanwhile, Ryu Min just stood there calmly, both hands shoved deep in his pockets. What do you want? He asked. The other guy put on this fake friendly face. Oh, nothing much, just one question. Cho Dong-shik looked absolutely full of himself as he made his pitch. I will cut to the chase, come work under me. Those bold words made our guy raise an eyebrow in total disbelief. Work for you. The thug just spun his little dagger around and laughed. Join me and I might just spare your life. But wait. A sudden burst of laughter from Ryu Min completely caught the thug off guard. Ryu Min didn't hesitate for a single second, firing right back. So do you want to just start fighting right now? He even threw in this incredibly mocking smirk just to push the guy's buttons a little harder. Get on your knees. Beg for your life and I might just let you walk away. Cho Dong-shik instantly twisted his face in anger, gripping his knife super tight. Good grief, get a load of this absolute lunatic. Seems like you still do not understand the reality of your situation here, but he kept right on bragging. Once I become the official area rep, Ryu Min could not care less, cutting him off mid-sentence. Is it really that hard to understand what I am saying? Pure terrifying death energy started swirling right around his hand. Boom, a massive scythe materialized out of thin air, crackling with an absolutely insane surge of raw magic. Ryu Min stared him down. I guess you would rather die here. Cho Dong-shik started shaking violently, pure panic setting in. What the heck is that insane thing? Where did he even pull a weapon like that from? Damn it, he totally messed with the wrong guy. Meanwhile, Ryu Min just stared completely ice cold. What is wrong? Cat got your tongue. The thug ground his teeth together in total frustration, cold sweat dripping down over the dried blood caked on his face. He was terrified. But somehow, this fool still tried to act incredibly tough. Hey, I am Cho Dong-shik, the absolute leader of the Cho Dong-shik gang. Do you honestly think I will ever drop to my knees for a punk like you? He lowered his stance frantically, waving that pathetic little pocket knife around, screaming at the top of his lungs. Bring that giant toy over here. You bastard. Ryu Min secretly smiled to himself. This guy was exactly as hot-headed as he remembered. All right, playtime is officially over. Dealing with a coward who talks this much trash requires strategy. If he showed off his real power right now and got all the votes, things would get way too complicated. A wicked little smirk crossed his face. He actually needed to make Cho Dong-shik the official area rep. That way he could totally use him as a perfect pawn in round 3. Plus, Ryu Min shifted his glowing red eyes straight up toward the sky. It was exactly time for the angel to arrive. Right on cue, a massive pair of glowing white wings slowly descended perfectly into the exact spot they were standing. Have all you little humans gathered up yet? Everyone in the entire zone immediately turned to stare at her. Meanwhile, Ryu Min quietly delivered a final warning while Cho Dong-shik was still standing there totally stunned. You got extremely lucky today. With a simple thought, his massive scythe vanished into thin air. Next time you try picking a fight, you better check exactly who you are messing with unless you want an early grave. Cho Dong-shik stood there absolutely frozen, completely covered in dried blood, unable to form a single coherent word. He clenched his jaw, screaming inside his own head. Damn it, I nearly had a heart attack. I am letting you off the hook today. But just you wait. Once I become the official representative, I will make that crazy punk pay 100 times over for this insult. The angel flashed a perfectly bright smile and asked the crowd, have all of you chosen your area representative yet? But then she finally noticed the absolute pile of dead bodies covering the ground, quickly realizing exactly what happened. Ah, I see. It appears that over the last 3 hours, you lot did plenty of things besides just talking. Well, obviously, if a bunch of pathetic trash like you dies, I could not care less. Looking highly amused, she just elegantly raised a single finger to initiate the next system command. All right, let us find out what happens next, shall we? Glowing blue screen suddenly popped up right in front of every surviving player, leaving them completely confused. The official vote for the area representative starts right now. Every single one of you gets exactly 1 vote. Whoever secures the highest amount of votes will become the leader. Just stare at your chosen person and mentally think the word vote. Ryu Min stood there quietly observing the glowing red text on his own screen. Any player who completely fails to cast their vote within 5 minutes will be instantly eliminated from the game and totally erased. And just like that, the giant countdown clock started ticking. 4 minutes and 59 seconds remaining. All the incredibly terrified weaker players immediately turn their heads in the exact same direction. Just look at who you want to vote for. Cho Dong-shik felt extremely smug seeing all those terrified eyes locked straight onto him. Just as I completely expected, every single one of them is looking right at me. He scanned the crowd, but then he suddenly noticed something seriously wrong. The absolute thug violently pointed his finger right at a nearby girl and roared, "Hey you, the completely chubby girl over there." She practically jumped out of her skin, stammering, "Me? Are you talking to me?" An incredibly loud argument broke out. "Do you have a death wish? Why aren't you looking at me?" No, I swear I already voted for you, I promise." Off to the side, Ryu Min just let out this deep, completely exhausted sigh. Cho Dong-shik glared at the entire crowd, loudly barking out a very clear threat. "If you do not lock your eyes on me right now, consider yourselves dead meat." The seconds kept ticking down while that loudmouth continued screaming his lungs out. Wait, who? Just turned their head away. Finally, the massive digital timer hit absolute 0. 0 minutes remaining. The beautiful angel floating in the sky looked incredibly excited as she turned back to the crowd. "Time is up. Luckily, you stupid little humans actually managed to finish voting." She happily clapped her hands together to instantly trigger the next system command. "All right, let us finally tally up those votes, shall we?" A massive holographic scoreboard flashed right into existence above their entire zone, hanging right in the middle of the air. Regional Representative Selection Event. And the final voting results are totally in. Stick with me, this gets absolutely insane. All right, you and I are checking the board. First, Life is a Documentary with 2,412 votes. Second, Ryu Min. Third, Black Dragon. Fourth, Steamed Bun. Fifth place, Cute Little Bird, with 5 votes. Cho Dong-shik stares up at the floating screen in absolute shock. Wait, I ranked first, but only 2,412 votes, and Ryu Min is right on my heels. Furious, he glares at the young men standing nearby. They immediately look away, terrified. These absolute bastards, Cho Dong-shik thinks. I strictly told every single one of them to only vote for me. Yet, they voted for Ryu Min anyway. The angel reviews the data and finally makes her announcement. The results are in. Life is a Documentary is officially your regional representative. She giggles, sounding way too cheerful. I will now grant you the authority to command, meaning you can legally order everyone around. A system notification instantly pops up. You have become the regional representative. As the official representative, you are granted command authority. After receiving this massive perk, Cho Dong-shik immediately thinks about settling his bloody score with Ryu Min. "I'll make you regret letting me live, Ryu Min, if I just command everyone to jump him." But then he suddenly freezes completely. Another floating screen appears right in front of him. "Wait, what is this?" he stammers. "Temporary skill unlocked. Command. Authority. The effect is insane. You can order other players and control them. Those players absolutely cannot resist your direct command, under any circumstances. Usage limit 10 total uses, 10 out of 10 remaining. You can only issue commands to one single player at a time. But get this, the skill does not work on A-class players. Only 10 times." Cho Dong-shik mutters. His face shifts from arrogant joy to pure shock in a second, and it ignores A-class players. Does that mean all those top guys can just totally ignore my orders? The angel's incredibly sharp eyes peek out from behind her veil. "All right then, my beloved humans. You all probably thought the voting segment was totally over by now, didn't you?" She casually drops another huge piece of information. Not quite. This round actually features a hidden quest. The crowd immediately starts buzzing with panic. Wait, what does that even mean? A hidden quest. Another blue system panel pops up, catching Sang-chun totally off guard. Round 2. Secondary quest, level up before voting. Advance to A class and find a class up item. If you succeed, you get a 50% discount coupon for today's special item. What in the world is this A class up item? Rin reads the floating text with nervous hesitation. We have to advance a class. The angel looks down at them with clear disdain. The quest window was programmed to appear automatically at level 10, but you guys honestly didn't realize it, did you? Someone scratches their head in deep anxiety. Without any monsters around, how are we supposed to level up? That complaint immediately triggers her bad side. What do you mean? The forest is absolutely crawling with monsters. With a simple gesture, she alters something drastic in their world. Now here is where you and I should pay attention. Only 80,000 people can hit A class this round. Anyway. And then she casually drops an absolute bombshell. By the way, someone in this specific area has already advanced to A class. This information hits the players like a truck. Wait, someone already advanced. Who is it? The angel snaps her fingers with perfect flair. Let's review the subquest results and find out who the lucky winner is. Right on cue, a massive glowing leaderboard immediately opens up. Round 2 subquest results for all regions. Number 1, Ryu Min Grim Reaper class level 16 at 39 minutes and 42 seconds. Number 2, Heavenly Demon Dark Knight level 10. Number 3, Idiot Mage class level 10. And for their specific region, number 1 is Ryu Min again. Grim Reaper level 16, 39 minutes. All their confused questions are instantly answered. The very first person to advance is Ryu Min. The crowd immediately shifts their attention to the guy standing casually right behind them. Wait, he is the first person in our region to advance. Ryu Min is instantly surrounded by countless players screaming in pure shock. And wait, his class is actually Grim Reaper. Everyone nervously circles around Ryu Min, whispering like crazy. Grim Reaper. What kind of insane class is that? Sounds completely overpowered, right? Is that why he casually carries that massive scythe everywhere he goes? Chodong Shik grinds his teeth bitterly, cursing to himself. Damn it all, I was just about to use my command authority on Ryu Min, but who could have predicted he would change his class at the exact worst moment? The angel approaches the glowing leaderboard to continue her speech. In round 2, rankings have been decided based entirely on the sub-quest completion order. She thoughtfully studies the displayed data and mutters, so the one who actually changed classes in our designated region is player Ryu Min. Honestly, Ryu Min is the only thing surprising her today. You didn't just claim first place in this local region, but you actually topped the entire global leaderboard too. The angel turns directly to him with a genuine look of admiration. Highly impressive. Ryu Min, your Grim Reaper class is incredibly rare, and even your chosen nickname somehow matches it perfectly. Tell me, how did you come up with that? Her question carries a heavy hint of suspicion. Did you know beforehand that you would unlock the Grim Reaper class? Ryu Min looks up, his expression completely unbothered. I honestly had zero idea I would get a class that perfectly matched my nickname. The angel lets out an intrigued sigh, like she just found something fascinating. So perhaps becoming a Grim Reaper was simply your destiny. He keeps his verbal answer incredibly short. That is correct. But deep in his own mind, he already knows everything. You and I know he's playing them all. Even the angels have zero clue how to unlock his class. They just, all right, you and I are about to see something wild. She knew this class was special. Laughing happily to herself, she actually wonders if this is destiny. Absolutely fascinating. Her interest in the player known as Ryu Min just keeps growing. To think that right here in this exact area there is actually a class changer. Does that mean he is the only one totally immune to command rights? The other players immediately snap their attention over to her bold words. He will not be affected by the command rights. Wait, what does that even mean? They ask the angel, and the angel is in such a great mood she decides to just explain it. Since we are on the topic, I might as well tell you all right now. Command rights simply do not work on humans who have acquired a class. So the area representative literally cannot force Ryu Min to do a single thing. That is just how it is. She completely exposes every single weakness of the representative. Plus, it turns out they only have 10 chances to use those command rights anyway. So just because someone happens to be the area representative absolutely does not mean they have infinite power over everyone else here. The players gasp in shock again. Only 10 uses, so that is the catch. Young Shik grinds his teeth together in absolute fury, but there is nothing he can do. Damn it, that stupid angel. He never wanted the others to find out about his secret limitation like that. But anyway, the gossip session is over, and she goes right back to her duties. Now then, we must properly reward Ryu Min for getting a class first. A powerful snap of her fingers echoes through the space. The system announces, congratulations, you have finished the quest as the top ranker in the current zone. And it gets even better. Congratulations, you have completed the quest as the #1 ranker across absolutely every single area. Ryu Min taps the glowing screen to make his choice. The system grants him the first place reward for his current area. He can now select a low-tier rare armor. Then comes the massive reward for being first place across all areas combined. He gets to choose a truly special bonus reward. Very familiar items suddenly pop up right in front of his eyes. Please select one of the following rare armors as your desired reward. The options are a heavy metal knight armor, a professional hunter leather suit, or a fully breathable magic cloak for a wizard. He quickly taps the middle gear option without even needing a second to think about it. The first choice is way too heavy. Now here is where you and I need to pay attention. The third choice offers 0 defense. Then the second golden chest bursts open to reveal more. The system prompts him to select one of the special rewards. Choose the exact bonus prize you desire. The options include an epic triple experience buff for round 3, 3,000 gold, or hidden info about round 3. He pauses to think. Since round 3 is packed with monsters, he obviously needs that triple experience multiplier. So he locks in his choice, making the best possible decision for his survival. With everything settled, a brilliant aura completely surrounds Ryu Min. Alright, the system rewards have now been fully distributed to the players. Sang Chun and Seol Ah-rin both stare at the angel with totally anxious eyes. You all can return now. The next phase will be round 3. Ryu Min, with his face completely battered and bruised, is also being forcefully sent back. This is going to be so entertaining. The angel literally cannot hide her amused smile. She confirms the round 2 results across every single area. Out of all the participants, the surviving player count is 873 million total. Area SX-45. 5 survive. 4,988 souls transfer to physical bodies in the existing dimension on May 1st, 2023. The next round will begin soon. We will see all of you again in the very next phase. Congratulations on surviving. Your soul will now transfer back to your real body. Ryu Min suddenly sits straight up in his actual bed. Absolutely terrified, he frantically wiggles his fingers first. He lets out a massive sigh of relief when he checks over his entire body to see that his hands are perfectly fine. Just as he guessed, as long as you do not die in there, your real body stays totally safe. But then, Ryu Min's face goes incredibly dark. He mutters to himself that he will never ever pick a fight with Ryu Min again. Never. Damn it all. I do not want anything to do with a heartless monster like him anymore. Meanwhile, Sang Chun is over in Seol Ah-rin's room, trying to comfort her. You worked hard, Seol Ah-rin. The girl sits down on the plush couch and replies, what did I even do? You were the one who carried the whole burden. She turns to him innocently and says, thank you for protecting me. He quickly adjusts his own necktie and looks completely away. I am your manager and your bodyguard after all, so doing all of that was just totally natural for me. Seol Ah-rin suddenly brings up the man who saved them. I really want to thank Ryu Min again too. Is there any way we can? Sang Chun explains it to her honestly. We do not know what he looks like in reality, so there is no way to find him. It seems Ryu Min wants to keep his identity completely hidden anyway. She still does not get it. He does not want to. Her manager speaks up, more clearly. Remember when I asked for his bank account to compensate him? But seeing the exact way he instantly rejected that offer, Sang Chun hesitates for a second before just saying it straight. Ryu Min knows that giving out a bank account could expose his true identity. Hearing that, Seol Ah-rin sadly looks down at the floor. Not wanting her to feel down, he quickly suggests a different idea entirely. If you really want to thank him, why not wait until the next round, find him and give him some useful items? Seol Ah-rin absolutely loves that brilliant idea. That is a great plan. I need to figure out a proper reward for him. Their conversation pauses as the entire room grows totally dark around them. Stick with me to see what happens next. Get some rest today. See you tomorrow. Sang Chun says goodbye and takes the elevator. Heading back, On suddenly felt his phone buzzing right in his pocket. He brought it up to his ear, answering with pure caution. Chairman Ma, he started. A chillingly cold voice echoed from the other end of the line. It was Director On, Sang Chun, speaking up with immediate concern. Are you not asleep yet? He asked. The chairman sounded pretty upbeat, replying, I just got back and poured myself some whiskey. Meanwhile, the elevator had only reached the 4th floor while they kept talking. I already checked the final results, On said. Chairman, I seriously want to congratulate you on successfully changing your hidden class to Dark Knight. Chairman Ma Yonlok brushed it off humbly before probing deeper. There is absolutely nothing to celebrate here. What is going on over on your end? On Sang Chun carefully gave him a quick rundown of the entire situation. CEO Aaron and I only made it to level 8. During that whole mess, we both got injured and just could not hunt anymore. The man on the phone was completely intrigued. Injured, huh? On stepped out into the basement parking lot looking around for his car. Honestly, I was actually planning to report this exact incident to you. Is now a good time? Chairman Ma stayed on the line, but he fell dead silent, realizing what On was about to say. This whole thing actually involves Ryu Min. Ma Yonlok stared out his giant window at the glowing city skyline, barking an order. Get to the hotel. I want to hear this in person. On Sang Chun fell right into professional mode. Understood, I will be there in 20 minutes. He popped his car door open to slide into the driver's seat, totally missing the dark figure hiding right by the concrete wall. The guy was wearing a heavy hood, just watching the back of the car as it slowly drove out of the basement. Ryu Min watched him leave, thinking hard. As predicted, is he heading straight to Ma Yonlok? Let us rewind exactly 10 minutes. While his little brother was completely passed out on the bed, our main character woke up to check on a few things. The system suddenly prompted him. Please think of the target you want to track and state their name. Ryu Min immediately pictured the name On Sang Chun in his head. The system instantly matched the identity and face, calculating the exact coordinates. This absolutely broken tracking feature gave Ryu Min the precise location of his target in seconds. The glowing system text read, target On Sang Chun located exactly 9 meters away. Ryu Min smirked. He is pretty close, right? Is that guy actually still up on the higher floors of this penthouse building? But then the distance numbers suddenly started spiking. It climbed higher and higher every single second, grabbing his full attention. Was his target's location shifting already? Once the tracker almost hit the 100-meter mark, his curiosity peaked. For his position to change that ridiculously fast, the guy definitely had to be taking the elevator down. But where on earth was he going this early in the morning? A brilliant thought suddenly flashed through Ryu Min's mind. Could An actually be heading straight to Ma Yonluk? He threw on his dark jacket, stepping out of the room instantly. Time to confirm this. And that brings you and I back to the present, with Ryu Min standing quietly in the parking garage. Good thing he tracked him immediately. Outside, the night sky was gloomy, heavy dark clouds almost entirely swallowing up the moon. Meanwhile, a very dangerous man was casually admiring the city skyline from his penthouse. He smiled. Tonight was truly the absolute perfect night for tailing someone. Meanwhile, Chairman Ma turned away from the glass, deciding he would just hold his temper and hear this report out first. Ma Yunlok sank down into his ridiculously expensive leather chair, his mind spinning with questions. Ryu Min. Was there a single player alive who did not know that name? The absolute monster who effortlessly secured first place in both round 1 and round 2. The chairman's fingers started tapping anxiously against his armrest. Something about this whole situation involving the number 1 rank was giving him a seriously bad feeling. He suddenly stopped tapping, freezing as a terrifying new theory just popped into his head. Could Ryu Min actually have messed with his own subordinates? Ma Yonlok raised his hand, perfectly manicured but hardened from battle. The tension in the room was suffocating. If that was the case, he definitely could not just sit back and take it. Picking a fight with his right-hand man was basically the exact same thing as directly declaring war on him. Ma Yonlok's expression turned incredibly dark as his anger boiled over. There was no way he would let anyone just casually stand in his way, no matter who they were, even the legendary rank 1. After what felt like ages of tense waiting, the exact person he called for finally arrived and knocked on the door. A highly familiar, respectful voice quickly called out from the outside hallway. "Are you inside, Sir Chairman Ma? It is me. I am An Sang-chun," the subordinate announced. The chairman immediately replied, "Yes, come on in." Ma Yunlok stood right up to formally greet his trusted right-hand man. "Director An, it is incredibly good to see you again." An confidently stepped into the lavish office, bowing with pure respect. "The pleasure is all mine, Chairman Ma." An looked genuinely relieved to be there. "Everything we have achieved is all thanks to you, sir." The chairman treated him more like an equal partner than an employee. "Oh, I barely did anything at all. We were not even in the same starting zone." Still, An deeply bowed his head, showing his absolute loyalty and respect. "Just knowing that you are here guiding us fills me with so much fighting spirit." "Thank you, sir." Ma Yonlok smiled and gestured toward the luxurious leather sofa. "You're way too good at throwing around those flattering words. Please take a seat, Director." An lifted his head, flashing a warm smile at his boss. "Flattery. I am just stating straight facts here. Even though I am a little late, congratulations on surviving the round, sir." The two men sat down to finally talk business. "Surviving, please," the chairman scoffed. Round 2 was literally as easy as taking candy from a baby. An Sang-chun kept the high praises coming without missing a beat. "Well, I also want to sincerely congratulate you on leveling up." The chairman took a slow sip of his expensive whiskey. "Oh, stop, I just got incredibly lucky." Sitting across from his powerful boss, An did not hold back the compliments. "You know what they say, sir, pure luck is basically just another type of skill. Besides, securing 2nd and 3rd place across all the entire regional zones is seriously no small feat." Ma Yonlok grinned, staring right at his loyal subordinate with pride. An was still talking, pouring it on. "Honestly, it is the absolute greatest honor of my entire life to serve a brilliant leader like you, Chairman." The chairman gently placed his half-empty crystal glass down on the table, cutting straight to the chase. "All right with you hyping me up to the heavens like? So I am guessing you want something from me." Ma Jiang-rak looks up, a faint smirk playing on his lips as he continues. "I am listening. You have a question for me, right?" And Sang-chun hesitates for a second but decides to get straight to the point. "If that is the case, sir, could you tell me exactly where to find those level-up items?" Ma Jiang-rak just leans back in his chair, completely relaxed as he answers. "It is no big secret. They just drop when I am out hunting monsters." But despite that casual answer, he is hiding a massive secret behind closed doors. The actual truth. It is all thanks to a random item he scored, the Dark Knight Rune. All right, you and I need to jump back for a second to when he was still stuck inside that other world. The angel made a final announcement. "One last thing. Say the word inventory and look inside. I have left a special reward for all of you." Ma Jiang-rak silently triggered the inventory command in his head. Immediately, a glowing system panel popped up. The Dark Knight Rune. effect. It boosts every single stat across the board, and a pitch-black aura will completely cover your weapon. And get this, that dark aura actually deals raw damage to any enemies it touches. Plus, it automatically unlocks the hidden Dark Knight special class the second you finally hit level 10. Absolute madness. He held the rune tight in his hand, feeling its overwhelming power literally surging all around him. He could not believe his luck. He could actually become a Dark Knight at level 10. Ma Gyeongra kept this insane advantage completely to himself. He knew exactly how lucky he got in round 1. That random rune was basically a cheat code to break the game. But looking at him now, his eyes remain completely cold and calculated as he maintains his strict boundaries. Even when dealing with a fiercely loyal subordinate that he genuinely treats like actual family, he still refuses to reveal everything. Why? Because absolutely anyone can change in the blink of an eye. That is just human nature. Simple as that. Breaking the tension, he turns back to the man sitting across from him. Security Chief, let us get back to the main topic at hand. Who exactly was the one that injured you? Ma Gyeongra drops the serious question, throwing out the one name he already suspects. Was it Ryu Min? And Sang Chun frantically waves his hands in denial. Wait, what? No, definitely not him, sir. In fact, he is the guy who actually saved my life. This piece of news completely throws Ma Gyeongra off guard. Save you. Give me the exact details. After spending a few minutes fully breaking down the entire chaotic situation, the boss finally gets it. So you nearly died just because some random street thugs decided to target actress S, and Sang Chun quickly nods back. Yes, sir. Ma Gyeongra processes the wild details, and Sang Chun adds, if Ryu Min had not shown up when he did, both of us would probably be dead right now. He then makes a grim addition. Even if Miss Seal Ah-rin somehow survived, the psychological trauma would have been completely devastating for her. She would never be able to work in the entertainment industry again. Ma Gyeongra falls into deep thought. So I did not just come dangerously close to losing a highly valuable subordinate, I nearly lost my entire business venture too. He picks up his half-empty glass of wine, swirling the liquid around thoughtfully. So, what exactly happened to those thugs? They are dead, right? His trusted guy reports the truth. Honestly, Ryu Min gave them an agonizing beating, far worse than death, but he actually refused to finish them off. That specific choice completely baffles Ma Gyeongra. Why in the world would he show mercy? And Sang Chun quickly clears it up. He basically said that killing them brings zero benefits, because if the total player count drops too fast, the required number of survivors to pass the round drops with it. Ma Gyeongra still feels uneasy about Ryu Min's bizarre logic. The guy is technically right, but who knows what kind of dirty tricks those thugs might pull in the future. Still, Ma Gyeongra proves he is not just some cold-blooded corporate monster. Thanks to Ryu Min, my top subordinate and my prized talent are completely fine. It looks like I seriously owe him this time. He firmly suggests they need to compensate the guy immediately, and Sang Chun nods right back. I actually brought that up too, sir. But he just flat out said it was completely unnecessary and just walked away. A sharp mastermind like Ma Gyeongra instantly catches on to the real motive. He straight up refused our generous reward money. He must be terrified of exposing his true identity. The guy is seriously cautious. The two men finally stand up from their seats. If you run into him during the next round, make sure you give him my personal thanks. I am genuinely grateful that he saved both of you. And Sang Chun gives his boss a respectful nod. I will absolutely deliver the message, Mr. Chairman. But Ma Gyeongra has one last careful instruction to give. Also, keep a close eye on him, all right? See if there is anything we can help him with behind the scenes. You know I absolutely hate owing favors. His trusted right-hand man catches the drift perfectly. Understood. Consider it done, sir. But wait, Ma Gyeongra is not quite finished yet. Hold on, I almost forgot to ask you one incredibly important detail. His tone shifts, becoming deadly serious as he asks those low-life thugs, what exactly were their nicknames? Now here is where you and I catch up with Ryu Min. Standing by a dead tree, he stares up at the brightly lit penthouse. He has been out here forever, patiently monitoring their every move. What a ridiculously loyal dog, he mutters. It is way past midnight, yet he ran straight to Ma Gyeongra's place the exact second he got back to reality. Having seen enough, Ryu Min finally turns to walk away. I better head home. At least I successfully confirmed his final destination for the night. Hanging around this area any longer is just going to look suspicious. Our hero flags down a late-night cab to head back. A massive celebrity fully sponsored by Ma Gyeongra, and she lives in my exact apartment complex. I really need to thank my little brother. This crazy coincidence takes him right back to when they first moved into the building. If the two of us had not handed out those welcome rice cakes, Ryu Min clearly remembers Seal Ah-rin's total shock when she opened her door. If we skipped that, I never would have met her, and I would be totally clueless about the secret link between An Sang-chun and her. Opening the car door, his genius mind calculates the next move. You and I both know he will use this neighbor connection. All right, you and I are watching our MC plan. Winning Zion, Locke's trust, a breeze, but taking him to round 22, that was another story. Ryu Min knew exactly what that chairman could do. Zion Locke's Dark Knight Ancient Rune was absolute madness. Honestly, it felt like literal cheating, but it definitely had massive drawbacks. No level up reward runes for starters. Plus, he was completely forced down the Dark Knight path forever. But here's the biggest flaw. A venomous snake manifests from the magic stream, completely draining his life force, because to actually use the Dark Aura, the signature Dark Knight power, you have to gather a very specific type of energy. They call it dark mana. And getting this dark mana through normal methods is totally impossible. The Dark Knight's silhouette ominously glowed, standing tall right behind a literal mountain of piled-up corpses. Honestly, this twisted skill was a perfect match for a total psychopath like Zion Locke. Ryu Min just forced a stiff smile. Teaming up with a complete lunatic like that, yeah, super dangerous. Ryu Min sat alone in the car, quietly running through his crazy plans. For now, Zion was just another candidate. Ryu Min could use him however he wanted. Suddenly, he felt a wave of real comfort, washing over him as he remembered a certain female player. There were plenty of other talented targets. The car smoothly glided down the completely empty road, carrying his grand plans. Once the sun came up, it was time to get to work. The very next day started. Let's switch gears. We are at a quiet convenience store, hearing a very heavy sigh. An older man held his head, totally stressing out. What should he even do? While he was agonizing over it, the door chimed beside him. At this rate, his store's daily revenue was going to drop by half. Juri stepped into the store with a super bright smile. Dad. He looked up and saw his daughter. Hey there, Juri. She politely greeted him right back. Hey, Dad. Why are you sighing so heavily? He finally gave in and shared his current struggle. Well, it goes like this. Lottery ticket sales have been completely suspended. Juri looked totally shocked. Why so suddenly? Her dad quickly broke down the main details for her. The government made up some smooth-sounding excuse, but people are saying it was actually because of the players. His words instantly made the girl remember those wild online articles. Nobody knows what kind of insane skills these players might use. A quick news broadcast flashed up. Local man wins the first prize lottery 4 times in a row, bagging $62.7 million. His secret: I just dreamed it. Ticket sales halted due to the consecutive wins. He let out another totally exhausted sigh. Between the high rent and labor costs, things are really tough right now. What should I even do? His incredibly sweet daughter immediately spoke up. Dad, please do not worry. She gave him a massive smile. I am graduating soon. I will be right here to help you out. Then she paused, thinking out loud. Wait, if I just get a part-time job to boost our family's income, wouldn't things get better? Her dad quickly waved his hands. Juri, let me handle the money. You just need to focus on your studies. He gently reminded her of her old dream. Your grades are amazing. Are you really skipping college? Your lifelong dream was to become a real doctor. Juri answered him with absolute calmness. Dad, I already gave up on that dream. With a world like this, why would school even matter? Her dad flinched, his expression dropping into complete sadness. You are right. Honestly, money is not important right now. If something absolutely terrible happens, you could literally die in the next survival round. He buried his face in his hands, groaning. Lately, my mind just keeps spiraling into dark thoughts. I am so sorry, Juri. She looked at his panicked, emotional state with total concern. Dad, stop. She quickly reached out and wrapped her soft hands around his rough, tired ones. Why in the world are you apologizing? None of this is your fault. He still looked incredibly awkward and ashamed, but his daughter was glowing with pure optimism as she promised him. I am totally fine. I swear I survived round 2 and even managed to get an official class. Her dad obviously didn't understand all these weird game terms. Class. To distract him, she suddenly made a gentle, light glow right from the center of her palms. Exactly. Just wait a second, Dad. A warm, incredibly gentle power started swirling all around his entire body. He grabbed his own head, completely shocked by the feeling. Whoa, what was that just now? Juri happily explained the awesome magic to her. Amazed father. This skill is called Blessing. I unlocked it from my brand new support class. It actually boosts every single one of your physical stats by just a little bit. People say it massively increases vitality for normal humans. Her dad's heavy mood instantly flipped, turning incredibly happy and completely energized. This skill is absolutely amazing. I feel so full of energy right now. Her dad's reaction made Juri giggle softly. I will totally use this skill on you all the time. Juri playfully encouraged him again. So please cheer up, okay? Seeing her warmth, he finally got his bright smile back on his face and nodded. All right, I will stay happy for you. Suddenly, the store door chimed loudly. Out of pure retail habit, he warmly called out a welcome. Ryu Min casually strolled inside wearing simple, everyday clothes. Wait, that customer. Juri leaned in and whispered to her dad, you know him. Her dad totally stuttered in shock. That guy. He's the massive lottery winner. Ryu Min walked smoothly into the aisles while the two of them were still whispering back and forth. The absolute legend who guessed the exact same number for 100 tickets. Ryu Min walked right up. Hello there, sir. Do you happen to remember me? I bought 1,000 gold worth of lottery tickets here. The confused owner answered immediately. I definitely remember you. But what are you doing back here? Suddenly, Ryu Min politely bowed to the older man. First off, I want to sincerely apologize. That unexpected move made the store owner jump in shock. Why are you suddenly apologizing to me? Ryu Min calmly explained his actual reason. I saw the breaking news today. Because I won the first prize consecutively, your store was forced to stop selling tickets entirely. Standing nearby, Juri just awkwardly sweat dropped at the wild situation. The air feels heavy as our guy apologizes. He feels terrible for accidentally damaging the shop, but the store owner quickly waves it off. Do not sweat it, kid, it is not your fault. Losing lottery sales will not starve us, the man says. Still, Ryu Min remains completely tense. He still feels incredibly guilty about the whole mess. So he reaches into his pocket, pulls out a crisp white envelope, and hands it right over. He just wants to compensate them, claiming it really is not that much money. The owner blinks in pure surprise. What is this? Right to their faces, our guy casually mentions the envelope holds 10 million won. The poor shopkeeper is instantly thrown into an absolute panic. He desperately tries to talk Ryu Min out of it. You do not need to do this, take it back. But Ryu Min absolutely refuses. Please keep it since I caused all this trouble, he insists. With that done, he turns sharply. I am heading out now. The shopkeeper tries calling out, but it is no use. Hey, wait up. The old man stares at the thick envelope, an instant headache forming. How could he possibly accept such a massive fortune? His daughter chimes in. The frantic dad shoves the bag of cash toward her. He tells her to chase the kid down. Yeah, return it right now. Juri immediately sprints down the flat, paved sidewalk after him. It doesn't take long for her to actually catch up to Ryu Min. She calls out to him. Hold on a second. He glances back with a totally blank, emotionless expression. Her cheeks are completely flushed from the hard sprint. Are you Ryu Min? He answers with a totally clueless tone. She instantly flashes a bright smile. You do not recognize me, I am Juri Min. From your class. Testing his memory, our hero pauses for a solid second. Same class, she suddenly stops right in her tracks. Don't tell me you had zero idea we are in the exact same class. Ryu Min just smiles nicely, acting super apologetic. But internally, he knows exactly what he's doing. I am sorry, I am terrible with faces. Obviously, that is a total lie. He knows her background perfectly. Juri Min. His actual classmate and the daughter of that convenience store owner. Plus, she holds a hidden super rare class. She is a buffer, meaning she provides massive stat boosts for her team. In his past life, Ryu Min actually saved her life. He swung his deadly scythe during a crazy monster raid. She thanked him endlessly afterward, making her impossible for him to ever forget. That was when he finally realized they were classmates. He was genuinely mind-blown. This kind of wild fate actually exists in this crazy world. The real reason he staged this accidental meeting, he needs her on his team. Back in reality, Juri boldly asks him out. Let us go talk somewhere. He cheerfully nods along. Sure thing. They stroll for a bit before grabbing a quiet park bench. Juri immediately whips out the thick envelope and pushes it toward him. Here, take it. Ryu Min completely fakes his surprise. Isn't this the exact money I just gave you? She stays totally firm. We absolutely cannot accept such a massive amount. Ryu Min doesn't push back right away. 10 million won is definitely a heavy burden. He knew they would try rejecting it anyway. Because she is the kind of person who hates owing anyone no matter how desperate things get. She waits, but he just won't budge. She finally speaks up again. Come on, take it. My arm is getting tired. But Ryu Min is playing the stubborn card perfectly. No way. Like I told you, that is my apology money. Taking care of that mess is the only way my conscience stays clear. She desperately tries reasoning with him again because the pile of cash is just too big. But this time, our guy interrupts her. I don't care how much it is. Take it or I will feel guilty forever. Juri finally decides to get totally honest here. Even so, this is just way too much money. It feels incredibly heavy. In his head, Ryu Min is already laughing at that. Yeah, that is exactly why I gave it to you, he thinks. He leans in closer. Just tell your dad it is fine. To me, that cash is nothing. Seriously, just take it comfortably. Juri looks even more conflicted, clutching the huge stack. Are you seriously always this stubborn? Why are you? He suddenly stands up, cutting her off. We are done talking, right? I'm leaving. The poor girl panics. Wait, hold on. She rips the envelope open, pulling out just a few bills. 10 million won is insane. I am only taking 1 million won. That settles it, right? Ryu Min smirks. Is that your call? Asked the shop owner. Juri glances up, looking totally nervous now. But my dad will definitely feel weird about this. Then our guy puts on an act. Wait, the store owner is your dad, she slowly nods. Ryu Min puts on an amazed face. Wow. I go there constantly. That is honestly fascinating. Juri awkwardly plays along with his little performance. Yeah, super interesting. The big lottery winner is actually my classmate. A weird flicker of sadness flashes in his cold eyes. Classmate. Then she brings up her earlier question. But did you really not know we are in the same class? Because I recognized you the exact second you walked in. Ryu Min sticks to his whole fake story perfectly. Sorry, but I am just really bad at remembering faces. He just smiles. Besides, this is the very first time we are actually having a real conversation, right? She looks right into his eyes, hesitating. Yeah. Finally, she drops her head down, looking seriously bummed out about it. So this is your first time hearing my name. He plays his innocent role flawlessly. Yeah, sorry about that. Staring down at the young girl's absolutely flushed and embarrassed face, he. All right, let's dive back in. He thought to himself, feeling slightly guilty pretending not to know her. Still meaning zero harm, he cast a very affectionate glance her way. Honestly, he had to play it cool to pique her interest. Meanwhile, her feet nervously shuffled against the tiled floor completely flustered. Like I just told you, my name is Juri Min, and we're in the exact same class. Juri pointed right at herself and stood up straight. And this is my face. Do you remember now? Seeing her absolutely blushing red, Ryu Min decided to stop teasing her and just gave a happy nod. I'll remember. Suddenly realizing how intensely she had just acted, Juri felt incredibly awkward. Talk about getting bowed. Randomly slapped by harsh reality. What the heck am I doing introducing myself to a classmate right before our graduation? Ryu Min then dropped a subtle hint directly at her. Well, at least I know you now. Just because we graduate, it doesn't mean we have to completely stop talking, right? Taking total advantage of the moment, he casually made a smooth move. Hey, by the way, let me grab your number. Juri totally blanked out, mildly stunned by the unexpected request. My number. Meanwhile, Ryu Min already had his shiny smartphone ready in his hand. What, asking a classmate for their number isn't weird, is it? She hurriedly reached out her hand. Give me that. Her eyes darted down completely, avoiding eye contact as she nervously typed her digits into his screen. Once finished, she quickly shoved the phone back over to him. Here. Ryu Min glanced at his freshly saved contact and grinned. Us bumping into each other like this is totally fate, so from now on, let's keep in touch. Caught entirely off guard by this charm attack, Juri could only blindly agree. Okay. Their little reunion paused. Right there as Ryu Min proactively took his leave. I gotta go now. I have some urgent business. Only then did she abruptly realize she had forgotten something important, but Ryu Min had already waved goodbye and vanished. Wait, the envelope. Left entirely alone, the bewildered girl stood totally lost in her chaotic thoughts. I still haven't returned his money. Juri grabbed her chest, feeling her racing pulse, and then instantly sprinted off in the opposite direction. Him suddenly asking for my number is definitely crazy. Oh man, my heart is beating way too fast. A warm ray of sunlight illuminated her swirling emotions, bringing absolute clarity. Even though I know he just looks at me as a classmate, I really like Ryu Min, but stick with me here, things weren't always this cheerful. Initially, they met by pure coincidence. Ryu Min was cornered by a group of bullies behind the school and she saw everything. You punk, I told you to bring the cash. You think we're just joking around? No way. Panicking, Juri quietly dialed for help on her phone. Police. Afterward, she stayed hidden behind a thick concrete pole silently, watching the lonely silhouette of that beaten young man. Was it just pure pity, or did I feel responsible because I was the one who called the cops? I tracked him just to make sure he got home safe. But honestly, thanks to that exact choice, she unexpectedly caught him working an evening shift at the convenience store. Seeing Ryu Min grinding at his part-time job as if absolutely nothing bad had happened. Just a thin glass window separated them. I realized then he is so much tougher than he looks. Even during basic cleaning duties in no more crease, their classroom, Juri's eyes were constantly glued to him. Since that day, my interest was totally locked in. She would secretly watch Ryu Min dozing off at his desk, but I never actually had the courage to speak up. Even when he went to meet his younger brother, she only dared to hide and observe. Over time, my crush on him just skyrocketed. I was way too terrified to even step foot anywhere near him. Who would have ever predicted we'd reunite like this? Juri stood frozen in place, squeezed her eyes shut, and felt insanely grateful. Now I'm feeling brave, and this is a literal gift from heaven. A gentle breeze ruffled the short hair of the newly smitten girl. I absolutely cannot pretend I don't know him after accepting 10 million won from him. Flashing a blissful, glowing smile, she pondered her next move. So, should I bite the bullet and invite him out to lunch? Meanwhile, Ryu Min was enjoying some rare downtime chilling on his bed with his phone. Suddenly, a string of texts popped up on screen. Have you eaten? Yet I have a few things to say. Could we possibly meet? Up at Sector 1, I'd love to treat you to a meal. Reading her bold request, he calmly fired back. Sure thing, but I'm paying. The girl on the other end, however, was super stubborn and aggressively insisted on buying him lunch. No, let me pay. Seeing her drop a ridiculously cute sticker, he chuckled and typed, Trust me, I have plenty of cash. But it seemed this girl was on an absolute mission to cover their upcoming food bill. But I really hate just freeloading off people. So what do you want to eat? Ryu Min stared down at the Teneve message thread they had going and felt pretty satisfied. Just as expected, she feels indebted to me, and now she's suddenly setting up lunch date. That is a phenomenally good sign. He was relaxed enough to let out a rare, genuine smirk. If I can build a bond with her, naturally roping her in as a loyal ally will be a total breeze. Locking his phone screen, he swiftly hopped out of bed, mentally scheming how to boost Jury straight to round 20. Downstairs, Ryu Woon was just chilling on the sofa when he unexpectedly spotted his older brother looking suspiciously sharp, instantly grabbing his attention. Curious, he asked out loud, Yo bro, where are you heading? Ryu Min, hearing the question, played it cool and replied, just going to meet up with a friend. Ryu Woon squinted suspiciously. A friend, not a secret girlfriend, right? Hearing his little brother's cheeky tone, he found it pretty amusing and shot back. What, is there a law against me meeting some girls? Shutting down the teasing, he firmly reminded him, I'm eating out, so don't skip your meals. Got it? Ryu Woon simply nodded, entirely cooperative. He simply replied, yes. The moment his older brother left the room, he just collapsed onto the sofa, completely frozen. His mind was absolutely blank, trying to process it all. Suddenly, it hit him. He picked up on a clue so wild it left him speechless. Stick with me here because he is literally questioning his entire reality right now. He muttered to himself, wait, is he actually going on a date? The scene shifts. We are suddenly in some super fancy high-end steakhouse when a voice speaks up. Do you happen to like steak? The guy asks cautiously. Jury is totally caught off guard by the sudden question, her face instantly turning bright red. She quickly covers her mouth. Wait, what? Seeing her completely flustered, he does not even flinch. He just calmly repeats his question. Do you like steak? Still super shy, she stammers out her reply. Yes, I really love it actually. He acts like the awkwardness isn't even there, completely unfazed by it. He casually picks up his silverware. Then eat up. After answering him, she can't help but marvel at the situation in her head. She never expected this. I cannot believe I am actually having a private dinner with Ryu Min. Today is seriously my lucky day. They eat in total silence while soft music plays. The chatter of other customers fills the background, but at their table, pure awkward silence. That is when it finally hits her just how stiff this is. Things are getting way too uncomfortable. This is getting super awkward, she thinks. I need to say something right now. Come on, just be brave. After frantically searching her brain, she finally finds a topic and blurts it out. So how exactly did you manage to win the lottery over and over again? 4 times in a row, right? He is just happily enjoying his meal, totally oblivious to the heavy tension. Hearing her question, he finally looks up. He gives her his full attention. Then, without even an ounce of shame, he makes up the most ridiculous laugh-out-loud excuse ever. Oh, that little thing. My ancestors came to me in a dream. Guess I am just lucky. Jury's imagination instantly conjures up an image of his ghostly ancestors, her eyes sparkling. She imagines the ghosts whispering, remember these numbers? Completely amazed by the thought, she leans in and asks him, in a dream, seriously so. Just how much did you actually make from that dream? His expression doesn't change one bit as he casually drops the bomb. Well, looks like I won't ever have to worry about money again. Though surviving is a whole different story. Hearing that she is suddenly reminded of something super important. Now here's a question we all want the answer to. She asks him, how was your very first trial? Taking out those nasty goblins couldn't have been easy, right? Must have been a total nightmare. He doesn't deny it for a second. Yeah, it definitely took up a lot of time. She immediately follows up. Probing for more details, she asks, which zone are you from anyway? Without a hint of annoyance, he gives her an honest answer. I completely forgot. I only remember the last digit was a 5. Looking visibly disappointed, she forces a somewhat awkward smile. Oh man, my zone ends in A.7. That is a huge bummer. Guess we won't be bumping into each other. Hearing that he just flashes this incredibly gentle smile, quietly thinking to himself, he keeps the real truth totally hidden. Don't be disappointed just yet. We are definitely going to cross paths. Eventually, all these zones are going to Merge once the survivor count starts dropping. After that little exchange, they fall right back into the usual polite back and forth small talk fishing for info. Just trying to figure each other out. So what level are you sitting at? Level I am at 10. No way, I am level 10 too. Have you picked a class yet? Nope, not yet. What about you? Honestly, after talking for a bit, the heavy tension has completely vanished. They are both way more relaxed now and Jury brightly laughs. Well, I got super lucky, I already grabbed a class change item. It is actually called a buffer. He repeats the word intrigued. A massive grin spreads across his face as he breaks down exactly what that means. So you can give your party members crazy buff effects exactly like an RPG. He asks, while inwardly sighing with massive relief. Thank God she ended up as a buffer again this time. She is absolutely buzzing with excitement to show off her new skill. She throws her hand up instantly, gathering her magical energy. Want to see it in action? I have got this insane effect called Blessing. It literally boosts every single one of your base stats. Hearing that, his eyes absolutely light up with excitement. Are you serious? Hit me with it, he says. Without hesitating, she unleashes the skill. A gorgeous glowing magical pattern erupts with brilliant colors right above his forehead. Immediately, the classic blue system screens pop up right in front of his eyes. Blessing activated. All of your base stats have been boosted, by a massive 50%. Blessing duration 2 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Seeing his stats skyrocket from her incredible buff, he is totally blown away. He stares at the crazy numbers with pure satisfaction. A special class is seriously no joke. This effect is god tier. He doesn't hold back his praises. That is seriously impressive stuff, he tells her, as he says that his mind is already racing ahead. This buff is going to literally double once she finally hits the absolute max level. A flat 100% stat boost, but of course that is only after she maxes out her level. He looks at her ridiculously satisfied. Thank God she threw that buff on him. Staring right back at her warm, friendly smile, his inner thoughts are pretty calculating. Getting this exact buff was my main objective from the very start. His mind then flashes back to the special reward item he scored a little while ago. The bonus reward for my very first class change side quest was a literal random gold pouch. As he thinks about that sweet loot, he breaks down exactly how it works. It does exactly what it says on the label. A magical bag that generates a totally random amount of gold drops heavily influenced by his luck stat. You and I know exactly what that means. The higher his luck stat gets, the richer he becomes. Snapping back to reality, he looks right at her and flashes a genuinely grateful smile. Seriously, this effect is absolutely incredible. Thanks a lot for this, Jury. She just brushes it off like it's nothing, smiling happily as she offers her support. Hey, whenever you need a blessing, just give me the word. Honestly, popping this skill doesn't drain my energy at all. Hearing her say that, he drops the formalities entirely and just gives a firm nod. Got it. All right, you and I are jumping right in. Min suddenly brings up what she wanted to discuss earlier. Didn't she say she had something to share? That is when Jury remembers what she was supposed to say, looking a bit flustered. Oh right, she was going to bring that up before, then she breaks into this incredibly gentle smile, looking so genuinely moved as she thanks him. She tells him she is super grateful for the 10 million world coins. Even her dad wanted her to pass along his thanks. And looking a little worried he might misunderstand, she quickly adds that no matter what, she will try her absolute best to pay him back soon. Hearing this makes him feel a little awkward. He really does not know how to react, so he just forces a smile. Was that all she wanted to say? He already told her not to worry about the money at all. She is not offended by his rejection, though. Instead, she looks completely amused and gives him a little suggestion. If he does not need the cash, maybe there is something else he would like. She has got it. Without missing a beat, she pulls out something she wants to hand over. She tells him to take it. Min stares at the item in her hand and asks what it is. Holding this weird purple object, she hands it right to him. She explains she got it while hunting. Since he clearly does not want her money, she figures the absolute least she could do is give him this. Her expression is just completely sincere. She really wants him to accept it. It is her way of saying thanks, so he better not refuse. After they finish eating, they split up and go their separate ways, waving goodbye. The meal was awesome, so they agree to catch up again later on. Min says his goodbyes but makes sure to warn her she needs to be extra careful in the next stage. She agrees. She smiles so happily as she hears that and replies back. They have to stay alive so they can meet again. After saying goodbye to Jury, Min slowly takes a completely solo stroll down the brick-paved road. Then he brings up his system inventory window. This is exactly where he starts checking out the information lines for the item Jury just gave to him. Low-grade purple magic crystal. Category asset. Description: a beautiful purple stone. You can actually feel the refined mana packed inside of it. Think of it like A gem you socket right into an item to boost its stats. Min carefully reads through every single line of text, completely amazed by his insane luck right here. Who would have ever thought he would actually get his hands on something like this from her? He reaches in and pulls the magic crystal out from his inventory to analyze it carefully. Just looking at this super short description, it is honestly pretty hard to figure out what it actually does. Then he holds the magic crystal up to the light, lost in deep thought. But hey, once a player hits level 20, they will realize exactly how incredibly rare this kind of item truly is. But here's a secret you and I should know. Once players hit level 20, they unlock a permanent skill. This special fusion feature completely unlocks at level 20. Its effect sounds a lot like standard weapon forging, but on a totally different level. When you use it, you can basically combine any weapon with a magic crystal. And guess what? This skill can even be upgraded, and players get the freedom to choose custom upgrades too. This is where Min breaks down the different magic crystal types. Magic crystals come in 7 total colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple. Each different colored crystal gives you its own completely unique set of powerful abilities. Red is pure damage, orange is raw strength, yellow gives you luck. These magic crystals are considered insanely rare because of their absolute top-tier, overpowered abilities in the game. Colors give completely different abilities. Red is pure damage, orange is raw strength, yellow gives you luck. These magic crystals are considered insanely rare because of their absolute top-tier, overpowered abilities in the game. Green heavily boosts your raw agility stat. Meanwhile, the blue crystal actively increases your overall intelligence. Indigo actively reduces the damage you take. And the absolute rarest one of all is the purple crystal that is resting right inside of his hand right now. Yep, the purple magic crystal is absolutely the rarest drop of them all. It has an insanely low spawn rate, and for good reason. It literally boosts every single stat across the board. Min is absolutely thrilled. He managed to get this magic crystal so incredibly early in a way nobody could ever predict. He feels super lucky to just grab one out of nowhere. That is when it finally dawns on him his personal luck is not bad at all. His real-world luck stat must actually be insanely high right now. After thinking it over, he safely stores that precious magic crystal right back into his inventory. He will use it the second he hits level 20. And right now, he decides to completely maximize the crazy effect of Jury's Blessing skill to open up his reward items. Time limit, 30 minutes and 58 seconds. Alright, maybe he should pop open the gold pouch first before the buff completely runs out on him. But wait, he suddenly remembers something super important. Hold on a second. Lost in deep thought, he sticks a hand right into his bag and starts digging around. He really needs to boost his stats with the Butcher's Rune first. Then he pulls out this tiny white pouch, filled entirely with squirming mealworms. 100 mealworms to be exact. Min stares right at the bag and starts calculating. The Butcher's Rune actually increases his stats by 1% for every single target he kills. And yes, bugs absolutely count. As long as it is a living creature, the system tallies it up. Without warning, he suddenly drops the bag straight onto the ground. There are no bugs in the other world, so he usually has to hunt monsters. But luckily for him, he is currently standing in the real world right now. Looking dead calm, he casually lifts up one foot and just says, "Sorry about this." With that, he totally stomps his foot down super hard. The system notification instantly pops up. Kill count 45 out of 100. All of his stats will be completely boosted up by 45% thanks to the Butcher's Rune effect. He just keeps stomping down, crushing those mealworms beneath his shoe over and over. Kill count 67 out of 100. Every single stat will increase by 67% from the Butcher's Rune. Every single time he brings his foot down, the kill counter just keeps rapidly climbing higher and higher until the number hits the absolute max of 100. Kill count 100 out of 100. All stats will be massively increased by the effect of the Butcher's Rune. Talk about a totally broken trick. Right after that, he immediately pulls up his system status window. Status window open. Name Ryu Min. Alias Apprentice Death. He is level 16. Class Reaper. Title, The Last Traveler. Hidden title, The First God Killer. Hidden stats, Strength +9, Intelligence +9. He is getting ridiculously overpowered right now. Let's check his stats. Agility 63. Luck 45. 0 remaining. Staring at the system screen, Ryu Min finally realizes the massive shift. His 15 luck points spiked straight up to 45. With stats looking this good, he can definitely expect a solid payout. Next up, he pulls open his inventory. Time to claim the real prize, the random gold pouch he earned as a reward. Item type consumable. Rank rare. Effect. It grants a random amount of gold anywhere from 1 to 9,999. The catch. He has to use it before the next round starts and his rank must be above rookie. A super rare drop. Awarded only to the very first player to change classes. It vanishes if the next stage starts. Plus, it scales with his luck. With that in mind, Ryu Min feels extremely confident about popping this reward. His luck is literally maxed out right now. No point waiting around, right? He immediately triggers the item use command. Instantly, the pouch of gold in his hand starts glowing. It floats up right before his eyes. Honestly, he is pretty hyped to see the payout. Even with max stats, the drop rate can totally vary. But our guy Ryu Min, he already ran the numbers. He stands there completely confident in his own prediction. Based on his previous regression luck, he expects around 3,000 to 6,000 gold. But then he sees the system screen. His jaw practically drops in pure shock. The system prompt flashes he just used the random pouch. But the notification that follows, it totally throws Ryu Min off guard. The system announces, you used the random gold pouch. You earn 9,999 gold. He freezes in total disbelief. 9,999. Ryu Min is absolutely thrilled. The payout totally smashed his expectations. He literally hit the absolute maximum jackpot. Getting that blessing buff was so worth it. The system screen quickly tallies up his total. His new balance, 16,249 gold. That is straight up enough to buy an epic tier item. The system window fades out. The item he wants drops in 2 weeks, so he needs to save up. Bright morning sunlight suddenly streams right into the apartment the two brothers share. Ryu Min steps inside, slipping off his jacket. I am home, he calls out. Seeing him return, Ryu Woon is glued to his phone but greets his older brother happily. Even with the phone covering half his face, you can clearly see that happy golden retriever energy of his. So how was the date? Ryu Woon asks. The sudden question totally throws Ryu Min off. Date, he echoes. Seeing his brother looking completely confused, Ryu Woon drops his smile. Wait, did you not just go on a date with your girlfriend? Ryu Min quickly takes a seat, totally dodging the question. Stop talking nonsense. Have you eaten lunch yet? Ryu Woon sits back down next to him, looking super happy. I ordered black bean noodles. Ryu Min rests his chin on his hand, looking at his little brother with a judging sigh. You should have ordered something better. Ryu Woon instantly pouts, crossing his arms defensively. What is wrong with black bean noodles? Do you have any idea how much I crave this? Listen closely, because that innocent complaint hides a truly heavy past for our MC. Just a month ago, the two of them were struggling to even survive. Ryu Min thinks about his massive crypto investments for a second. His Bitcoin portfolio just hit $150 million. But from past regressions, he knows it will completely crash in 2 weeks. Better cash out before that happens. Meanwhile, his brother sits right next to him, eyes literally sparkling as he stares at the screen. He is watching a luxury sports car commercial on the TV. Seeing that instantly gives Ryu Min a brilliant idea. But before doing anything, he needs to go secure a driver license. Cut to the exam room. Everyone is locked in on their tests, including Ryu Min. It is the written driving exam. Doing this over and over across multiple lives is getting seriously boring. He sighs to himself, thinking, how many times have I actually taken this test? I will just rush through it and bounce. He instantly stands up, grabbing his jacket. He casually walks out, leaving the test proctor completely stunned. Watching Ryu Min casually stroll toward the exit makes the proctor deeply suspicious. What is wrong with that kid? But then the proctor checks the computer screen and he practically jumps out of his chair. Your score is 95. You have officially passed the commercial driving written exam. The proctor is absolutely mind blown. He finished the entire test in just a few minutes and still scored 95. Meanwhile, Ryu Min knew exactly what would happen. The outcome was never in doubt. It only took him 4 days to get the physical card. Back home, he proudly flexes his shiny new driver license to his brother. Pure bragging rights. Honestly, with all his past regressions, his driving experience is unmatched. But suddenly reality hits him like a total truck. Wait a second. How many years have actually passed? How old am I? Shaking off the thought, he focuses purely on his next goal. Now that he is fully licensed, he heads straight out to buy a supercar, a red Lamborghini Aventador. He does not even hesitate, because he drove this exact same beast in his past lives. So how long does direct shipping actually take? Ryu Min casually asks. The car dealer smiles brightly at him. Sir, if you place your order today, the car will be fully delivered in exactly 1 month. Ryu Min holds the digital tablet and just nods. Sounds perfect. Let me sign for it right now. The dealer is absolutely mind blown and basically glowing with extreme happiness. Excellent choice, sir. You have such incredible taste. The salesman is laying the flattery on so incredibly thick. Ryu Min is just completely speechless. Time flies. Exactly 2 weeks later, on a beautiful, clear morning. Today is finally the perfect day too. Alright, you and I are about to see a masterclass in timing. Ryu Min checks his phone, smirking. Time to dump all his Bitcoin. His brother chimes in. Ryu Woon is totally confused by his brother's dangerously calculated expression. Did something good happen? Why is he smiling like an absolute maniac? Sitting back, Ryu Min casually drops the bomb. Little brother, I just sold all my Bitcoin. Ryu Woon sits down completely shocked, asking, seriously, how much did the price jump up? Ryu Min just deadpans $300 million. Hearing that massive number makes his brother physically jump. $300 million. Ryu Woon literally cannot sit still, his voice cracking as he demands answers. Your total lottery winnings were only $60 million. How did that turn into 300 million? Meanwhile, Min stays totally calm, answering every single panic question with a casual shrug, like it is the most obvious thing ever. Ryu Woon looks at him with pure admiration, flashing back to a month ago. When Min wanted to invest into Bitcoin, his brother tried to stop him. Yet here they are rolling in cash. Min laughs it off, claiming he had no idea it would skyrocket this insanely. Inside, he is thinking his last life only netted 280 million. Ryu Woon finally calms down a bit and asks him, so are you done investing now? Min keeps his eyes locked on the phone screen, answering his brother without missing a single beat. Of course not. Ryu Woon holds his coffee cup, smiling in relief. That is great. But that peace does not last long before Min drops another bombshell, making Ryu Woon literally spit out his coffee. Time to invest in stocks. Worried sick about his brother losing it all, Ryu Woon practically begs, bro, you do not know a single thing about the stock market. What in the world are you planning now? Min just reassures him with absolute calm, a sly smile creeping onto his face. Do not worry. He completely makes up a wild excuse just to soothe his younger brother's rising panic. I saw it in a dream. Ryu Woon physically flinches, half doubting and half believing him. Wait, did you have that weird future-predicting dream again or what? What stock are we supposed to buy this time? Min answers with pure confidence. Yeah, my dream showed me that buying right now guarantees a massive future profit. Hearing his older brother sound so certain, Ryu Woon completely gives up. Fine, just do whatever you want. Looking at his defeated younger brother, Min thinks to himself, I cannot blame Ryu Woon for worrying, but I literally know the future. Turning away, his eyes lock onto the monitor, thinking about his absolute golden goose target, the company he is going all in on. His phone screen lights up with an endless list of stock names. A specific firm currently ranked 85th on the market, valued at around $900 million. Heavenly Demon Consulting Company. Min knows Heavenly Demon Consulting is actually owned by Zion Locke. Right now, it is practically invisible, flying completely under the public radar. But stick with me here, after round 4, they release a special system and blow up overnight. Snapping back to reality, Min is super satisfied with his brilliant plan. Knowing this company will become globally famous, there is absolutely zero reason not to invest heavily right now. Holding his phone, his mind races. If he grabs enough shares to seize operational control, he can basically steer the entire company as the majority shareholder and make a completely ridiculous amount of profit. Muttering to himself, Min taps the order button on screen. First step, I will throw down $280 million and secure 31% ownership. Just then, a desperate voice completely shatters his intense concentration. Please, I am begging. Turns out it is just his younger brother with his hands clasped, praying for Min. Please let his crazy dream come true just one more time. And with that, the massive deal is done. Min stares right at the monitor as the purchase confirmation flashes. Order number 584241 secured. Transaction completely successful. Without wasting a single second, Min plots his next big move. Now all I need to do is buy the items. As night fully falls and every single light in the apartment building goes totally dark, only the brothers' unit remains illuminated from inside. The glow comes from a simple desk lamp in the dead of night. Paired with a sharp chime, the glowing blue system screen finally materializes. The store interface appears. Min lies back on his bed, hands tucked behind his head, realizing that hoarding all that gold was meant for today. He taps the equipment tab quietly, marveling at how insanely useful being rich is. As long as you have the gold, buying normal skills and items is an absolute breeze. Nothing is more convenient. The holographic screen displays his selected categories. Even though these are just standard tier goods, that does not mean rare or epic materials are totally off the table. A notification bar slowly slides into view, showing the special daily deals. Item of the day. Min is completely lost in his own tactical thoughts. This specific feature lets players buy one completely random piece of gear that resets every single day. Normally, scoring exactly what you want is basically impossible. Players have zero clue what the shop will actually stock. The items are represented by random mystery cards, totally unpredictable for the average player trying to gear up. It is a massive gamble, but for a regressor like Min, not a problem at all. He already memorized exactly what drops on which specific day. With a sly grin, he taps the daily item tab, knowing today is the exact day his required epic tier artifact drops. The system board flashes with the details. Endless rows of stats appear for today's special drop. The Dry Bone Necklace, an epic tier accessory that packs an absolutely massive punch for early players. Effects include +3 intelligence and +1% attack speed per kill, maxing out at 25% effectiveness until the current round finally ends. Restricted to novice class or higher. Durability 500. Price 4,600 gold. Sale ends at midnight. Min's voice shakes with pure joy. The exact item he desperately needs is finally here, the Dry Bone Necklace. A super wide smile breaks across his face. An artifact boosting both intelligence and attack speed and dirt cheap for those stats. We're about to witness what an overpowered regressor can really do. Time to equip this beauty. Alright, let's jump right back in. Ryu Min checks the item shop page. The system screen pops up displaying a brand new discount coupon and its rules. He earned this 50% off daily item coupon after clearing that level up quest. A sweet 50% discount coupon. It is a rare grade consumable for daily items. The effect, a flat 50% off your daily item purchase. But there is a catch. It only lasts until the next round. Novice tier or higher. The description reads, a limited reward for players who cleared the side quest in round 2. If not used by the next round, it automatically expires. Ryu Min thinks it over, his hand hovering right over the buy button. If he buys this ring with a 50% discount, the remaining gold balance actually leaves him a bit puzzled. Total gold, 13,949. Ryu Min shoots up. He has way too much gold left. He rests his chin, remembering the items he originally wanted. Initially, he planned to buy a normal tier equipment set with his leftover gold. But Ryu Min recalculates things. A few crucial support skills pop into his mind. If he can just save up another 6,000 gold, he could afford to buy an extra normal skill. And a normal skill easily beats normal equipment. He strokes his chin, a sly grin spreading across his face. He needs to farm another 6,000 gold fast. Luckily, round 3 is absolutely swarming with monsters. And just like that, time passes. May 1st, 2023. The giant crystal in the center of town pulses with a bright purple light. A massive crowd gathers, and among them, a few individuals glow with a faint golden light. This day was always bound to come. Players continuously spawn, scattering all over the round 3 game area and the central plaza. Standing right there is a massive purple crystal, radiating an intensely eye-catching light. Damn it, dragged back into the other world again. After being forced to log into the game, the confused players immediately start asking questions. It is not a forest this time. Where exactly are we? A few of them carefully inspect their surroundings, making observations. The buildings are completely destroyed, but it definitely looks like a ruined village. Hearing this, another voice suddenly chimes in to disagree. Village. It just looks like a pile of rubble. They even notice the massive towering stone walls completely enclosing the area. Look over there. There is an actual fortress wall around the village. No way. The players finally notice the flashy, undeniable presence of the massive crystal sitting right in the center. Wait, what is up with this giant gem? What exactly are we supposed to do in round 3? Meanwhile, Ryu Min stands off in the distance, quietly observing everything. This place is totally unfamiliar. Everyone looks incredibly anxious right now. But then his attention locks onto one surprisingly calm guy standing on the opposite side. And honestly, you and I both know why he's calm. The only person completely unfazed is Cho Dong-shik. As Dong-shik stands there casually, he suddenly hears someone whispering behind his back. Wait, isn't that guy our district representative? Soon enough, more and more people start secretly gossiping behind his back. Yeah, the life is a documentary guy. I heard he's an actual gang boss. He even threatened me with his sword to vote for him. As they gossip, another very familiar name gets brought up. Honestly, Ryu Min should have been our representative, not this total psycho. Suddenly, one of the players nervously raises a hand trying to quiet down his teammate. Hey, keep it down, he might hear you. He actually has real authority now, but surprisingly, Dong-shik doesn't make any threatening moves. He stays completely calm, acting like he heard absolutely nothing. Ignoring his teammate's warning, the guy scoffs. Who cares? He can only use that authority 10 times anyway. There's nothing to be scared of. The more Dong-shik listens, the more his patience runs out. He snaps his head around, glaring menacingly. Shut your mouths, you absolute punks. Hilariously, the crowd doesn't look intimidated by his threats at all. Instead, even more people start mocking him. Why is he swearing? Does he think he's the only one who can curse? Refusing to back down, Dong-shik points a finger straight at them. Who's mumbling over there? Refusing to back down, he points a finger straight at the crowd, calling them out. Which one of you punks is mumbling over there? Realizing they pushed too far, the crowd finally stops gossiping and steps back. Dong-shik's face twists into an ugly, furious scowl as he curses inwardly. Damn it, I knew this would happen. If only that angel had kept her mouth shut. Suddenly, a shiny pair of leather shoes steps forward. Huang Yongmin steps right in front of him and gives a deep, incredibly respectful bow. Hello, boss. A lot of people immediately recognize him. Confused murmurs break out. Huang Yongmin, what are you doing? But Yongmin completely ignores the questions, confidently raising his head to look at Dong Shik. He speaks with pure sincerity. Boss Life is a documentary. Cho Dong Shik, boss of the Dong Shik gang. I came here just to greet you. Dong Shik stares calmly at the guy and asks, boss, wait, are you one of my underlings? Yongmin immediately shakes his head and replies enthusiastically. Not yet, I'm just a 20-year-old kid with a massive dream of becoming a real gangster. Hearing this, Dong Shik's face fills with absolute confusion. He raises an eyebrow, thinking to himself, wants to be a gangster. Is this kid completely out of his mind? Meanwhile, Yongmin smiles brightly, his face full of absolute admiration. You are my ultimate role model. I seriously want to join the Dong Shik gang. Before Dong Shik can even reply, he is completely caught off guard by what this kid does next. Why are you? Before he can finish, Yongmin drops straight to his knees. He bows his head to the ground and shouts with intense determination. I will dedicate my entire life to following you. Please take me in. Dong Shik is so amused by this display that a wide smirk spreads across his face. You and I know he loves the ego boost. He loved it. You and I have seen plenty of crazies, but never someone this hardcore. Honestly, he really respected that wild spirit. With that thought, Dong Shik ordered him up. Get on your feet. Yongmin immediately scrambled up, answering eagerly. Yes, sir. Right after that, Dong Shik looked completely puzzled and bluntly asked, are you blind or something? Don't you know my reputation has hit rock bottom? Why follow me? Yongmin had zero shame as he replied. So what? He tightly clenched his fist, pounded his chest, and continued. You are the one guy I actually respect. Staring right at Dong Shik, his words sounded incredibly genuine and touching. As long as you take me in. I really don't care what anyone else thinks. Getting praised and practically worshipped like an absolute idol like that, Dong Shik simply couldn't hold back. A huge satisfied smirk. I really like your answer, kid. All right, then I'll take full responsibility and train you myself. Hearing this, Yongmin was incredibly grateful, bowing over and over again to thank him. Thank you so much. It's an absolute honor. Seeing this totally unhinged behavior, the bystanders were completely stunned. He really just joined the party of the guy named Life is a Documentary. Is he completely insane? Some people just couldn't help muttering that birds of a feather really do flock together. Meanwhile, Ryu Min watched this whole wild situation unfold from a distance, feeling totally satisfied. It was actually a great thing that Yongmin teamed up with Dong Shik this time. Suddenly, the angel appeared right in the sky above them, asking is absolutely everyone gathered here. She slowly scanned the massive crowd of players below and then smiled and said, let's see. Looks like we are missing 90 people today. A few players didn't understand her cryptic words at all, wondering who was missing. Someone else couldn't hold back and tried to ask what she meant. But before they could even finish, a blue system window automatically popped up right in front of them. One by one, the other players received the exact same notification. Main quest, protect the holy relic for 3 hours across all zones. Total participants, 856,003,200. Completed 0. Zone SX, 45.5. Participants, 4,900. The passing quota is 1,225. After reading the brutal details of round 3 on their screens, the other players immediately started panicking and screaming in absolute chaos. Are we really missing people? How is that even possible? The angel spoke slowly, acting like it was absolutely no big deal. There's no way. People just died out of nowhere. It seems you've all been slaughtering each other in the real world. Honestly, I was getting a little worried about just how far your little competition would go. Suddenly, one player noticed a terrifying detail on the screen and loudly yelled out to warn everyone. Wait, hold on. Everyone look at the survival quota for this round. Look closely. The rest of the players quickly checked the passing limit, and seeing how insanely restricted round 3's survival number was, they completely lost their minds in pure horror. 1,225 people. What? That's only a quarter of us left. One brave guy didn't hold back at all and loudly demanded answers from her. Hey, weird angel, is there some kind of system error? Hearing that, she laughed uncontrollably. An error. Now you and I are about to hear her casually expose their deepest fears. What exactly do you want? There's absolutely no error here. It seems you're all terrified because the number of people who can actually clear this quest is so low. Pausing for dramatic effect, she asked. But did you all forget? Hearing that, every single face in the massive crowd turned totally pale with shock. Usually only half the players survive each round. The angel didn't drop her smile for a second. Instead, it grew even more cruel as she explained. But everyone managed to survive the last round, so this time only 1/4 of the player count gets to live. Makes perfect mathematical sense, doesn't it? Faced with her twisted logic, the players were completely mind-blown, struck with sheer panic. That's insane. Her beautiful but wicked eyes stared down at the trembling humans through her veil as she bluntly stated the cold, hard facts. There is nothing unfair about this. You just need to work hard and make it into the top 25%. Then she casually moved on to the actual rules. Alright then, let's explain how round 3 works. The angels slowly broke down the mechanics of this incredibly deadly new stage. Every 30 minutes, monsters from my personal army will spawn right outside the castle gates. They will aim straight for the holy relic located at the absolute center of the village. Floating high in the sky, she gazed down at the ground. There will be a total of 4 attack waves, and you must all work together to protect the relic. She then explained just how important that glowing purple crystal truly was to their survival. You will receive bonus rewards if you successfully defend the relic for 3 full hours, but if you fail to do so, you will all face severe punishment. She also didn't forget to mention how the player rankings would work. In the end, whether you successfully defend the town or not, your final rank will be strictly determined by how many monsters you personally kill. The players listened to the terrifying rules while anxiously staring toward the massive city gates. Because of this round's nature, far more monsters will spawn than usual, but their overall strength will be significantly weaker, so it should be much easier, right? But naturally, that also means the amount of gold and experience points you get will be heavily reduced. Meanwhile, horrifying screeches echoed continuously from just outside the giant gates. Hearing the angels' new ranking rules, Zhang Shik smirked with absolute confidence. Now you and I know what happens next. So I just need to slaughter the most monsters. Simple enough. With my authority. It's going to be a total piece of cake. Right then, the angel suddenly clapped her hands together. Oh, I almost forgot, she added, with an incredibly wicked tone. The representative chosen from the previous round, the player named Life, is a documentary absolutely must. Right, you and I both know this is trouble. Acting totally normal, the angel happily explains his new command privileges. But I bet everyone here is super curious about what happens next. Pausing, she emphasizes what happens if the representative dies. A truly wicked smile spreads across her face as she brings up this thrilling topic. If the representative is killed by monsters or environmental hazards, their position is simply left completely vacant. But what if they get murdered by another player? Hearing her say this, Dong Sik freezes in absolute shock, his mind totally blanking out as his eyes widen to the max. As the angel's words become more and more suggestive, the other players standing around him start getting some seriously dark and dangerous ideas. In that specific scenario, the killer will immediately step up to become the brand new representative and receive all 10 command privileges. Finishing her speech, she claps her hands with a joyful laugh. All right then, the monsters will appear in exactly 10 minutes. For the next 3 hours, you better cooperate to survive. Finally, she shoots them a look of total contempt and casually adds, though I doubt you guys can actually pull it off. After that, she turns into a ball of light and completely vanishes, leaving Dong Sik looking like he just ate dirt. Absolutely furious, he screams curses into the empty air where she just disappeared from, and then his eyes immediately catch the intense killing intent behind him. Instead of getting ready to fight the upcoming monster wave, the other players are raising their weapons right at their own kind. Dong Sik sees this betrayal unfolding and absolutely loses his mind, consumed by pure, unadulterated rage. He summons his weapon and loudly threatens them. Come at me, you bastards, I will take every single one of you down, one by one. But these players are overflowing with killing intent, glaring at him without an ounce of fear. You act tough, but you only have 10 uses of your command privilege. The angel already confirmed it. Whoever kills this absolute bastard becomes the new representative. Some of them are even shamelessly ambitious, muttering it is even better if I become the new representative. Right at this tense moment, a shadowy figure suddenly appears. Ryu Min casually holds his weapon slowly and calmly, stepping forward from the very back of the dangerous crowd. Dong Sik panics as he sees him getting closer, stammering out in pure fear. What are you doing, Ryu Min? Stepping right beside him, our MC casually speaks up. Do not panic, I just want to talk. But the only thing Dong Sik actually registers in his panic state is being called scared, so he nervously argues back. Scared? What are you even talking about? Just say what you want. Then he quickly adds, just so you know if you plan to make me bow down. But before he can even finish his sentence, our guy interrupts. I have a proposal for you. Ignoring the guy's hesitant expression, he cuts right to the chase without beating around the bush. I am guessing you need help. Then, he hits him with an incredibly tempting offer. How about I protect you? Hearing this, Dong Sik is completely caught off guard, shocked and deeply confused. He asks, wait, what? Showing rare patience, Ryu Min repeats himself clearly. I will protect you from all the other players in this round, meaning I will act as your personal bodyguard. Now you and I know this is crazy and the other players are totally stunned. What in the world Ryu Min is going to protect? Life is a movie. Does that mean we have to fight Ryu Min now? Right at this moment, the mob hesitates, terrified of facing him. That is a bit much. What should we do now? Dong-sik listens to the surrounding players, sees them backing down in fear, unable to stop himself from thinking. I never expected this guy Ryu Min to have so much raw influence. Looking me. At their terrified reactions, it seems like this protection offer is genuinely amazing, but he quickly snaps back to reality, remembering the golden rule. Everything in this crazy world comes with a price. With a darkened expression, he asks him, "So what exactly do you want in return?" He casually brushes it off. "Oh, not much at all." But then his eyes turn incredibly sharp as he drops his one absolute condition. "You will have to follow my every single command. That is the deal." Hearing this, Dong-sik completely freezes. What? He gnashes his teeth together, thinking to himself, is he seriously asking me to become his little subordinate? Refusing to agree immediately, he decides to test the waters, asking what is the reason for giving me this offer. Ryu Min quickly and coldly replies, "I cannot say." Refusing to give up, he keeps pushing. "You say follow orders, but what kind of orders exactly?" Our MC patiently responds, "I cannot tell you that either. You just have to obey my commands unconditionally." Seeing his completely dismissive attitude, Dong-sik bitterly thinks to himself in absolute frustration. "So,
You want me to follow you forever?
damn it, think I am some easy mark." But then he pauses for a few seconds, his mind racing. "Wait a minute, what happens if I refuse? He wouldn't just attack me out of nowhere in broad daylight, right? Surely not." While he is still drowning in his own messy thoughts, Ryu Min cuts through the silence decisively. "Make a choice." Then, he adds a loaded reminder. "The others are also waiting on your decision, you know." He hesitates for a long moment, sweating. Finally, he makes his ultimate choice. "I refuse your offer." Hearing this, a terrifyingly cold glint flashes across our MC's sharp eyes, silently confirming his suspicions. Just as I thought, there is no way this arrogant bastard would just lower his pride so easily. The other players see him make this incredibly stupid choice and cannot help but break into excited predatory smiles. The fool actually refused. If he agreed, he could have just chilled while hunting. His ego is totally way too massive to take orders from anyone. Right on cue, the greedy players grip their weapons tightly, aiming straight for Dong-sik as they take turns shouting out threats. Is pride seriously more important to this guy than surviving? "All right, you and I are about to see something wild." Roman slowly watched everyone's reactions in absolute silence. Everything was playing out exactly like his past life, so he quickly made his next move. Time to draw a hard line in the sand. With that in mind, Roman turned to face Zeke, looking completely unbothered. He made his boundaries perfectly clear. "Fine. If you refuse my offer, there's nothing more I can do for you. I won't care about anything that happens here anymore." Without missing a beat, Roman turned his back and walked away. "Whether you live or die has absolutely nothing to do with me." Hearing this, the other guys started creeping forward, itching to jump in and attack. "You hear that? Ryu Min doesn't care about your fate anymore. So how about we teach you a little lesson right now, tough guy?" Zeke ground his teeth so hard, he nearly cracked them. Totally powerless, he could only grip his weapon tight. Damn it all. Was he really supposed to just swallow his pride and accept that offer? Suddenly, the system announced the game was officially starting. Wave 1 would begin shortly. Players must prepare for monster ambushes and protect the holy relic at all costs. The crowd that was literally just about to gang up on Zeke got totally interrupted by the system alert. It was time. The system dropped a quick breakdown of the basic survival rules. In exactly 30 minutes, no matter how many monsters they killed, Wave 2 would launch automatically. Hearing this, the panicked players started screaming at their teammates to group up and defend that massive glowing purple orb. Everyone needed to step up and protect the holy relic. Right on cue, the system started the official countdown timer. Time remaining until the stage ends: 2 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. While everyone else was hyper-focused on guarding the main gate, Zeke suddenly had a sobering realization. There was no way he could fight alongside guys who literally just wanted to kill him. He spun around, scanning the area for a better place to make his move. After all, this was a solo mission anyway, so he had to fly solo. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto a familiar figure calmly walking away, toward a completely different zone. Where the hell is he going? Surprisingly, Zeke decided to stealthily tail Roman from the shadows for quite a distance. Hiding safely behind a ruined building, he watched Roman from afar. Was this guy seriously planning to fight alone too? Wait, is he heading straight toward the main gate? Suddenly, a massive blaring alarm echoed through the air, signaling the official start of the bloody survival game. Wave 1. The heavy gates slowly creaked open. The system ruthlessly displayed the active player count, exactly 4,900. Then it revealed the total monster count for the first incoming attack wave. Weakened goblins, 9,800. Hordes of bloodthirsty, savage, green-skinned monsters started pouring out from the darkness, looking absolutely hideous. Their numbers just kept growing and growing right outside the city gates. Seeing that insane number, absolute terror completely washed over Zeke's pale face. 9,800 enemies. The glowing system screen popped up again with more details. Because of the stage's unique rules, these goblins only possessed 1/3 of their normal physical strength. Then, it cheerfully wished the doomed players good luck and vanished into thin air. Good luck, everyone. All that stubborn pride Zeke felt when rejecting Roman's offer. Yeah, that was completely gone now. This was pure madness. His only instinct was to run for his life, desperately sprinting as far away from the front gate as his legs could carry him. Better to hide and study the situation first. He ducked into an abandoned house, taking the creaky stairs, two at a time to reach the second floor. But wait, why wasn't Ryu Min moving an inch? Was this lunatic actually planning to fight the goblin horde at the gate completely alone? Zeke was panicking, but his brain was still racing to analyze the deadly math of this situation. Sure, the city gate acted as a natural choke point, but it was still wide enough for at least 10 monsters to rush through at once. Zeke forcefully kicked the rooftop door, open his mind spinning a mile a minute with anxious thoughts. Did Roman seriously think he could take on 10 enemies at once? Shaking his head, Zeke stepped out onto the balcony, looking down from his high vantage point to watch Roman with wide, terrified eyes. The guy was just acting arrogant because his level was slightly higher. It was obvious how this would end. Roman would just fight for 2 seconds before tucking his tail and running for his life. Down below, the goblins bared their jagged teeth, raising their crude weapons as they relentlessly charged straight toward Roman. But he didn't flinch. Zero panic. Without wasting a second, Roman hoisted his massive Grim Reaper scythe into the air, shifting perfectly into a deadly combat stance. With one terrifyingly smooth swing of his heavy weapon, he sliced right through the front line, instantly taking down 4 charging goblins. Still completely calm, our guy just glanced up as the green horde kept coming. One wave fell and another bloodthirsty pack practically threw their lives away, jumping right at him. Suddenly, Roman stepped forward. His glowing scythe became a blur of deadly light, slicing right into their vital weak points with absolute precision. In one fluid motion, he utterly slaughtered the entire frontline mob with speed that the human eye could barely even track. Watching this one-man massacre unfold from the balcony, Zeke felt a massive shockwave of absolute disbelief. Was Ryu Min seriously this overpowered? A delusional hope quickly sparked in Zeke's mind. Would he become an absolute monster like Roman once he hit level 16? Could he really reach that same god-tier strength at level 16? Suddenly, reality smacked him in the face. He finally realized just how much precious time he had completely wasted instead of grinding his levels. Now definitely wasn't the time to stand around daydreaming. He desperately needed to level up and get much stronger fast. After coming to his senses, he turned to watch the other players desperately struggling to survive the wave. By now, the brutal, chaotic war between the surviving humans and the massive goblin army had escalated into pure carnage. Stick with me, because this center plaza quickly turned into a terrifying, blood-soaked nightmare filled with absolute brutal death and desperate, agonizing screams echoing everywhere. Hey, form a wall. Block them off. The west gate is completely breached. Whatever you do, do not let those things get anywhere near the holy relic. Die, you monsters. Seeing all this madness unfold, Zeke finally stopped cowering in the shadows. Gripping his weapon tight, he marched down the stairs, preparing to. Alright, let's dive into this brutal monster hunt. Dong Sik knew he had to go slaughter some goblins too. He let out a huge shout to aggro one. Just walking experience points. In a flash, he completely slashed the beast to pieces. But right in that exact moment, he sensed a sudden wave of danger. Total danger. Without any hesitation, he drove his weapon straight through the skull of another approaching goblin. Ripping the blade right back out, he was already moving, smirking to himself with absolute confidence. Thanks to his detection rune, reading their exact movements was ridiculously easy. It was just way too simple for him. Too simple. But suddenly something blitzed right past him, grazing his face and slicing a chunk straight off his ear. Dong Sik whipped his head around. Glaring at what just attacked him, he realized something insane. An arrow. Since when do goblins know how to shoot bows? He had never seen that. Only one explanation. Another player was actively trying to assassinate him. Damn it, who was doing this? He viciously cursed in his head, absolutely furious. He didn't know who was hiding out there, but he swore to tear them into 100 pieces once he caught them. But then, completely out of nowhere, a spear violently pierced right into his lower stomach. Got him, the attacker yelled. Boiling with pure rage, Dong Sik tightly grabbed onto that very same spear. You absolute bastard, he screamed out in agony. Using every ounce of his remaining strength, he violently yanked the attacker straight toward his own reedied blade. With a brutal thrust, he buried his knife directly into the guy's chest, ripping the blade right back out. He kept cursing, fully intending to finish the job. He wanted to end him completely. Just die, he roared. But then another arrow shot out of nowhere, barely grazing right past his face. Shocked, he quickly reacted. He looked toward the trajectory and spotted another guy holding a bow. Not wasting a single second, Dong-sik fully gave into his vicious rage and immediately attacked. He snatched his spear and aimed straight for him. Seeing this, the archer panicked and desperately tried to draw his bow. But before he could even release, Dong-sik's thrown spear viciously pierced right through his skull. After brutally clearing out the rest of the attackers around him, he could finally take a breather. Clutching his bleeding stomach, he cursed he never expected other players to be a bigger threat than the actual monsters. If only he wasn't the main target. If only he wasn't the regional representative. Regret washed over him for ever being greedy enough to take the spot. Being a regional representative was honestly awful. A total joke. If he actually had a choice, he would have tossed it to someone else. Not just that, he even started thinking back to the past. He remembered that guy's previous offer. Should he have just swallowed his pride and accepted Ryu Min's help? But deep down, his massive ego completely refused it. He wouldn't yield to absolutely anyone. No way, a real man had to stand tall. He outright refused to ever become someone else's lowly subordinate. No way. There had to be another way. He started frantically looking around, desperately searching for a different solution. There had to be some way to safely hunt in peace. He needed peace without being ambushed by crazy players. Right then, he suddenly noticed another guy aggressively tearing through the goblins on the opposite side of the zone. He instantly recognized him as one of the top rankers on this battlefield. Currently sitting right at rank 3, a guy with an alias we all know. Black Dragon right arm. Now watch closely, a completely shameless smirk crossed his face. He found his perfect meat shield. He called out from behind, "Hey you." Hearing the voice, the man turned around in total confusion. What? Who's there? But giving him absolutely zero time to even react, Dong-sik immediately moved. He used his representative command authority to completely control him. Smirking at Black Dragon, right arm, Dong-sik shamelessly issued an absolute order that couldn't be refused. "From now on, you protect me." Meanwhile, Ryu Min brutally slashed through another monster. A system chime rang out, triggering his skeleton necklace's hidden passive effect. Attack speed boosted by 25%. He had defeated another goblin. His current kill count hit 502, heavily boosted by his triple experience buff. All his stats skyrocketed by 100% from the effect. His Golden Butcher rune added sweet bonus gold drops. He stared intently right at his digital screen. The glowing system board pulled up the status window. Checking his inventory, Ryu Min was honestly amazed. He had already racked up nearly 2,000 gold. A bright, confident smirk formed right on his face. At this incredible pace, he could easily gather 20,000 gold during the second monster wave. Absolutely. From out in the distance, more monsters started aggressively closing in on Ryu Min. But he stayed completely calm, lost in thought. No, he needed more. He had to hoard as much gold as possible to buy 2 common skills. If he pulled that off, he'd unlock the true heart rune. Instantly, he focused. His cold red eyes sharply swept over the approaching horde. Ryu Min wildly swung his scythe, carving a completely fatal path straight through them. The surviving beasts backed off. The monsters hesitated, growling warily in pure fear. He just let out a dark chuckle. Not going to attack, raising his bloody scythe, Ryu Min violently charged. He rushed straight into them. "Then I'll strike first." Suddenly, a blinding wave of destructive magic crashed down with a deafening explosion, sending everyone into absolute panic. What was that explosion? Players screamed in terror. Suddenly, the monster that was brutally pinning a boy down just vaporized into thin air. The rest completely vanished. The battlefield cleared out, a massive system screen flashed before them. First attack wave successfully blocked. Exhausted players everywhere let out a huge breath of relief. "Thank God, I survived." The system chimed again, displaying the results. Surviving players 3,933. Killed in action 967. All surviving players were instantly rewarded with 500 gold. One completely drained guy collapsed to the ground, panting. "Before that second wave hits, we need rest. We just need a break." Meanwhile, Ryu Min stared silently at the bodies lying in pools of crimson blood. 967 dead. Everyone fought hard, but those goblins were still incredibly deadly. Now you and I know he's looking for a specific target. Wait, where the hell was that guy? Ryu Min finally spotted Dong-sik grinding his teeth in pure stressful tension. Found him. Honestly, it was no surprise that Dong-sik managed to actually stay alive. He survived this far, though the next round would absolutely break him. Dong-sik was panting heavily, gripping his blood-stained knife for dear life as he frantically looked around. Looking around, he screamed, "Damn it!" Frowning in deep thought, Dong-sik was completely unaware of the enemy silently closing in behind him. Those bastards just wouldn't die. "All right, watch this madness." Goblins were focusing entirely on him. A guy screamed, thrusting a blade, yelling for him to just die. Before he could even reach Jung-sik, 2 others instantly ambushed him, sending him collapsing in absolute agony. The commander's symbol, glowing above his head, made Jung-sik smile totally smug. He thought to himself, "Thank God for these guys, this command authority is absolutely broken." Using them as literal human meat shields was the only reason. he survived that brutal first wave. Ryu Min stepped right in front of Jung-sik, looking back to ask, "Are you okay?" Jung-sik just stared at him, completely confused. This total psycho was still protecting him even without the command skill active. Blood poured from the nasty gash on Jung-sik's stomach, making him let out a sharp cry of pain. Crimson dripped down his hands and pure panic started creeping in. He was losing way too much blood. At this rate, could he even survive this round? He gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. Heavy drops of cold sweat completely soaked, his face dripping down with every pulse of blinding pain. But he clenched his jaw. He was going to survive this nightmare and clear this stage like it was nothing. Suddenly, both Jung-sik and Ryu Min snapped their heads around. A massive horde of monsters came rushing straight. The glowing system flared up. Wave 2 begins. 393 players versus weakened goblins and 786 hobgoblins. Because of the round's rules, the goblins were scaled down to normal strength. Gripping rusty blades, the monsters charged wildly at Ryu Min. The glowing system displayed a message wishing the players victory in this bloody battle. Ryu Min moved effortlessly, swinging his massive scythe with absolute precision, sending deadly slashes, tearing straight through the monster horde. Ryu Min pushed off the ground, launching himself high into the air for a ruthless strike. His razor-sharp curved blade crashed down, instantly slaughtering them all. Dozens of monster corpses piled up across the blood-stained ground. Ryu Min twirled his scythe, unleashing a brutal sweeping slash that completely tore through the air. A few moments later, he glanced up at the system screen. You reached level 20. Rank upgraded from mere novice to standard player. Stick with me because this changes everything. The item combination feature was finally unlocked. Ryu Min casually wiped away some sweat, feeling pretty satisfied. He finally hit level 20. Now he could actually use the combination system to craft some insanely powerful gear that you could never just buy in the shop. The system chimed in again. As a reward for leveling up, the Death Scythe has been permanently enhanced. The weapon's bonus damage just spiked from 100% to 120%. Plus, he unlocked a unique Reaper skill called Midnight. This new exclusive ability completely blacks out a massive 500-meter radius. By channeling dark energy to create an artificial night, the caster can cancel the darkness anytime they want. The next skill unlocks at level 40. He read through the glowing system text, thinking to himself, that scythe damage boost to 120% was absolutely huge. And this new Midnight skill, it perfectly synergized with his unique Reaper rune, because that ancient magic gets significantly stronger in the dark. The system pulled up the Reaper rune stats. Daytime effect. The weapon's base attack power completely doubles, but at night, his attack speed gets an insane 50% boost. Plus, resting during the nighttime drastically drops the chances of any enemies detecting you. Suddenly, another massive swarm of monsters flooded the area, rushing at Ryu Min. He just smirked, totally hyped. Welcome, boys. I actually just picked up a shiny new skill. Ryu Min's voice went dead cold. Midnight. The rushing monsters completely froze in sheer panic before a brutal slash tore right through the front lines. Another devastating critical strike ripped straight into the screaming horde without an ounce of mercy. Every single monster in his path was instantly shredded by that massive scythe. A beast let out a final roar before Ryu Min's ruthless execution. He gracefully landed, back down onto the blood-soaked ground. Right behind Ryu Min, a mountain of shredded monster corpses piled up in the dirt. The system chimed in. You have successfully crushed the second wave. Remaining players, 3,343. Total casualties, 590 dead. Every surviving player gets a sweet reward of 500 gold coins. Resting a hand on his hip, he let out a long breath. Second wave cleared. Now he wondered, should he grab a few passive skills during this brief downtime? Ryu Min reached up, tapping the glowing shop icon on the holographic system menu, thinking it over. Alright, the shop. The very first skill to buy is... He tapped the screen, locking in a specific utility skill. Detection. Ryu Min smirked as a faint magical aura completely wrapped around his body. With this, he could pinpoint any target within a solid 30-meter radius. Looks like the 30 meters around him was nothing but rotting goblin corpses. Should he save up another 20,000 gold? Without hesitating, he charged right back into the slaughter the second the system flashed. Wave 3 begins. 3,343 players versus 6,686 weakened hobgoblins. The rest of the players charged in two, throwing desperate punches at the monstrous horde. Soon enough, the system announced they successfully cleared the entire third wave. Ryu Min gritted his teeth, throwing heavy, brutal strikes at anything that moved. The relentless system flashed again. Wave 4. 3,001 players versus 6,002 weakened hobgoblins. Pure exhaustion was written across everyone's faces after they finally wiped out the entire mob. The system popped up again. You have successfully survived the fourth wave. Jung Sik's face was completely drained of color, pale as a ghost, with heavy sweat soaking his forehead. He forced himself to stay standing. Just 1 hour left. If he could hold out for 60 more minutes, he could survive and escape this hellhole. He glanced at the guys standing right in front of him, his mind spinning with dark, selfish schemes. Even though his command authority was completely tapped out, as long as these idiots kept protecting him, his life was perfectly safe. The glowing system board abruptly announced Wave 5. 2,700 players versus 10,800 gnolls. You and I know that's insane. Jung Sik stared in horror. Why so many? The system chimed in to explain. Due to the stage conditions, the gnolls have been reduced to standard strength. We wish you ultimate victory. All right, you and I are in the final stretch. Giant monsters armed with weapons charge in and the survivors roar, fighting back with everything they have. Chodong Shik calculates. He doesn't need to panic. This is actually his perfect chance to set a new record. Chodong Shik grits his teeth, absolutely burning with ambition. He plans to get even stronger and crush everyone who ever looked down on him. But a sudden piercing scream makes him flinch and spin around. An angry mob of allied players is brutally taking out his personal guards one by one. Suddenly, an attacker points straight at him. There he is. That mobster piece of trash. The area representative title belongs to me. We have to kill him right now. Panicking, Chodong Shik grabs two guys standing nearby and literally uses them as human shields to block the incoming attacks. He screams out, "You absolute savages, why attack me now? Guards, get over here and block these lunatics." But his two human shields are instantly wiped out by the angry mob before they can even react. Chodong Shik's eyes widen with pure panic. He takes a few shaky steps back, totally terrified by the sudden turn of events. Damn it, I am so dead. Chodong Shik hurriedly turns around and makes a run for it. He realizes this definitely isn't the time for hunting anymore. The angry mob behind him screams out. He is getting away. Chase him down. Catch him. His legs are moving as fast as humanly possible. He curses to himself. He just needs to survive this final wave of attacks. That is it. Suddenly, Chodong Shik skids to a halt. He spots Ryu Min standing perfectly still against the monster horde. Ryu Min. He desperately sprints over to him and begs Ryu Min, "I accept your deal. I will do whatever you want. Please, you just have to protect me from them." Ryu Min just stares at Chodong Shik in absolute silence. Chodong Shik starts panicking even more. "I said I accept your offer right now. Ryu Min, save me." Ryu Min's eyes suddenly flash with a cold, terrifying red light as he glares right at him. His answer is simple. "I refuse." Chodong Shik freezes in pure shock as Ryu Min coldly brushes him off. "I already told you I do not care. Whether you live or die here is entirely your own problem." Chodong Shik frantically screams back at him. Wait, you were the one who offered. I literally just said I would become your loyal subordinate. Why are you rejecting me now?" Ryu Min simply turns his back and walks away. "I do not need a useless subordinate who has zero command power left." Chodong Shik's face goes completely pale. He grinds his teeth in absolute rage, realizing the brat is calling him totally useless. Should have taken the deal earlier. But suddenly, his thoughts are cut short by a loud voice echoing from across the battlefield. Did everyone see that? Ryu Min completely rejected him. The angry mob slowly surrounds Chodong Shik, closing in with wicked grins on their faces. "Man, we got really lucky here. I was actually wondering what we would do if Ryu Min actually stepped in to save him." Right on cue, the deep wound on Chodong Shik's stomach starts violently dripping fresh blood. The pain is blinding. Another player laughs. "Now we can finally slaughter this guy however we want." Cornered, Chodong Shik tightly grips his combat knife and furiously roars. "Even if I die today, I am taking at least one of you scumbags to hell with me." Suddenly, Ryu Min steps forward, shoving another player out of his way. "Hey boss, you look pretty exhausted. Let me help you out." Chodong Shik stares at him, totally stunned. It is Ryu Min. A huge wave of relief washes over him. "Right, I still have you. If we make it out of here alive, I swear I will reward you." But before Chodong Shik can even finish his sentence, Ryu Min throws a brutal, bone-crushing punch right into his face. Chodong Shik instantly collapses to the dirt, gripping his bleeding face and screaming in absolute agony. "Now this is where you and I watch a brutal betrayal." Ryu Min flashes a twisted smirk. "You know what, boss? I am just going to kill you right now and finally put you out of your misery." He grabs Chodong Shik aggressively by the collar. Chodong Shik violently thrashes around, screaming, "You traitorous bastard." But Ryu Min just winds up another heavy punch right into his face, and then another, and another. Ryu Min ruthlessly batters Chodong Shik, ignoring his pathetic screams as his face swells up into a bruised, bloody mess. Chodong Shik is totally paralyzed on the ground, his eyes wide with horror and confusion. "Damn it all to hell," he thinks, helplessly glaring up at the subordinate who just smirked while completely betraying him. His blood boils with pure hatred. Without missing a beat, Ryu Min raises his foot high, gathering all his remaining strength, and delivers one final, absolutely fatal stomp straight down onto Cho Dong-shik's body. Instantly, a blue system window pops up. The area representative has been officially eliminated. All representative privileges have now been transferred to the killer. Just like that player, Ryu Min is officially crowned as the brand new area representative for District SX-45.5. He tightly clenches his fists, throwing his head back and screaming in pure ecstasy. I am the area representative now. I am the absolute king of this place. The system confirms it. You have acquired the exclusive command authority of the representative. Ryu Min's mind immediately starts racing with dark, twisted calculations. With this kind of power, I can finally force Rin to do exactly what I want. His eyes narrow sharply, with sinister intent. He glances back down at Cho Dong-shik's lifeless corpse. Do not be too mad, boss. I am going to put your precious command authority to excellent use. After all, this only happened because Cho Dong-shik was a massive coward who kept trying to run away from every single fight. Ryu Min casually turns his back and walks away silently, mocking his dead boss. Seriously, embarrassing. He then spins around to face the massive mob of players, boldly pointing a finger right at the bloody corpse. Hey, did you guys catch that? I literally just beat him to a pulp. Didn't I tell you I had a winning strategy? The stunned mob of players just blanks out for a second. Yeah. Wow, nice job. But honestly, they are totally freaked out, staring wide-eyed at his blood-soaked fists. This complete psychopath just beat a guy to death with his bare hands. That is chilling. He really is an absolute maniac. I never expected him to actually go through with it. Suddenly, a massive wave of rapid-fire questions erupts from the chaotic crowd. The whole sector is buzzing. Wait, what just happened? Is not that the same pathetic lapdog who was literally always kissing that mob boss's boots just 5 minutes ago? Did he plan this brutal betrayal right from the very start? One player shivers, completely terrified. Another guy crosses his arms, visibly annoyed. No way, a sneaky rat like him actually gets to be the area representative. Whispers spread everywhere. Hey everyone, we need a new representative. You and I both know this chaos is just starting. That's right. Ryu Min silently spun around and bolted, his mind racing with panic. Wait, were those guys seriously planning to target him next? But too bad for them, he knew exactly how to survive this deadly mess. He sprinted straight toward Ryu Min, desperately shouting out his name. Ryu Min gave him a puzzled look. What is it? Ryu Min gasped for air. You saw the system alert, right? I'm the area representative now. I have the command rights. So what? Ryu Min asked, clearly unimpressed. Placing a hand on his chest, Ryu Min quickly pitched his desperate little offer. That documentary role you offered me, I'll take it. Basically, I'll follow your every single order. But in exchange, you have to do something for me. Protect me. Ryu Min calculated his odds. The only reason Jung-sik got tossed aside was lacking command rights, so surely Ryu Min would accept this deal, right? But Ryu Min immediately shut him down. I really don't like your attitude. Hearing that cold rejection, Ryu Min was completely and utterly stunned. Excuse me, Ryu Min stared coldly at him. If you get on your knees and beg, I might consider it. Ryu Min instantly bent his knees. Pointing frantically at himself, he yelled, Are you not listening to me? I hold the command rights. Ryu Min just stared back with total indifference. And what exactly do you expect me to do? Ryu Min scoffed. You're misunderstanding something here. The only one losing out right now is you, not me. Ryu Min froze in absolute silence. A deadly smirk crossed Ryu Min's face. You want my protection, then drop down to your knees. Beg. Ryu Min gritted his teeth, shooting a nervous glance at the hostile crowd behind him. Suddenly, he whipped his head back around. Locking eyes with Ryu Min, he slammed his knees into the dirt. Bowing his head in total submission, he practically begged. I'll do whatever you say. Please just let me be your loyal subordinate. Ryu Min's glowing red eyes narrowed slightly as the pathetic man whimpered out, I am begging you. Ryu Min stared down at him quietly, evaluating his absolute worth. He had seen this pathetic display countless times before. But unlike the useless Jung-sik, Ryu Min actually still had some tactical value. At least for now. Breaking the heavy silence, Ryu Min spoke up. Fine, I accept your offer. Ryu Min aggressively bowed his head over and over again. Thank you, oh man, thank you. Ryu Min glared down at him. Stop it. Just get up. I'm sick of looking at your pathetic face. Ryu Min blinked. What? Ryu Min casually strolled past him without looking back as terrified whispers started spreading. The surrounding crowd instantly buzzed with absolute panic. How did things end up like this? Is Ryu Min seriously protecting Ryu Min? We are completely screwed. What if we just jump him all at once? A terrified guy gripping a spear immediately shut that down. Are you insane? Did you already forget how Ryu Min fights? He can easily butcher dozens of people in a blink. We don't stand a single chance against a horrifying monster like him. Ryu Min's ice-cold voice cut through the panic, terrifying the entire mob. Let me help you guys make a decision. His sharp, glowing red eyes pierce through every single person standing in front of him. You have exactly two choices. You can completely abandon the area representative title right now and just go back to quietly hunting basic monsters. Spinning his massive black scythe right in their faces, Ryu Min delivered his final brutal threat. Or you can die right here by my hands. His expression turned terrifyingly dark, his tone dripping with pure menace. Honestly, I strongly recommend you guys go ahead and choose the very first option. But hey, the second one works too. Because anyone stupid enough to draw a weapon on me, in my eyes, they aren't even human anymore. One terrified guy frantically hid his combat knife behind his back, trembling as he stared at Ryu Min. Seeing that the rest of the mob completely lost their nerve. Panicking, they turned and sprinted for their lives. I am getting out of here. Me too, still glued to the dirt, young Min stared wide-eyed at the absolute madness unfolding right in front of him. That was incredible. He couldn't believe Ryu Min made an entire mob retreat with just a few dark words. Slowly standing up, he stared at Ryu Min's back in total awe. As an enemy, the guy was a walking nightmare. But as an ally, there was literally no one safer to hide behind. Ryu Min's face remained entirely calm as he surveyed the area. With this tension finally clearing out, it looked like this chaotic stage was wrapping up. Ryu Min glanced back at the remaining players, still desperately fighting off monsters. So Wave 5 was officially cleared without a major disaster. But you and I both know Ryu Min wouldn't let things end easily. A wicked smirk crept across his face. Letting it end peacefully just wasn't his style. Breaking the silence, he called out for Huang Yong Min. The guy instantly jogged over, bowing his head. Yes, Ryu Min. Ryu Min didn't waste any time. Do exactly as I say. Keep your promise. Yong Min eagerly nodded. Of course, what should I do? Just give the order. Ryu Min slowly turned around. His glowing crimson eyes locked onto his new pawn. Use 10 of your command rights to completely destroy the sacred relics. Yong Min froze, absolutely bewildered by the insane order. Wait, what? The relics? His mind started racing in pure panic. If those relics were destroyed. Yong Min instantly recalled the terrifying warning the angel had given them earlier. If you fail to protect the relic, you will face a brutal punishment. He violently gritted his teeth, his mind totally spinning. Why would Ryu Min want this? And if he blew all 10 command rights right now, he wouldn't be able to turn C.A. Rin into his personal slave. Completely conflicted, Yong Min stuttered out, "See, can I ask why?" But Ryu Min wasn't about to give him a friendly explanation. He just glared. Shut your mouth and do exactly as I say. Desperate, Yong Min tried bargaining. Instead of 10, could I maybe just use 9? Rights. Ryu Min's voice dropped to a terrifying chill. I won't repeat myself. If you don't want to die right here, choose. Trembling, Yong Min finally caved. I understand. I will follow your orders. Satisfied, Ryu Min commanded the space with absolute authority. Also, I'll be the one designating exactly who you use those command rights on. Scanning the remaining players, Ryu Min coldly listed the usernames. Shim Sangju, Little Pepper, Don't Bother Me, Spring, Summer, Autumn. He systematically ordered force those 10 to destroy the relics. Yong Min gasped. Wait, what? He stared at the crowd ahead. All right, you and I are diving right into the madness. Did he deliberately set this up knowing his friends were involved? Just look at the bald guy glaring right at Yong Min. No way. He stands there totally helpless. He apologizes, saying it is the Ryu Min's strict order, begging the group for their understanding. His eyes suddenly flash as he mutters for them to stop bothering him. Strange floating letters appear right above their heads, leaving the whole crowd absolutely stunned. Yong Min whispers out strange names, then issues a shocking command, destroy the relic immediately. Instantly, the system blares a giant glowing warning that the sacred artifact is under direct attack. Someone yells out in total confusion. A massive explosion suddenly echoes as an armed mob circles the relic with their weapons raised. They are completely ready to smash it to pieces. Bystanders watching from a distance immediately start screaming. What on earth are you doing? Stop right now. They stare at the attackers in total shock and yell angrily. Are you guys out of your minds? Do you all want to get heavily punished? Someone has to stop them before it shatters. One guy frantically lunges forward and tackles an attacker to the ground. Stop smashing the relic right now. Cut it out. Can somebody please hold them back? Another player does not hesitate, swinging his blade wildly to take the attackers down. Meanwhile, the relic begins forming massive cracks all across its surface. Seconds later, it shatters into pieces. The system coldly announces the relic is destroyed and the main quest has failed. The interface reveals the brutal penalty. Because of this failure, the avatar of the God of Punishment will be summoned to the area within 30 minutes. The entire crowd descends into total panic. Wait, what? An avatar of punishment? What is that? The system screen flashes, survive the upcoming attack from the avatar of punishment. This brutal round will not end until the timer hits 0. Someone nervously asks the group if this means a massive boss is coming. Ryu Min smirks in amusement, staring at the hidden subquest text hovering on his system interface. Round 3. Hidden subquest activated. Fight the avatar of the god of punishment and survive. The clear reward is a massive 3,000 gold. The countdown timer shows remaining time, 29 minutes and 59 seconds. The system clearly displays the secret quest again. Survive against the mighty avatar of punishment for exactly 30 minutes. Upon clearing this, you receive 3,000 gold. Time remaining 29 minutes and 59 seconds. Hearing this, the panicked crowd instantly shifts into excited chatter. Hey, the system says we get 3,000 gold just for surviving. I told you right, protecting that old relic only gave 2,000. So this is way more profitable. Yeah, I totally agree. Ryu Min stands back quietly observing the players as they celebrate what they think is a win. This new quest reward pays out way more than even clearing the entire 5th wave. That is exactly why our main character secretly manipulated the clueless Ryu Min into breaking it. But why did Ryu Min avoid doing it himself? Well, you and I are about to see the system drop a terrifying new alert. It confirmed players attacked the artifact. The 10 individuals who smashed the relic will now face severe punishment. The glowing red system text clearly shows that all their stats are permanently slashed by 50%. The attackers turn completely pale and instantly start protesting. What a permanent 50% stat drop. We were only following orders. Damn it. A furious brown-haired guy with a bow aggressively points his finger right into Ryu Min's completely terrified face. He screams loudly. Ryu Min, you absolute bastard. Ryu Min stammers in pure panic. I am so sorry. How was I supposed to know about this brutal penalty? He completely freezes as the system chimes in yet again. Since the area representative failed to protect the relic, they will also face the exact same devastating punishment. Ryu Min is entirely overwhelmed with dread reading the system notification. All of his stats are now permanently slashed by half forever. He furiously kicks the wall in absolute rage. Son of a bitch. Standing far away, Ryu Min calmly observes the total chaos unfolding, thinking to himself, a permanent stat drop is practically a death sentence in this place. It is a fatal blow. Now it is time to prep for hunting down the avatar of punishment. He snaps his fingers and the system interface instantly pops open. The shop. Ryu Min casually reaches out and starts browsing through the available items, silently deciding to spend his leftover gold on common gear. The system displays the stats. Assassin's Hood, a common grade helmet item. Defense is 20. Agility goes up by 3. The durability sits perfectly at 250 over 250. Restricted to normal tier and above. This hood, supposedly worn by a real assassin, constantly reeks of blood like it has never been washed even once. Next, the cunning long boots, normal tier footwear. Defense 15. Plus 2 to agility and an extra 5% to action speed. Outstanding utility right here. Durability is 250 over 250, restricted to normal tier. These long black boots are super tight and might look uncomfortable, but wearing them feels surprisingly great. He figures even a tiny stat boost will make hunting this boss significantly easier overall. He confidently navigates over to the item combination menu. Time for combining. Ryu Min reaches out, selects an item from his inventory and carefully places it right into the slot. He starts fusing the gear with another item, finally mixing in a mana stone. The system quickly flashes a green success message. Combination successful. The +1 to all stats effect has been officially added to the dry bone necklace. Ryu Min stares intently at the combination menu, calculating. He can attach exactly 1 mana stone per piece of gear, so he plans to apply this exact same method to all his remaining items. Suddenly, the system chimes loudly. Combination successful. A +1 damage reduction stat is perfectly infused right into the skilled hunter's leather armor, and he is not done yet. He selects another piece of gear. The system lights up. Combination successful. +2 to strength has officially been added to the Reaper's Ryu Min. Ryu Min closes his system interface, thinking that the lowest tier mana stones really do not offer a massive boost, but hey, it is better than nothing. Down below, the crowd starts buzzing. So, is it finally starting? Stick with me, things are about to get wild. A terrified girl tightly grips her spear. I am getting seriously nervous here. A guy standing nearby claps his hands together, trying to rally everyone. Just focus on surviving for 30 minutes. All right, stick with me here. Just a few minutes. Ryu Min gritted his teeth as the crowd agreed. He's right, we just need to keep running. Ryu Min tilted his head up deep in thought. He definitely knew better. Escaping from this incarnation of the god of punishment was no joke. In his past life, out of 2,700 people, only about 500 actually survived. Players completely lost their combat abilities, collapsing on the ground. Just trying to stay alive back then was an absolute nightmare. Originally, this incarnation was a monster so insanely difficult that it took 5 level 40 players just to stand a chance against it. Ryu Min stared up at the glowing rift in the sky, but he planned to kill it right here, right now, claiming that massive reward, he recalled, the moment he took down the Betrayal. Because of that insane feat, he had earned a very specific game-changing title, the system notified, the title First Angel Slayer. The condition, be the absolute first to kill an angel. The effect when fighting against any divine creature, every single stat would double. This First Angel Slayer title was going to drastically boost all of his stats to double whenever he fought against a divine being. Suddenly, a blinding angel appeared, spreading its massive wings wide open, and this terrifying incarnation of the god of punishment was indeed a divine creature. The descending god completely captivated everyone's attention, sending the crowd into total chaos. Is that the incarnation of the god of punishment, so we just need to avoid it to survive? Isn't this scenario a little way too easy then? I thought a horde of monsters would at least show up. Ryu Min relaxed his body, letting out a heavy sigh. Damn, I was so scared. A nearby guy raised his hand, observing but saw absolutely nothing. Suddenly, the bell on the god of punishment's staff shook slightly. The god of punishment took slow, menacing steps forward. The deity glanced at its staff, then raised it high into the air. The staff slammed hard into the ground, unleashing a violently powerful wave of magic. This magical surge expanded rapidly, leaving everyone in absolute shock. The panicked crowd stared in horror as a blinding light engulfed the entire area. The system announced the incarnation of the god of punishment has established a restricted zone. The players trapped inside the magic circle panicked, desperately trying to break out, but it was completely useless. What the hell is this restricted zone? The system displayed. Unless the creator of this zone actively removes it, you are strictly forbidden from leaving the area. The faces of the relic destroyers turned incredibly pale as they anxiously shouted out, "We really can't leave." "Wait, we aren't trapped in here forever, right?" The system chimed in again. Stats of all players within the zone have dropped by 50%. The trapped players slammed their hands against the magic barrier, begging for their lives. "Get us out of here." Ryu Min quietly watched them, deep in thought. Almost 300 people got caught, one guy questioned. "What the heck is that massive sphere?" Ryu Min felt a twinge of regret, thinking, "What a shame. But there's no way I can save those 300 people now." The god of punishment suddenly crouched down. A split second later, all around the deity, thousands of swords materialized. Ryu Min turned his head away and smirked slightly. So it finally begins. The panicked players trapped inside the magic circle screamed in pure agony as the barrage of swords rained down on them. They wailed desperately, trying to dodge the razor-sharp blades flying at them. Damn it, does it expect us to dodge these things? They're practically invisible to the naked eye. From the massive body of this god of punishment, countless more swords kept materializing. Screams of terror echoed everywhere as dozens of bodies collapsed under this absolute nightmare storm of swords within the restricted zone. Once you were trapped inside, dodging those blinding light arrows was honestly something bordering on completely impossible. The atmosphere turned extremely grim. But looking at it another way, if you could just manage to dodge them, there wouldn't be any real difficulty left. Now watch this. Ryu Min suddenly made his move. While everyone else is distracted, this is my perfect opening. He locked his cold eyes onto the god of punishment, calculating everything. Just as I predicted. When hunting humans, it completely ignores its own blind spot. The exact second it drops its shield, I strike. The barrage of swords mercilessly continued attacking those trapped inside the magic circle. Ryu Min looked up at the towering magic wall, a sharp thought crossing his mind. Now is the time. He silently closed the distance, creeping right behind the god of punishment. I don't even have to worry about it turning around, it doesn't even have ears. Ryu Min gripped his massive scythe tightly, launching himself straight at the god of punishment. He quickly calculated, the distance between us is exactly 5 meters. A dark symbol marked the deity's body just as he spoke. Death mark. Ryu Min's razor-sharp scythe swung viciously toward the god of punishment. I have to land a critical finishing blow on the very first strike. The deity finally spun around, its massive eyes widening in absolute shock. Ryu Min slammed his scythe into the god of punishment. Too late to put your guard up now. The god screamed in sheer agony as strange liquid dripped from its massive head. That hit was absolutely perfect. Ryu Min spun in mid-air, unleashing another fierce slash. I hit it right in the eye. His feet smoothly touched the ground. Ryu Min stared at the god of punishment, who was now wailing miserably. Seeing the massive health bar hovering right above the deity's head, he thought, thanks to the death mark, it's already down to 60% health. Taking 40% of its health in just one single strike isn't half bad. Ryu Min immediately bolted, not even bothering to look back. It's definitely going to set up a restricted zone to hunt me down now. The god of Punishment raised its staff and the system flashed. The incarnation of the god of punishment has established a restricted zone. He forcefully leaped right out of the magic circle and finally glanced back. You and I know what comes next. Once it realizes its zone caught nothing, it will shatter it completely. All right, you and I are about to see something wild. Faster than lightning, Ryu Min dashes straight at the god of punishment, eyes locked on his target. He already took one of its eyes right, so Ryu Min swings his scythe, unleashing a razor-sharp wave of raw magic that blasts straight toward the towering deity. Might as well take the other eye while he is at it. The god screams in absolute agony as fresh wounds rip open across its massive body. He lightly lands on the dirt. Instantly, the system flashes. The god of punishment has triggered a massive restriction zone, actively crushing the stats of every single player. Trapped inside by a brutal 50%, Ryu Min just smirks. Does not matter. Missing an eye, this supposedly almighty boss is basically just a giant punching bag. All bark, no bite. Enraged, the god lets out an earth-shattering roar, summoning dozens of glowing razor-sharp swords into the air. Ryu Min frowns, realizing it is about to fire light arrows in every single direction to blast him away. The holy swords shoot upward, but Ryu Min stays completely calm. Midnight, he whispers. Instantly explosive dark magic erupts violently, swallowing the holy swords whole. The god freezes in total shock. Taking his chance, Ryu Min leaps high into the air and swings his scythe hard. Light cannot beat darkness here. The game system of this world is literally hardwired to make sure of that exact fact. His eyes glow blood red as he arcs the lethal scythe toward the divine boss. Time to end this once and for all. Ryu Min brutally slashes right through the god of punishment's massive wing. The deity screams in absolute agony as its severed wing crashes heavily to the ground. It violently spins around, glaring at him. But Ryu Min just lands another devastating blow. He easily dodges the wild, desperate strikes coming from the god, moving like a blur. Swinging his dark scythe again, Ryu Min fiercely attacks the other wing. The bleeding deity howls in horror as its last remaining wing gets brutally sliced right off. Ryu Min casually touches back down to earth. He glances up at the glowing health bar hovering above the boss, down to just 10% health now. Seeing the god suddenly freeze in place, Ryu Min immediately sprints backward. He needs to create some serious distance right now. No rushing the kill here. Suddenly, the god's entire body erupts in blinding light. The system rings out. Conditions met, the avatar's ultimate passive skill, Final Brilliant Aura, has been successfully activated. The god of punishment has officially entered a temporary state of pure, untouchable invincibility. Ryu Min watches the glowing boss with dark, calculating eyes. Once its health drops below 10%, it always triggers this exact invulnerability phase. And if he had actually chopped its head off too early, killing it later would be totally impossible. Enraged, the god lets out a deafening roar, raising its massive staff high to spawn dozens of glowing magic circles. Ryu Min tracks the chaotic energy beams blasting everywhere, grinning in pure anticipation. Come on, big guy. Show me your absolute best final effort. The boss's staff unleashes an insane storm of magical destruction. The system dings loudly. Final Brilliant Aura, remaining time, 50 seconds. The god goes on an absolute rampage, blindly attacking everything in sight. The system continues to count down. 30 seconds left. The god of punishment violently slams its staff into the ground. 10 seconds. Then 5 seconds. Ryu Min simply smirks, watching the glowing system timer steadily tick away. 1 second. Instantly, all the god's raging magic evaporates into thin air. The system flashes a warning: invincibility state has been perfectly dispelled. Without missing a beat, our MC blasts straight forward. Ryu Min coldly lifts his heavy scythe, his eyes glinting sharper than a bloody knife. With one brutal, decisive swing, he violently slashes the god. The system explodes with massive notifications. You have successfully defeated the avatar of the god of punishment. You leveled up 8,200 gold plus 4,100 bonus gold. Ryu Min stands there calmly, casually watching this supposedly almighty boss completely collapse. The system verifies his historic achievement. You are the very first player to ever defeat the god of punishment's avatar. A huge notification pops up awarding him the super rare title Challenger of the God of Punishment. He silently watches the massive corpse hit the dirt. Checking the system, he reads the new title stats. Unlock conditions: be the absolute first player to ever completely crush the god's avatar. And the buff: an insane 80% damage reduction from all holy creatures. That is absolutely broken. Suddenly, right in Ryu Min's hands, two glowing epic items instantly materialize. The system chimes happily. You have received refined ether for your legendary first kill of the god of punishment. Plus, you have also acquired the powerful Rune of Light for successfully taking down the divine boss before anyone else. He tightly grips the glowing loot in his palms. The system quickly alerts him that the brand new rune has automatically bound itself directly into the player's physical body. Ryu Min opens his system menu to check the stats, nodding to himself. Just as he predicted, he actually got his hands on the refined ether. The system details pop up: item type refined ether, a super high-grade material purified countless times. Depending on your viewing angle, it perfectly reflects a dazzling 7-color rainbow light. Ryu Min smirks. Honestly, getting this ultra-rare material was his only real motivation for hunting this boss in the first place. He scrolls through his loaded inventory, thinking deeply. He definitely needs this refined material to start crafting his ultimate god-tier gear. Ryu Min then focuses completely on his other reward. He scored the incredibly rare Rune of Light 2. Reading the text, the game system explains the Rune of Light's effect. It permanently boosts intelligence by 1 point, while holy skill effectiveness jumps by 1% for every single level. He does the math. Sitting at level 30, that means a massive 30-point intelligence boost plus a 30% buff to his skills. He smirks, realizing he absolutely will not have to stress over his intelligence stat anytime soon. Another alert chimes. Hidden side quest completed, reward granted. 3,000 gold. The terrified survivors stare at Ryu Min in pure awe. It is over. We actually survived. Oh my god, they frantically whisper, all eyes glued on him. The guy they call Ryu Min just soloed the God of Punishment's avatar without breaking a sweat. He's a complete monster. But wait, you and I aren't done yet. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoes out, making everyone freeze in shock. Unbelievable, another strange angel is gracefully floating. Hovering up in the sky, she folds her hands and looks at Ryu Min. Defeating the God of Punishment's avatar all by yourself. This is the very first time I, Olivia the Angel, have ever acknowledged a human's true strength. She floats closer to him, her eyes gleaming with absolute amusement. Should I interview you a little bit? Tell me, player Ryu Min, why exactly did you want to completely destroy the avatar of the God of Punishment? Ryu Min lets out a heavy sigh, thinking this is such a pointless question. He just shrugs casually. Because I felt like it. Olivia the Angel frowns, totally confused, staring right at him. You get the reward just by surviving, yet you still risked absolutely everything out there simply because you felt like it. Ryu Min casually replies, well, I could not just stand there and watch that thing brutally slaughter every single one of these players, could I? Everyone is completely stunned hearing this. Wait, he actually stepped up to help us. I honestly thought a guy with that much power would be super arrogant, but he is actually this kind-hearted. His personality is honestly pretty amazing. Hearing this chatter, Olivia, the angel, puts a hand to her chin, deep in thought. Stepping up to save people, in the exact same boat. I have heard that you humans are incredibly bizarre, and I suppose it is completely true. You actually managed to ignore all of your past conflicts just to band together. She gently waves her hand, sounding incredibly bored. I will simply never understand it. Ryu Min scoffs internally. Like you selfish angels could ever understand something like this. Anyway, Olivia the Angel rolls her eyes across the surviving players, her voice suddenly turning cold. You all tried very hard to survive today, but this is absolutely not the time to relax. She smirks, a highly dangerous vibe radiating from her smile. Remember, whether you get eliminated or not depends entirely on your overall performance. So you and I are about to look at the final results. The system suddenly displays the clear round 3 scores for all regions. Ryu Min level 33,631 kills. Foolish Mage level 13,982 kills. Heavenly Demon, Dark Knight level 13,963 kills. Current region 45.5. Ryu Min level 33,631 kills. Arthur the Knight level 11,687. Aaron the Summoner level 11,576 kills. Everyone stares in total disbelief, unable to take their eyes off the system board. Ryu Min killed over 3,600 monsters alone. The second place guy did not even break 1,000 kills. And it says he is already level 30. Absolutely insane. Did he get some massive experience boost or something? Ryu Min just stands there deep in thought. He knows he got an experience buff, but a player only discovers that if they take first place across every single region out there. The system suddenly chimes in. Congratulations. You have successfully completed the hidden mission by ranking number 1 across all global regions. We also want to congratulate you on completing the local mission for ranking number 1 in your current region. Your grand prize for dominating every single region out there is the special reward selection box. The system rings out again. Your exclusive reward for taking first place in this current region is the rare intermediate ring selection ticket. He quickly taps away at the holographic system board, his eyes lighting up. An intermediate ring ticket. Perfect. Right on cue, the system alerts him. You may choose one of the following rings as your reward. Please carefully touch the specific item you wish to claim today. The Gale Ring, the Blue Magic Ring, or the Extreme Resistance Ring. Ryu Min immediately presses down to select his item, judging purely by the name alone. It sounds like the weakest one, but he confidently picks the Resistance Ring. The system displays its stats. Extreme Resistance Ring, Rare Tier. Its baseline effects: grant plus 4 luck and 35 resistance. Durability is 450. Restriction is normal rank and up. This specific ring helps resist absolutely any negative status effects. Ryu Min stares intently at his new gear, knowing the truth. No matter how high your stats are getting hit with a bad status, effect is a guaranteed death sentence. Resistance does not scale with regular stats, so grabbing this now is his absolute best move. Even though right now he might not need it much since early monsters just deal raw physical damage without many crazy debuffs. But wait, here is the thing. He realizes as the system pops up again. You may choose one of the following bonus rewards. Please touch the exact prize you wish to claim. A 50% stat boost applied only to round 4, 4,000 gold, or hidden information regarding round 4. Ryu Min keeps his eyes locked on, evaluating every single option. It is true, there is no triple experience buff this time around. But honestly, the entire point of the upcoming 4th round is not about killing monsters anyway. He reaches out and makes his choice. I will take option number 2, the gold. Meanwhile, Olivia the Angel clasps her hands together, speaking with a totally wicked tone. So how is it going, humans? Have you all checked out your final rankings yet? Anyone below rank 1225 will be purged. Everyone instantly panics, begging for mercy. Wait, Angel, please hold on, I think. The system must have made a calculation error. Please check it again. I killed a massive amount of monsters out there. How can my rank be this incredibly low? Her eyes flash with pure disgust as she sneers at them. Any pathetic insect who cannot even break into the top-tier rankings. Olivia smiles ruthlessly and snaps her fingers. You will all be eliminated right this second. The failed players scream in sheer agony as a terrifying wave of magic completely engulfs them. No, please help me. The system announces round 3 is over. Total global survivors 214,007,550. Current region 45.5 survivors 1,225. Your souls will now return to your physical bodies in reality. The next round will officially begin on November 21st, 2023. You and I are definitely going to be there for it. Congratulations on surviving today. Erin suddenly jolts awake in her bed, gasping heavily for air. She looks down at her hands, then touches her face with overwhelming relief. I actually made it back. I somehow survived the 3rd round. Erin hurriedly jumps right out of bed. No, wait, it is not just that. I even managed to. She even unlocked the summoner class. Seal Rin smiles, looking up at the winged creature that just appeared. She actually summoned a fairy spirit. She smiles gently as the winged spirit lands on her shoulder. This little guy sticks with her through every round. We are about to see her true power. Clearing round 3 safely was all thanks to these cute fairies putting up shields. Oh, and because her bodyguard completely distracted the enemy. But there is one more thing. Seal Rin stares intently at the system panel floating right in front of her. She realizes she ranked in the top 3. She reaches out and pulls her reward straight from the system window. Holding the glowing magic stone, she cannot help but wonder to herself, would Ryu Min actually like this magic stone she just got as a reward? Meanwhile, Yang Min reaches out and grabs a lamp. He violently smashes the nightstand lamp against the wall, shattering it completely. Yang Min grits his teeth, roaring out in pure, unfiltered rage. Damn it, Ryu Min. The system just notified him of his penalty. All of his stats drop by 50%, permanently. He sharply turns. He storms over to his bed, cursing under his breath. Son of a bitch. If he knew this would happen, he never would have ordered those guys to destroy the relic. A sudden phone ring makes him flinch. Yang Min picks up the phone and his entire face goes pale the second he looks at the screen. He is completely doomed. Yang Min stares at the phone in total panic. Seeing Seung Han is calling, he knows is totally game over for him. He nervously answers the call. Seung Han instantly loud cursing explodes from the phone. Hey, are you out of your mind? Seung Han listens to Yang Min with clenched teeth. What is wrong with you guys? He furiously screams at him.
Do not play dumb with me right now. Do you have any idea that because of you our lives are basically over? How could you
use your commander authority to boss your own friends around and still dare to call yourself a human? Yang Min loudly tries to defend himself. Hey, listen, I had absolutely no other choice. If I did not follow orders, Ryu Min would have killed me. Hearing this, Seung Han snaps back. Then you should have just died. The harsh words leave Yang Min completely stunned. Furious, Seung Han keeps spitting out absolute venom. Honestly, instead of hurting your friends, you should have just gone to sleep forever. Ryu Min gets defensive and yells back, "You bastard, how is this even fair to me? Can you not see my stats got slashed just because I was the zone rep?" Seung Han does not hold back for a single second. He ruthlessly scolds him. "You act like you are the only one who lost stats. We literally got used and betrayed by our own friend. Now you and I both know the truth here. If he had not been so greedy for that representative spot, none of this would have happened. You backstabbing dog." His voice through the phone is completely losing control, leaving Ryu Min stunned in total heavy silence. He panicked and called out, "Hey Kim Seung Han." But the guy refuses to listen, bluntly declaring, "Never call me again. Whether we are in the real world or that other dimension, just pretend you do not know me. Because if I ever see your face again, I will probably lose my mind and kill you." Staring at the phone in his hand, he lets out a helpless sigh, then frantically dials numbers for his other teammates. "Did I even do anything wrong to deserve this? I am a victim here too." In his head, he plans to get the others to crush that bastard. But the automated voice says the number you dialed is unreachable. The message catches him completely off guard. Before the message even finishes playing, Ryu Min gets so furious he violently throws the phone away. "Please call again later," he curses at those absolute dogs. Then he just stands there in dead silence, sinking into his dark thoughts. Right. Friends, who the hell needs them anyway? Everyone just lives their own life. What did that guy even say? If he sees my face again, he will kill me. He actually wants to fight me. Right after that, he grits his teeth in boiling rage. "Next time we cross paths, just try it. I will slaughter every single one of you." Meanwhile, at a high-end hotel, a voice echoes out, "Come in, unit leader On." A question immediately follows. "You managed to survive and return again." On Sang-chun stands there, bowing his head to answer. "I ran into some trouble." Gyeong-rak, sitting casually at his grand office desk, asks him round 3. "Must have been pretty tough. Are you okay?" He respectfully replies, "Yes, sir. I did not face too much trouble. Maybe it is because the monsters have gotten weaker." Gyeong-rak continues probing him for details. "What level are you at now? Got a class yet?" Sang-chun politely answers. "Well, sir, I am currently level 11. My class is actually Knight, and Rin is at the exact same level as me right now." He adds, "But her class is completely different. She is a summoner." This rare detail takes Gyeong-rak by total surprise. "A summoner," he speaks up. "Truly impressive. I highly doubt that is a standard class." Sang-chun raises his hand, recounting the event. "Honestly, I was shocked too. Right after her class changed, she instantly summoned a fairy spirit to create a massive shield. Thanks to her, I was able to hunt safely without any real danger." Gyeong-rak thinks for a moment, then offers some praise. "Very good." He looks amused and tells him to maintain that relationship with actress Seo, like he has been doing. "If you want, you can even date her." Hearing this, he gets super flustered. "Date her? Sir, what exactly do you mean by that?" He gives a faint smirk and explains, "I am just saying dating makes it way easier to uncover someone's weaknesses. I definitely do not mean you should date her seriously." Sang-chun looks totally confused now. So should I actually date her or not, seeing his subordinate look so lost? He laughs out loud. "It has been a long time since I have seen you this flustered." He tells him if it is too complicated, just drop it. Hearing that simple answer, Sang-chun finally breathes a massive sigh of relief. "Ah, I understand now. Anyway, Seo, Rin probably does not even like me." Gyeong-rak looks totally curious. "Why not? You're a reliable and seriously manly guy." Sang-chun sighs in response. "She's still super formal with me. She just calls me her bodyguard." Gyeong-rak just shrugs it off completely. "Is that so?" Crossing his legs, he gets right down to business. "Anyway, what's this urgent report you wanted to give me today?" Sang-chun nervously bows his head low. "First off, I need to deeply apologize to you, sir." Gyeong-rak raises an eyebrow. "Why?" Sang-chun completely admits his failure. "I couldn't carry out your strict orders to assist Ryu Min, and I also entirely failed to pass your message to him either." Gyeong-rak stays totally calm and collected. "Is that right? I am assuming you have a solid reason for this." He nods quickly. "Yes, sir, here is what happened." They sit down as Sang-chun explains the situation. Gyeong-rak listens in absolute silence, entirely focused on every single word. Taking it all in, he rests his hand over his mouth, deep in thought. The incarnation of the god of punishment sounds like an absolutely massive threat. "And Ryu Min actually killed it." Sang-chun nods firmly. "Yes, sir. He used overwhelmingly powerful skills to totally wipe it out. It was honestly like he already knew exactly how to win." He hesitates, finally sharing his honest impression. "Ryu Min just does not seem like the kind of guy who needs anyone's help." Gyeong-rak thinks intensely about this. So his overall stats really are completely beyond our imagination. It is honestly embarrassing. He actually thought he was strong enough with his very own Dark Knight rune backing him. His eyes literally glow golden with pure, intense anticipation. Ryu Min. If the chance ever comes, he definitely wants to meet this guy personally. Then he finally speaks up. You had a perfectly valid reason, so I am not going to hold you responsible. But Sang-chun just keeps relentlessly apologizing. I am so terribly sorry. Hyung Rock just grabs his drink completely, brushing the issue off. All right, that is enough. What about the search for those thugs? Sang-chun reports. Every single thing he has uncovered so far, the lead guy goes by Ryu Min, assuming that is his actual real name all over the country. There are dozens of guys with that exact same name, but if he is in his 20s and living in Seoul, that totally narrows it down to only about 5 people. Hyung Rock immediately asks for their exact locations. Sang-chun looks totally awkward right now. Well, the private detective agency just told us that pinning down their actual home addresses will easily take a full month. Hyung Rock lets out a massive heavy sigh. A month. That means waiting until after round 4 to finally track them all down. Sang-chun grabs the bottle, pouring him another drink. Yes, sir. There is no major rush. We can take our time. Hyung Rock suddenly changes the subject. How much gold have you actually managed to save up? Sang-chun answers instantly. About 10,000 gold. Hyung Rock thinks it over then. Gives a strict reminder. That is exactly halfway there. The shop sells a basic skill called tracking. Once you manage to finally scrape together 20,000 gold, buy it immediately. Sang-chun nods in absolute obedience. Understood, sir. But then he suddenly remembers something else entirely and quickly shifts gears. Back to business mode. Ah, sir, I was completely distracted and forgot to mention this. Last month, a mysterious shareholder bought up a massive amount of shares in your very own company. Hyung Rock looks totally confused. Wait, which one of my companies are we actually talking about here? Sang-chun quickly answers. The Chuma consulting firm. The exact one you are pouring all your focus into right now. Hyung Rock's eyes narrow as he slowly sets his drink down on the table. Exactly what percentage of shares are they holding? Sang-chun braces himself. Please do not freak out, sir, but it is 31%. Hyung Rock is completely stunned. What, one single person bought up 31% of the shares? Sang-chun nods grimly. Yes, sir. When I saw the screen, even I could not believe my own eyes. Hyung Rock's brain goes into overdrive. Chunma Consulting has a market cap of 900 billion won. 31% means they literally dropped 280 billion won. How does one person even have that kind of cash? His eyes flash golden as he calculates. Some crazy billionaire I have never even heard of. Or did my absolute snakes of brothers set this up? Hyung Rock reaches straight for his phone on the desk. Because you and I both know investing 31% means they want a direct seat on the board. Gripping his phone tight, he immediately demands manager on. Give me this major shareholder's contact information right now. Meanwhile, completely miles away, someone else is also holding a phone just waiting. It is our main character, Ryu Min, checking the time. It is about time Hyung Rock finally reached out to him. Ryu Min definitely couldn't call first. As the new major shareholder, he has to play hard to get and keep his pride. Suddenly, Ryu Woon absolutely bursts into the room, yelling, Bro, what level are you right now? Ryu Min jumps so hard he drops his phone smack on his face. Sitting up in pain, he wonders why his little brother is randomly asking this. Ryu Woon is completely furious. There is this super arrogant kid bragging that his older brother's level is insanely high. Like really high. They keep mocking me, saying his brother hit level 11 and already unlocked an actual job class. Ryu Min hears this and just helplessly sighs. Level 11, I am way higher than that, so do not even sweat it. Ryu Woon narrows his eyes. Really? Then what level are you? Ryu Min rubs the back of his neck, completely awkward. What the heck is he supposed to say here? If he drops his real level, things will get incredibly complicated, so he casually lies and says level 12. Ryu Woon's face totally lights up. Wait, seriously? Then you must have a sick job class too, right? Ryu Min smirks. Of course I do. Ryu Woon is practically buzzing with pure hype. What is it? Come on, tell me. What is your job class? But Ryu Min just pulls his blanket right back over his head. It is a secret. Ryu Woon completely deflates. Oh, come on, we are brothers. Since when do we keep secrets? Ryu Min just coldly shuts him down. Cold. Since right now. Get out, I really need to sleep. Ryu Woon stomps out of the room, totally annoyed. Fine, and boom, he slams the door. Shut. Right on cue, Ryu Min's phone finally starts ringing. He grabs it instantly, a smirk crossing his face. Finally, sitting right up, he answers the call. Hello. A heavy voice echoes through the speaker. Am I speaking to Mr. Ryu Min? He plays it completely cool. That is right. Who is asking? The guy on the line. The guy introduces himself. Hello, I am Mayon Rock, CEO of Heavenly Demon Consulting. Hearing this, our main character just gives a sly smile. Ryu Min is calculating everything. Playing dumb is the best move here. The more gullible he acts, the faster this CEO drops his guard completely. Ryu Min casually says hello back. Mr. Rock happily chimes in. Last month you invested an absolute fortune into our firm, right? Ryu Min plays it clueless. Yes, is there a problem? He wonders why this guy suddenly wants a face-to-face meeting right now. Well, since you became our biggest shareholder, I really wanted to meet you in person. Let me treat you to a nice meal. Ryu Min agrees. The guy is thrilled and suggests this Friday. Ryu Min quickly checks his mental schedule. Friday. No, that specific day is strictly reserved. That day is crucial for securing the inner thought rune. He politely declines, saying his Friday is already completely booked solid. How about Saturday? Rock instantly agrees and sets the date. Ryu Min rests his chin on his hand, feeling highly satisfied. This is going perfectly. He knew Mayon Rock would eventually call him. After all, the guy only started this consulting firm to finally earn his strict father's approval. There's absolutely no way he would mistreat a major shareholder. Ryu Min gets excited. Before meeting him, it is time to grab those runes. Alright, you and I are about to see something wild. In this dimension, there are lots of different ways to hunt down these powerful runes. You can find them in specific areas during certain rounds. Sometimes they drop as special rewards or even fall straight from defeated bosses. In super rare cases, regular monsters might even drop them after a brutal fight. It is highly unlikely, but hey, it totally happens sometimes. But Ryu Min knows a secret farming method that almost nobody else realizes. You can actually find these magical runes out in the real world. He walks up the dusty stairs of a massive abandoned warehouse. Of course, the specific conditions to make a rune appear here are incredibly complex. He hides quietly in a dark corner. He knows Kang Seok-hoon will show up here very soon. Ryu Min narrows his eyes, feeling pure rage. He furiously remembers that name, Kang Seok-hoon. It is a cursed name that Ryu Min will absolutely never forget for as long as he lives, because that's the exact criminal who kidnapped his little brother. He can still vividly hear that sick bastard's terrifying voice echoing in his head. The villain held a sharp blade to his brother's neck, demanding a heavy price. He wanted highly classified, hidden information that nobody else possessed. Back then, Ryu Min desperately tried to explain himself. What kind of nonsense is this? How am I supposed to know any top-secret information? The kidnapper just burst into twisted laughter. Then he turned around, glaring right into Ryu Min's terrified eyes. Don't even try lying to me. I know you are a regressor. Ryu Min was totally stunned. How could he possibly know? While he panicked, Kang Seok-hoon stepped dangerously close. Ryu, wondering how I know your secret? I have the inner thought rune. I literally scanned your little brother's mind with it just a minute ago. And obviously, I know exactly what you are thinking right now. Later, the villain just lay motionless in a massive pool of his own blood. Ryu Min helped his brother and walked away. Ever since that tragic incident in his 11th regression, he desperately sought revenge against Kang Seok-hoon. That is exactly why his current goal carries zero personal grudge anymore. He slips on his mask, his eyes burning with absolute unshakable determination. He will snatch that inner thought rune right before that bastard gets it. Suddenly, the heavy warehouse doors violently swing wide open. Here we go. Kang Seok-hoon steps inside carrying a struggling woman. It's happening today right here. He throws her down onto a filthy mattress on the floor. He brutally rips the thick tape right off her mouth, glaring down at her. I'm taking this off, so don't scream, you understand me. The second the tape is off, she tearfully begs in absolute terror. Please, please let me go, I'm begging you. He just points lazily. He looks completely bored. Damn it. I let you open your mouth, and that's all you say. Try saying something else for a change. He crushes the tape in his hand, his face darkening. Help me, I have a young child, I'll give you money. He sneers mockingly. I don't want to hear that boring trash. The terrified woman violently shakes in fear. Sorry, I am so sorry. He throws the tape. Sorry for what exactly? The poor woman falls to her knees, pleading frantically. You are doing this because I looked at you rudely the other day. Is that it? I am so sorry. Hearing this, he steps closer, towering over her. Exactly. So why did you look at me like that? Why do something you feel sorry for? He growls. I was in a terrible mood that day, 2 nights ago. The scene shifts. Now, you and I are seeing a flashback. Kang Seok-hoon was wandering the dark streets. He thought to himself, which girl should I pick tonight? He felt that taking out his frustration on a random woman would solve all his angry problems. Suddenly, he spotted a girl with a nice figure. He stared her back and silently followed her deep into a dark alleyway, checking his surroundings. Seeing absolutely nobody around, he quickly sped up. He rushed over and suddenly released a blinding flash of light, blocking her path and leaving her completely stunned. He raised his bare hands. The intense light instantly blinded her, making her panic wildly. My eyes, I cannot see anything. Her belongings dropped onto the cold, hard ground. She screamed in pure terror. Who are you, Ji-han? After finishing his horrific crime, he just walked away, leaving the poor girl completely shattered. He felt insanely good. The current chaotic situation meant he could do whatever twisted things he wanted without consequences. He was absolutely loving this freedom. Before all this, he was rotting in a harsh juvenile center. His old life was so insanely boring, he genuinely wished he was dead. But then he found the luminous rune. It made his body glow brilliantly and blinded his enemies. To him, this power was an absolute masterpiece. Let's dive into this wild world. Ki-hoon walks into a local cafe looking for some fun. The woman behind the counter gives him a warm, friendly greeting right away. She welcomes him in. Ki-hoon flashes a creepy smile, thinking she's pretty cute. He steps right up to the counter to place his order. "I need a large, iced Americano." The barista politely nods and says that'll be 5,000 gold. He hands over the cash to pay, then decides to probe her a little bit. "So are you just working part-time here? I'm a regular at this shop, but honestly, I don't think I've ever seen you working here before." She forces an awkward smile. "Oh, you're a regular. I'm so sorry, I had absolutely no idea. Basically, all of the part-time staff completely quit on us. You know how it is, right? The world has turned completely upside down lately." Hearing her explanation, Ki-hoon thinks about it and realizes she makes total sense. Anyone could die at any second out there. Why would they waste their precious remaining time working a minimum wage job? He keeps talking while she prepares his drink. "So are you the actual owner of this place?" She nods and says, "Yes, I am." He doesn't stop there and immediately asks her another personal question. "How old are you exactly? You look pretty young to me." She tells him she's 32. Hearing her real age, he smiles with a weird sense of amusement. "So you aren't a player then?" She replies, "No, and honestly, I'm glad." Then he completely crosses the line, stepping way too close to her space. "Let me get your phone number. I actually really like you." This sudden move makes her panic. Seeing her freeze up and stare at him in pure awkwardness, he breaks the silence. "What's wrong?" His tone shifts to pure annoyance. "Why are you making that face at me? Do you seriously hate my face that much?" She stammers in confusion. "What?" He snaps, yelling at her. "Do you think the spots on my face are disgusting or something?" Ki-hoon slams his fist on the table. He curses in a total rage. "This is so annoying. I'm not drinking that garbage coffee anymore, so give me my money back right now. Just totally awful." Seeing his aggressive attitude, the woman gets super cautious. Trembling, she hands the cash back to him. Here is your refund. I am so sorry." Without missing a beat, he roughly snatches the bills right out of her hand. Ki-hoon violently storms out of the coffee shop, fuming with absolute boiling rage. That crazy witch. Just because she's a little pretty, she judges a book by its cover and treats people like dirt. Still boiling with absolute anger, he makes a dark choice. "I'll make you pay for looking at me with those trashy eyes." So he waits in the shadows for her to leave work, then strikes her unconscious with a club. Flash forward to right now, and the poor woman is on her knees begging for mercy. "I'm so sorry," she cries. He starts lecturing her like a total creep. "You should never look down on someone just because of their appearance, got it?" She nods obediently, utterly terrified of him. Yes, I promise I'll never do that again." Suddenly, Ki-hoon turns his head away, looking completely dissatisfied with her apology. "No, this isn't working at all. You aren't being sincere enough." Then he violently shoves her to the ground and aggressively pins both of her wrists down. "Do you think I'm stupid? You're just faking an apology, so I'll let you go." She desperately keeps pleading through her tears. "Please, I'm begging you. Just let me go home. Now you and I are about to witness some instant karma." A figure appears nearby. Ki-hoon smiles wickedly at his victim. "I thought you realized you were wrong. If you really know it, then it's time to pay the price." She thrashes around and screams loudly. "I was wrong, it's my fault, okay, but as..." He smugly tries to touch her, saying, "Exactly, so just stay still." The mysterious figure steps closer through the darkness. Suddenly, a cold, sharp voice cuts through the air. "No, you're the one who needs to stay still, got it." Hearing the unexpected voice, Ki-hoon flinches and completely freezes up. He's totally confused and genuinely alarmed. "What the hell is this? I thought this place was completely empty. Is this guy a detective?" He whips around instantly and shouts, "Who the hell is there?" The voice just casually replies back to him, "Hey, watch your language." Ryu Min steps out into the light, gripping a massive, terrifying scythe in his hands. He warns him, "You're going to be screaming and swearing a lot in a minute anyway." Ki-hoon stands there totally baffled. What's up with that giant scythe? And why the creepy white mask? He lets out a mocking laugh and glares at Ryu. "You lunatic, do you think this is some place to swing toys around?" Ryu casually lifts the massive weapon. "It looks like you still don't grasp the current situation. Does this honestly look like a child's toy to you right now?" He swings the heavy scythe straight out, and Ki-hoon finally starts to panic. "Wait, hold on a second," he stammers. "Is that thing actually real? Are you a player?" Ryu openly mocks his stupidity. "You're an idiot. What does it look like to you?" Then he shifts his gaze directly toward the terrified woman on the ground. He tells her, "You can leave now, miss. This is going to be your only chance to run." Ki-hoon glares at her and barks, "Who said you could leave?" Suddenly, a loud thud echoes from the ground. It's Ryu Min kicking off the dirt, launching himself directly at the creep. Using the heavy handle of his scythe, he delivers a brutal strike right to his family jewels. Ki-hoon collapses in absolute agony, screaming at the top of his lungs and cursing wildly in pure pain. Ryu stands over him with total calm. "Didn't I warn you that you'd be swearing a lot?" He turns back to the woman and says, "Get out. Leave this pathetic guy to me." She cries with relief. Thank you so much." As she runs away, Ryu slams his scythe down, saying, "Well, look here. I guess it's just the two of us now, right?" Ryu Min smiles down at Ki-hoon. Now the real fun game is finally about to begin. Furious, the guy snatches a dagger from the ground and stumbles to his feet, cursing, "You bastard. I'm going to kill you. I'll end you, you dog." Ryu just stands there totally unfazed, baiting him. "I like that attitude of yours. If you gave up too fast, this wouldn't be any fun at all." Then, the creep screams, "You piece of trash. How dare you laugh at me?" Ki-hoon swings his dagger wildly in a frantic attack, but our guy easily dodges every strike. Attacking nonstop, the guy starts running out of breath, panic setting in. What the hell is happening? Is he really dodging every single one of my desperate attacks? As Ryu casually sidesteps another sloppy thrust, he glances at the weapon. "So what do you and I take from this? Never bring a tiny dagger to a scythe fight." Ryu Min casually swings his massive scythe, slicing cleanly through the guy's arm. The limb hits the floor, and Ki-hoon screams in absolute agonizing pain. Watching him bleed, Ryu Min casually shoves a hand in his pocket. "Does it hurt?" he asks. Ki-hoon is violently trembling, clutching his completely ruined shoulder. Ryu Min just smiles. "I haven't even started yet." He moves with insane blinding speed. In literally the blink of an eye, he dashes right past, completely severing Ki-hoon's other arm. "Now you and I know this guy deserves it." As the villain shrieks, our MC just stares coldly. Such a dramatic overreaction. Ki-hoon is shaking uncontrollably, now consumed by absolute terror. He realizes this lunatic is actually going to kill him, and if he wants to survive this nightmare, he has to blind his attacker to escape. Desperate, the cornered villain triggers his awakening power, hoping to flashbang Ryu Min out of existence entirely. He unleashes a blinding light, screaming for the cocky brat to die. But right in the middle of his epic, desperate counterattack, he suddenly just freezes. Total confusion. What just happened? Why didn't his skill work? Ryu Min stares at him in absolute silence. "Go ahead. Try to flash your little light," he mocks. "It is completely useless. The Dark Knight skill literally devours any light source." Our guy already planned for this exact moment right from the start. He knew the bastard would use that trick, so he cast Dark Knight early. Ryu Min flashes a terrifying smirk. But honestly, even without the darkness skill, he was already planning to chop off this guy's hands and feet anyway. Without a second of hesitation, he wildly swings his massive scythe right back out. A clean strike, both of Ki-hoon's legs are chopped right off. The villain collapses to the floor, screaming his absolute lungs out in sheer pathetic terror. Crying literal tears of agony, he begs for answers. "You absolute devil, why are you doing this to me?" "Why?" Ryu Min just tilts his head coldly. "Why?" he echoes calmly, driving the sharp end of the scythe straight down into the guy's thigh. He aggressively rips the heavy blade right back out. "Then tell me, why do people exterminate bugs?" Ryu Min answers his own cold question. "Because letting pests live only causes more harm to the world." Every single word comes with another brutal stab to his body. But surprisingly, Ki-hoon still refuses to drop his completely arrogant and utterly infuriating attitude here. He curses like a total madman. "Damn you, you total psycho." Ryu Min just chuckles. "Let's see exactly how long you can keep that brave face up." Then pure carnage. Blood splatters everywhere and agonizing screams completely fill the room. Ki-hoon lies face down in the dirt, his body covered in horrific stab wounds. His brain is short-circuiting. Why the hell is this guy torturing him like this? They don't even have any kind of grudge against each other, right? It is so unfair. Completely ridiculously unfair. He bites his lip hard, hesitating for a second. Instead of enduring this absolute hell, maybe he should just end his own life right now. Tears stream down his bloody face. He shuts his eyes tight, fully preparing to bite his own tongue off and die. But nope, Ryu Min's cold scythe presses directly against his throat, startling him instantly. The broken villain nervously looks up at the monster standing right above him. With completely dead, freezing eyes, Ryu Min stares down. "What is wrong? Trying to bite your tongue? You actually thought I would let you off that easily?" He coldly declares that until this trash gets on his knees and begs for the sweet release of death, he is not allowed to die today. Then, that massive scythe swings right back down into him. It just keeps plunging, striking over and over again, completely mangling every single part of his ruined body. Ki-hoon goes pale from the brutal torture. He needs this agonizing pain to stop right now. His lips tremble as he desperately forces out, "Kill me, please." Ryu Min just stands there, tilting his head. "What did you say?" The guy literally begs, "Kill me. Please just kill me." RMC arches an eyebrow. "Are you being completely serious?" Ki-hoon stays glued to the floor, hopelessly pleading. Now watch what happens next. Ryu Min sighs, resting the bloody scythe on his shoulder. "You really do not know why I'm going to these extremes, do you? To you, we are just two completely strangers crossing paths," he casually states. But Ryu Min finally drops the truth bomb. They are not complete strangers at all. "Look, Seo Ki-hoon, the thing is we have actually met before this." The villain is utterly shocked. How does this psycho know his real name? Panic sets in. "Do not tell me you are somehow connected to that crazy woman." Ryu Min turns his head, his voice completely hollow. "No. I literally have zero connection to her whatsoever." Ki-hoon is totally lost now. "Then why do this?" Ryu Min finally drops the bombshell. "You kidnapped my little brother, and you violently threatened me just to squeeze some hidden game information out of my mouth." Ki-hoon is dumbfounded. I did that, but I did not do anything." Ryu Min just shrugs calmly. "Of course you do not remember it happening. Because technically, that is a future event. It hasn't happened yet." He casually adds that for him it is already in the past. "If I do not interfere right now, you are going to obtain the Inner Thoughts Rune." Hearing this crazy regression talk, Ki-hoon is completely clueless. Inner Thoughts Rune? What the hell is that even supposed to be? Ryu Min explains that a hidden rune is buried right here. "Do you know the exact condition for it to spawn? It appears when you hear another person's most genuine voice." Ki-hoon still looks completely stupid and confused. "A genuine voice?" Ryu Min calmly elaborates. "A voice that comes directly from the bottom of their heart, sincere and utterly free of lies." He glares at the trash below him with pure disgust. "If I hadn't shown up today, you would have actually assaulted and threatened that poor woman. Then using her most genuine, terrified voice, she would have begged you to spare her. And thanks to her sheer terror, you would have unlocked the Inner Thoughts Rune only to use it to commit even worse atrocities." Ki-hoon stays dead silent, completely crushed by this insane weight of future sins. Ryu Min continues. "I have literally verified this exact chain of events through my multiple regressions. But hey, even putting that completely aside for a moment, just looking at your 12 previous criminal convictions, you are already a piece of garbage who deserves death." The broken villain begs again. "If I deserve death, then please just quickly kill me." But our MC flat out refuses. "Nope, I am not going to finish you off." The villain is absolutely floored, realizing he literally cannot even escape this agonizing pain right now. "You and I both know that is pure despair." Ryu Min casually shoves the heavy handle of his scythe straight into Ki-hoon's mouth, completely silencing his pathetic voice. "All right, you and I are diving into madness." He glares with pure disgust. "Thought I was doing what? Just waiting for you to die." The villain cannot even beg. He had asked for a quick death, completely overwhelmed by agony. Did he not want that Inner Thought Rune? Didn't you want to hear the true voice straight from my heart? The villain squeezes his eyes shut, absolutely consumed by the intense pain. "Then why did you stop me from speaking?" But our hero effortlessly reads his thoughts. "Because I wanted to test this out first. I needed to test the Inner Thought Rune." Seiyun's eyes go incredibly wide in shock. Ryu Min offers a completely nonchalant, careless apology. "My bad, but I already got the rune. I remember you sincerely begging me to end your life, straight from your miserable heart." While the guy suffered through losing all 4 limbs, Ryu Min felt every bit of it. That is when the rune finally reacted. Right on cue, the system chimes in. "Target has spoken with their true voice. Activation conditions have been fully met. You have successfully discovered the hidden Inner Thought Rune." The glowing artifact floats right in front of him, radiating power. The system drops another massive update. Rune will automatically engrave into the player's body. Effect unlocked, allows the user to read the inner thoughts of any visible target. If you observe someone closely, you can even catch a quick glimpse of their deepest motives. But there is a catch to this insane power. You must stay within 30 meters. Suddenly, the glowing rune shatters into pieces, absorbing right into Ryu Min's body. He just casually smiles. "I just tested it out, and as you can clearly see, this little rune works perfectly." Hearing that the broken enemy cannot even speak, he can only scream inside his own head. "You got what you wanted, so just kill me." Ryu Min answers his mental plea easily. "Oh, I definitely cannot kill you that easily. That would be completely unfair to all your innocent victims." The absolute last thing Seiyun thinks before fading out is, "You absolute devil." His body finally goes completely still. Ryu Min stands up, staring coldly at the motionless corpse. The guy is totally dead, and there are absolutely no witnesses around. Still, our hero needs to clean up this brutal, bloody mess. Time to use a brand new common skill he just picked up. Ryu Min activates Trace Erasure, and the powerful system effect pops up. Trace Erasure effect completely deletes all evidence at the scene. We are talking bodies, blood, fingerprints, and even footprints. Then all of a sudden, the entire room gets bathed in this intense blue light. He watches everything slowly vanish into thin air, knowing this skill is crazy effective. It is always best not to leave a messy crime scene behind. Mission accomplished, Ryu Min tosses his mask away fully ready for action. Now, I finally have exactly what I came for. Tomorrow, it is time to go meet Ma Jion-rock. Fast forward to the very next morning, right in the middle of downtown. Ryugan is totally stunned seeing his older brother dressed so sharply. He asks, "Bro, got a date today?" Ryu Min denies it casually, slipping his hands into his pockets. Why would this be a date? Ryugan narrows his eyes in heavy suspicion. You literally never wear a serious suit like that. Ryu Min simply smirks. It is an important occasion. Going to meet a business partner. Jumping into the business world, Ryu Min just nods, checking his phone. Now you and I know he has a plan, but Ryugan panics. His little brother completely panics. He threw all their cash into stocks yesterday, and now business. What if he fails? He would be crushed. Reading his little brother's anxious thoughts, Ryu Min breathes a happy sigh. Instead of stressing over their empty wallets and severe financial problems, his brother is just worried about his feelings. So incredibly wholesome, Ryu Min flashes a confident smile. If this massive meeting goes well, I promise I will tell you everything. No need to stress at all. You trust your big brother, right? Ryugan nods without a second thought. Of course I do. Who else would I trust? Ryu Min gently reminds him, just wait right here. The outside world is super dangerous. It is all because of those rogue players. Ryugan nervously follows his brother toward the door. Yeah, I saw the crazy news alerts today. People are actually using their awakened powers to commit wild crimes. I even heard criminals overseas are breaking out of high-security prisons now. Ryu Min nods with a serious expression. Exactly. If they hit the right age requirement, even the worst criminals get a shot at awakening. He knows the terrifying truth. Players are growing insanely strong, while the normal population drops every single month. It would be crazy if society survived. He remembers his past life. Soon there will be a dark era where normal humans get hunted like wild animals and treated like literal slaves. That nightmare starts once those players reach their absolute peak power. Because of that awful future, Ryu Min is more determined than ever before. Before this entire world descends into total chaos, he needs to become overwhelmingly powerful and boost the Ryu Min's legendary reputation all at once. He turns back around, giving Ryugan one final warning. Seriously, be careful if you go outside. His little brother nods, still super eager though. Okay, but when are you finally going to tell me about this secret business deal? Ryu Min keeps his lips completely sealed shut. This just makes Ryugan incredibly curious. Ryu Min reaches out playfully, pinching his brother's cheek. I will tell you very soon, so stop your complaining. Just chill here and order yourself a decent lunch. Buy something way better than cheap black bean noodles. Got it? Ryugan rolls his eyes. Yeah, I get it. Fast forward, and Ryu Min is now standing outside a massive, luxurious hotel looking around. Exactly as I predicted. He wants to meet me on his own turf. Just like a soccer match, the home team always gets that huge tactical advantage. On paper, this luxury hotel belongs to the own group. But you and I know the truth. Ma Jion-rock secretly controls this entire place completely. Let's see how this plays out. Ryu Min knew this top-secret intel was exclusively his. He casually strolled right up to the front reception desk. At most, only the guy's relatives knew. Ryu Min planned to use this exact leverage to instantly skyrocket his own value in the boss's eyes. To pull this off, he looked around pretending to be completely clueless. He had to nail the perfect innocent act before making his big move. The more naive he seemed, the better. Putting on a shy face, he approached. Hello, I have an appointment today. They told me to come. Straight to the reception desk. The professional receptionist smiled. Are you referring to the scheduled meeting with the chairman of Heavenly Demon Consulting? Ryu Min nodded. That is right. She stepped out to guide him. The chairman will be here shortly. While you wait, you can just take a seat right over there. He bowed with a smile. All right, thank you. Sitting down, he kept rubbernecking like everything was totally foreign. Perfect. His plan was working. Now he just needed to sit awkwardly and act like some clueless country kid visiting the big city. He looked up. Staring at the massive chandelier, he loudly whispered, Wow, that light is so cool. Suddenly, a man walked up. You must be Mr. Ryu. You finally made it. Ryu Min hurriedly stood up. Yes, sir. Seeing the kid in person, and Sang-chun looked visibly surprised by his young age. He extended a hand, confused. We have met before, right over at the Galleria Extended Stay Hotel. Ryu Min nodded, fully admitting it. That is right. I think we bumped into each other when I was handing out move-in rice cakes. You were the guy walking with the actress, Seo Ah-rin. The manager bowed politely. Yes. I apologize if I came off a bit rude back then. But internally, Sang-chun was completely shell-shocked by this kid. Ryu Min barely looked 20 years old. Was this literal teenager really the major shareholder who just dropped 280 billion? Watching the manager's face, Ryu Min instantly read his mind. The guy was definitely suspicious. Having that kind of insane cash at his young age was just way too unbelievable. So his shocked reaction made total sense. Ryu Min scratched his neck, acting super friendly. Hey, no worries at all. It is not like we actually knew each other anyway. I honestly never expected the Heavenly Demon Consulting chairman to be living right above me. Sang Chun immediately got flustered. Please do not misunderstand, I am definitely not the chairman. He placed a hand on his chest. Apologies for introducing myself so late into our conversation. I am team leader and Sang Chun. The chairman is running just a little bit behind schedule today, so I came ahead to greet you first. He gestured down the hall. Shall we head inside and wait? Ryu Min nodded. Sounds good. They stepped into the private VIP room, but then Sang Chun left our main character sitting alone at the table. Please wait here for just a moment. Bowing politely, he stepped out and immediately grabbed his phone. He quickly typed out a warning text. Chairman, I met him face to face. There is absolutely no way this kid invested that kind of money himself. Someone else definitely sent him as a proxy, so please be careful. Meanwhile, back inside the room, Ryu Min was smiling smugly. He totally called it. The chairman purposely sent Sang Chun to scout him out first. For a massive meeting like this, there was simply zero chance a guy as paranoid and meticulous as Ma Jianlok would ever accidentally be late. Suddenly, the heavy sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the room, grabbing Ryu Min's attention. Jianlok strode right in. Hello there. I am Ma Jianlok, the chairman of Heavenly Demon Consulting. He confidently extended his hand out for a solid handshake. Ryu Min firmly grasped it. I am Ryu Min. The boss politely offered him a seat. Ryu Min casually sat back down, playing the part perfectly. Yes. Team leader, and take the seat next to me. Yes, sir. Ryu Min watched them analyzing the setup, bringing Sang Chun into this private discussion. The chairman had not even bothered asking for permission. He was clearly trying to establish total dominance here. Jianlok finally broke the silence. Before we talk business, how about we eat lunch first? I went ahead and prepared some traditional Korean cuisine. Hopefully it suits your palate. Right on, cue a line of staff, brought in silver platters. Staring at the absolute feast of high-end delicacies covering the table, Ryu Min acted completely amazed. Wow, this fancy hotel food looks incredible. Anything from a place like this has to be great. He eagerly grabbed a bite and chewed. So delicious, Jianlok just smiled softly. I am glad you like it. Watching the kid's clumsy table manners, the chairman secretly agreed with Sang Chun. This kid was way too young and unrefined to ever invest 280 billion alone. Even if he had that kind of insane wealth, he lacked the ruthless guts for it. He was definitely just a puppet, working for someone much more powerful in the shadows. Jianlok's curiosity piqued. Who on earth sent this teenager here? Was it one of his own brothers? Or maybe a rival? He decided to slowly pry the truth out of him and began his interrogation. I must admit, when I first saw you, I was completely caught off guard. Mr. Ryu, I honestly never expected our massive new shareholder to be so incredibly young. Do you mind if I ask exactly how old you are? Ryu Min smiled. I am 20. The chairman's eyes widened in pure shock. He tried to play it cool, but his face definitely betrayed his internal panic. 20, well, I am 29. It is quite refreshing to meet a brilliant investor roughly in my own generation. Ryu Min nodded. Yes, I am pretty happy about it too. The boss leaned in, pushing further. So how does a 20-year-old acquire such a massive amount of capital? Are you the hidden heir to a chaebol family? Ryu Min looked at him. Wow, straight to the point. He laughed, waving his hands. No way. I was just a completely normal student. Well, until a few months ago anyway. Jianlok raised an eyebrow, heavily intrigued. Until a few months ago, Ryu Min just smiled. That is right. Now watch how he plays this. Ryu Min leaned forward. Have you watched the news lately? You know that crazy story about the guy winning the grand prize lottery 4 times in a row, suddenly becoming an overnight billionaire? The chairman nodded slowly. Yes, I saw those headlines. Ryu Min pointed at himself. That is me. I am the guy who won the lottery 4 consecutive times. Jianlok was completely dumbfounded. What the heck? He stared back, utterly bewildered and full of disbelief. Is it true? Are you the lottery winner from the news a few months back? He casually nods. Yes. Sensing something off, Locke asks. The news said the prize was only 60 billion. How on earth did you make 280 billion? Ryu Min simply smiles. I invested a little bit into Bitcoin. Locke totally buys none of it. Bitcoin, is that really the whole story? Ryu Min politely nods. Yes, but Locke keeps pushing. You really expect me to believe that? What in the world made you dump 60 billion into crypto? No normal person takes a risk like that. Sang Chun stares at him. You just got insanely lucky. Ryu Min shakes his head. It wasn't luck at all. Sang Chun suddenly remembers something. Wait, an article actually said you claim the winning lottery numbers came to you in a dream. If that isn't luck, what is? Ryu Min calmly answers, I never dreamt them. This just makes them even more confused. Then how did you know? Ryu Min turns to Locke. He knows this is the exact moment to finally win Locke over and get the guy totally on his side. Acting all mysterious, our main character drops an absolute bombshell. This is the first time I am telling anyone this, he says, but I possess a rune that sees into the future. This wild claim leaves them both completely speechless and confused. Ryu Min keeps going. This specific rune allows me to see everything that happens years down the line. In other words, he says with a perfectly straight face, I am a prophet who sees the future. Sang Chun and Locke just stare at him like he is crazy. Locke wonders what he just heard. Sang Chun sits there frozen, thinking to himself, a prophet? What kind of absolute nonsense is this kid talking about? Locke asks him one more time, are you being totally serious? Ryu Min puts both hands firmly on the table, looking incredibly confident. Why would I ever lie to you? Hearing this, Locke quickly asks, so winning that massive lottery jackpot was just you using your rune to see the future? Ryu Min smiles and explains, exactly. And that is also why I invested into crypto to multiply my wealth. Since I already knew the future, I could safely dump all my money right into it. Locke still looks completely skeptical about all of this. If you don't mind, could you actually prove that to me right now? If you really can then predict exactly what I will do next. Ryu Min pauses for a second. Predicting Locke's next move is stupidly easy, since he can literally read minds. But to avoid any suspicion later, it is definitely best to set some fake limits on his overpowered abilities right now. Placing a hand on his chest, he says solemnly, I am really sorry, but I actually cannot freely use this power at all. It just activates on its own randomly, completely out of my control. Locke quietly thinks to himself, well, a future-seeing rune having strict limits actually makes perfect sense. He picks up his glass of water, getting ready to take a sip. Suddenly, Locke remembers something super important. He looks over. Hey Ryu Min, what about that massive 280 billion investment into our company? Ryu Min nods smoothly. Yes, I already know that Heavenly Demon Consulting will grow massively in the future, which is exactly why I invested. Locke leans in, super curious. Massive growth. Exactly how massive are we talking here? Ryu Min calmly explains. Within just half a year, you can easily enter the top stock market rankings without a single issue. Hearing this, Locke gets super hyped. His eyes literally light up. He tries to hide his excitement while calculating the odds. If that actually happens, it would be incredible. Not only would he finally earn his father's respect, he could take the chairman's seat himself. But wait, he is getting way too excited over a crazy rumor that he cannot even prove yet. Meanwhile, you and I know our MC is just getting started. He grabs some food and says, but to succeed you must completely change your entire business model. Sang Chun looks absolutely stunned. Wait, what? Change the business model? And then he slams his hand right on the table, yelling, that is totally outrageous. You expect us to change our entire operation at this stage in the game? You might as well just ask us to change the company name. Seeing him completely lose his temper, Locke quickly steps in. Unit Chief On, calm down. Despite the screaming, Ryu Min just peacefully eats his food. Well, since the business model is changing naturally, the name has to change too, he teases playfully. This only makes On even more furious. Are you seriously joking around right now? Ryu Min's expression instantly drops, looking dead serious. Do I really look like I am joking to you? You are both players, so you should already understand the rules here. Revealing your rune to anyone is incredibly dangerous and puts you at a huge disadvantage. The way he says it leaves both of them completely speechless. The tension drops as they finally calm down and listen. I already considered all the risks, yet I still chose to reveal my rune to you. Why? Because as the major shareholder and a trusted business partner who will be working alongside you, I genuinely want to see this company thrive. He stares Locke right in the eyes. If that wasn't the case, why else would I just drop 280 billion won on you? To succeed, you have to work with me. Sang Chun looks nervously over at his boss. Chairman Locke, please tell me you don't actually believe a word this kid is saying. Ryu Min lets out a heavy sigh. Seems you still don't trust my abilities at all. On glares right back at him. Honestly, no, I don't buy it for a second. But Ryu Min stays completely chill. Unit Chief On, have you ever wondered why I moved into the spot right beneath the penthouse? Please do not try and tell me you think that was just a lucky coincidence. On looks totally triggered by this, but he literally cannot do anything about it. Meanwhile, Locke turns. Sang Chun freezes. Wait, under the penthouse, Chief On, what's he talking about? The place right below yours. He looks totally flustered. He stammers, Mr. Chairman, it's just that about 2 months ago, Ryu Min actually moved into the floor right below the penthouse belonging to the actress Seo Ah-rin. Ryu Min jumps right in, exactly. That was just a few days after I awakened the ancient foresight rune. The chairman scowls, slamming his angry voice down. Chief On, why am I only just now hearing about this vital information? On immediately rushes to explain. Honestly, up until today, I just didn't think it was that important. The chairman sits up straight, his face shifting into a pure worry. He calculates if that happened in January, it was way before his massive Bitcoin investment. He watches Ryu Min casually eating and thinks, wait, so he purposely moved right next to someone directly connected to the exact company he planned to invest in. Unless he literally saw the future, pulling that off is impossible. The chairman narrows his eyes, deducing the angles. No, maybe he just found out I was secretly backing Seal Rin. He nods to himself. Yeah, this alone proves absolutely nothing. Ryu Min catches the look and smirks. It seems you still don't believe me. All right, how about this? He stops eating, his expression turning dead serious. This exact hotel we're sitting in is owned by you, right, Chairman Ma Gyong-rak? As for your real identity, you're the eldest son of the massive Ong Group, and your consulting firm was secretly created just so you could finally win your father's strict approval. Tell me, am I hitting the mark here? Sang Chun hears this and instantly snaps, jumping up and screaming in Ryu Min's face. Hey, who the hell are you? How do you know family secrets that only relatives know? But before he can even finish, the chairman raises a hand. Calm down, Chief On. The furious guy takes a deep breath, trying to regain his composure. My apologies. The chairman looks totally grim, his twitching hand exposing his nerves. You're right. Every single thing you just said is 100% accurate. He glares seriously. However, claiming you got this top secret intel just by looking into the future, that is still nowhere near enough to actually convince me. Just like Chief On already pointed out, literally any of my blood relatives already knows this stuff. He stares straight into Ryu Min's eyes. Honestly, I suspect you're a spy sent by a third party to drag me into a trap, and in this hostile situation, you expect me to just blindly trust you and completely flip my entire business strategy. He delivers this with a surprisingly steady and calm tone. Even if I don't spell it out, you already know my final answer, right? Because frankly, this whole entire setup looks completely absurd. Ma Jian-rak lets out a soft, dry laugh. Look, I really want to believe your foresight rune exists. I mean to make my company explode with success. Who wouldn't want to buy into that? He gestures with his hands, making sure the point lands hard. But the wild story you're trying to sell me right now is just way too hard to swallow. Mr. Ryu Min, thanks for investing in our company, but I need to call a full shareholder meeting to even consider this proposal. His voice goes rock solid. And obviously, you will be the one standing up there convincing them. Then he suddenly stands up and gives a polite bow. Please forgive me, but I simply cannot help you today. Now, if you'll excuse me. Ryu Min's face instantly darkens. Hold on a second, Mr. Chairman. The man slowly sits back down, asking, do you have something else to add? Ryu Min looks down, his mind racing. Is this truly the only way left? He makes a choice. All right, how about this? I'll give you exclusive intel on round 4. The chairman freezes. Round 4. Now you and I know Ryu Min just struck a major nerve. You seriously have information about round 4? Ryu Min smiles, totally in control now. That's right. My foresight rune showed me absolutely everything about it. I already know the exact tragedy that's coming. This massive scoop should be more than enough to prove my abilities to you. Right over on the side, Sang Chun is busy bowing deeply to his boss. I am so sorry, Chairman. I got way too heated and yelled right in front of you. The chairman, who's holding his phone, just waves it off with a cheerful smile. Don't sweat it. You only reacted like that because you worry about me, Sang Chun stammers. Well, I actually just remembered one more thing. Can I share it with you? The chairman nods his head easily. Go ahead, say whatever is on your mind. Sang Chun finally dumps out all of his lingering suspicions. Honestly, I am super suspicious of this Ryu Min kid. Think about it. If he can really see the future, why not just keep his mouth shut and live a ridiculously wealthy, easy life on his own? Why on earth is he going out of his way to help us? The chairman starts frowning, visibly displeased by the question. Didn't he literally just tell us that he wants to grow together with our entire company? Sounds to me like he just wants to rake in even more cash. Sang Chun rubs his chin, still doubting. But why do it this way? I mean, if he already has 280 billion won, that is insane wealth. He could literally chill out and never work another day in his entire life. Sang Chun is desperately trying to sway his boss here. And honestly, you and I know he has a point. Human greed really is a bottomless pit. After all, even so, this whole deal is way too dangerous. Plus, I highly doubt a crazy overpowered foresight rune like that actually even exists. The chairman answers slowly. I agree with you on that part, but he places a hand over his chest. If that kid is genuinely a real prophet, who can actually see the future, we absolutely must turn him into an ally. The chairman stands up with a burning intensity. Just think about it. If we always had early intel on the very next round and could prepare perfectly in advance, the advantage would be legendary. And if, during all of that time, He actually helps our entire company grow massively. That is a win we can't ignore. Sang-chun clearly wants to push back. But what if he isn't a real prophet at all? The chairman turns the question right back around. About that, he breaks into a huge eager smile. We just need to wait and see. Right, Ryu Min steps outside. You and I know exactly what he's plotting. He glances around the street, his mind already racing ahead to the next stage. Once round 4 wraps up, that guy is going to know for an absolute fact that he is the prophet. He is overthinking it now, but hey, he definitely didn't leak the actually critical information. Things like the hidden side quests or the secret methods to climb up the player rankings. He just pictures the 3 of them sitting at that dinner table earlier. Because round 4's mission, it has absolutely nothing to do with hunting down monsters. Instead, it is going to be an absolute massacre between the players. He cannot afford to drop his guard. Not even for a second. Ryu Min pockets his hands and thinks hard. That display back there was definitely enough to prove his prophet status. He calculates his next moves with total precision. From here on out, their whole attitude toward him is going to completely shift. They are going to treat him like royalty, desperately trying to protect their precious prophet at all costs. He gazes off into the distance, putting the pieces together. Having the prophet on your side is infinitely better than letting the enemy grab him. Ryu Min grabs his phone. Since he has already committed to playing this prophet role, shouldn't he just take the act all the way to the end? Then he starts typing out a quick text. So who should be his very first target to contact? Meanwhile, out on the bustling pedestrian street, Juri is running out of breath. She knows if she keeps this pace, she is definitely going to be late. The traffic light flashes red. Panicking over her appointment, she begs internally, "Come on, fast. Faster, please just turn green." Then she squints at a bright red sports car parked nearby. What is up with that ride? It is completely blocking the entire storefront. Who in their right mind parks so carelessly? Suddenly, the tinted window of that exact car slowly glides down. A voice calls out Juri. She looks over, totally stunned. It's Ryu Min. Right on cue, the traffic light finally flips to green. She hurries straight across the crosswalk, stepping right up to the flashy vehicle. Wait, is this actually your car? He flashes a bright smile. Yeah, sorry for totally blocking the shop entrance. Hop in. Let's take this thing for a spin while we catch up. Juri is still completely processing this shock. Okay. The engine purrs as the sleek sports car hits the road. It looks incredibly cool from the outside. She timidly turns to him. This is honestly my first time ever riding in a car like this. He chuckles right back. Really? Same here. Honestly, I just bought this thing. Oh, that makes sense. She gazes at him, curiosity taking over. So just how much does a crazy ride like this actually cost? He keeps his eyes on the road, steering casually. It wasn't that much, honestly. Just around 900 million won. She absolutely loses it, echoing him. 900 million, not much. Give me a massive break. Do you have any idea how many convenience stores I could open with 900 million? He says it like it's literal pocket change. Hey, compared to the insane amount of money I won from that lottery ticket, this really isn't a lot at all. He brushes it off with a smile. Then, she pauses, remembering the truth. Right, Ryu Min is filthy rich now. He has 60 billion. It genuinely feels like the two of them are living in different worlds. Her cheeks suddenly flush bright red. Wait, this totally feels like a romantic date. This is so embarrassing. Just as her thoughts start spiraling out of control, he drops a line that completely startles her. To be completely honest, there is something I really need to confess to you. Her face burns hotter, sweating as she stammers. A confession. He waves his hands quickly, clearing the air. Hey, it is nothing weird or anything, so please do not misunderstand. She tries, forcing a stiff smile. Misunderstand me? No way, of course not. Inside, she is screaming desperately, wishing for a hole to crawl into and hide forever. She quickly waves her hands and changes the subject. So what exactly did you want to confess? He looks straight ahead, tone shifting. Remember, when I told you those winning lottery numbers just appeared in my dreams? You remember that, right? She nods immediately. Yeah, I remember. He takes a breath. Well, that was a lie. The sudden admission catches her completely off guard. He finally looks her right in the eyes. The truth is, I got all that information from a unique rune that actually lets me see the future. It wasn't some lucky dream. That rune literally shows me events before they even happen. That is exactly why my player class is the prophet. She stares at him, utterly stunned. Prophet. Suddenly, she claps her hands together, radiating pure excitement. That is so insanely cool. Wait, isn't that a super rare hidden class? He rubs his neck, feeling slightly awkward. Yeah. She beams at him, looking incredibly proud. That is amazing. A future sight rune sounds absolutely overpowered. Honestly, thank you so much for trusting me with the real truth. Even between friends, keeping a secret like that must have been a heavy burden. Ryu Min just gives her a soft, gentle smile. It's really no big deal. Besides, you already told me your class was a pure support type, so I figured telling you was only fair. She looks at him totally amused. Fair? How is that fair? I never even told you what my actual rune was in the first place. But hey, since we are sharing secrets now, do you want to know what mine is? He shakes his head instantly, shutting it down. No need really. But she completely ignores him. She points a finger in the air, proudly explaining. Back in round 1, I managed to score a protection rune, basically within a 10-meter radius. However, many people are standing around me that equals the exact number of defensive shields I get. So if there are 5 people near me, boom, I am instantly wrapped in 5 separate layers of armor. Juri laughs out loud. Wow, finally saying that out loud feels so incredibly relieving. Makes you feel pretty good too, right? She tilts her head, her curiosity returning. But seriously, why did you suddenly decide to drop this massive bombshell? Ryu Min looks at her, keeping his tone entirely genuine. Honestly, hiding things from you was starting to bother me. Plus, I figured if I didn't prove I was legit, you would never believe the insane warning I am about to give you. She blinks completely, losing her cheerful vibe as confusion sets in. Wait, what are you talking about? The red sports car continues tearing down the road. Wait, what, she screams. This is where you and I brace ourselves. A player massacre is round 4's actual mission. He just nods, keeping his voice dead calm. Exactly. So please be careful. Ryu Min gives her a serious look. Keep your guard up, because in this survival game, you literally never know what the players around you might pull. Taking his intense warning to heart, she nods firmly. Okay, I understand. Smiling softly, she gazes out the window. She can't help but feel incredibly grateful right now. He actually cares enough about her survival to reveal his deepest secrets. He even went out of his way to call. Juri peeks at him, her cheeks burning red. A wild thought crosses her mind. Could he actually have a little bit of feelings for me? I really hope so, she thinks. Outside, the sun sets. Meanwhile, Ryu Min sits on his bed, completely shocked that Juri Min actually liked him this whole time without him even noticing. A flash of guilt crosses his face. No wonder she always tried so hard to treat him so well. He glances away, thinking that even though it feels super awkward, this outcome is definitely for the best. Setting his phone aside, he sits there lost in thought. Getting her on his side as an ally is going to be way easier now. Idly fixing his pillow, he knows she will actually trust his prophecies going forward. He pulls the blanket up and closes his eyes. One major problem solved. Time for a quick break. After all, his schedule for this month is surprisingly clear. The sky outside turns completely dark. Time slowly ticks by. Below the glowing city lights, the date reads the 31st. The simple wall clock hits exactly 11:55 p.m. All right, you and I are about to see him gear up. Sitting on his bed, Ryu Min checks the system right before the transfer. He bought an epic tier item from the shop earlier today. The system screen flashes. Item name, Gloves of Darkness. Epic grade gear. Stats check, +5 strength, +4 agility. Weapons turn semi-transparent but only at night. And there is a strict level restriction attached. Must be normal rank or higher to equip. Description reads, shrouded in night, these gloves can turn invisible. Any active weapon you hold will become semi-transparent. He stares intently. The raw stat boosts are incredibly high. Plus, that cloaking effect on his weapons is a massive advantage. Super useful. Paired with his midnight skill, the synergy is going to be absolutely broken. Suddenly, Ryu Min hears a soft knock on his door. It is Ryu Woon. Big bro, it is time. Stepping inside, his younger brother asks if he feels confident about clearing this next crazy round. Ryu Min turns toward him and says they will just have to wait and see. Still worried, Ryu Woon asks, you are a prophet, right? You said you had intel on round 4. Ryu Min instantly replies, having info is one thing, but surviving it is a whole different story. Ryu Woon panics. What do you mean by that? Walking closer, he begs his brother to make it back alive. Ryu Min rolls his eyes. Poking his brother in the head, he tells him to stop jinxing things before it even starts. Back on his bed, Ryu Min looks serious. He grimly realizes round 4 might be an absolute death trap. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Hwang Yong-min is tearing his hair out. Not this garbage again. That damn status window. The system screen pops up, punishment applied. All stats permanently reduced by a massive 50%. Furious, he curses loudly. He cannot believe this is the brutal consequence for betraying his precious contract mirror. Absolute disaster. He does not even have his 10 command rights anymore. How is he supposed to survive round 4 like this? His whole body shakes with sheer rage. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he paces around. He knows those guys hunting for the regional representative spot might come gunning for him right now. Or maybe his old friends will show up for revenge. Suddenly, looking up at the sky, a chilling thought hits him. Wait, where even is this place? He frantically looks around. What kind of messed up mission starts in a creepy white room like this? It feels exactly like a weird lab rat cage. Now stick with me here because things get tense. Hwang Yong-min locks eyes with Ryu Min. Ryu Min, that evil demon, definitely planned this out. He knew this exact scenario would happen. Huang Min bitterly remembers how that psycho completely manipulated everyone into destroying the holy relic. Ryu Min literally told him to waste all 10 command rights and smash it. Looking back, he realizes the guy even murdered the punishment god. Zero hesitation at all, unbelievably suspicious. Huang Min's face turns completely dark as he stands cautiously behind the very guy who ruined his life. If only I was strong enough, I would beat this bastard into pieces. But despite his boiling anger, he cannot actually do a single thing. It is absolutely infuriating. But he has zero options left. If he wants to keep his head attached to his shoulders, he has to make a deal. Time to shake hands with the devil. He forces himself to walk over. Hey, Ryu Min. Ryu Min turns around slowly. What is it now? With a stiff face, he asks if their deal from the previous round is still valid. Ryu Min looks confused. A deal? What deal exactly? You said if I became your subordinate, you would protect me. Ryu Min just laughs it off. I don't need a useless subordinate like you anymore. Huang Min stares in absolute shock. Excuse me, crossing his arms, Ryu Min points out the obvious truth. You don't have any command rights left. A regional rep with zero command abilities, totally pointless to keep around. Not to mention, most players have already unlocked their job classes by now, so your authority wouldn't even do much anyway. These brutal words leave Huang Min completely paralyzed, but Ryu Min just drops a smirk. You have absolutely zero value to me now. You are basically just a walking target. Huang Min clenches his fists, fuming at the insult. A walking target, panic starts setting in deep. Suddenly, he hears a noise from behind and immediately whips his head around to check. Ryu Min stands there, crossing his arms with total confidence. Don't worry so much. You are only a target in name. Very few will actually try to kill you. Huang Min nervously shuffles closer. They won't aim for me. We're about to uncover how this whole system traps everyone. Ryu Min explains smoothly. You know exactly what happens to players holding the regional representative title. Everyone else gets it now too. Being the rep is not some glorious blessing. It is actually a massive curse. Ryu Min looks him dead in the eye. As players level up, the number of people you can legally control drops significantly. Compared to the deadly risks, the payoff is just not worth it. Huang Min starts weighing his options carefully. What is Ryu Min planning? Spot on. If possible, I give up this command right away. You and I both know that sounds tempting. Just then, Rin gently walks up to him. Seeing them, he blushes, wondering why on earth these people are here. Rin happily calls out, hello. Beside her, Sang Chun mirrors her bright expression perfectly. Hello, Mr. Ryu Min. Do you still remember us? Ryu Min nods calmly. Of course I do. Yang Min suddenly freezes in his tracks. What is going on? His face looks totally sarcastic. You see, you saved us from this exact thug standing right here. We really wanted to express our gratitude to you once again. Yang Min immediately gets furious. What did you just call me, a thug? Ryu Min quickly steps in, stopping him. Looking visibly annoyed, Ryu Min sighs. Thanking me once is more than enough. You really do not need to come looking for me again. Sang Chun quickly replies, but we still feel incredibly grateful. Our company chairman also wants to send his personal thanks for saving us. He opens his mouth, clearly trying to add something else, saying, right about our chairman, but Ryu Min ruthlessly cuts him off mid-sentence. Stop right there. I seriously do not care. Seeing this tension, Rin quickly steps in to save the mood. Mr. Ryu Min, please accept this small token of our appreciation for saving us. With a warm smile, she holds up a beautifully sparkling purple stone. Please take it. He stares at it, thinking to himself, a low-grade purple magic stone. This is definitely an amazing, unexpected bargain. She looks a bit awkward. I just figured saying thank you was not nearly enough to repay you. Ryu Min calmly grabs the stone from her hands. Good thinking. Thanks a lot. He examines the stone, realizing that since she happily handed over such an incredibly rare item, he has zero reason to refuse it. Once he gets back, he definitely needs to try crafting low-grade magic stones. Meanwhile, she closely watches his facial expression, nervously wondering, does he even like it? She stares at him with pure anxiety. What if he assumes she gifted him some completely useless rock and gets angry? Honestly, he is smirking on the inside. Just as he expected, this girl has absolutely no idea about the real value of magic. Stones. Makes sense. If she actually knew, she never would have given it away. Yang Min stares at him quietly, muttering that he also has something just like that. Ryu Min catches this and raises an eyebrow. This guy has a magic stone too. Yang Min taps his cheek, trying to remember. I think it is called Power Stone of Black Metal. Hearing this, Ryu Min gets genuinely surprised. What a black metal power stone. He instantly analyzes the sheer value. Black metal power. Stones drop from monsters at astronomically low rates. It is an item way harder to find than a standard magic stone. Honestly, at this point in the game, actively trying to get one is completely impossible. He smiles with smug satisfaction. Now that he knows this, whiny guy is holding onto such a ridiculously precious item. Is it pure luck or total misfortune? Seol Ah-rin suddenly stammers, breaking the silence. Mr. Ryu Min, do you happen to need a protective barrier? Or shield? He repeats the word, confused. A shield. She looks incredibly shy but proud. I just leveled up into a summoner class. She explains, her face beaming with joy. I can summon fairies to create a strong shield for you if you ever need it. But before she can even finish speaking, he interrupts. Thanks for the offer, but I refuse. I really don't think it's necessary. Seol Ah-rin feels even more embarrassed now, her cheeks flushing. Ah, I understand. She politely bows her head in goodbye. Well, we will be heading off then. Wishing you the absolute best of luck in this round, he casually responds. Good luck. Now you and I need to pay attention here. Turning around, Ryu Min spots Yang Min trying to sneak away. Wait up, Ryu Min glares fiercely at him, delivering a cold warning. Keep walking and you are going to regret it. Thoroughly confused, Yang Min turns back and asks, What do you mean? Ryu Min coldly replies, I already told you. Right now you are a walking target. Yang Min looks away, refusing to believe it. But you just said nobody would actually target me. At all. Ryu Min scoffs. I said few people, not absolutely nobody. The powerful benefits of being a regional representative have not entirely vanished yet. Ryu Min walks forward with a completely nonchalant expression. Even though the vast majority of players have already hit level 10 and gained their classes, there are still some people who haven't reached that mark. That means targets for command rights still exist. Yang Min looks increasingly confused and anxious as Ryu Min poses a serious question. Think about it for a second. Among thousands of desperate players, do you really think absolutely nobody will target you? Trembling slightly, Yang Min asks. Then what should I even do? Ryu Min cheerfully continues, a wicked glint in his eye. I will help you avoid becoming an incredibly easy, dangerous target. Yang Min is completely stunned by this unexpected kindness. Really, thank you so much. Before he can even finish his sentence, Ryu Min instantly cuts him off. I never said I was doing this for free. As payment for my generous help, you saw that shiny stone Seol Ah-rin gave me a minute ago, right? Well, if you have anything similar to that, just hand it over to me. Yang Min looks a bit flustered. I actually do have a stone exactly like that. He immediately hands the rare stone over to Ryu Min. The system info pops up, black metal power stone. Item description reveals it as a sturdy, black-colored stone. It features a smooth surface and a brilliant glossy sheen. Ryu Min feels immensely satisfied with this haul. Alright, perfect. Do you have any other items? On you, Yang Min flat out refuses. No way, whatever I could possibly give you I already did. Please do not try to take away my equipped gear. Ryu Min lets out a deep sigh. Don't worry. Even if you begged me to take your trash gear, I wouldn't. Yang Min immediately argues back. I already gave you my precious item. So can you help me now? Ryu Min turns his back, grinning. I'll keep my promise. Suddenly, the angel appears, speaking with an overly cheerful voice. Oh humans, today you've all gathered here once again. But it seems the total number has noticeably decreased. The crowd below starts whispering in confusion. The numbers dropped. Does that mean people were actually fighting in the real world? Ryu Min stands, with his arms crossed, thinking to himself. Honestly, going a whole month without any players getting into deadly trouble would be the real surprise here. The angel cheerfully continues. Alright, now it looks like everyone who made it is here. So let us announce the official mission for round 4. Alright, you and I are about to witness round 4. The main quest, slaughter each other within 3 hours. Total participants globally stands at over 161 million. But here in Zone S45 we have exactly 1,042 players. Completions, 0. Target survivors, 521. The crowd totally panics. Kill each other. The angel's tone shifts to pure disgust. You humans really are slow, aren't you? It is exactly what I just said. She smiles like an absolute maniac. You just need to stab and murder the players standing right next to you. Pretty simple, right? The crowd is completely terrified now. Kill the others. A literal massacre. The angel confidently wags her finger at them. Let me explain it a bit more clearly for you pathetic little humans. The whole goal of this round is to cut down the player count by making you slaughter each other. And unlike the previous rounds, there are absolutely no monsters this time. The players start throwing out suspicious questions. Wait, no monsters, but I need to level up. I have to get stronger. A tall guy speaks up from the crowd. Excuse me, Lord Angel, if exactly half of us survive, doesn't that mean we just need to kill one person each to clear this? Is that right? The angel brings a finger to her lips. She smiles. That is a secret. If I told you everything, where would the fun be? Ryu Min watches her with clear annoyance. Fun, yeah right. He knows she is just following orders from her boss to keep her mouth shut. He observes the entire situation. He curses inwardly. These angels are just glorified messengers feeding us rules for this twisted, messed-up survival game. Nothing more. There is a real game master pulling the strings. The fact that she is hiding a specific rule means she got direct orders to. The game master is definitely watching. The angel crosses her arms. Just killing a player will not guarantee that you clear this mission. Only the top 521 players will actually survive. And as for what decides that ranking, that is another little secret. She flashes an incredibly scheming look. Let us just say being the very first to kill someone does not guarantee you the #1 spot. The angel loves manipulating them. Alright, that wraps up the explanation. Now then go ahead and start slaughtering each other. Good luck. The countdown clock starts ticking. 2 hours and 59 minutes left. Pure panic erupts across the entire zone. What do we do? We just have to kill someone. Anyone. Ryu Min has absolutely zero beef with any of these random players. This is pure insanity. What kind of sick round is this? Meanwhile, Ryu Min stands there looking thrilled. Stick with me, you are going to hate him. Perfect. There are a few bastards I want dead anyway. Ryu Min figures it out immediately. Yep, that psycho is definitely thinking about murdering his own friends. Ryu Min smiles maliciously. Wait a second, if everyone else hesitates to attack, wouldn't that just make things way easier? For me, I would be totally unstoppable. Ryu Min gets heated, his mind racing with vicious plans. I have no idea where those punks are, but I am going to slaughter every single one of them. He turns around and flinches hard. Ryu Min is standing right there. Damn it, you scared the life out of me. He suddenly looks incredibly guilty. Oh, Ryu Min, what is up? Ryu Min steps forward. I told you I would help keep you from becoming a target, right? Well, I am here to fulfill that promise right now. He instantly raises his hand, gathering his immense power. Ryu Min barely even has a second to process what is happening before he panics. He starts backing up, but it is way too late. Ryu Min unleashes a massive strike, sending him completely off balance and crashing down hard. Suddenly, an unexpected system alert pops up. Subquest activated. Round 4, Subquest. Eliminate the zone representative within the given time limit. Quest completion reward. A lowest grade mana stone draw ticket. The system chimes again. You have successfully completed the subquest. You have been awarded the lowest grade mana stone draw ticket. Item type supply. Rarity. Rare. Effect randomly provides 1 to 5. Lowest grade mana stones. Usage restriction. Available until the next round for novice tier or higher. Description. A limited time item that relies completely on your luck to give you stones. Once you enter the next round, this item will automatically disappear, so use it while you can. Ryu Min smirks to himself. Perfect. I got exactly what I wanted. Killing Ryu Min was literally just to farm this subquest reward, even though that wasn't the only reason. Suddenly, a blonde guy screams out, "Hey, someone is dead over here, I just saw it." Ryu Min, did you kill him? Ryu Min glares at them, completely annoyed. Not too long ago, these exact same people were trying to kill Ryu Min for the zone rep title. What a bunch of hypocrites. Now they are acting like the good guys. Unbelievable. The crowd stares at him, shouting, "Hey Ryu Min, you can't just go around murdering people like that. Do you have no humanity? Murderer, you are a cold-blooded killer." Ryu Min just thinks to himself, "Murderer, well, they aren't exactly wrong about that at all. I already killed Kang Seo-kun, and the truth is I am going to have to kill countless more people just to reach round 20. He stands there in silence for a moment. But I have never killed someone without a good reason, especially in this round. I literally have no other choice but bloodshed to clear this stage. Whether I like it or not, this is the reality now. A final system message chimes in. So what do we learn here? Survival means bloodshed. Round 4 main quest, slaughter each other. Over 181 million players. And the number who successfully completed the quest, sitting at over 90 million. Absolutely insane. You and I know it is getting wild. Zone S45 drops. Total players 1,042. Target survivors 521. Ryu Min fully expected this backlash. And yeah, the crowd immediately turns on him. A black-haired guy in the back whispers, "If this all goes well, maybe I can actually manipulate. Incite everyone to kill Ryu Min." A guy in a hood thinks the exact same thing. He wants to use this golden opportunity to absolutely destroy Ryu Min's reputation. A huge muscular guy looks fiercely determined. He figures if they all just attack as a massive group, Ryu Min will be completely helpless against them. Another guy insists they absolutely cannot let Ryu Min become the official zone representative under any circumstances. I need to pin some kind of crime on him, he schemes. Ryu Min just smiles, breathing a relaxed sigh. These absolute fools think they found an opening. An absolute joke. One of the guys furiously screams out, "You think this is funny?" A girl standing right next to him quickly chimes in. "You're a total psychopath. How dare you act like this after what you did?" Suddenly, the system screen flashes a massive new alert. Player Ryu Min is officially the new zone representative for S45. The loud guy stares in pure shock. Wait, Ryu Min is really the rep now. The black-haired guy panics. This is like giving wings to a tiger. What the hell are we supposed to do now? Ryu Min, totally composed, confidently speaks up. What is the matter? Why did everyone suddenly stop screaming? Or are you all just scared now that I am the official zone rep? He crosses his arms, acting even more arrogant. If you guys are so terrified of command privileges, you probably haven't even changed your classes yet. A blonde guy defensively snaps back. What are you talking about? Suddenly, the muscular dude points and yells. Hey, look over there, he shouts loudly. Ryu Min's name changed color. The entire crowd bursts into chaotic whispers. He is right, it actually changed. Why is he the only one with a different color? Ryu Min thinks calmly. It probably shifted from bright yellow straight to crimson red. He already knew exactly how this game mechanic worked. In these kinds of rounds, the moment you kill another player, your alias turns blood red. And the more people you slaughter, the darker that red gets. The man's expression looks downright savage. The color-changing alias system is specifically designed to expose exactly who has crossed the line and committed murder. The crowd immediately mobs together, preparing to attack Ryu Min. He actually murdered someone with that primitive hunting rifle, you psycho killer. Ryu Min feels a bit of empathy here. Instead of targeting innocent players, people naturally prefer to hunt down confirmed killers. After all, doing it like that keeps their conscience a whole lot cleaner. He totally gets their logic. But here is the twisted irony: those who kill a murderer instantly become murderers themselves. Our MC understands this cycle. But here is the thing you and I need to catch. This mob is unknowingly encouraging each other to just slaughter everyone around them. Ryu Min thinks to himself they might hesitate to kill right now, but this exact mindset will be the underlying cause for a massive bloodbath later. He seriously asks the crowd, "What are you all doing? I am absolutely certain that none of you actually have the time to just stand around stalling." Two players immediately fire back at him. "Hey you, stay right where you are." "Yeah, you absolute murderer." Ryu Min just raises a hand to explain. "You guys are acting like I was the only one who wanted to kill the rep. What about everyone who rushed at Cho Dong's Shik in the previous round? Did you just want to give him a little kiss or something?" The man stammers, completely speechless. Ryu Min cuts back in. "Kill or be killed. Do not tell me you guys survived this far without understanding that simple, basic rule." He firmly asserts his dominance over the surrounding crowd. "Stop acting like a bunch of hypocrites. Face brutal reality. If your own life was on the line, there is absolutely no way you wouldn't point a weapon at whoever was threatening you." He glares at them fiercely. "This is not the time to just sit around doing nothing. If you are all that worried, just keep arguing exactly like we voted last time." He mutters to himself and simply walks away. Even if he hadn't dropped those hard truths, they would have started fighting each other anyway. Ryu Min calculates that by then it would be far too late. But if he didn't speak up now, they would just keep wasting precious time. He glances back at the crowd, thinking if that actually happened, the survivors wouldn't even hit the required 521 mark. Even if it forces them into a bloody brawl, pushing them to start the mission is the only way more players survive. Meanwhile, a tough-looking woman steps up, trying hard to convince the chaotic crowd. "I really don't think we should just stand here," she insists. "Like Ryu Min just said, shouldn't we actually be doing something?" The guy next to her raises an eyebrow. "So do you have a bright idea on what we should do?" "Just talk," she quickly fires back. "Why are you being so sarcastic? I am literally just trying to discuss what our next move should be." The guy challenges her. "How about a fair one-on-one duel then?" Seeing this mess, a guy with platinum blonde hair tries to break them apart, fighting to kill each other. "How is that fair at all? In a duel? You think this is some game?" He frantically urges them. "Right now, we barely even have enough time left." The other man furiously screams out, "What did you just say to me?" And just like that, the entire group descends into endless arguing. Seol Ah Rin looks super awkward and asks Mr. Bodyguard, "What do we do? Do we really have to kill people like Ryu Min?" Said Sang Chun looks at her gently and replies, "Of course we do. Because if we do not do it, we will be the ones getting killed. Why should we care about the lives of random strangers we don't even know?" He quietly advises her. I agree with him. You need to harden your resolve because killing isn't a fun experience. And honestly, we are about to see just how dark this game gets. It is nothing. She looks at him, totally worried. "You talk exactly like someone who has actually killed before." The guy just scowls, looking completely annoyed. "No way, I am just guessing here." She glances at the crowd, clearly awkward. "So who exactly are we supposed to kill then?" He immediately responds. "Depends on the situation. Right now, everyone is screaming at each other. Stop acting like absolute fools. We need to actually sit down and decide who gets eliminated." "All right, tell me who you want to kill then." One guy suggests that targeting people who already committed murder is the absolutely perfect strategy. Just focus on anyone with a red player name. And who gave you the right to make that call? The guy with the long hair quickly fires back. You mean we should try and kill Ryu Min? The black-haired guy scoffs, proudly declaring that going after Ryu Min is just suicide. How are you supposed to kill a guy who is already level 30? The blonde kid thinks it over. I bet even if every single one of us rushed him all at the exact same time, we still could not take him down. The brown-haired guy is playing it way more safe. Shut up, what if he hears us? Ryu Min just sighs, annoyed and helpless. He thinks to himself, I can literally hear everything. The crowd suddenly stops arguing and completely freezes. The gray-haired man screams out, what the heck are you people even talking about? A human life is incredibly precious. Even if that person is a straight-up murderer, we still should not be killing anybody. The guy wearing the hat totally agrees, adding his own thoughts. This guy is exactly right. If we kill someone, we just become red-named murderers exactly like him. The other kid snaps right back at them. So what do you expect us to do? Somebody has to die so I can survive. Makes sense, right? A guy standing nearby steps in to stop the fight. Cut the arguing already. Let us just agree to execute the criminals. All right, the fierce-looking girl immediately speaks up. And how do we figure out who the criminals are? Are you just going to ask the ex-cons to raise their hands? Nobody is going to willingly surrender themselves for a death sentence. The long-haired guy gets totally furious and screams, who the heck are you to look down on everyone else? Why do not you come up with a better idea then? She quickly bites back at him. Why are you swearing in my face, you absolute trash? Maybe I should just kill you right now. He does not flinch. What? You crazy witch, if you think you can try it. A younger guy in the crowd tries adding fuel to the burning fire. Hey, you two, do not just talk about it, throw a punch. The guy gets even more annoyed. Who do you think you are hyping us up? She points her finger right in his face. Cowards hiding in the back, trying to start fights are literally the worst. Absolute trash. The guy readies his magic. What did you just say to me? Damn it, you worthless scumbags. I am going to kill every single one of you. She readies her own attack. If you are so confident, step up. You idiot. Ryu Min just shakes his head in utter disappointment. The whole place is total chaos. They keep talking big, but nobody does a thing. But he just watches them calmly. There is nothing to worry about here. Pretty soon, they will absolutely start slaughtering each other without holding back. A more mature-looking guy finally voices his thoughts. Hey, everyone, stop screaming and let us think about this realistically for a second. But then immediately, his face completely drops in pure panic. It is Ryu Min sitting right there and casually yawning. The guy stares in absolute disbelief, asking himself, wait, is not that freaking impossible? Ryu Min stands there with his arms crossed, already knowing the game perfectly. Listen closely, here is the hidden rule for this exact stage. After someone dies, they actually respawn 10 minutes later. Ryu Min looks around completely confused as he realizes every single person is staring at him. Why are you all staring at me like that? And it is not just a normal look either, they are staring like they just saw a literal zombie. He stands right up, completely baffled by the crowd. This is weird. I was literally just talking with Ryu Min. What is going on? The guy with the black hair screams out. He came back to life. It is like some god reincarnated him. What are you even saying, man? The system just revived him, obviously. The long-haired guy starts piecing it together. So that means anyone who dies in this round will actually just revive. The woman standing beside him gets a deeply twisted look. Well, if that is true, then killing someone does not even matter. The younger guy tightens his grip on his knife, looking extremely dangerous. If they just come back to life, the other guy adds, then it probably is not a big deal. The woman with her hair tied up immediately steps in to stop the madness. Everyone calm down, she tries desperately to block them. We are not even 100% sure the respawn is real, so do not rush into this. Suddenly, she gets brutally attacked from behind. The guy uses a razor-sharp wolf claw weapon, viciously stabbing her over and over, screaming wildly. Why do not you go to sleep first, you stupid witch? Just die. He finally stops staring at his dagger, dripping completely in blood as he pants heavily. He does not hold back, shouting over her body. Come on, revive already. You and I still have a real fight. To finish, every single person watching feels a cold chill down their spine, staring at him in pure disgust. Surrounded by the terrified crowd, right there on the ground lies a motionless body with messy hair. Everyone nearby is breaking out in a cold sweat. The people on the edge of the circle start nervously whispering to each other. But wait, she is not coming back to life. We should probably wait a minute, the respawn is not instant. Two guys, the brown-haired dude and the green-haired kid, shout out to the group. Now that I think about it, that guy only revived after 10 full minutes. Hey, everyone, let us just wait around until she actually respawns. The entire crowd totally agrees with the plan. I agree with that. Yeah, me too. 10 long minutes finally pass by. The girl lying totally motionless on the ground suddenly begins to glow. Those brutally deep and heavy stab wounds are glowing brightly, showing obvious signs of healing. A moment later, those massive gashes have completely closed up, and just like that, she is fully healed. Let's kick things off, you and I. Not a single scratch left. The brown-haired girl wakes up, stretches out, looking totally relaxed. But then, she freezes. She lets out a massive scream, pointing right at the crowd surrounding her. Which one of you absolute creeps did this? Who? Cheap-shotted me. Out of nowhere, that creepy guy rocking the fake wolf claw weapon just materializes right behind her. And he's got this terrifying smirk plastered on his face. It was me, you witch. But hey, plot twist. Before he can do anything, a massive guy behind him just slices him completely in half. Boom. The claw guy drops dead instantly. The giant dude points at the fresh corpse, basically mocking his exact move from earlier. So they just respawn after 10 minutes, right? Everyone else watching from the sidelines, yeah, their faces go completely pale. People are grabbing their heads, covering their mouths in pure shock. Dead silence. Meanwhile, Ryu Min watches the whole freak show from a distance, thinking, even with infinite respawns confirmed, normal people still hate the idea of murder. But you know how it goes. The crowd on the outside, they snap exactly like he predicted. Put humans in a messed up situation and the absolute madness hiding inside them always comes out to play. Cold, heartless words fly everywhere. Humanity goes right out the window, replaced by the brutal sound of blades slicing into each other. Just total chaos, screw it. Players start backstabbing left and right. Nobody cares anymore. Total free for all. Even pointing a sword at your own teammate feels normal now. Just die. You people have lost your minds, someone screams. Suddenly, right in the middle of this absolute insane bloodbath, a crazy scuffle breaks out. Sorry man, nothing personal. A silver-haired player violently swings his sword right at the brown-haired guy next to him. Why don't you taste your own medicine? The brown-haired dude frantically blocks the attack, yelling back. Would you just die already? Seriously, stop resisting. You are just going to respawn anyway. The two keep screaming at each other until the fight finally reaches its bloody, inevitable end. If it's so great, why don't you die first? Across the entire zone right now, players are just tearing each other apart without mercy. Constant attacks everywhere. Blood splashing across the floor. Ryu Min just stands there in the distance, coldly evaluating the chaos. He figures there are roughly 1,000 players currently butchering each other like absolute savages. It is literally a war zone in here. Ryu Min finally decides to move, powering up his magic. A blinding red light sparks right from the palm of his hand. Ryu Min steps forward, confidence radiating off him. Alright, guess it is my turn. Someone in the brawling mob actually notices Ryu Min approaching. But bam, a crimson flash erupts from the Ryu Min. Ryu Min aggressively swings his massive scythe in a full circle, and the players caught in the blast are sent flying backward. He clears them out effortlessly, leaving a circle of completely motionless bodies on the ground. Seeing this, the other players exchange looks silently, agreeing to jump him all at once. This is our chance, they scream. But before the squad leader can even finish yelling his battle cry, a rapid series of brutal thuds echoes across the room. A second later, all three attackers are planted firmly on the floor. I have detection active. Sneak attacks will not work on me. Meanwhile, right behind, Ryu Min the Black Dragon is going absolutely feral. He is furiously stabbing his blade into the back of a down, helpless player. Just die already. Ryu Min glances over his shoulder. Oh right, I forgot about that maniac. Black Dragon cackles like a villain, ruthlessly striking his target with terrifying satisfaction. Ryu Min thinks to himself, calling round 4 the perfect playground for the Black Fire Dragon is no joke. With that Devour Rune in his possession, this whole setup is basically an all-you-can-eat buffet for him. Ryu Min watches closely as Black Dragon bounces from one victim to the next, just slaughtering. Looking at how dark red his name tag has gotten, he has probably murdered around 10 players already. That guy seriously needs to burn a few. Respawn's Black Dragon checks his own system status window, letting out a maniacal laugh. He thinks, I totally didn't expect this. Every single time I kill another player, my base stats actually go up. This is an insane cheat code. He is absolutely thrilled by the massive power boost. I mean, I knew. Stats spiked from hunting monsters, but farming actual players works just as well. The floating system screen right in front of him is actively updating the copily progress meter for his Devour Rune. The Devour Rune's effect is terrifying. Its progress bar fills up every single time you manage to eliminate an enemy target. Once that meter hits maximum, you get a completely random stat boost. And the higher your victim's level, the faster that sweet progress bar fills up. Black Dragon is on an absolute rampage now, using every dirty trick in the book to massacre players. He even flashes this deeply unhinged grin, screaming at the top of his lungs. Die, just die, keep dying. The Devour Rune's gauge is literally jumping up faster and faster with every kill. The bar is seriously spiking up. Is it because these guys are higher level? Black Dragon snaps his head toward a target, laughing wildly. He is the exact same level as me, but the meter spiked massively. His eyes go wide with sick excitement. Then a wild thought crosses his mind. Could he actually defeat the Ryu Min man if I take out Ryu Min? How much would the gauge jump? It would probably max out instantly, and then I'd score a massive stat boost. High on his own hype, Black Dragon spins around to locate Ryu Min. But suddenly, reality checks him hard. Wait, no. Scratch that. If I mess with a heavy hitter like him, who knows what kind of horrible disaster I'll invite? He wisely shifts his gaze toward the smaller, low-level players huddled together. I should just farm these weaklings and stack up my levels. Without hesitating, Black Dragon grins and violently blindsides another player. Sorry, man, nothing personal. He yanks out his axe, swinging it with terrifying force, thinking to himself. Honestly, this is the absolute best stress. Relief. Now Black Dragon charges at his next target with another brutally heavy axe swing. Because of that annoying thug earlier, I couldn't even hunt down monsters properly. But here is the thing, you and I know he completely misses the guy creeping up right behind him. This round was literally made for me. The guy lunges forward with his sword, but Black Dragon easily dodges to the side. Those other players out here getting absolutely zero benefit from all this killing. Not at all. Black Dragon flashes a terrifying smile and swings his axe down. Unlike them, his stats actually go up, making him stronger with every single strike. His ancient runes devour progress bar just keeps on rising. Meanwhile, the players who got killed are already starting to respawn. Some are frozen in shock while others just collapse and hold their heads. Black Dragon is absolutely loving this. His prey keeps coming back to life, practically serving themselves up to be slaughtered again. You and I know a bloodbath when we see one. He locks onto his targets, pulling his axe back. What better opportunity is there? The brutal slaughter echoes out. Another life snuffed out. With this side completely wiped clean, Black Dragon turns his attention toward the massive chaotic brawls happening nearby. How many people has he dropped? He needs to drop as many as possible to climb straight to the top of the leaderboards. Maybe he should head in that direction right now. But wait. Footsteps approach from out of nowhere. It is Ryu Min casually closing the distance, step by step. His terrifying presence forces Black Dragon to practically choke. Ryu Min. Black Dragon panics, frantically looking around. Ryu Min gets close and whispers just 2 words, midnight. Everyone else, who was just busy hacking away, suddenly stops fighting. They freeze, totally confused, looking around at the pitch-black sky. What is going on here? Why did it just get so dark out? Sweat drips down Black Dragon's face as he stares at Ryu Min. That scythe is turning semi-transparent now. Whatever is about to happen, he needs to be careful. Extremely careful. Suddenly, a familiar crimson slash rips through the air. From his own twisted perspective, Black Dragon suddenly realizes his line of sight is totally shifting. He sees Ryu Min standing high above, staring coldly down at him. A second later, the awful truth hits him. Ryu Min just chopped his freaking head clean off. So he is dead. That guy truly lives up to the Ryu Min name. He should have avoided him completely. The scenery shifts, and right on cue, the sharp clash of swords rings out. This chaotic free-for-all has no end in sight. Every single player is just desperately trying to murder each other. Die. Just die already, you absolute bastard. Meanwhile, Yang Min has just respawned. He looks over in a daze and spots a girl who also just popped back into the world. She is literally just standing there yawning. Did she seriously just revive too? Wait, is it actually true that everyone comes back to life after 10 full minutes? Black Dragon instantly gets those wicked thoughts again, flashing that exact same terrifying grin. Oh, this is perfect. Clenching his fists, he realizes the system built this specific round just so everyone could slaughter each other. This is the perfect chance to get brutal payback on those absolute scumbags who stabbed him in the back. Time to wipe them all out. Over on the other side, Yang Min casually strolls straight into the fighting zone, looking around. Where are you, Sung Han? Seriously, where is that guy hiding? A massive excited grin spreads across his face. Found him. Right in front of Yang Min is Sung Han, trembling hard while nervously aiming his bow. What a complete idiot. He is literally shaking in his boots over a tiny little stat reduction penalty. Yang Min flashes a grin and sprints right over. Sung Han snaps his head back, but it is way too late. Yang Min greets him with a brutal punch straight to the face. So great to see you again, you total scumbag. Sung Han goes flying back, his bow and arrows scattering across the dirt. He shakes in pure agony, gripping his face as Black Dragon's voice echoes out. Hey Sung Han, you absolute piece of garbage. The guy is totally battered from that punch, face bruised and nose bleeding everywhere. Yang Min grabs him tight, right by the collar. Didn't you say you were going to kill me the next time we met? Yang Min bursts into a terrifying laugh, raising his fist high. Agonizing screams follow. So why do not you go ahead and try to kill me right now? He casually drops Sung Han back into the dirt. Ah, finally. That feels incredibly refreshing. Black Dragon glances over his shoulder, a dark look in his eyes. Where are the rest of those total bastards? The battlefield right now feels like it is only just warming up. Things are getting way more intense and incredibly brutal out here. Honest question, if hell actually exists, would it look exactly like this? The strong completely crushing the weak. Players with top-tier gear effortlessly slaughtering anyone who did not manage to find a decent weapon. Die. Meanwhile, Rin is backed into a tiny corner, shivering as she grips her sword. You bastard. This entire area is absolutely flooded with mindless violence, filled with people who exist strictly to tear each other apart. Sang Chun stands right beside her, watching carefully. Miss Rin, are you okay? Rin tries her absolute hardest to pull it together, forcing a shaky smile. I am totally fine, not tired at all. But yeah, my head is definitely spinning right now. Sang Chun turns, looking away as he thinks to himself. He can handle this chaos for a bit, but Rin is definitely going to struggle hard. If this mental toll starts breaking down her focus and ruining her mission, he will not even have the face to report back to the chairman. That would be an absolute disaster. But suddenly, while Sang Chun is carefully keeping watch, a creepy hand shoots out of absolutely nowhere, lunging straight for Rin. And let me tell you, this guy's intentions are anything but friendly. He violently grabs a fistful of her hair. The attacker raises a massive blade, holding Rin tightly in place as he aggressively screams out. Sang Chun doesn't even hesitate, sprinting over at lightning speed to save her. Do not even think about it, pal. With one clean strike, he knocks the attacker's weapon completely away. Sang Chun flawlessly switches his grip, chaining together a series of ridiculously smooth movements. He drives his blade straight into the guy's shoulder with zero hesitation. A single devastating blow easily brings the attacker to his knees. Miss Rin is still frozen there, shaking uncontrollably as she stares at the blood-soaked blade. Right in front of her, cold sweat drips down. But then she grinds her teeth, eyes locking onto the weapon with pure determination. Rin suddenly lunges forward, sprinting straight toward the attacker, who is now trembling on the ground. She drives her blade directly into him without holding back. The scene shifts, and the sky above looks even gloomier than before. Rin drops to her knees, trembling violently while covering her mouth. Sang Chun stands by, glancing down. He knows if he told her to do something like that, she would still blindly obey him. She finally stands up, turning toward him with a shaky voice. Hey, Mr. Bodyguard, how much longer? Do we have to keep fighting like this? Sang Chun answers without missing a beat. We have got at least 1 hour left. Rin's face instantly turns pale white. She turned away, completely sick to her stomach. I can't even watch them die. How is everyone just slaughtering each other like this? Sang Chun gritted his teeth, glaring at Rin with pure frustration. She was too weak, way too fragile. Obviously, she had been totally sheltered. Hiding his actual annoyance, he put on a fake caring mask. Hey, if you are feeling exhausted, please just take a break. Haven't you already killed like 50 people? Rin honestly could not even remember. Sounded about right. Sang Chun turned away, practically dismissing her. That is definitely enough to secure your rank. I will handle the rest. Rin looked up at him, her eyes practically overflowing with gratitude. Thank you so much. But the second he turned away, a massive, relieved smirk spread across his face. Good riddance to dead weight. He was the one who should be thanking her. Finally, he didn't have to spoon-feed her kills anymore. Sang Chun officially began his own hunt. He launched himself at the nearest target, fists flying. Now he could actually focus on his own score. Suddenly, the system interface flashed above. 10 minutes and 21 seconds left on the clock. And now you and I finally get back to that legendary pitch-black scythe. A vicious red slash tore right through the air. Ryu Min casually dismantled every single attacker. Still 10 minutes left. Round 4 was an absolute stamina drain. Sensing movement, Ryu Min spun around, his eyes totally ice-cold as he swung his massive scythe. He glared at his next victim like an apex predator, the blade slicing downward. He absolutely could not afford to lose that first-place reward. Across all regions, he had to secure the top spot. He needed maximum power to survive round 20. Leaving another corpse behind, Ryu Min sprinted. Every single player who crossed his path turned pale and bolted for their lives, because honestly nobody knew how insane the final boss would be. Ryu Min effortlessly chased down the stragglers. He needed to absorb every ounce of strength possible. His stance was completely locked in, scythe raised high. He locked eyes with his next target. The poor guy he was chasing was literally crying, absolutely terrified out of his mind. But Ryu Min just blasted right past him. He didn't even bother attacking, just kept sprinting ahead. The terrified player collapsed, totally stunned. He had actually survived death's door. Meanwhile, Ryu Min was doing the math in his head. There was a very specific catch to this system. Killing the same player twice didn't boost his score. He was specifically hunting down fresh targets, totally ignoring the ones he had already slaughtered. Because round 4's ranking wasn't just about raw body count. Here is the thing: you had to execute as many unique players as physically possible. Killing a guy twice still only counted as a single point. Suddenly, Ryu Min glanced over his shoulder. Right behind him was a familiar face. It was Hwang Yong-min absolutely pummeling someone into the dirt. Ryu Min sighed in disappointment. He couldn't kill that maniac right now. Yong-min was still ruthlessly pounding his victim's face into mush. Die, die, you absolute garbage. He was grinning from ear to ear, totally unhinged. Ryu Min watched the psychopath with cold calculation. Yong-min had just been spawn camping his own 3 friends this entire time. Those poor guys were not going to survive this round. Suddenly, a bright light flashed as someone respawned right behind the brute. Yong-min instantly spun around. He delivered a brutal slap to his friend's face. Hey, respawn faster, idiot! Ryu Min just shook his head at the absolute slaughter. If you just get spawn killed, the second you revive, you basically have 0 chance of scoring points. Then the glowing system interface flashed again. The final countdown officially started. 1 minute left until the round ended. Ryu Min instantly blasted forward, his eyes scanning the chaotic battlefield. 60 seconds to go. Not much time at all. He had to squeeze out every single point possible to secure his absolute dominance. He spotted a silver-haired guy laughing maniacally. Already killed him. Then his eyes shifted to a crying guy tightly hugging a girl. Yeah, he had already killed him too. Ryu Min's gaze locked onto a light brown-haired guy holding a knife. He definitely didn't recognize this one. Perfect. Fresh meat. He had finally found his last victim. The clueless guy casually glanced over his shoulder, having absolutely no idea what was coming. Out of time. Ryu Min decided to end this in a single devastating strike. One clean slash straight into the guy's back, instantly deleting him. The exact second Ryu Min landed his final hit, the bloody match officially ended. The sky warped into a blinding, gorgeous golden aurora. Every single surviving player was instantly encased in a glowing protective shield. Suddenly, a supposedly holy angel slowly descended from the golden sky above. Did you all enjoy slaughtering each other? She mocked. Down below, the surviving players glared at her with pure, unadulterated hatred. Ryu Min scoffed. Seriously, how could forced murder ever be considered fun? The angel leaned down, her sweet smile practically dripping with venom. Oh, look at this mess. All this filthy blood. You completely ruined my beautifully clean arena. Her laugh echoed, filled with mocking disdain. But whatever. You all did your jobs. You completed your brutal little murder mission perfectly. Now, before we reveal the final rankings, let's resurrect the dead right in front of you. Ryu Min rolled his eyes. She was acting like she was some merciful god doing this, when in reality it was just the system's baseline protocol. It was just basic game mechanics. Suddenly, a player's completely severed arm started rapidly regenerating right before their eyes, healing magic at work. Every single player was experiencing the exact same thing. Fatal wounds, broken bones, completely healed in seconds. Yong-min's punching bag was no exception. The second his buddies were fully restored, they completely lost their minds. Hwang Yong-min, you absolute piece of garbage, I am going to kill you. Yong-min flashed a wicked grin, unfazed by the death threats. You freaking coward, you were only scared of Dong Shik. The screaming match escalated fast. What did you say? Before fists could fly again, the angel completely silenced them. Her eyes narrowed into a terrifying, annoyed glare. Any human who dares to speak will have their head blown off. Nobody below dared to utter a single word. The angel's face lit up with joy. Finally, some peace and quiet. All right, you and I are about to see the actual results. She smirked. But first, we need to check out what the sub-quest for this round is. Everyone was totally confused. There was a sub-quest this time around too. The angel snapped her fingers, laughing out loud. Of course there is. Did you idiots really think there wouldn't be one? Suddenly, the round's information panel appeared. Round 4 sub-quest: eliminate the regional representative within a set time limit. Successfully completing this mission grants the winner a lowest grade stone draw ticket. Everyone had a screen right in front of them. Eliminate the regional representative. Was that really the sub-quest? She sneered while explaining. That's right, you stupid humans, only one person in. This entire zone actually cleared the sub-quest. Ryu Min was immediately called out. It was Ryu Min. The crowd turned. They stared at him. Ryu Min. Now that they thought about it, didn't he kill Hwang Yong-min first? Yong-min seethed. Damn it, so becoming the regional representative in this round was actually a good thing. His face darkened as he stared at the screen in total silence. Everyone else kept glancing at Yong-min, secretly thinking, if I had known, I would have killed Hwang Yong-min myself. He was absolutely furious. Did he really die? Killed by Ryu Min on the notice board. It clearly said temporary skills, none. He panicked. Nothing at all. His temporary command authority was completely gone. He remembered Ryu Min's words. I will help you avoid becoming an easy, dangerous target. Yong-min was deeply confused. That guy said he would protect him from being targeted, but then he just stole the representative spot. right out of his hands. The angel's voice echoed. Now, let's check out the overall results. Her eyes gleamed wickedly. You're all dying to know how these scores were calculated, aren't you? Everyone listened closely, feeling a huge wave of dread. They grabbed their heads in despair. Rankings are based on the number of unique people you killed. Even if you killed one person multiple times, it only counts as one kill. Everyone was shocked. Unique kills. Didn't that just mean they had to slaughter as many as possible? The angel laughed mockingly. You simple-minded fools, why would it be that easy? She snapped her fingers. Anyway, here are the results. The final summary panel popped up. Round 4 total results across all zones. Ryu Min level 37, 722 kills. Foolish Mage level 13, 521 kills. Heavenly Demon Dark Knight, 433 kills. Current zone Ryu Min, 722 kills. Cute Little Bird, 211 kills. An Sang-chun. She let out a surprised gasp. Ryu Min got first place again this time. Ryu Min showed zero emotion. His expression was perfectly blank, staring at her with cold eyes. Everyone else was completely shell-shocked by the results. They couldn't believe it. Over 700 kills. Stick with me, because that shouldn't even be humanly possible. Weren't there only about 1,000 people total? So he wiped out 70% of everyone here all by himself. Absolute madness. The angel smiled gleefully. You alone killed 722 people. Very impressive. I guess you deserve a reward for that. Then a glowing notification panel popped up. Congratulations. You placed first in this mission for your specific zone. Congratulations. You have also successfully ranked number 1 in this mission, across absolutely all zones. Your first place zone reward is a mid-grade rare armor selection ticket. The overall reward for placing first globally is a mid-grade special reward selection box. Ryu Min read through the text. He seemed pretty satisfied. A mid-grade armor ticket was great. It was definitely time for an upgrade anyway. The system prompted again. You can now choose one of the rare armors below. Select your desired reward, gleaming bronze armor, the blood-soaked assassin's suit, or the dark cloak. Ryu Min clicked. I'll take number 2. The blood-soaked assassin's suit. Its stat panel popped up. Blood-soaked assassin's suit. Rare grade armor. Defense 60. Agility plus 4. Attack speed increased by 5%. Movement speed plus 5%. Durability 600. Requirement normal tier or higher. Description: a blood-red suit worn by an unknown assassin. Sometimes it reeks of blood. He turned to the next system panel. Up next was the special reward. The system gave him choices. You may select one of the special rewards below. Reward selection: Option 1, 50% stat buff. For Round 5, Option 2, 5,000 gold. Option 3, Round 5 intel. Ryu Min thought about it. Round 5's sub-quest rewards are extremely valuable, but the difficulty is brutal. He quickly made his decision. If he factored in the difficulty, the stat boost would help the most. Meanwhile, the angel continued speaking. Did all of you check your rankings? Just so you know, our zone has 30 people tied at rank 521. Everyone ranked lower will be eliminated. She flashed a wicked smile. You and I both know what happens next. Let the purge begin. Those who failed the quota started disintegrating. No, they screamed in absolute panic. Wait a second, Angel, give us one more chance. Is this really the end? One by one, players simply vanish into thin air, including Black Dragon's crew. They clearly do not want to die today. Players beg the Angels for help, pleading for just one more chance, but he just stands there smirking in total shock. He actually cleared the round, though it was an incredibly close call. Over there, Co Erin trembles tightly, covering her ears, while Sang-chun maintains his icy gaze, just watching the others turn to dust. Players keep crying out for mercy. Ryu Min simply closes his eyes quietly, absorbing the desperate screams. The elimination phase finally ends and a heavy silence fills the air. He looks up as the Round 4 summary board appears. Round 4 is officially over. Across all zones, 90,983,209 survived. In his specific zone, only 521 are left. The system announces that their souls will be sent right back to their real bodies in the present dimension. Round 5 kicks off at midnight in 2024. The system casually says, "See you in the next round and congratulations on surviving. Now you and I are brought to a hotel as night falls." Suddenly, the frantic sound of footsteps echoes through the dark hallway. Sang-chun wildly bursts through the door, yelling for his boss. Gyeong-rak, who is fast asleep in bed, gets startled by the massive noise and shifts around. The incredibly handsome guy wakes up. Our security chief, Gyeong-rak, sits up totally confused. He immediately asks Sang-chun what he is doing here. He clearly points out he did not call for him. Sang-chun is panting heavily, barely catching his breath. He explains he could not reach him, so he just barged right in. He honestly thought something terrible had happened to his boss. But Gyeong-rock just winks with absolute confidence. Yeah, right. Did Sang-chun actually think he would just die in round 4? Did he not check the final results? Sang-chun scratches his head, sweating bullets with pure worry. He admits he saw his boss on the ranking board, but he was still panicking. After all, that last round was absolutely insane, right? Gyeong-rock sits there, still looking a little bit dazed as he rubs his face. That is exactly why he passed out on the bed immediately after returning. Mental exhaustion is real. Sang-chun gets dead serious. He agrees, pointing out that 433 people died. Gyeong-rock finally drops the smile, his eyes turning cold. If you factor in the massive number of players dying over and over, the real count is way higher. Gyeong-rock knows he is strong, but Ryu Min, that guy is an absolute monster. What kind of person is he? Even human? At this point, Sang-chun chimes in, totally curious now. He wonders aloud if Ryu Min might be active duty military, maybe even top-tier special forces. Someone with that level of skill and pure guts in Korea. It really makes you wonder. Gyeong-rock silently thinks about Ryu Min, and honestly, the more he thinks about it, the more he respects the guy. No matter what his real identity turns out to be, teaming up with him in the future would bring serious peace of mind. Little does he know, Ryu Min is actually Ryu Min in the real world. He figures he will ask the prophet about Ryu Min later. Sang-chun looks concerned as he brings up another wild point. Sir, round 4 played out exactly how that prophet kid predicted. It is honestly terrifying. Sang-chun admits that until he saw it with his own 2 eyes, he highly doubted the kid's visions. Gyeong-rock completely agrees. He was skeptical too. He thinks back to Ryu Min's warning in the real world. The mission for round 4 was never about hunting monsters. It was designed as a brutal player massacre. Gyeong-rock remembers feeling totally confused back then. A massacre, Ryu Min had looked dead serious as he broke it down. Yes, an absolute disaster where players are forced to slaughter each other to survive. He warned him to stay constantly alert. Back in the present, Sang-chun asks for their next move. So what is the plan now? Sir Gyeong-rock is still wrapping his head around things and asks what he means. Sang-chun asks about the prophet. Does the boss really want to make this mysterious kid a full business partner? Gyeong-rock firmly grabs his jacket, totally confident. Of course he does. The kid is a major shareholder holding 31% of the stock. Gyeong-rock basically has no power here. In reality, the company is practically resting entirely in Ryu Min's hands now. Sang-chun throws his hands up, totally baffled. Is Gyeong-rock really going to listen and pivot to a completely different industry? Just like that, Gyeong-rock casually throws his coat on and steps out onto the balcony. Complaining will not change facts. Plus, going along with it means the company can actually grow even larger. He walks out, making his priorities crystal clear. More importantly, they need to lock this kid down on their side. He warns Sang-chun not to underestimate the prophet or get arrogant just because the guy is young. Gyeong-rock gazes out at the city view deep in thought. Even if Sang-chun dislikes the kid's arrogant attitude, he needs to swallow his pride, flatter him, and follow his every instruction. That is the only way. Gyeong-rock turns back, flashing a sharp smile at Sang-chun. That is how they extract every single sweet benefit from this golden honeypot named the prophet. Understood. Sang-chun immediately bows, showing he fully gets the picture. Yes, sir. From this point forward, dealing with Ryu Min requires maximum caution. The sun starts rising and their intense strategy session is wrapping up. Good Gyeong-rock tells him to call the kid immediately. He wants to know exactly what pitch he should use. Gyeong-rock casually suggests setting up a massive party tonight just to celebrate the fact that they all managed to survive the death game. Tell him to bring his family too if he wants. Sang-chun then asks if they should invite Miss Seo to this little gathering. Honestly, Sang-chun seems to hold a tiny bit of a grudge against her. Seo Arin Gyeong-rock looks incredibly handsome and completely relaxed under the morning sun. He figures that at a time like this, having a famous celebrity join the fun is a perfect idea. Right, alright, now you and I pivot to a sunny cafe. Ryu Min is already standing there, waiting for who knows how long. He flashes a warm smile and waves her over. Juri walks right up cheerfully, noting how healthy he looks. He smiles right back, returning the compliment. She leans in, genuinely concerned, and asks if he is totally okay. Setting up a random lunch date out of nowhere is definitely unusual for him. Ryu Min plays it completely cool, saying he just thought they should grab food to celebrate successfully clearing the latest round. He tells her not to worry because it is all on him. Juri laughs and teases him, fully ready to take advantage of her rich friend today. Alright, let's jump right back in. The red car hits the road. She flashes a warm smile. Thank you so much, Mr. Prophet. Because of your help, I could actually prepare for round 4. Ryu Min looks at her confused. Aren't you worried I might be lying to you? But Juri trusts him completely. You would never do that to me. What would you even gain by tricking me? Ryu Min smiles warmly and replies, thanks for trusting me. She looks a little awkward. Stop it, I'm the one who should be grateful here. If you hadn't warned me that I needed to kill at least 30 people, I'd be completely dead by now. Thank you. Deep down, Min Juri realizes he actually had zero obligation to help her. She glances over at him. Even if she hadn't shared any information, he totally would have survived anyway, all thanks to that ancient protective rune of his. Plus, the guy is ridiculously talented. Honestly, compared to Seller, who is basically a fragile little flower constantly protected inside a safe, cozy greenhouse, he's way more like a tough weed surviving in the wild. Soon they arrive at a fancy Western restaurant with a cool Japanese twist. They take their seats at the reserved table. Ryu Min gestures to the food. Let's eat. Thanks. Enjoy the meal. Juri looks at him, totally flustered. Ryu Min notices and thinks, how many times has she thanked me now? She sits there awkwardly sweating. Juri goes dead silent, completely lost in thought. Her expression darkens. Should a literal murderer like me even be doing this? She only came because Ryu Min invited her out. But honestly, having a peaceful meal like this, it feels completely wrong. Ryu Min notices her weird vibe. Juri, why aren't you eating? He easily guesses what's going on. She's definitely still feeling super guilty. She makes up a quick excuse. I'm just not feeling well. But he cuts right to the chase. Is it because you had to kill people? Ryu Min comforts her gently. Don't overthink it and definitely don't blame yourself for this. You had to survive. Juri still can't shake that heavy burden. I know that, but still. He speaks to her in a soft tone. Besides, you really aren't the only one. Me and all the other players couldn't avoid it either. Still trapped in that dark shadow, she trembles uncontrollably. Even so, I still killed them. Ryu Min immediately cuts her off. That's enough. He gives her a dead serious look to make her finally understand. So what? If the exact same thing happens in the future, are we just supposed to roll over and let it? If I don't wake up, what happens to my family? Out here in the real world, he flashes back to his own adorable little brother. We both have families waiting for us to come back, right? Juri completely freezes. My family. She suddenly remembers her dad bursting into tears and hugging her tight. If I didn't wake up from that, my dad would be absolutely devastated. She clenches her fists, a new spark of resolve in her eyes. You're right. I totally forgot about my family. I didn't realize. They're the exact reason I managed to hold on this long. She looks up at him with clear eyes. Thank you for comforting me, Ryu Min. Ryu Min smiles, picking up his chopsticks to nudge her. It's nothing. Now eat up and cheer yourself up. Juri's bright mood finally returns. All right. They both finally start eating their food properly. Wow, this is amazing. It feels like all the exhausting fatigue from round 4 just completely vanished. Hearing you say that makes me glad. The sky shifts, slowly fading into evening. Thanks for treating me. Ryu Min suddenly notices something. That's the first time you've called me without using my full name. She doesn't overthink it, just asking directly. Oh really, if it doesn't bother you, can I keep calling you that from now on? He happily agrees. Of course you can. Ryu Min smiles to himself, smartly observing, well, it seems like her overall mood has definitely improved. Now you and I are about to hear the real plan. Juri, the real reason I called you out here today was to share some crucial information about round 5. Juri jolts in surprise. Wait, round 5? You can actually predict the future now. He skips the nonsense and gets straight to the point. Round 5 is going to be the hardest trial we've faced so far. Plus, all the different zones are going to merge. She looks confused, unable to picture it. Merge. Ryu Min quickly breaks it down for her. Basically, the divided regions are going to combine into one massive map. Juri jumps up, absolutely stunned. Wait, does that mean you and I can finally meet up? He stays totally calm, taking a slow sip of tea. Yes, but not in round 5. In his head, Ryu Min knows the truth. We will definitely meet in round 5, but if I tell her we're in the same zone, she'll definitely try to find me. He sets his teacup down gently and continues speaking. I have to meet her while staying completely anonymous. Out loud, he gets serious. To make sure you survive, listen carefully to what I say next. Ryu Min drops the hard truth. Like I said, round 5 is going to be a nightmare. Honestly, you might not clear this stage at all, but there's one way. Juri leans in, desperate for an answer. What is it? He casually drops a very familiar name as her lifeline. Ryu Min. Go find him and ask him for help. Juri's eyes widen in pure shock. Ryu Min. She immediately tries to confirm if they're talking about the same guy. The Ryu Min you're talking about. Is it that guy? The absolute monster ranked #1 across all zones. Ryu Min nods confidently. That's exactly who. She points at herself, looking completely baffled. So you actually want me to ask him for help in round 5, he corrects her. Instead of just asking for his help, framing it as a mutual partnership is way more accurate. Ryu Min hands her the perfect survival strategy. You need to form a temporary alliance with him. That is the only way you survive. Juri points at herself in disbelief. But Ryu Min is a massive level 30 player. Will he actually agree to team up with me? She's clearly intimidated, but he reassures her. You have your own buffs. Ryu Min is definitely going to need you as well. It'll be a mutually beneficial relationship. Juri thinks it over. If I can safely clear this brutal round with the help of a top ranker, that would be amazing. She lets out a heavy, anxious sigh. To be honest, I'm still really worried. I don't know if Ryu Min will even accept. Are you bringing me along just for my little buff? Ryu Min just smiles, looking at her and thinking to himself. That is not just some tiny buff. Your skills are absolutely amazing. Ryu Min reassures her out loud. Do not worry. Ryu Min will definitely keep working with you, not just for this round, but for the next ones too. I have already seen that exact future, so you really do not need to worry at all. She desperately hopes he is telling the truth. Really, she finally feels a bit relieved. Thank you for telling me such important information. Ryu Min responds like it is the most natural thing. We are friends after all. It is what I should do. Juri suddenly remembers and asks him, could you hold out your hand for a second? She focuses a blue light radiating outward. I should really give you something in return, right? Suddenly, a bright blue aura of light wraps completely around Ryu Min, glowing brightly all over. He breaks into a huge smile and happily thanks her. Thank you so much, Juri. Inside his head, though, Ryu Min completely anticipated this exact moment. I already guessed. She would give me this buff because I know she absolutely hates owing anyone a favor. Juri just blushes in pure embarrassment. Meanwhile, on his side, he has finally achieved his true goal. Now I can just go home and use that special item. Suddenly, the bright blue system information panel pops right up. All stats have increased by 50% thanks to the blessing skill effect. Then a strange white bag is suddenly tossed right onto the table. Current kill count is 100 out of 100. All stats increased by 50% thanks to the Butcher Rune effect. Ryu Min has finally made it back home. He sits in his chair deeply thinking about the massive boost from Juri's blessing and the bonus stats from the Butcher Rune after killing all 100 of those bugs. He carefully observes the information panel floating right in front of him, silently guessing his stats must have spiked insanely high. Status window. Open status window. Name Ryu Min. Alias Ryu Min. Rank normal. Level 30. Class Reaper. And as for his special titles, Time Traveler. The Last Time Traveler, a hidden title. First to kill an angel, another hidden title. Challenger of the Punishing God, also hidden. Strength stat plus 93. Intelligence plus 111. Agility plus 105. Luck plus 84 stat points. But the one stat Ryu Min pays attention to the absolute most. His luck. Luck reached 84. He pulls out a random gacha ticket. With his luck stat this high, he can definitely expect to pull something incredibly good from this. The item he pulls is a lowest grade magic stone draw ticket. Item type supply, rarity level, rare. Its effect, it randomly provides the user with anywhere from 1 to 5 lowest grade magic stones. Usage restrictions must be used before the next round and requires apprentice level or higher. Description, a strict limited time item that randomly provides you with magic stones. If the next survival round begins and you still have not used this, the item will completely and automatically vanish into thin air. Plus, it is heavily affected by your luck stat. Ryu Min holds it, staring intently while figuring out his strategy. If I were a normal person, I would probably be praying to the gods right now just to pull a decent item. He smirks, thinking to himself, but honestly, screw praying to that absolute trash of a god. Ryu Min suddenly remembers the exact words that fake angel once said to them. Now we are going to start playing a little game. We will play 20 rounds total. On the first day of every single month, human souls will be dragged into an entirely different dimension just to play a death game. He pictures a twisted god launching countless giant swords straight down toward completely helpless people, guessing to himself, I have no idea who it really is, but this nightmare was definitely started by a god. Who else could possibly grab 1.8 billion human beings and toss them into a deadly survival game? We are about to witness true payback, guys. The mastermind behind this is definitely a god, a Seth god, who just loves playing cruel jokes on humanity. Ryu Min's face twists into a deadly serious scowl. If I actually clear the final round and can make one personal wish become a reality, then I am going to wish that the absolute bastard god who created this disgusting twisted game dies the most brutal, agonizing death possible. The draw ticket in his hand instantly vanishes into thin air and a glowing rectangular notification confirms he just used the lowest grade magic stone draw ticket. The system chimes with a loud congratulatory alert. Congratulations, you have successfully managed to draw 5 magic stones of the lowest possible grade. Items obtained include 1 lowest grade red magic stone and 2 lowest grade yellow magic stones. Also a magic stone of lowest grade green and a lowest grade purple magic stone. He actually looks genuinely surprised. Wait, 5 whole stones. 5 is the absolute maximum limit you can get. Ryu Min breaks into a huge satisfied grin. I got the highest payout by cursing the gods instead of praying to them. I guess I am. Honestly, pretty damn lucky. But now here's where it gets crazy. He presses the interface button. Alright, let's start combining these. First, I will drop 2 lowest grade red magic stones in together and hit the combine button. The system screen flashes. Combination successful. You have officially just created a low-grade red magic stone. Ryu Min catches the glowing result right in his hand. When you combine magic stones of the exact same color and grade together, like this, you unlock a higher tier magic stone. Now combining this with the magic stone I originally got from Seal Arin and the ones I just pulled from the lucky draw ticket. System notification chimes start popping off like crazy. Combination successful. You have successfully created a low-grade purple magic stone. Next up, he shifts to a totally new strategy. If I combine a magic stone directly into a gear item, the success rate is absolutely incredibly high. Combination successful. The assassin hood has just been upgraded with a bonus 2% damage increase. Perfect. Now it is time to combine the next few stones. Ryu Min starts dropping in different items one by one. The shadow gloves get their stats boosted by a solid 2%. The resistance ring just gained a +2 in luck. Moving right along to the swift long boots, those just scored an agility boost of +2. He stares hard at the dismantle interface, thinking to himself, I am going to extract that blue magic stone straight from the hunter leather armor. The system immediately pings. Bloody assassin vest has gained a 1% damage reduction. Ryu Min smiles wide. Stick with me, guys, he's about to complete. Alright, you and I are about to see something wild. Ryu Min just burned through all his magic stones, but honestly, trading that info for this kind of payoff was totally worth it. Sunset fades, throwing heavy shadows over the massive apartment complex. Time to meet Chairman Ma. Ryu Won steps out and his face, absolutely priceless. He is completely panicking, looking totally lost. The CEO of the company his brother just invested in turns out to be the heir to the massive Oh-Sung Group. Ryu Min confirms he is officially invited to this fancy dinner as a strict business partner. They are going to be working together from now on. Ryu Won turns pale, shivering with big teary eyes. Can I really go to a place like that with you? Min just calmly fixes his little brother's tie. He told me I could bring family along, so you do not need to worry about a thing. Your tie is crooked anyway. Suddenly, the doorbell rings. Ryu Won flinches, freezing up completely. They are here. Min just sighs. Let's go. They open the door. Min looks totally chill, while Ryu Won is a nervous wreck. Ryu Won's eyes go wide. And Sang Chun is standing right there, bowing politely. Hello, I am here to escort you. Ryu Won starts sweating, grabbing his brother's arm tight. That is the scary guy we met before. Min steps up and casually introduces him. This is my little brother. And Sang Chun respectfully hands a fancy invitation straight to Ryu Won. Please forgive my late introduction. I am unit leader and Sang Chun. We actually ran into each other once before, did we not? Here is my business card. Ryu Won awkwardly reaches out and takes it. Yes. And Sang Chun actually looks completely genuine, showing true regret. Even though I apologized to your brother already, I am truly sorry for being so incredibly rude to you back then. Hearing that, Ryu Won's grudge instantly melts away. And Sang Chun gestures politely, bowing low to lead them out. Please consider tonight's dinner as a proper apology, so I hope you will not mind coming. Shall we get going? The limousine is waiting right outside for you too. Night has completely fallen. The massive hotel lights up the darkness like a beacon, and Sang Chun guides the two brothers straight toward the grand entrance. Suddenly, a voice echoes out, grabbing their attention. Chairman Ma Gyong-Rok walks down the grand staircase with a huge smile to greet them. I am so glad to see you alive. Min smirks right back. Feeling is mutual. The chairman notices the nervous kid standing right beside him. And this must be your family, Min nods. That is right, this is my little brother Ryu Won. The chairman beams, stepping forward to shake his hand. Great to meet you, I am Ma Gyong-Rok, CEO of Heavenly M Consulting. Min whispers, Ryu Won, use your right hand to shake hands. Ryu Won stiffens up, extending his hand awkwardly. Hello, chairman. Ma tilts his head, suddenly curious. So is your little brother also a player? Ryu Won violently shakes his head. No way, I am not a player. Min just chuckles warmly at him. Right now, he is only 14 years old. Ma looks at Ryu Won, nodding. You are incredibly lucky. If you were just 1 year older, you could not have escaped this deadly survival game. Honestly, I am really jealous of you. Min keeps a perfectly straight face, but internally, he is absolutely scoffing. Jealous, right? Ma leads the group inside. Please write this way. It might look a little simple, but we really put a lot of effort into preparing this meal. Inside the private room, a massive feast is fully laid out. Courses are already served with 2 private waiters standing by the table. The plating is absolutely gorgeous, looking unbelievably delicious. A dedicated server and a personal chef are right there ready for a live cooking demonstration. Ryu Min is just staring at everything with huge sparkling eyes. Chairman Ma gestures toward the table, telling everyone to make themselves at home. You must be starving. We did not prepare anything too crazy, but there is definitely enough to fill you up. Ryu Min just stands there, completely dizzy with confusion. Is this guy joking right now? Come on, Ryu Min thinks. How is this not a lot? The chairman flashes a warm smile to kick off the meal. Please go ahead and eat. Suddenly, the private room door slowly opens. Min catches the movement immediately. Turning his head sharp, he blinks in sheer surprise. The gorgeous actress Seo Ah-rin steps inside, radiating pure celebrity aura. Wait, Seo Ah-rin. She was invited too. She glances over as Chairman Ma stands up from his seat with a nod. You finally made it. Welcome. Miss Ah-rin quickly bows, apologizing to him right away. I am so sorry, sir. I had to attend a colleague's funeral, which is why I am so late. He waves it off, playing the forgiving host. No need to worry at all, we completely understand. More importantly, everyone, this is our company's major shareholder that I mentioned to you before. Out of pure habit, she gracefully brushes her hair back, stepping forward to introduce herself. Hello everyone, I am actress Seo Ah-rin. Min quickly nudges his little brother, whose jaw is literally on the floor. Wait, are you two the neighbors who dropped off rice cakes when you moved in? Min answers for his frozen brother. Yes, we are. She instantly brightens up at them, though inwardly she is full of doubts. Wow, so I am neighbors with our major shareholder. That is wonderful. He looks way younger than me, and he is already a top investor. Is the chairman pulling my leg? Ryu Min literally buries his face into his brother's side, completely starstruck, stammering. Hey bro, is that actually the famous Seo Ah-rin? Seeing his brother's wild reaction, Min suddenly realizes something super important. Little Ryu Min has absolutely no clue about the secret connection between Chairman Ma and Seo Ah-rin. Seeing a famous actress randomly pop up here, yeah, that definitely gave the kid an insane shock. Min looks down in his brother's completely flushed red face and thinks, well, honestly, anyone seeing her stunning looks in person for the first time would react exactly like this. It is totally natural. Still, just to avoid any weird suspicion, Min tells himself to play along. Alright then, I guess. I should probably act a little starstruck too. Stick with me, we are about to see this play out. Chairman Ma watches them smirking quietly. He really is young. So a prophet is just like anyone else, huh? You and I are about to see this unfold. Calling Aaron here was smart. Gideon flashed his trademark smile. He reached his hand out, inviting them in. You guys must be starving by now. Go ahead and enjoy the meal. Seriously, no need to worry about a single thing. Everyone sat around the massive table to dig into the lavish feast. Little Ron was absolutely buzzing with excitement every time he got to try a brand new dish. He looked up. Roman, this meat is literally melting in my mouth. Roman smiled, clearly happy to see it. Really? Then eat up, buddy. Gideon waited for them to eat a bit before making his move. So major shareholder, is the food to your liking? I told the head chef to put extra care into these specific dishes. Roman was right in the middle of serving his little brother when he turned around. He gave a quick nod. It is delicious. Gideon then shifted the spotlight to someone else. And what about you, Sean? Is the food hitting the spot? Sean awkwardly fumbled his words. Oh yeah, honestly, this is my first time ever eating stuff like this. Gideon looked pretty satisfied. Hearing you say that makes me really glad. Good thing I set the bar so high for the chef today. They kept enjoying the meal at a relaxed pace, while Gideon just kept firing off questions. I noticed you did not bring any other family members today. Why is it only your little brother sitting here? Roman's expression instantly dropped. A clear shadow of annoyance crossed his face. My brother is my only family left. My parents passed away. Gideon froze, completely thrown off by that heavy reaction. Oh, I see. My deepest apologies. Gideon gritted his teeth in secret. Why in the world did I have to ask such a stupid question? The nice relaxed vibe we had going is completely ruined now. Gideon finally took a good look at little Ron, who looked like he was about to cry. Damn it. I better keep my mouth shut until this awful mood passes. Not long. After that disaster, the plates were cleared away to make room for dessert. Gideon sipped his hot tea, feeling absolutely miserable in the tension. Someone really needs to fix this terrible mood right now. He shot a desperate glance at the girl sitting right next to him, trying to send a signal. Hey, Aaron, just look over here for a second, Aaron. But she was completely clueless. Losing his patience, the chairman slammed his tea down on the table. He stood right up in the middle of the meal and turned to Aaron. Aaron, can we speak privately for a moment? She blinked, totally confused by the sudden request. Sure. The two of them stepped outside together, walking far enough down the hall to stay hidden. As they walked, Gideon finally let his frustration out. Listen to me, Aaron. The clueless actress trailing behind him just answered out of pure reflex. Yes, Chairman. Gideon stopped walking, taking a deep breath to control his temper before speaking. The chairman threw out a loaded question, dripping with obvious sarcasm. Is the food tasting good? Aaron just smiled brightly. Oh, it is delicious. That absolute pure innocence of hers was the exact thing that made him snap. The atmosphere turned freezing cold. The chairman's face darkened so much he looked ready to strangle someone. Do you actually think I invited you here just so you could stuff your face? He glared down at her, absolutely dripping with disappointment. I brought you here to lighten the mood and make things fun for our special guest. How are you this slow? Aaron panicked and immediately started apologizing. I am so sorry. I really thought you just invited me to a normal dinner party. Gideon let out a massive exhausted sigh. Why on earth would I invite you to a private VIP dinner for zero reason? He rubbed his temples, trying to calm his raging headache. Did your manager seriously not tell you who that guy in there is? Aaron nervously repeated the only detail she knew. Well, is not. He just the major shareholder. The chairman immediately shut that down. He is a major shareholder, yes, but more importantly, that kid is a literal prophet. The young actress gasped in complete shock. A prophet? Gideon leaned in heavily, emphasizing his next words. That is exactly right. A real prophet. Just like the title sounds, his system class is incredibly rare. That kid can actually see the future. Gideon waved his finger in the air. Do you get it now? We have to keep him happy. Think about the insane advantage we would get if we knew the next game room's details. That kind of info is priceless. The dark tone in Gideon's voice suddenly sent a chill down Aaron's spine. So you need to use that pretty little face of yours to charm him. Agree with absolutely everything he says and just smile. He clenched his fist, his eyes burning with intense greedy ambition as a cunning smirk crept across his face. Gideon was crushing her with this invisible heavy pressure, willing to do absolutely anything to win over that prophet's favor. A cold drop of sweat slid down Aaron's cheek. Excuse me for being blunt, Chairman, but I really do not think that will. Gideon completely ignored her warning and cut her off cold. As your chairman, I gave you the golden opportunity to build a successful acting career. Is it not about time you paid off that massive debt? Aaron stood there trembling as she listened to his twisted, terrifying demands. You do not need to hold back. Use whatever dirty tricks you want, I do not care. Just make shareholder Roman happy. Gideon leaned in closer, raising a single eyebrow to force an answer. Well, why are you not answering me? The terrified actress flinched and quickly choked out, I understand, sir. With the threat delivered, he turned back toward the VIP room. I will be watching to see if you actually try. Now let us go. Head back inside. Aaron kept her head down, replying in a completely defeated whisper. Yes. Meanwhile, back inside the room, the atmosphere was still brutally awkward. Sean was just sitting there in dead silence, staring at the brothers. Suddenly, the door swung open. Gideon marched in with Aaron wearing a fake, overly cheerful tone. Did you guys wait long? We just had to discuss some quick business matters outside. He shot a sharp, threatening glare at Aaron, silently hinting for her to act. Looks like everyone is finished eating. How about we move to a different spot? Roman and Ron stood up, heading toward the care door, ready to leave. Gideon's patience was wearing totally thin again. You and I can see disaster coming, as Aaron just awkwardly stared at the two brothers. All right, you and I are diving straight back into the tension. Gyeong Rock watches his guest closely. He gave her strict instructions, so why the hesitation? Luckily, Ryu Min steps up. Hey, look at this, he says, and she replies with a sweet smile, asking what's wrong. Instantly, the young guy's face turns bright red. He is totally starstruck, admitting he is a massive fan and that she looks even prettier in person. Seo Ah-rin politely covers her gentle smile. Thank you so much, she replies. Ryu Min isn't done yet, eagerly pressing on with his request. He nervously asks if she might have just a little bit of free time later on. He just wants to snap a quick photo together. The two keep chatting happily as she easily agrees to his request, saying of course she will. Gyeong Rock immediately starts calculating his next move. The younger brother is actually showing way more interest than his target. All right, time to switch up the master plan. Right then, the phone in Seo Ah-rin's hand starts buzzing like crazy. She casually lifts the device to check her screen, spotting a new message. It is straight from the chairman. Change targets, get close to the younger brother first. Seo Ah-rin's face immediately drops into a deeply conflicted and awkward expression. The kid is a genuine fan with pure intentions, yet she is being ordered to play him. Walking slightly ahead, Ryu Min casually glances back over his shoulder. Gyeong-rak is feeling incredibly smug about his clever little scheme. If they can successfully pull the younger brother over to their side, then the older brother will have absolutely no choice but to fall in line and join them. And once that happens, they can effortlessly extract everything they want. Getting all the juicy details about the next round will be a total breeze. He gestures smoothly, guiding everyone's attention toward an exclusive inner room. It is a luxurious private suite reserved strictly for VIP guests. And of course, they are welcome to order as many fancy drinks and snacks as they desire. Great music is already playing. The room is bathed in deep red lighting featuring simple decor that still screams high-end luxury and absolute power. Ryu Min suddenly looks a bit confused. Wait, drinks. He politely points out that if they are serving alcohol, he is still just a high school student. The chairman just waves it off with a totally relaxed smile. No worries at all, he promises, explaining they have plenty of non-alcoholic options available too. He immediately turns to Sang Chun standing by his side. He orders the captain to bring out a special VIP set plus a fun mocktail for the kid. Sang Chun gives a crisp nod, saying right away, Mr. Chairman. The heavy door to the room gently clicks shut behind them, sealing them inside. Ryu Min lets out a heavy sigh before finally speaking up. He calmly informs Chairman Ma that he will be skipping the alcohol today as well. The chairman raises an eyebrow in surprise, suggesting that since he is of legal age, he should really take this perfect chance to try a glass. But Ryu Min just ignores him, turning straight to Seo Ah-rin. He casually asks if she could step outside to take some pictures with his little brother. She warmly agrees without skipping a beat. Both of them give a polite nod before heading out the door together. Now with the room completely empty, Ryu Min clenches his fists tightly and locks eyes with Gyeong-rak. The chairman raises a curious brow, asking what is wrong. Suddenly, Ryu Min's calm demeanor vanishes. His perfectly chill expression shatters, replaced by pure ice-cold anger. He demands to know if the chairman thinks he is some kind of absolute fool. Gyeong-rak is genuinely confused, asking what he means. Now watch this. Ryu Min just crosses his arms and spells it out. Did you seriously forget my class is the prophet? I can literally see the future. Do you actually think I have no idea about that little secret conversation you just had with actress Seo Ah-rin? Gyeong-rak is totally stunned into silence, completely caught off guard. Ryu Min shakes his head, asking how they could ever do any real business like this. He glares directly into the older man's eyes with deadly seriousness. A stern warning, do not ever try hiding things from a prophet. Gyeong-rak is internally panicking. He knows about the private chat with Seo Ah-rin, but how is that even possible? Can this kid really see the future in that much detail? The tension in the private room is incredibly thick. Ryu Min exposes the whole plan, telling Seo Ah-rin to win him over. The chairman scrambles to apologize. He frantically bows his head, apologizing if that made things uncomfortable, swearing he only wanted the two of them to become good friends. Ryu Min totally ignores the excuse, because what really set him off is something else entirely. Trying to use his innocent younger brother as a pawn, now that is crossing a massive line. Gyeong-rak flinches hard, realizing his darkest secret was completely exposed. He knows about that too. Despite his massive pride, the chairman has to swallow his ego. He actually bows his head in absolute defeat, admitting he made a ridiculously stupid decision. He begs the prophet for forgiveness, promising to fix his mistakes. He swears to correct everything that caused offense. Surprisingly, Ryu Min does not drag it out, instantly accepting the apology since the man seems genuinely terrified. He decides to let it slide just this once. Whatever secret orders were given to Seo Ah-rin, he is willing to pretend they never even happened. Gyeong-rak finally looks up deeply, thanking the kid for giving him a second chance. Right on cue, Sang Chun steps back inside, announcing his return to the chairman. But this time, Gyeong-rak looks incredibly awkward. He immediately orders his loyal captain right back out the door. Sang Chun is totally bewildered by the sudden command. Wait, what? Gyeong-rak forces a dry cough, signaling him to step back. He explains he has highly classified business to discuss alone with their very important guest. He orders Sang Chun to guide the other two into the VIP room next door. Catching the serious hint, the captain immediately nods and prepares to leave. He says understood, then gently clicks the heavy door shut once again. Now it is just the two of them staring at each other in suffocating tension. The chairman curses internally, trying to use Seo Ah-rin to soften the mood, completely backfired, making things 10 times worse. Suddenly, Ryu Min breaks the silence. He bluntly asks if the man still wants the intel for the next survival round. Gyeong-rak jumps, stammering that of course he does. Wait, he knew that too. Is there literally nothing this kid does not know? Ryu Min casually leans forward. The only reason he even accepted this fancy invitation was to share Round 5's details. He gives a slight shrug, making his intense annoyance completely clear. But honestly, if the chairman is going to keep treating him like an absolute fool like this, Sharing information or cooperating with you would be extremely difficult otherwise. Gyeongrok gently tries to smooth things over. I am truly deeply sorry. Please just let my mistake slide this one time. But Ryu Min isn't having it. With an absolute ironclad attitude, he drops a direct warning. Mr. Chairman, do not hide a single thing from me. From now on, your trust must be unconditional. Having fully seized control of the conversation, Ryu Min keeps dropping demands. I expect you to stop questioning how I run things around here. And on top of all that, you need to persuade the other stakeholders at the upcoming shareholder meeting. The chairman is completely backed into a corner. I will do whatever it takes to properly handle and control the other shareholders. Seeing things finally fall into place, Ryu Min flashes a satisfied smile. Good. Put in your absolute best effort to help grow the company. Now Ryu Min finally brings up the exact thing Gyeongrok is desperate for. I will give you the information you really want about round 5. But his very first sentence makes the chairman tense up all over again. The difficulty for round 5 is the absolute highest compared to any round we have faced so far. Seeing the chairman practically sweat, Ryu Min casually tosses out some reassurance. But you do not need to worry. Someone with your skills will not have any major issues. Gyeongrok is practically begging to hear it. Then what exactly is the mission for? Round 5, Ryu Min holds up 3 fingers. The mission is to kill 500 orcs, but it is definitely not going to be that simple. Plus, there is one crucial detail you need to remember. The different zones are going to merge. Gyeongrok's eyes shoot wide open in pure shock. The zones are merging. Ryu Min carefully lays out the logic behind it. Because the player count has dropped so drastically, the previously separated areas will start to merge together into one. A hint of real anticipation hits the chairman as he asks his next question. So does that mean we can meet players from other zones? Like Ryu Min, for example. But Ryu Min just shakes his head firmly, stating that he will not be in the same zone as the player known as Ryu Min. Gyeongrok drops it but throws out a completely side question. Is that right? Do you happen to know the real identity of Ryu Min? By any chance? Ryu Min laughs on the inside and answers casually. I have no idea who he is, but you will get to meet him soon enough. Actually, we are practically looking right at him. Ryu Min's eyes turn deadly serious once again. And there is one more thing. Just to build up his credibility, he drops something the chairman never saw coming. You are currently tracking someone down, right? That guy going by the name Hwang Yongmin. Gyeongrok's jaw practically hits the floor. You know about that too. Ryu Min calmly crosses his arms and repeats what he said earlier. I already told you, trying to hide anything from me is completely pointless. At this point, the chairman has fully 100% bought in. He trusts him completely. Just as I suspected, your ability to literally see the future goes beyond my wildest imagination. Tell me, Prophet, do you happen to know exactly who that person is? And then a blunt rejection gets thrown right back. Stop investigating him immediately. Gyeongrok is super curious. Is there a specific reason why Ryu Min turns his head, dropping a heavy hint? If you mess with that guy, you are going to suffer massive losses. The chairman only wants to know more now. Can I at least know the exact reason why? But Ryu Min smoothly shuts him down. That is all I am allowed to tell you right now. Gyeongrok falls into deep thought, trying to piece it together. Watching him struggle like that, Ryu Min just laughs to himself. Truth is, he's only keeping that guy alive because he is still useful. Soon enough, Gyeongrok quickly comes to terms with it and agrees. I understand. We will immediately stop looking into Hwang Yongmin. After that, he prepares to head out. Well then, let's restart the party. But this time, maybe we skip the alcohol. Keeping the mood light, he adds, let me go and call the others. Back in here. Ryu Min just nods. All right. But the moment he steps away from the conversation, Gyeongrok lets out a heavy sigh, his eyes turning ice cold. Man, I really need to blow off some steam tonight. Meanwhile, a heavy storm is raging outside. The pouring rain makes the streets incredibly slick as a sketchy guy sprints desperately out of an alley. One side of his shirt is totally soaked in blood, but he refuses to stop, running through the storm. His mouth hangs wide open, violently gasping for air as he loses blood. And if you and I look closely, his entire arm is just gone and he has cornered himself in a dead end. He stands there watching lightning strike and flash pure white across the sky. A slow, steady sound of footsteps echoes through the heavy rustle of the pouring rain. The terrified man snaps his head back, fully prepared to scream his lungs out. But a freezing cold blade swings high into the air. It slices down, carving 2 incredibly deep cuts into his legs. Now even his legs are completely severed, sending him crashing down. His whole body shakes uncontrollably as he collapses flat into the dirt. A blood-curdling scream rips through the air, but someone immediately shuts him up. Gyeongrok, totally drenched in the rain, glares down and issues a dark command. If you do not want your tongue sliced off next, The guy is pathetic, dragging himself across the ground in pure terror. Why are you doing this to me? What did I possibly do wrong? The chairman just coldly twists his sword and throws the question right back at him. A disgusting child predator like you still has the nerve to play the victim. Do you really have no idea? The bleeding man bursts into tears, desperately raising his one good arm to block. Wait. Hold on, that happened so long ago. Why are you coming after me right now? I already served my prison sentence. As of right now, I am a completely free man. I am just a weak old guy. But he doesn't even bother listening to those pathetic excuses as the gleaming blade comes crashing down once again. Gyeongrok mercilessly drives the sword straight through the old man's shoulder. His face darkens completely as he delivers one final brutal warning. If you do not want to die a slow and agonizing death, shut up and keep your mouth closed. All right, let's dive into the dark side. Make me leave witnesses, and the body count goes up. The terrified man instantly shuts his mouth. Gyeongrok smiles. A suffocating wave of dark energy erupts right out of his body. That's better. You might be old, but your hearing works perfectly. Honestly, scum like you breathing my air, not a great look. The black aura spirals tightly around the blade that is already stabbed deep, right into the victim's flesh. The intense dark power keeps growing, multiplying rapidly and pooling right at the exact spot where the heavy blade is pinned. Tears of absolute terror stream down the man's face. What is this? The dark magic brutally crushes his jaw, sealing his lips completely. Slowly, the bizarre shadowy energy starts devouring every single inch of the doomed man's body. Absolute nightmare fuel. His trembling arm reaches out in a desperate plea for help, but countless venomous shadow snakes are already gnawing away at his very soul, forcing out agonizing groans. Gyeongrok just watches the pathetic display with pure annoyance. If I didn't desperately need to refill my dark mana reserves right now, I would have instantly slaughtered garbage like him. With a terrifying calm, he smoothly lowers his sword to let the dark energy charge. He really has no other choice here. To activate the Dark Aura technique, he absolutely needs a steady supply of dark mana. Gyeongrok raises his heavy blade high into the air once again. And to harvest that dark mana, he has to take the lives of others. With just one casual flick of his wrist, a brutal slash tears right through the bloody mess on the ground. Time to die. The bloody, desperate arm finally collapses instantly, losing all signs of life. Turns out, slaughtering a human whose body is already violently torn apart yields way more dark mana than just killing regular monsters. Gyeongrok smirks to himself, genuinely thrilled by this dark little discovery. Honestly, for a guy who takes extreme pleasure in hunting down criminals, this is perfect. He brushes his rain-soaked hair back and lets out a loud maniacal laugh. The Dark Knight class. It is literally tailor-made for him. He slowly brings his cursed sword closer to the lifeless corpse. Taking out the trash in this filthy alleyway is honestly the best stress relief. He mentally issues a quick command, ordering the demonic energy to completely devour the body. But after waiting a moment, the dark magic just awkwardly hovers around the fresh corpse. Nothing else happens. He clicks his tongue in pure disappointment. Just as he suspected, the shadows cannot actually consume a dead body. The dark aura only devours the life force of living targets. Suddenly, a rusted trash can right behind him aggressively rattles. His eyes widen in shock, snapping his head around. A small calico cat darts away desperately into the pouring rain. False alarm. It was just a stray. Gyeongrok lets out a heavy sigh of relief. There's no way anyone saw that. He purposely chose this pitch-black abandoned alleyway just to drag the scum into a dead end far away from any prying eyes. Plus, it is barely the crack of dawn right now. Wait, there's one person. He suddenly remembers that insane prophet Ryu Min, the guy who can literally see the future through ancient runes. Ryu Min could probably watch this exact scene unfold. The freezing rain keeps pouring down on him, but Gyeongrok only has one thing on his mind. If that is true, the prophet already knows he is a literal serial killer, yet still boldly approached him anyway. A wicked smirk slowly creeps onto his face. Now that is interesting. Out of pure habit, he pulls out his phone and dials his right-hand man, Captain An. Come help me clean up some trash. Time flies by in an absolute blur, and it is already 2 full weeks since that chaotic party with Ma Gongbok. Ryu Min casually sits on his bed, lazily scrolling through his phone. He hasn't really had any specific missions, so he has been stuck at home. Constantly predicting the future is exhausting, so the guy desperately needed a solid break. Just like this. His screen flashes endless news articles about how players will change the world, but as of today, that peaceful rest period is officially over. Now watch this. He firmly taps the red screen button. The time for action is now. A sharp, incredibly dangerous glint suddenly flashes right across Ryu Min's eyes. Time to secure one of the 5 legendary runes hidden in the real world. The powerful clone rune. A breaking news headline drops absolute tragedy about the game. 1.8 billion humans dragged into another dimension brutally reduced to just 90 million in only 3 months. The global economy is literally collapsing after losing an entire young generation. Schools nationwide are completely shut down. Pure, endless agony. Families across the entire globe are drowning in massive grief. Meanwhile, a heavy-set guy sits back in his chair, clicking his tongue. Only the 4th round and a massive pile of people are already dead. Absolute useless trash. He lets out an amused, sick little chuckle while scrolling. Murder rates caused by rogue players have violently skyrocketed after round 4. Just 45 minutes ago, thousands of security cameras were totally destroyed. At night, the city becomes a lawless wasteland. 55 minutes ago, massive groups of anti-government players literally formed a radical online syndicate. 2 hours ago, civilian panic reached an absolute boiling point. The government's supposed emergency solution, pure helpless chaos. 3 hours ago, criminal psychologists claim humanity has completely lost its drive to work because the world is a literal terrifying mess. Honestly, if they were awakened players, they would probably snap and do the exact same thing. He grips his heavy axe tightly, fiercely muttering, "What is so wrong with wanting to do whatever I want before I die? Those pathetic, senile old fools." He glares with pure madness. This is exactly why they shouldn't force us into their broken systems. Don't do this, don't do that. It is all just endless, suffocating restrictions. With laws shattering left and right, Black Dragon Flame wildly swings his giant axe high, screaming in absolute rage as he brings down it, hitting the cold floor. And that is exactly why everything is exploding into pure chaos right now. He just stares blankly up. Well, honestly, nobody can stop him now. You and I are about to witness pure madness as a twisted grin completely wrinkles his face. After all, he is a verified player. He is infinitely superior to all these weaklings. Just look around him. The room is totally littered with lifeless bodies, scattered across massive pools of blood. So who should he slaughter next? The guy named Dark Dragon Flame stares at his own bloodstained hands, wondering why he feels absolutely nothing after murdering people in the real world. Is it because he already survived absolute hell back in the brutal 4th round? He casually whines like it is totally normal, standing right in the middle of this bloody massacre. Wait, only 1 point per person. That is seriously way too cheap, is it? Just because these guys were normal civilians. Remembering his insane killing spree from the previous game gets him completely hyped up again. That 4th round, absolute perfection. Way better than hunting brainless monsters. Right there on his glowing system panel, a broken skill is displayed, the Ancient Devouring Rune. The effect, stack stats increase every single time he kills an enemy. Once the point bar is full, he gets a completely random stat boost. The number of stacks earned is directly proportional to the enemy level. Smirking at the thought, he shoves the bloody classroom door wide open to hunt down his next prey. He wants to slaughter actual players instead of these weak civilians. The point payout is massively better. While casually scrolling through his phone, Dark Dragon Flame suddenly spots a super interesting piece of information on the screen. Wait a second, is there actually an online community forum specifically made for active players? Apparently, players rebelling against the government just launched a brand new online network 2 hours ago. This is literally exactly what he was looking for. A sick idea pops into his twisted head. Could he infiltrate this private forum and meet up with other players just to butcher them? That would be the ultimate point farm. He taps the link and a massive wall of text and questions instantly pops up. The description calls it the nation's very first online forum designed specifically to help awaken players. It claims that players will definitely change the world. Welcome to BCW. Yes or no? The prompt states BCW is currently holding strict interviews to accept brand new members, just to guarantee that only real players can enter the private community. Yes or no? Warning, please answer every single one of the following questions with absolute honesty or face severe consequences for failing to comply. Number 1. Please enter your real name, your current home address, and your phone number. He hits reply. Number 2. Please enter your specific class level from the other world followed by your official username. Number 3. Please enter your exact region to reply. 4. Please enter the exact survival rounds you cleared. 5. Please type out "I agree." If you consent to join this mandatory interview, just hit reply. Dark Dragon Flame clicks his tongue in pure annoyance. What a joke. They seriously want all his private personal info plus a face-to-face interview. Such a massive pain in the neck. Even so, he quickly types out his required info. He absolutely has to get into this group so he can track down the other awakened players. As his fingers fly across the glowing digital keyboard to finish typing, his twisted, psychotic little plan makes him smile even wider. Those naive players will definitely never suspect a thing. They would never imagine another awakened player is actually out here actively hunting them down. After finally finishing the annoying registration, he arrives at a random cafe sitting right in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by lush green trees. Is this actually the place? The screen clearly displays the direct message from the interviewer. Please head over to the Welcome Cafe located in Wabu Nami Yangju. Make sure to arrive before noon, and you can wear whatever casual clothes you want. Glancing up at the rundown sign out front, he confirms it. Yep, this is definitely the spot, but dark. Dragon Flame is feeling seriously irritated. Damn it, they dragged him all the way out to the absolute middle of nowhere. Even the city buses do not even bother coming out here. Now you and I know he is furious. Shoving the cafe door open, he swears he will slaughter the interviewer if the guy pisses him off even a little. But the super clean, formal aesthetic inside actually catches him totally off guard. Wait, what? The interior is way more modern than he expected. A guy named Age 30 sitting quietly at a table immediately spots our psychotic new arrival. Are those two the only customers here? The guy quickly stands up from his seat and asks, "Hey there, are you the applicant we are supposed to be interviewing today?" Dark Dragon Flame stops dead in his tracks and mutters, "Yeah, that is me." The guy steps right up to him with a super friendly smile. "So what is your system username?" The psycho quickly replies, "It is Dark Dragon Flame." The man named Age 30 immediately shakes his bloody hand. "Awesome, it is really great to finally meet you. I will be your main interviewer today. My username is Age 30. Dark Dragon Flame's jaw literally drops open in pure shock. "Wait, you are actually an awakened player." The shocked reaction is exactly what 30 expected. "Haha, yeah, I know I totally do not look the part, but I actually just turned 30 this year. Anyway, right this way, please." 30 points over at a guy chilling in a bright pink jacket on the couch and introduces him. And this guy right over here is Little Coco. He is also here for an interview today. "Hey Coco, meet Dark Dragon Flame. You two might actually end up as teammates, so you should probably say hello." Our psycho pulls out a chair, completely judging the kid in his head. This absolute weakling, looking like a dried anchovy, is seriously a player. He looks unbelievably weak. Hello." The pink jacket kid just gives a super polite nod. "Hey." Once everyone settles down at the table, our villain finally starts asking questions. "I am guessing this business is not doing too well, huh? There are 0 customers and I do not see a single part-time worker anywhere." Age 30 just lets out a soft laugh and explains, "Well, we are pretty far out from the city, so it makes total sense. That is exactly why we rented out this quiet spot for the interview." Dark Dragon Flame still acts dumb and presses further. "So you just rented the place, but shouldn't the actual cafe owner still be hanging around somewhere? I do not see anybody." 30 enthusiastically waves off the concern. "Oh, the owner is just busy prepping food in the back kitchen. This is coffee, but they serve full meals here too." He keeps his eyes locked on the surroundings of this bizarre cafe. All right, you and I can see what he is thinking. He is staring straight at the corner of the wall. There are not even security cameras in this place. Then Black Dragon Flame turns his attention once again. He glances at the guy wearing pink next to him. If he kills these two and makes a run for it, nobody would ever know. But he quickly manages to calm himself down. He cannot afford to lose this golden opportunity just to kill 2 random guys. He asks, "Are we not doing the interview?" 30 cheerfully replies, "We are waiting for one more person, so we will start the moment he arrives." Hearing this, Black Dragon Flame immediately decides to ask another question just to be absolutely sure. "Wait, one more person is coming. Does that mean there are 3 of us?" 30 answers him while casually looking out the cafe window, suddenly speaking up. "Yes, our appointment time was pushed back just a bit, so please wait a little longer." Oh, he is finally here. The front door of the cafe gently swings open and the welcome bell chimes brightly. 30 politely steps forward to personally greet the brand new player. "Did you come here to participate in the interview?" The newcomer simply replies, "Yes." Then 30 eagerly asks his next question. "What exactly is your username?" An incredibly unexpected name drops, making 30 quickly cover his mouth in absolute shock. Dark Sphere. Now let us rewind the clock back a few days right, when an important online meeting is happening right on the computer screen. "Welcome to the meeting, Jamie. It is really nice to see you today." "Welcome to you too, Poporing." The chairman locks his hands together and smiles warmly to start things off. Everyone is present except jam made of honey. Now let us officially begin our meeting for the 3rd week of April. "Lost Sheik, you can go ahead first." The player called out immediately speaks up. "Yes, sir, Chairman." The chairman asks him exactly how many players joined the forum this week. Lost Sheik gives a completely serious report, roughly 2,000 new users. The chairman notes that this is way more than last week, and Lost Sheik fully agrees. The total number of active players is slowly dropping, month by month, but the forum user count keeps going up every single week. Lost Sheik confidently shares his own theory. "I think that recent news article covering us is what pulled them in." The chairman is instantly curious. Who was the one that hired the journalist? Jamie quickly raises her hand, taking full credit for the move. That was me, chairman. He looks genuinely surprised by this. I see. I never expected you to have connections in that specific field of work. She smiles with clear delight and goes on to explain that it is actually a brand new connection. The chairman keeps that warm smile right on his face as he speaks. That is fantastic. I expect nothing less from a veteran member. All right then, Lost Sheik, out of those 2,000 people, how many of them actually have real skills? Lost Sheik replies without missing a beat. If we filter out the players with no class and anyone below level 10, we have roughly 1,200 people left. That huge number leaves the chairman deep in thought. So out of them, how many are actually going to be useful to us? Lost Sheik pushes up his glasses and grabs his tablet. I will give you the breakdown on that right now. He casually swipes through the data on his screen and starts reading aloud. One highly notable player is Black Dragon Flame, who originally comes straight from Sector SX-45.5S. He is just an ordinary level 10 warrior, but he managed to grab third place in his entire zone. The chairman seriously considers this impressive stat. Taking third place means he definitely has a high-tier rune for his current level. Either he has insane gear or he is completely lying about it. Lost Sheik shows his clear approval of the guy. But honestly, I think he is skilled enough to be selected as a prime candidate for the executive position. The detailed briefing keeps rolling on. All right then, is there anybody else on the list? He scrolls down a bit more and stops. Another strong player is El Cleo. He is from Zone S122.7, consistently ranking anywhere between 4th and 10th place. Lost Sheik brings up another amazing piece of data. Outside of those 250 other players are sitting in the top 100 of their respective zones. The chairman's eyes completely light up. Well, that is actually a massive amount. It looks like I am going to be extremely busy interviewing all these guys. Suddenly, the entire conversation shifts right over to a totally different person. Am I right about that, my dear 30? The guy frantically wakes up from his quick nap. Sorry about that. The chairman's friendly face instantly turns ice cold. Were you seriously just sleeping? What on earth were you doing last night to be dozing off right now? 30 desperately tries to defend himself, fails miserably. Well, about that, his boss aggressively cuts him right off. I am not listening to your pathetic excuses. You better finish processing those 50 interviews before our next meeting starts. If you cannot get it done, maybe I will have another high-rank candidate replace you completely. Knowing he messed up, 30 has absolutely no choice but to nod and agree. I understand perfectly. Please leave this task to me. The chairman immediately turns his attention back to a totally different issue. Anyway, has Dark Sphere tried contacting us yet? Lost Sheik quickly checks his phone notifications and replies, believe me, if he had, I would have reported it to you instantly. Hearing that disappointing news, the chairman lets out a heavy sigh. Yeah, you are right. I would literally hand that guy an executive rank immediately if he actually agreed to join us. Such a massive shame. Then he goes right back to giving orders to the team. Jamie, do you think you could ask that journalist to drop another article for us? We are definitely going to need a stronger promotion strategy if we want to hook Dark Sphere into joining our side. She smiles so wide her eyes vanish, making a little gesture with her hand. Of course, as long as we have the cash, he is incredibly generous, and will agree immediately. Do not worry about the funds. I am going to reward you for your dedication. Jamie flashes a bright smile. Thank you, Chairman. He is about to say something else to move on to the next topic. But wait, Lost Sheik suddenly gasps in absolute shock. Hold on, wait just a second, Chairman. A legendary name just requested to join the forum. You and I both know exactly who this is. The chairman stops looking curious. Who is it? His subordinate's hands are literally shaking as he rushes to say the legendary name out loud. Dark Sphere. Every single executive in the meeting suddenly freezes when they realize the presence of a top-ranked player. Back to the moment Mr. 30 awkwardly shakes the guy's hand. Nice to meet you. Was getting here. Not too difficult, right? The guy coldly brushes him off. Yeah, it actually was. Mr. 30 quickly rubs the back of his neck, laughing awkwardly. Sorry about that. But this really is the best place to keep things totally private. They walk deeper into the meeting spot together. Anyway, I gotta say, you are seriously handsome. I bet the girls absolutely love you. Right this way. The mysterious guest then takes a seat in the chair, right next to Mr. 30 as he gestures to the table. These two guys are here for the interview just like you. Black Fire Dragon. His eyes shoot wide open in pure shock. Hi. The quiet, introverted guy nervously mutters back. Hello. Sitting right across from the two of them is a totally unfamiliar guy casually introducing himself. I am Ryu Min. Hidden beneath his dark hood, Ryu Min flashes a dangerously sinister smile. And I am Little Coco. Oh, this bastard is hilarious. Meanwhile, Hong Tech is sweating bullets. Wait, is that really Ryu Min? The exact same guy who literally killed him 5 times in the game. He desperately wants to ask if they have ever met in real life because seriously, why would he enjoy killing him so much? Mr. 30 suddenly snaps him out of it. Black Fire Dragon, what is wrong? Aren't you going to introduce yourself? He quickly bows his head down and nervously whispers, "Hello, I am Black Fire Dragon." The fake Ryu Min just nods like he heard him. That cold reaction only makes Black Fire Dragon grit his teeth in absolute terror. What the heck? The guy won't even say a single word back. He thought Ryu Min would instantly recognize him once he dropped his player name. Or does this guy literally not even remember his username? Even after slaughtering him 5 times, sitting nearby, Ryu Min casually sips his water, silently analyzing every single move these guys make. Was he really that arrogant back then? Ryu Min knows he is faking his identity too, but this guy is a literal scam artist. Ryu Min already knows exactly who this fake is. His actual player name is Kukuru Bing Bong. He is a hardcore professional scammer who has pulled off every dirty trick. But here's the crazy part you and I need to watch. In the future, this sneaky imposter will actually create perfect clones of himself. Right now, he is not a massive threat, but eventually he is going to acquire the legendary clone rune and become incredibly famous, or rather totally infamous. Why? Because he abuses that exact clone rune to pull off some of the most twisted crimes imaginable. Ryu Min carefully calculates his next move. It is a harsh reality that even total criminals can randomly inherit overpowered abilities from the other world. But honestly, it is great they cross paths like this. Ryu Min fully plans to use this guy to steal the clone rune for himself. Mr. 30 pulls out his laptop to get things rolling. Alright, everyone is introduced right, then I am going to go ahead and start verifying your personal info. Let's start with little Coco. Playing the innocent role flawlessly, Ryu Min awkwardly scratches his head and shyly answers, "My name is Kim Seung-Hyun. I'm 20. I just graduated, so I don't exactly have a real job right now." The moderator, Mr. 30, carefully types down the details. "It says right here that you are a level 13 assassin, is that correct?" Ryu Min simply nods. "Yes." He then asks, "And you also placed 4th in your entire regional ranking?" "Yeah, that is me." On the outside, Ryu Min acts totally flustered, but inside his head, he is laughing. "Yeah, right, it is completely fake. Well, everything except the player name." During a massive player gathering in the past, Ryu Min spotted some random guy with that exact username and just decided to steal it. Little Coco is actually a very real player's name. So yeah, Ryu Min is also impersonating someone else right now, but he desperately needs to do this to meet the insanely strict conditions for the clone rune. From what he remembers, Kim In-hong literally stabbed a girl right in the stomach. The clone rune actually requires the user to brutally murder someone where the rune is hidden while actively impersonating another person. That fake guy over there is acting super calm, pretending to be as cold-blooded as Ryu Min. In the previous timeline, this absolute bastard committed a murder while pretending to be Ryu Min, ultimately stealing the clone rune. After typing, Mr. 30 looks right at Hung Taek. "Alright, next up is you, Black Fire Dragon." He instantly snaps back, "My name is Shim Hung Taek. I am 16 years old and currently in high school." Mr. 30 gasps out loud but honestly has a totally different thought in his head. "Wow, you are the youngest one here." Thinking to himself, this sweaty, trembling pig is a high schooler. Gross, he smells absolutely terrible. Mr. 30 stares at the kid, suddenly wondering if he should even be looking down on him like this. Because little does he know, Shim Hung Taek already brutally murdered his own classmate. That is certainly not something an everyday normal high school student could ever pull off. Shaking it off, Mr. 30 confirms the stats. "So you are a level 10 warrior and placed 3rd in your entire region before, is that correct?" Suddenly, Black Fire Dragon angrily slams his sweaty hands on the table. "What, you think I am lying?" Mr. 30 just awkwardly shrugs it off. "Hey, it is just part of the standard process. I am really sorry if you felt offended." Then Mr. 30 turns his attention to the final guy in the room. "Alright, your turn." Kim In-hong coldly glares at the moderator, then speaks up. Kim In-hong, 28. "I am a fund manager. I have literally never dropped from the number 1 rank in my district, and I am currently level 30. You obviously already know my class is the Grim Reaper, right? What else do you possibly need me to confirm here?" The nervous moderator obviously doesn't dare to talk back, offering a weak smile. "Nothing else. Thank you." Meanwhile, Ryu Min just keeps eating the berries from his drink, but inside he is totally disgusted. Fund manager, yeah right, more like a manager of dirty scammers. Soon enough, this fraud is going to use the name Black. That excuse is just to borrow money from other players. 30 sets his laptop down and gets completely serious. "That is all. I need to verify your identities, so let us officially kick off this interview. All you guys have to do is tell me why you actually want to join PCW. You go first, little Coco. Ryu Min nervously spins the straw in his drink to hide his panic. Well, the world outside is incredibly dangerous right now. Going out alone is just terrifying, and there is a lot of other scary stuff. I figured teaming up with other players would be much safer. 30 instantly pivots to the next guy. All right, next up, Blackfire Dragon, your turn. Hum Tak thinks carefully. He definitely cannot just admit that he came all the way here to hunt other players, so he casually borrows the exact excuse he just heard. Same as little Coco. I cannot go back to school anyway, and honestly, I am getting really anxious about the next game round. Turning his attention over to In Hong, 30 looks surprisingly enthusiastic. Is that so? Well then. What about you, Ryu Min? The guy raises an eyebrow, keeping it cool. I just signed up because I saw the forum. Got me curious. 30 forces a stiff smile. Ah, I see. Ryu Min just glares at him. He knows this guy will pass the interview no matter what he says. Why? Because he is the real Ryu Min. 30 straightens his posture and flashes a grin. All right, you and I are about to see something wild. Your answers were all acceptable enough. Now let us move right into the final phase of this interview. Saying this, 30 looks absolutely thrilled out of his mind. Murder. You guys have to kill another person to pass this final test. Hearing this insane rule, Ryu Min starts totally panicking. Kill. Commit murder. But why would we do that? 30 stays perfectly calm, brushing it off. You clearly do not get it. Fine, let me spell it out for you. His eyes widen, flashing with intense annoyance. I am sure you guys have seen all the online posts by now. The government has started cracking down on us players. They completely turn their backs on us. They are terrified of us because we are way stronger than them. 30 clenches his fist, dripping with pure, unchecked ambition. Even so, players are going to rule this entire world very soon. And that new reality will happen so much faster if we all join forces right now. A massive, twisted smile spreads wide across his face. So there is absolutely no reason we should let human laws hold us back anymore. We need to show the terrified government that players are the ultimate law now. By completely rebelling against their broken system, Ryu Min is still incredibly confused by this whole thing, covering his mouth in shock. And that is why we have to kill someone. 30 heavily emphasizes his point. Exactly. That is the only way to prove our ultimate will to the government. Hyum Tak completely freezes in shock while In Hong stays dead, silent, soaking in the heavy tension of the room. To show them we are not controlled by their petty laws. After dropping that bomb, 30 goes right back to his gentle smile. So do you understand now? Little Coco answers with a tiny whisper. Yes. 30 raises one finger, dropping a final warning. If any of you guys do not want to go through with this final test, you can walk out right now. But keep in mind, leaving this room also means you will never be allowed to ask us for help again. In Hong casually wipes cream from his mouth, completely unfazed by this massive threat. He knows that whoever leaves gets thrown straight onto a blacklist. He's using that intense pressure to force a murder, ensuring they can never ever escape from this toxic community later. Blackfire Dragon and the fake Ryu Min both sit there in deep thought, keeping their mouths totally shut. Neither of them objects. 30 claps his hands together, looking incredibly satisfied. It seems like you guys are all ready. Perfect. I will take that as a firm yes from everyone here. We will start the final phase right now. Hong Tak looks super confused. Wait, what do you mean start? Start killing people, but there is literally nobody here for us to kill. 30 fires right back without missing a single beat. You do not need to worry. 30 smirks his words, dripping with super dark intent. I have already prepared everything. Outside, heavy rain starts pouring down. Pitch black clouds swallow the entire sky, making the whole vibe incredibly freezing and tense. Since the interview portion is over, 30 finally stands up from his seat. Shall we get going? Sure. Just then, a petite girl steps right out from the back of the cafe. Are you guys leaving already? You can definitely stay longer if you want to, since you rented out this entire place. 30 happily chats with her. No, we are actually in a rush. Oh, by the way, is there a restroom around here? The girl points it out super enthusiastically. Right over there in that corner. 30 replies while digging around for something deep in his pocket. Thanks a lot. While I do that, could I ask you for a quick favor? She looks curious. What is it then? He pulls out his car keys and hands them right to the girl. Could you pull my car out of the parking lot for me? I am in a huge rush. The innocent girl grabs the keys, accepting his request without a second thought. Of course, do not worry. She grabs her bright red umbrella and steps outside into the pouring rain. The car door opens up super slowly as she gets closer to the inside. After that, she folds up her umbrella and gets ready to slide into the driver's seat. The heavy rain completely drowns out the sound of a rough hand creeping right toward her ear. Suddenly, 10 fingers brutally clamp down on the tiny girl's neck, making her scream out in absolute mind-numbing terror. The crazy guy keeps crushing her throat, leaving her totally helpless as she thrashes around. Her tiny hands shake violently and her desperate, terrified screams just slowly fade away into nothing. 30 holds her unconscious body in his arms, smirking like it was way too easy. Ryu Min yells out in pure, unfiltered shock. What the heck did you just do? Hyun Taek is just as stunned by the sheer madness. Why her, after tossing the poor girl inside? All right, let's watch how this plays out. He casually urges them. What are you waiting for? Get in. The door slams, the girl's arm still dripping. With water trembles just a bit. All three of these guys taking this insane interview are feeling the exact same chaotic emotions right now. Did he mean the cafe owner? The car rolls down a dirt trail, thick green trees completely swallowing both sides of the road. After driving in silence for a bit, the vehicle finally stops at their destination. The guy named Age 32 hauls the cafe owner inside and starts barking orders at the remaining players. We are here. This is where we do the final part of the interview. They throw open the warehouse doors and inside it is incredibly old and pitch black, just exactly like they planned. The girl's body is dumped onto the floor, followed by a twisted question from our operator. Let's begin. Who's going to kill her? He seems pretty interested in Hong, so he turns and makes the offer. How about you do it? Ryu Min. The fake immediately agrees. Sure thing. Age 30 giggles, totally satisfied. Exactly what I expected from you. But suddenly right on cue there is another voice cutting right into their little conversation. Hold on. Age 30 immediately turns his attention to the kid in the pink jacket. What? Is it little Coco? Ryu Min perfectly acts all hesitant. Can I do it? That crazy request just makes the guy sneer. You want to do it. Interesting. Honestly, I did not expect much since you seem pretty shy. Since the end result is exactly the same anyway, he really does not care. Fine by me. Ryu Min let him handle it. Hong stays completely silent, just giving a quick nod of agreement, and Ryu Min slowly starts walking over toward him. Meanwhile, the fake Hong walks right in the opposite direction. As they brush past each other, the imposter actually whispers to him, "Better do it right. I just did you a huge favor." Ryu Min's eyes turn dead cold as he glares right at him. Thanks. I will definitely put that clone rune to really good use. Hong hears those exact words and immediately freezes in pure shock, spinning around. Rune, what are you? But right at that split second, two hands blur straight for his face. Ryu Min does not hesitate at all. For a second. Crack. A brutal bone-shattering twist takes the fake down instantly. Hong's neck is completely snapped backwards. Yeah, he is definitely gone for good. Age 30 stares at the bloody scene, absolutely terrified, his eyes practically bulging out. He grabs his head, shivering uncontrollably. What just happened? He is totally losing it and just screams. What the hell did you just do? You actually killed Ryu Min. Are you insane? Ryu Min slowly turns around looking pretty annoyed. Hey, you are being way too loud, old man. Age 30 instantly shuts up, completely terrified. What the heck? That dead stare feels like he is looking at pure prey. Prey. Stick with me because something huge just shifted here. What in the world is going on? Then a system screen pops up. You killed a target while they were impersonating someone else. Hidden conditions successfully met. You have discovered the clone rune. A secret high-level rune locked in a very specific rare location. The obtained rune has automatically engraved itself onto the player's body. A brilliant golden light begins swirling completely around Ryu Min's frame. Ryu Min smirks, feeling pretty good. Nice. Finally got the reward for pretending to be Teen Clam. Age 30 stammers, trying to process it all. You, Clam, at least explain. Why on earth did you kill Ryu Min? Hearing this, Ryu Min slowly reaches up and pulls out his mask. Why, you ask? He casually slips the creepy blank mask onto his face. Because he was a pathetic piece of trash trying to impersonate me. Age 30 is absolutely clueless about what is happening right now. Impersonate you? What then? He points shakingly at the cafe owner. Age 30 keeps panicking. You were supposed to kill that woman. Why the hell did you kill Ryu Min? Answer me. Ryu Min totally ignores him coldly, picking up the black bag sitting beside her. Because he was garbage. And you are garbage too. He calmly slides that dark bag right over the cafe owner's head. The absolute disrespect leaves Age 30 completely stunned. Huh, say that to my face again. He yanks out his weapon, his face twisting in pure rage. You just called me? Ryu Min silently summons his massive scythe. A blood-red aura explodes around the weapon, catching Age 30 completely off guard. Gripping the oversized scythe with easy confidence, our guy speaks up. I said you are garbage. What? Am I wrong? Age 30 freezes completely, his entire body locking up in sheer terror. That scythe weight is that Teen Clam's main weapon. Staring at the demonic blade pulsing with energy, he desperately searches through his memories. He had never seen any player wielding a scythe that massive before. No. Hold on. As if finally connecting the dots, age 30's jaw drops wide open in shock. A player who uses a giant scythe. Suddenly, those words spoken just a second ago echo right back through his mind, because he was a pathetic piece of trash trying to impersonate me. Impersonate? Wait, hold on. Ryu Min watches the guy who is finally starting to figure it out and smirks. Do you finally understand who Ryu Min actually is? The guy stammers wildly. You are the real Ryu Min. Ryu Min stares at that pale, terrified face. Sorry for lying to you. Age 30's hands are shaking like crazy now. So it is actually true. This guy is not Teen Clam at all. He is the real terrifying Ryu Min. He drops straight to his knees, begging for his life. Sir Ryu Min, I am so sorry for mistaking you. You were just acting too well, please. Please spare my life. Whoosh, one single lightning fast. Slash. Age 30's head goes flying before he even realizes what hit him. His severed head rolls across the floor, stopping right at Hyun Suk's feet. Age 30 dies with his eyes wide open, pupils shrinking in pure horror. Hyun Suk might have killed a classmate before, but even he cannot stop. The absolute goosebumps right now. He stares at Ryu Min, panic setting in as he realizes this is the real Ryu Min. A total monster on a completely different level. Cold sweat drips down Hyun Suk's face. I could not even track his scythe swinging. He is utterly terrified right now. Then suddenly, Ryu Min aims his scythe right at Hyun Suk's face. Now it is just you and me. What do you think I will do next? Let's find out. Alright, let's jump right into the tension. Any last words? Say them now. Hung Tak trembled violently. Habit or pure terror, his voice totally stuttered. I won't say anything useless like begging for my life. But I have one burning question I always wanted to ask if we ever met. Ryu Min already knew the question. You want to know why I killed you exactly 5 times in round 4, right? Hung Tak slightly flinched, then hesitated before replying, yes. Ryu Min didn't waste any breath and calmly explained. The reason is actually pretty simple. I just wanted to keep you under my control. Hyun Tak looked confused. Keep me under control? But why me? Ryu Min casually answered him. You seem to be the absolute most skilled player out of everyone I met back then. I needed to eliminate the competition. Completely. Seeing the guy just standing there in silence, he asked again, anything else? The guy stayed totally quiet and Ryu Min's patience faded. Now you can just close your eyes and die. After what felt like forever, Hyun Tak finally spoke up again. Can I ask one last question? What is it? Hyun Tak stuttered clearly, just trying to stall for time. Why? Exactly do you want to kill me right now? Ryu Min didn't even hide it. Because you are absolute trash. Me. What did I even do? Didn't you come all the way here to kill this innocent girl? Hyun Tak desperately tried to deny it. But I haven't even done anything yet, Ryu Min shot back with heavy sarcasm. Haven't done anything? You literally stood there watching the entire time. The heavy air was broken only by Ryu Min's cold, mocking scoff. Finally, the elite player spoke. Fine. Unlike those other scumbags, your only real crime was just standing by and watching. So I will give you a rare chance to fight live. Hearing that, Hung Tak's face instantly lit up with pure joy. Are you serious? Ryu Min tapped his massive scythe against the floor, the sharp tip creating an awful, piercing screech. He laid out the ultimate survival condition for Hyun Tak. Right now, you have to give up absolutely everything that you own. He looked so arrogant before, but one threat had him dumping all his gear onto the floor. Ryu Min was actually impressed. This guy had some seriously useful stuff. Staring at the pile of loot, a money-making idea flashed in Ryu Min's head. If he sold all these premium items back to the shop, he'd make around 2,000 gold coins. Hyun Tak nervously scratched his neck. I even gave you my axe and the main gear I use. This is literally everything I own. I swear I have absolutely nothing else. Ryu Min picked up 2 shiny amber-colored gemstones. Did I even say anything? Seeing Ryu Min leave the rest, Hung Tak stood there awkwardly and asked, are you really not going to take anything? Else I don't need them. You can keep using those. Hyun Tak just nodded like an obedient dog. Yes, understood. Watching the guy scramble to pack his gear, Ryu Min thought to himself that the shop wouldn't buy those specific items back anyway, shoving all the looted goods into his spatial bag. Hyun Tak nervously asked, so, you will spare my life like you promised, right? Ryu Min gave a firm nod. Of course, I am going to let you live. A man of his word. Hyun Tak looked genuinely surprised, then immediately bowed deep to the floor. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Just stop. You are making this incredibly embarrassing. Ryu Min casually kicked the two dead bodies, telling him to live a better life from now on. He could handle these dead bodies if he wanted. Yes, sir. Bending down to the shopkeeper girl, Ryu Min stated, I will take this girl with me. Hung Taek quickly walked over to offer his help. Let me carry her. Ryu Min flatly refused. No thanks. Why would I ever trust you? Just back off. Hung Taek stood perfectly still, watching Ryu Min support the shopkeeper girl as they slowly walked away. The guy finally let out a massive breath. He survived. He really thought he was going to die right there, but the monster actually spared him. Sure, he lost a few highly valuable items, but absolutely nothing is more precious than life. Hung Taek lifted his sleeve to wipe the cold sweat off his chin. But why did he feel this empty void inside his chest right now? He stood there seriously, asking himself what he had actually done wrong. That jerk robbed all his best items just because he just stood there watching. Hung Taek gritted his teeth, his victim mentality flaring up. It was completely unfair. Staring at Ryu Min's unprotected back as he walked away, a sudden wave of killing intent washed over Hung Taek. The guy's guard was completely down. Even the infamous Ryu Min wouldn't survive a direct axe strike to the back right. Now watch this closely. A dark fire of pure greed sparked inside him, pushing him to make a move. Right now, if he killed a top-tier player like Ryu Min, his stats would instantly multiply several times over. His pupils contracted, his eyes turning wild and completely bloodshot. Exactly. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A golden chance that he would absolutely never get again. Hung Taek tightly gripped the heavy axe in his hands. If he didn't take this chance right now, he'd regret it forever. He crept forward as quietly as possible, practically praying in his mind. Please do not turn around. Please do not notice me. The distance closed inch by agonizing inch, and Hung Taek slowly raised his massive battle axe into the air. Just a little closer. He seized the perfect opening and suddenly dashed forward. Hung Taek swung the heavy axe high over his head, putting absolutely all his strength into the strike. Die, you arrogant bastard. The heavy blade slammed down with brutal force, blood instantly exploding outward from the open wound. Ryu Min collapsed onto the ground, and the shopkeeper girl tumbled down right next to him. Hung Taek panted heavily. He actually did it. He killed the Ryu Min. It was so easy. He burst into absolute manic laughter. Was this real? The legendary Ryu Min was just murdered by a low-level nobody like him. Hung Taek viciously stomped on Ryu Min's lifeless body, kicking him hard while screaming insults. You stupid bastard, you never should have turned your back on me. Who cares how high your level is anyway? You're an absolute idiot. He clenched his fists in pure triumph, completely thrilled. Thanks for all the free bonus stats, you fool. But here is the crazy part. After a few moments, absolutely nothing happened. The system sound was missing. Hung Taek looked wildly confused. Huh. Alright, let's jump in. Where's the stat increase notification? It normally pops up immediately after a kill. Just as he realizes he missed a crucial detail, a freezing chill runs down his spine. What exactly is going on? Suddenly, Ryu Min stands. Right behind him, his voice completely dark. What do you think? Hung Taek panics and violently whips around. Ryu Min stands there casually in a pink jacket, mocking him. Why so scared? Did you see a ghost? Hung Taek goes totally pale with absolute paralyzing terror, trembling uncontrollably. How, I literally just killed him. Does he have some broken resurrection skill? Ryu Min slowly walks forward. Hung Taek snaps his head back to the floor. The body he supposedly murdered is just lying there, emitting a weird blue aura with absolutely zero blood spilled anywhere. Our main character steps closer. What you killed was my clone. Hung Taek repeats in shock. Clone. While that psycho swung his heavy axe, the real Ryu Min safely watched everything, just casually clicking his tongue. The ancient runes clone ability literally duplicates his body. Smirking, our MC casually explains the trick to Hung Taek. Except it cannot fight. The clone runes effect generates an exact duplicate. But after creating the clone, the actual user turns into a ghost after 10 seconds. And obviously the clone cannot fight, use skills, or even open the inventory. Plus, it has a 10-minute cooldown. But you completely fell for it anyway. I guess even without fighting power, it's incredibly useful. A perfectly solid test. Furious, Hung Taek heavily grips his axe. You tricked me. Ryu Min points to his head, mocking him. Why are you suddenly acting like the poor victim here? I'm the actual victim in this mess. You literally almost murdered me. But Hung Taek refuses to back down and furiously yells back. You're the victim. You threatened me first. In response, our MC calmly summons his scythe, answering with total indifference. Yeah, whatever. Boom. A powerful red aura violently blasts right toward Hung Taek. His entire body completely freezes up, panicked. Huh, what the heck? Why won't my body move? Ryu Min tightly grips his scythe, coldly watching the guy's head violently detach from his shoulders. Listening to you is just wasting my time. Instantly, eerie blue energy swallows Hontak's falling head, completely erasing all the physical falls traces. That same blue energy sweeps across the entire room. He casually pockets his hand, dismissing the heavy scythe. Nobody will ever prove this was a crime scene. Well, except for one person. He casually walks straight over to the terrified woman. Hey, with his hands shoved deep in his pockets, he calls her out. You can get up now. How long will you pretend to be unconscious? You literally cannot fool a player. I hear your thoughts. Slowly, the shop owner sits up, still too terrified to actually remove the plastic bag from her face. I'm sorry. She nervously stammers. Can I take this off? Crossing his arms, he flatly refuses. No. Keep it on until I leave. Yes. Sunlight bleeds through the window. I'll ask some questions. You will fully cooperate with me, right? Yes, yes. He immediately starts the interrogation. How many customers were here? Can you remember every single face? Still kneeling on the floor, she nervously stammers. There were 4 people total. One guy was in his mid-40s. I remember his face because we actually chatted earlier. As for the rest, our MC stares her down, processing everything instantly. Okay, she's definitely telling the truth. After getting the intel he needs, he cuts her off. All right, that's all. She hesitates, trembling. Does this mean I'm finally safe? Now is it actually over? Before letting her go, our MC drops a final warning. Yeah, go home. And do not report this to the cops. Trust me, that will massively backfire on you. Understood, good. Take the bag off in exactly 1 minute. The relieved shop owner frantically nods. Understood. She sits alone in pure silence, counting through heavy, panicked breaths. 1, 2. Finally, she rips that suffocating plastic bag right off her head at the final second. 58, 59, 60. She blinks, totally bewildered, scanning the empty space. What even happened? Eventually, the woman snaps back to reality. The scene is spotless. That wasn't just some crazy nightmare, right? Meanwhile, massive, towering apartment complexes glow under the evening sunset. Ryu Min walks inside. Gani, I'm home. His brother rushes out to greet him. Hey, but suddenly Gani spots something weird and squints. Wait, that's my jacket. Where did you go today? Our MC actually hesitates for a second at the completely innocent question from his brother. Ah well, he completely dodges the topic, stepping inside. Man, I'm exhausted. Gani eagerly chases after him. Seriously, where were you? Did you eat yet? Ryu Min removes the jacket. No. Gani thinks, then suggests, let's order takeout. Ryu Min just nods, agreeing with him. Yeah, order whatever you want. Staring at the jacket, brutal flashbacks of the decapitation flood his mind. He lets out a sigh. It's clean, but I can't give this back. He just dumps the jacket into the trash, leaving his brother completely stunned. Gani rushes over, completely confused. You've asked the same. Brother, why throw it away? Our MC calmly replies, it was old. Let me buy you a new one. You wore it too long. Gani pouts, looking close to tears. But this makes our MC panic a little. I will buy you a better one. All right, Gani turns away, letting out a sad sigh. No, forget it. School is closed anyway, so I can't go outside anyway. Ryu Min catches his sad expression. It must be brutally boring being locked inside this tiny apartment, totally unable to head to class because murderous psychos like Hyung Taek are roaming around. Feeling bad, our MC suddenly offers, Hey Gani, do you want to go hang out outside tomorrow? Instantly the kid perks straight up, his gloomy face completely lighting up. He jumps up, totally thrilled but terrified he misheard, quickly asking, wait, seriously? You actually? Alright, let's jump right back in. Honestly, he is way too easy to persuade, Ryu Min thought. He told Ruan they should eat quickly and the kid happily agreed. The very next day, Ruan's face lit up with absolute excitement at the sights in front of him. It has been so long since I came here. Meanwhile, Ryu Min looked at his brother's beaming face, quietly regretting that their recent financial struggles had kept them from taking trips like this. The two brothers really stood out in the crowd. Was this place even still running? Lately, you would see way more places shutting their doors forever than actually staying open. But in dark times like these, hope is a seriously important thing to hold on to. Suddenly, Ruan's attention was caught by a nearby family who was laughing and having a great time. He gave his older brother a very meaningful look. Then Ruan suddenly grabbed Ryu Min's arm and pointed straight ahead. Hey, let's head over there right now. Hurry up. The two of them arrived at a display area completely packed with stuffed animals. Ryu Min awkwardly put a panda headband on. So how does it look? Ruan's eyes literally sparkled as he pulled out even more accessories. You look super cool, bro. So cute. Just pick that one. Ruan happily looked around the shop. Man, there is so much cute stuff here. Ryu Min casually held up his shiny black card like a total boss. Yeah. Whatever you want, just grab it. The two of them happily chatted as they walked through the park. So what do you want to do now? We have to do absolutely everything here. They hit the massive roller coaster first, then moved right along to the splash rides, totally having a blast. Next up was the panda exhibit. Ruan pulled out his phone, snapping pictures nonstop and totally gushing. These twin pandas are just way too adorable. Ryu Min watched him, feeling incredibly proud of his decision. Ruan was so depressed yesterday, so bringing him out for some fun was definitely the right move. But suddenly, Ruan turned around, a heavy wave of worry washing over his face. But hey, tomorrow is May 1st. Are you really okay spending the day out here with me? Obviously. I am super happy, but still. Ryu Min quickly chimed in to reassure him. Do not worry about a thing, I will be totally fine. This time, it will take over 10 hours, so even if I sleep a bit longer than usual, do not panic. Ruan grabbed his shirt, completely frantic. 10 hours, that is not dangerous. Right, you absolutely have to come back safely. You got that? Ryu Min gave him a bright smile and reached out. You worry way too much. He gently rubbed Ruan's head to comfort him. I promise I would never leave you all alone. He patted his brother's shoulder to soothe the anxiety. Okay, that is enough worrying. What is next? Let's go check out the zoo. Okay, you and I need to fast forward now. Inside a towering apartment building. April 30th, 11:50 p.m. Ryu Min suddenly jolted at the sound of a phone notification. He picked it up, totally surprised to see the name flashing on the screen. It was Ryu Min. The screen showed a flurry of messages. It is almost midnight. I totally believe everything will go well this time around too. Let's just do our best. Hang in there, see you soon. After reading the text, he figured she must be feeling incredibly nervous right now. Ryu Min just stared at his phone screen and let out a soft, confident smile. Do not worry. From now on, I will be the one protecting you. He placed the phone on the nightstand. Time to go. The screen was still glowing, signaling exactly 12 a.m. In a flash, Ryu Min appeared in a massive empty wasteland surrounded by a crowd of people. Everyone was looking around, completely confused. Huh, is this everyone? No way. I think people are just running late. No, think about it. The number of survivors from that last brutal round was only somewhere around 500. The group started panicking. That makes sense. It feels way too empty. Ryu Min, standing a short distance away, watched the crowd and silently agreed. It definitely felt weirdly empty, especially since the very first round started with almost 10,000 players. But trust me, this empty feeling is going to fade real fast. Oliver suddenly appeared in a burst of sparkling light. The angel frowned, gritting her teeth in annoyance. Your reactions are incredibly boring. Oliver floated right above the bewildered crowd, doing some quick mental math. A total of 442 survivors have been summoned. There were supposed to be 521 of you, but we already lost almost 80. Looks like some real-world conflicts broke out, huh? The players heard this and grew even more terrified. Our numbers dropped again. It happens every single time. But Oliver, she literally could not care less about their panic. Whatever you mortals do in the real world is none of my business. Oliver casually raised a single finger. However, with only a few of you left, we simply cannot play this game the right way. A deeply wicked smirk spread across her angelic face. So I have prepared a little something special for everyone. Oliver laughed out loud and dropped a bombshell that you and I both know changes everything. Area merge. Someone instantly raised a hand, completely confused. Excuse me, could you explain that in a bit more detail? She gritted her teeth, snapping back aggressively. I literally just said it, you idiots should understand. You guys are so annoying. It is exactly what it sounds like, merging the areas. Oliver was losing her patience but still looked weirdly excited to explain. I am not sure if you ignorant humans know this, but the country you live in alone already has hundreds of different survival zones. 875 separate areas to be exact. The players on the ground were absolutely stunned by that massive number. 875. In just our country alone. Are there really that many different zones? Oliver just laughed out loud at them. Why are you all acting so surprised? Compared to other nations around the world, that is actually a pretty small amount. The crowd started putting the pieces of Oliver's twisted logic together. Right, if you assume that each area gets assigned exactly 10,000 people, then obviously the most heavily populated countries will have way more zones. Wait a second. If every single area out there has its own angel guiding it, whispers erupted like wildfire through the crowd. Does that mean there are literally tens of thousands of angels roaming this earth right now? Are there really that many angels? Oliver just rolled her eyes with heavy sarcasm. Exactly as you guessed, geniuses. Every area gets its very own manager. Are you seriously just figuring this out now? Pathetic. But someone in the crowd quickly caught onto this crucial piece of information and kept pressing her. Wait, Miss Angel, if there are so many of you, does that mean this survival game was not actually created by you? Hearing that question, she freezes for a second, then coldly shoots back. Why would you think that? The brave player replies, there is just no way. Thousands of angels teamed up just to create this twisted survival game. Oliver instantly floats right up to his face, pointing her finger aggressively, right at his face. Sneering with a terrifying glare, she says, and what if we did team up? You're gonna praise us. Stop asking pointless questions. Being so incredibly nosy might just get your head completely crushed. With the angel hovering so terrifyingly close, the player turns completely pale, stammering out, sorry. Oliver mutters under her breath, whatever, humans are exactly like this. Ryu Min silently watches everything unfold, totally unsurprised. Seeing her entirely dodge the question simply proves it. That completely proves they hit a nerve. There is definitely some strict system rule forcing them to keep the game creator's true identity a total secret. And honestly, it is not just Ryu Min. Everyone is slowly putting the pieces together. Plus, if these so-called angels can actually be killed by players, then there is absolutely no way they created a massive survival game like this. Oliver floats back up, glaring down at the crowd in pure annoyance. From now on, I am absolutely done answering questions from you pathetic little bugs. If you are nothing but a bug, then act like one. Understand? The players below tremble in absolute fear, while the angel just keeps aggressively grumbling to herself. You humans are wasting so much of my time. Anyway, just like I already announced, I am initiating the area merge right now. All you really need to know is that since the player count dropped way too low, we are forced to trigger this protocol. Oliver glares down sharply, warning them, stop making useless guesses. Suddenly, the entire ground shakes, catching everyone completely off guard. What the hell? An earthquake. The massive floor beneath them instantly shifts, magically splitting into perfectly even glowing grid squares. And right out of those lines, intense flames start surging upward, violently erupting into a massive pillar of blinding light right in front of them. Terrifying. The players are absolutely terrified, their faces draining of all color, having zero clue what fresh hell is about to drop on them next. Seconds later, the exact spot they are standing on transforms into a deadly glowing square. Every single space around them has completely turned into a blazing fire sea, blocking any escape route. Layer after layer of magical light brightly flashes upward as every grid square slowly ignites. Then the massive block they are trapped in suddenly fractures, dividing into countless smaller individual squares, and the panicked players trapped inside slowly begin to materialize out of thin air. Everyone looks completely bewildered, entirely panicked. But suddenly, those blinding light rays instantly fade away, leaving everyone gasping in absolute shock. Is the merge already over? They finally get time to look around, and right inside the newly formed adjacent squares, they realize tons of new players have just spawned in wearing totally different gear. Who are these guys? Oliver cheerfully announces. All right, everyone, the area merge is officially complete. Seeing the massive crowd looking completely dumbfounded, she smirks at them. What is wrong with you? You are all fellow humans, so shouldn't you greet each other? Suddenly, a brand new purple-haired angel warps into view, crossing her arms. Exactly. Just how long do you mortals plan on standing around looking so incredibly stupid? Looking up, the players are absolutely stunned. Wait. Another angel just showed up. Glancing around at the pillars, they quickly realize there are exactly 10 angels floating here. It is definitely a different angel, but that deeply annoying tone dripping with pure contempt is exactly the same. Hello there, are you all humans? I assume you have probably already heard the title manager angel by now, right? Since your survival numbers dropped way too low, all of your isolated zones have officially been merged together. The players freak out. 10 zones merged. That means they started with almost 5,000 people. No wonder it is packed. Oliver cheerfully continues. And also, all the other regions out there are also merging as we speak. Naturally, since we just combined everything, your newly merged zone needs a brand new name. The angel grins in absolute delight. From now on, this entire zone is officially called CS-007, containing players only from South Korea. The massive crowd instantly starts buzzing. Wait, everyone here is from the exact same country. Thank God there is no language barrier. But honestly, who knows if they will eventually get mixed with other nations later. Now you and I know our regressor main character is way ahead. Ryu Min observes the massive crowd, thinking this area merge definitely will not be the last. Every time the player count drops below 500, the system forcibly merges them again. Ryu Min vividly remembers his previous life. Eventually, when the entire South Korean player base bleeds out and drops below 500, they will be forced into brutal server-wide death matches against powerful players from entirely different countries. Ryu Min slowly looks up, his mind racing. But honestly, that insane global server warfare will not actually trigger until round 11 anyway. Right now, he just needs to lock in on the present. Based on his regression knowledge, he knows exactly what is coming next. These twisted angels are about to launch a surprise mini-game. Right on cue, Oliver cheerfully takes center stage, announcing, "All right, before we officially reveal your main quest, we are going to play a super fun bonus mini-game to properly celebrate today's massive server merge." The angels casually start chatting among themselves. Hold on. Didn't all those starter zones already have their very own player representative? But since everything is completely merged together now, what do we do about that? The answer is brutally obvious. They absolutely must elect a brand new overall representative for this giant new zone. The players exchange confused looks. A brand new representative for this entire server. Oliver eagerly wags her finger, dramatically explaining the incredibly simple rules. She flashes an absolutely sadistic smile. The 10 original area reps are going to step right up and violently fight each other in a bloody battle. Straight to the death. The absolute last surviving winner gets instantly promoted to the grand representative of this entire merged zone. The massive crowd of players immediately loses it. They start whispering wildly. To become the new zone boss, they seriously have to butcher each other. Brutal, but honestly thrilling. Everyone is eagerly wondering, who will actually become the ultimate survivor? Having popcorn right now would be perfectly insane. Meanwhile, one of the targeted reps is internally screaming in pure panic. Damn it, what the hell is this twisted garbage? A girl nearby tightly clenches her fists in pure shaking terror. They really have to murder each other just to pick a leader. Another terrified guy immediately bites his nails, completely consumed by overwhelming regret. If he knew this was coming, he never would have volunteered as a rep, standing there watching it all unfold. Let's see what happens next. Standing at the doors of death, every player is quietly panicking. If they die here, do they revive? These players seem to be representatives from different regions. They might read the situation differently, but they all share the exact same thought. Can they just forfeit their representative rights and walk away? Meanwhile, Ryu Min stays totally calm, quickly assessing the whole situation. Before this, being a regional rep offered zero perks. But from this round forward, everything changes completely. He absolutely has to win this death match and claim that top spot. Then the angel Oliver chimes in. Listen up, you regional reps, there's no need to look so terrified. Sure, it is a death match, but you won't actually die forever. Once the game ends, every single killed representative will be fully revived. One loudmouth instantly lights up, thrilled. Wait, we actually get to revive this time too. But most players stay suspicious about these vague new rules. Oliver crosses his arms, noticing their expressions. It seems like you guys think being a representative comes with zero real rewards, right? Well, a representative can actually use ruler authority. He continues, leaving the entire crowd completely stunned. That is an absolute authority letting you dominate a player with a lower level than yours. Whether they want to or not, you get to completely control that player however you want. Think of it as an upgraded command skill. Though naturally, there is a strict 10-time usage limit. Plus, if a rep dies, this insane authority transfers right to someone else. Oliver asks, with a sarcastic smirk, still pretty tempting, right? You can literally dominate other people. The players below are still processing this massive info drop. Wait, seriously? We can just control anyone, even if they absolutely hate it, Oliver quickly calls out. Well, you and I can see they are motivated, so once you all finish prepping, we are starting the side game. Meanwhile, another angel chimes in thoughtfully. Since all these player regions have finally merged together, we have to decide which one of us angels becomes the main representative. Hearing this, every single angel goes dead silent. Are there any volunteers for the job? If so, just raise your hand. The angel who asked lets out a heavy, tired sigh. Knew it. Completely useless question. Honestly, any angel who actually volunteers for this mess would be a total freak. Another angel right next to him calmly speaks up next. So it is officially confirmed no one wants to be the representative. What is the plan then? Does anybody have a solid idea? Hearing this, the first angel suddenly looks way more intrigued. How about we just roll some random dice to pick a rep? Leaving it up to pure luck, not a terrible idea, but honestly, it is super boring. The room erupts into noisy chatter. What if we set an order and just take turns playing representative? Nah, that is not fair at all. The angels at the very back would have to wait forever for their turn. True, and these regions are going to merge again soon anyway. Oliver groans in pure boredom. Is there any method that is actually fair and fun? Right then, Priscilla steps up with a brand new proposal. How about this? Aren't we making the human reps fight each other in a second anyway? She glances right at Oliver, the angel whose human representative dies. First, we'll get punished by becoming our main representative. The surrounding angels immediately vibe with this dark idea. Oh, now that is interesting. Great concept. I totally love Priscilla's idea. Do the rest of you agree with this? Every single one shoots their hands up in unison. I agree, I am totally in, count me in too. But then someone else throws a wrench in the plans. Hold on, why not do this? Oliver drops his own suggestion. Instead of the first one to die, what about the angel of the very last survivor? Oliver's face twists into a wicked grin. They become the king. He crosses his arms, explaining with a smirk, "Let's make the angel who manages. The ultimate survivor, our supreme representative." The angel beside him looks completely stunned. A king? Well, as a representative like we just said, the rest of us angels would have to absolutely obey their every single command. Meaning, if they randomly assign someone to act as a guide, you have no choice but to follow it like a royal decree. Priscilla taps her chin thoughtfully. So you were saying if my human wins this bloodbath, then I win too? If that happens, doesn't the angel basically become a supreme representative exactly like the winning player? Down there, the angels start buzzing with pure excitement. Okay, this just got way more interesting. A king representative. That actually sounds insanely tempting. What a uniquely evil idea. But the red-haired angel glares at Oliver, looking highly suspicious. You actually suggested the winner gets all the power. Seems like you were awfully confident. Oliver turns, smirking. Of course I am confident. Priscilla smiles back, oozing total arrogance. Well, what can I say? My regional player is an absolute monster. From the very start until right now, my guy has never once lost that first place in his region. Oliver literally bursts out, laughing, totally mocking her. Oh, is that so, you stupid bird? Top of his little region. That is your flex, and you dare mock me? Oliver thinks of Ryu Min, feeling insanely smug. If you idiots actually knew who my player was, your jaws would literally hit the floor. Shrugging off the drama, Oliver casually goes back to the main topic. So what is the verdict? Are we deciding on this rule? Obviously, I have absolutely zero reasons to refuse. The rest of the angels eagerly jump right on the bandwagon. I approve. This version sounds way more entertaining. Me too. Honestly, I am pretty confident myself. The player representing my region is definitely no pushover either. Another angel glances at Oliver. So it is officially settled. Ready to start? Oliver, go do the talking. Stick with me, guys. All right, you and I are about to see this tournament get crazy. The angels look down at the massive crowd and announce, so starting right now, we are launching a special game to select the ultimate representative for the unified region. All regional reps gather here immediately to hear your orders. Those words instantly make some top players break into a cold sweat and clench their fists. Meanwhile, others just stare up at the angels completely on guard. But Ryu Min, he just stays dead, silent expression, ice cold. Moments later, 10 representatives are separated from the rest of the pack, including Ryu Min. Oliver gives this little smile, waves his hand, and the ground beneath him violently shakes. Flames suddenly erupt everywhere, and a circular stone platform covered in glowing patterns slowly materializes. Then massive stone pillars shoot up, completely surrounding the platform and locking the players inside. Finally, a massive, fully enclosed circular battle arena stands right in the middle of the wasteland. The 10 players trapped inside look absolutely stunned, totally panicking at what they're seeing. Then Oliver stares down from above and explains the rules one more time. Starting right now, inside this exact arena, we are kicking off a massive battle royale. You will slaughter each other until only one single survivor is left standing. If you die outside, you cannot be revived. So even if it kills you, do not step outside this arena. And while everyone is desperately trying to process that, the signal finally rings out. Let the games begin. The 10 players immediately back away from each other, highly alert and on guard. Ryu Min isn't rushing into attack mode either, he's just quietly analyzing the situation. Another regional rep glances around, sizing up the entire battlefield in front of him. Wait, I just have to kill these 9 guys to become the ultimate regional rep, right? He stares at some blonde dude and 2 girls squaring off in front of him. It looks like nobody wants to make the first move. They are all just probing and testing each other. But here's what you and I need to know. Anyone in that rep spot has some serious skills. He slowly lifts his lips into this ridiculously arrogant smirk. Even so, not a single one of them is stronger than me. He flashes back to his old battles. He has never once lost his grip on the #1 spot in his region. Plus, this specific dismantling rune that he's currently packing, it is literally a cheat code. All he has to do is stab someone with his blade and the ancient rune automatically triggers itself, slicing the rest of their body to pieces. Even when he backstabs people, it's like a demon takes over. The sword moves by itself. And, thanks to that insane power, he slaughtered 312 players back in round 4. Above them, the angels are wondering the exact same thing. What are you idiots doing down there? Why aren't you fighting? Start killing each other already, you stupid humans. The arrogant rep notices how totally impatient the angels are getting and smirks. What's the rush? Did they place bets or something? Why are they so hyped up? Whatever. You don't have to yell. I was about to make my move anyway. He confidently struts straight across the battlefield. After all, nobody here can even touch my power. If I use this, chance to make a seriously brutal first impression. The rest of these losers will be too terrified to even try attacking me. But then out of nowhere, he stops dead in his tracks and slowly turns around. The arrogant rep draws his sword, standing completely alone, squaring off against every single one of the remaining players. He drops into a battle stance, totally mocking them. I need a sacrifice. The perfect victim to kick off my little show today. The arrogant rep grips his sword tighter and lets out this nasty sneer. Whoever has the guts to step up first, I'm going to butcher you before anyone else. And right on cue, Ryu Min just calmly strolls out from the pack. He's gripping this massive scythe, looking absolutely ice cold as he steps up to fight. The arrogant rep is practically laughing to himself in pure delight. Oh, somebody finally wants to play. Looks like I found my very first victim. He stands there, sizing Ryu Min up, looking totally confused. A massive, clunky scythe. You definitely do not see weapons like that every day. Honestly, it's pathetic. The arrogant rep is fully looking down on him, but then he absolutely freezes in his tracks. I mean, sure, he had seen people with scythes in their gamer tags before, but a guy actually wielding one in real life. He just stares blankly at the glowing golden text floating right above Ryu Min's head. Ryu Min. Instantly, cold sweat starts pouring down his face like a waterfall. His jaw drops, totally speechless. Wait, is that Ryu Min? His actual tag is Ryu Min. The guy's brain is absolutely short-circuiting right now, but he desperately tries to calm himself down. Could it just be some random guy with the exact same name? No, wait. Player tags cannot be duplicated in the system, right? His sword slowly drops to the ground. Then is this guy actually the real deal? He watches Ryu Min walking toward him, absolutely screaming internally. It's really him. It is the real Ryu Min, the absolute monster currently sitting at the very top of the entire regional rankings. Level 30. Meanwhile, the angels flying above look down, totally confused. What is up with that player down there? He was so hyped to fight a second ago. Why does he suddenly look so brain dead? Oliver just glances over at the red-haired angel, who is currently biting her nails in pure anxiety, and casually mocks her. Hey Priscilla, isn't that pathetic guy your regional representative? She completely ignores him, but her face is visibly twisting with absolute panic. What the hell is he doing down there? That completely useless human. She just glares down at the current standoff between the two players, furious. Why is he just standing there like an idiot? But suddenly, this incredibly loud, mocking laugh cuts right through her thoughts. The red-haired angel snaps her head around, clearly annoyed, and glares at him with ice in her eyes. Oliver, do you really find this current situation funny right now? Oliver just cracks up, looking incredibly smug as he stares back at her. Honestly, yeah. I am sorry, but this is hilarious. He points right at her player. Look at that human down there. You and I can see it. He saw my regional rep and now he is shaking like, all right, you and I are watching absolute madness. The red-haired angel scoffs. That trembling guy is your rep. She finally notices Ryu Min's massive weapon. That giant scythe, sure, it looks seriously impressive. But at first glance, she doesn't feel any overwhelming pressure from him. Definitely nothing intimidating enough to make anyone shake with fear. Thinking that, she immediately pivots to question Oliver. So you are actually trying to tell me that my top-tier fighter is scared of your pathetic representative? Oliver smiles, looking completely smug about it. Well, doesn't it look exactly like that right now? The red-haired angel still refuses to accept reality. Don't talk nonsense, Oliver. Do you really think being the absolute rank 1 in that zone is some kind of joke? My player has never lost his first-place spot since round 1 started. Not even once. Oliver gently rubs her own cheek, her gaze locked on her rival, completely full of pure provocation. That zone. Being rank 1 over there isn't something just anybody can claim. My player has never ever missed taking the absolute top rank across the entire global zone, right? The other angels hear this and stare down in total shock. Wait, what? Number 1 in the entire zone. Where did that claim come from? How dare she lie like that? Still haven't figured it out. You rank watching angels just need to look closely at his nickname. Suddenly, one of them recognizes our main character and shouts out, "Oh, Ryu Min, I have totally seen that name. Isn't he the absolute monster who always dominates whenever the final leaderboard drops?" Priscilla is suddenly shaking like a leaf. Wait, are you saying that Black Scythe is actually Oliver's player? If that guy down there is really the legendary Ryu Min, our fighters are fundamentally nowhere near being a match for him. Another angel suddenly gasps, loud enough to make Priscilla jump out of her skin. Down on the battlefield, the so-called top player just gets completely decapped. One strike, his head hits the floor. Match over. And here is where things get truly insane for us to watch. Oliver bursts into teasing laughter as Priscilla's champion gets instantly eliminated. A blonde guy on the ground sees the slaughter and immediately starts sweating, recognizing Ryu Min right away. Ryu Min, why the hell is Ryu Min here? He glances around. Every single player is absolutely terrified, totally losing their will to fight. Even if every single one of us jumps him at once, we cannot beat Ryu Min. I am going to die like that guy. Maybe. Without even having time to blink. He is level 30. How do we win? I am only level 13. Then he spots Ryu Min walking straight toward him, and utterly panics. The blonde player backpedals, forcing a painful smile to say hello, but his shaking voice sounds way more like begging. Oh Lord Black. Scythe, so honored. I never expected to share a zone with the famous Ryu Min. I am literally crying tears of joy. Ryu Min just keeps stepping closer. The panic hits critical mass. Come on, hold on a second. Let us use our words like civilized people. An archer girl instantly drops her bow, desperately trying to prove she means no harm. See, I completely put my weapon away. I swear I have absolutely zero intention of crossing blades with the Ryu Min. The blonde guy frantically ditches his weapon too, looking up into the sky. We are sorry, angels above, but I forfeit. I completely surrender. Me too, I am throwing in the towel. I surrender as well. Every single one of them begs. One observing angel watches the display and sighs in utter disgust. How pathetic. What kind of garbage behavior is this? Quitting, did you humans? Seriously, just say you surrender. Another deity chimes in, sounding incredibly mad. You pathetic mortals are completely ruining this beautiful death game that I spent so much time perfectly setting up. The angels erupt in synchronized fury, their faces twisted with pure, murderous intent. Final warning. From this exact second forward, if anyone even breathes the word surrender, I will personally blow your head clean off. The trembling players down below hear this and turn, completely pale with absolute horror. If your head explodes, do not even dream about getting resurrected. Do you understand? The terrified girl holding the bow slowly pulls her weapon back out. The rest of the squad silently does the exact same thing, glaring warily back at Ryu Min. One guy desperately tries to build hype. We have 8 people. Maybe we can actually win this. Ryu Min watches their shaking expressions and feels mildly disappointed. So you think those stuck-up angels are scarier than me? Looks like these fools are really planning to gang up and charge him all at once. Honestly, that just makes things way more entertaining. Our main character smirks coldly. No matter how many ants swarm together, in the end, they are still just bugs. Taking a massive hit to their pride, the group snaps. Is that arrogant bastard seriously mocking us right now? You think just because you have a high level you can relax. We are actually famous heavy hitters in this zone too, you know. The whole squad gets hyped up. Losing their fear of death, they all charge forward to attack. Ryu Min instantly launches himself right to the front line. His eyes dripping with pure bloodlust, he swings his massive weapon without hesitation. A brutal shockwave blasts multiple enemies completely into the air. The crowd is left in absolute jaw-dropping shock. Blurring forward, he dashes to every single target and violently cuts them down. The entire battlefield turns into pure chaos. Ryu Min sweeps the floor, fresh red splashing everywhere like a horror movie. Even the arrogant angels above look absolutely terrified by the total massacre. They start whispering, completely shocked it ended this easily. Wait, is it seriously over already? Did the death scythe just wipe the floor with everyone? Priscilla finally connects the dots and speaks up. Wait, so the angel in charge of the death scythe. Oliver, are you going to be treated like royalty now? She screams at the top of her lungs. Oliver. Priscilla glares, demanding some actual answers. You already knew it was going to end exactly like this, didn't you? Oliver just casually shrugs. Of course I knew from the start. Priscilla hears that and her blood practically boils over. Furious, she points right at her rival's face. Hey everyone, this total snake totally tricked us. She knew she would win, that is why she made the bet. Priscilla boils over. And well, what did you and I expect from this crazy game? Why state the obvious? What Oliver explains completely shameless. Obviously, this game works in my favor. Why else would I suggest it? Then she looks down at everyone, her eyes full of absolute contempt. Did I force any of you to bet? No. You all agree because it sounded fun. And now you blame me. Seeing them glare with pure rage, she smirks. What, you want to fight? Oliver quickly reminds her. Angels throwing hands in front of humans, that completely ruins our dignity. If the Archangel finds out, you are getting tossed straight into the insect prison. Priscilla immediately tenses up. She mutters under her breath. That place is disgusting. But Oliver keeps pushing. What, too scared to strike? Besides, I won the bet, so I am king now. Priscilla, you handle things as the zone representative. Panic flashes across her face. Wait until when Oliver shrugs. Until I am not mad anymore. Get moving. Priscilla takes off, grumbling the whole time. Why did I even agree to that stupid bet? She flies down. Time to address the players. Listen up, humans. The unified zone representative has officially been decided. The system screen flashes brightly. Player Grim Reaper is now the representative for Zone CS007. Temporary skill acquired, domination. Effect activated. He can issue absolute commands to players, and they have zero choice but to obey him no matter what. There is a catch though. Usage limit is 10 times total. 1 command per player, and the skill has restrictions. It completely fails on players with a higher level. The crowd surrounding Ryu Min instantly bursts into nervous whispers. Grim Reaper actually became the rep. He is level 30. He could easily control anyone here. Best not to make him angry. Priscilla looks down from above. All right, the game is settled. So now, I will resurrect the dead players. Her glowing wings flutter, dropping a few glowing feathers onto the ground. The souls of the fallen light up. The guy who just got wrecked gasps for air, absolutely terrified. The revived players are completely lost. Wait, what just happened? I swear my body was literally ripped apart. Priscilla sighs, clearly annoyed. You guys were slaughtered by the Grim Reaper. He is the new zone representative. It finally clicks for them. Oh, so that is how this whole thing played out. Priscilla keeps talking. Let me be clear. Since we have a new zone representative now, I am officially revoking the representative status from all of you who just got resurrected. Disappointment washes over the crowd. But do not cry about it, she adds. You can always win the title back. Priscilla snaps her fingers to get their attention. The minigame is over. Let us talk about the main quest. System screens pop up in front of everyone. Round 5 details are here. The main quest is brutal. Kill 300 orcs in 10 hours. The side quest, collect 4 balance stones. If you pull it off, zone-wide rewards. Total participants, over 77 million. But the completion rate is shocking, 0 out of 19 million. In Zone C G007, only 1,200 survived. Some players instantly panic. 300 orcs, why is the clear rate only 25%? Priscilla sees their fear. She glares at them. Why all the whining? Upset about the survival rate, want me to drop it lower. The crowd instantly shuts up. Relax, she smirks. I have only been giving you guys the easy stuff so far. This time, the quota is strictly limited. Prepare for a real nightmare. But do not give up just yet. The players slowly regain their confidence. Wait a second, 300 orcs is not even hard. Aren't orcs basically just low-level mob trash in every video game? Hearing that, Priscilla rubs her temples in sheer frustration. Just go experience it for yourselves. Then you will understand the true terror. I am done explaining. 2 players from earlier nervously speak up. Miss Angel, what about the side quest? Why is the reward completely hidden? Priscilla sighs helplessly. Unlike the earlier rounds, this specific side quest is entirely public for everyone. But the prize, that is a total mystery. The players grumble, annoyed that the system keeps hiding things. Ryu Min, however, just stands there in deep thought. He knows exactly what is coming. He recalls the truth. The hidden reward for round 5 is the balance rune. It is one of the 18 absolute mandatory ancient runes required. It is totally essential for survival. But here is the catch, only a single player in the entire zone can claim it. Of course, since it is available per zone, others technically have a shot at it. However, the difficulty level is significantly higher than the main quest itself. Ryu Min's expression darkens as he strategizes. Even if someone actually finishes this insane side quest, how many of them could truly handle the prize? Who actually meets the brutal conditions to wield the balance rune? Meanwhile, Priscilla quickly clears up the crowd's confusion about the secret goal. The side quest requires gathering balance stones. Find all 4 of them and you instantly unlock that mysterious hidden question mark reward. No waiting around. But again, only one single player can claim the prize. Hearing that harsh reality, everyone's faces instantly drop. The fierce competition just became a deadly free-for-all. 4 balance stones hidden in the area. Someone asks, wait, what if nobody finds all 4 of them? Then the side quest is pretty much scrapped. Priscilla flashes this totally wicked smile. Exactly. But don't stress it. You can always kill other players to steal their balance stones. Wait, killing to loot. The crowd is stunned. Is this like the regional rep battle? She turns around, dropping a warning. Yeah, obviously you can't just jack their normal items. It only applies to the stones. Oh, and unlike before, the last round. No resurrections here. You die, you're done. Priscilla drops that brutal reality check right before the quest officially kicks off. Alright, that covers all the boring rules. You guys better fight like your lives depend on it. The countdown timer pops up. 9 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds remaining. Ryu Min watches her vanish, absolute disgust on his face. She really knows how to make an exit. He immediately starts plotting. First step, wipe out 300 orcs as fast as humanly possible. No time to waste here. Step 2, break the clear record. With that plan locked in, he dashes off. Ryu Min totally ignores the nervous whispers spreading around him. Everyone turns to watch him blur past. The crowd starts buzzing. He's already moving. Thank God he got so close I almost had a panic attack. Seriously, my heart nearly stopped right there. But then someone gets a bright idea. Where is he headed anyway? We should probably follow him. A hooded guy instantly shoots that down. Are you out of your mind? Follow the Grim Reaper. You want to end up as his puppet. He'll literally turn you into a slave for life. But the black-haired guy isn't convinced. Look, isn't that still way better than just sitting around doing nothing? Whatever the strategy is, the Grim Reaper is already 10 steps ahead of us. There's a reason that guy always takes first place. The group hesitates, completely torn. Someone else chimes in, looking extremely nervous. Wait, what if he catches us trailing him out there? The kid throws out a compromise. We just hang back. Keep maximum distance while maintaining visual contact. Half the group is still totally terrified. Honestly, he doesn't care if they freeze up. Fine, if you guys are that scared, stay right here. I'll go clear this on my own. He turns around and marches off. The rest of them stare at each other, panicking about making the wrong call. Eventually, mob mentality wins out. They start moving. Screw it, let's just follow him. Yeah, the Grim Reaper definitely knows exactly where to find the targets. Meanwhile, at the orc camp, a guard stares right at Ryu Min, totally caught off guard by the sudden intruder. The stalker group watches from the bushes. Hey, look over there. Is that a whole village? Looks like the Grim Reaper is going straight in. The orc roars in pure rage, but Ryu Min doesn't even flinch. Cold as ice, he charges forward. In a flash, that massive scythe is already pressed right against the monster's neck. Ryu Min swings without hesitation. A brutal finishing strike. The beast can't even block it, just immediately drops dead to its knees. First target eliminated, and he's already moving on to the next. He steps into the main camp, locking eyes with the rest of the horde. The orcs spot the human intruder and instantly go absolutely feral. Monsters rush him from all sides. Ryu Min doesn't panic. He just spins that scythe in a massive, deadly arc, slicing right through them. Furious, they bring a heavy warhammer crashing down. He dodges the counterattack effortlessly. Raising his scythe, he channels a massive surge of aura. Once it hits peak power, boom, the massacre continues. Now you and I are watching a total bloodbath. Ryu Min casually strolls past piles of fresh monster corpses, stepping right into the main tent. Brutal screams echo from inside as the shadows dance. In practically zero time, he has completely wiped out the entire encampment. Meanwhile, the stalker squad has been watching this entire bloodbath. Suddenly, they're feeling way too confident. Wait, this isn't even a big deal at all. They're literally just orcs. Gotta be the same difficulty as those buffalo monsters we hunted before, right? Or maybe it only looks this ridiculously easy because the Grim Reaper is the one doing it. Someone quickly shuts down the hype. Don't get cocky. We still need to play this safe. Yeah, fair point. So, instead of just standing around, let's go wipe out our own camp just like he did. Sounds good. Meanwhile, the guy hiding his face is calculating his next move. I guess I'm sticking with these clowns for a while. Someone yells to move out. Watching this entire squad, he figures they make decent bait. I'll hang back and observe. If things look like they're actually going smooth, I'll just ditch them. More meat shields, the better. Suddenly, one of the players points straight ahead and screams, "Yo, look at that, we just found another monster camp." The group stops dead in their tracks, blown away. Wait, this camp is way bigger. It's gotta be triple the size of the last one. Up above, a massive orc guarding the watchtower blows a horn, signaling a full intruder alert. That deafening screech echoes across the entire battlefield, and in a split second, the whole horde pours out. The players' cocky attitudes instantly vanish, replaced by pure panic. What the hell is happening? Why does that thing have a horn? Did it just call for backup? Oh, you better believe it did. A massive army of monsters charges out to welcome them. And every single one of these beasts is absolutely huge, shaking the ground as they stomp closer. The overwhelming numbers instantly box the players in. The whole squad is frozen in place. They can't even hide their horror. Dozens of bloodthirsty eyes just glaring right through them. The confident bravado from a minute ago totally gone. Damn it, I knew this camp looked way too big, someone screams. I didn't expect this many to show up. There's gotta be at least 50 of them. The black-haired kid who acted so tough earlier completely loses it. Hey, what the hell do we do now? Another guy snaps back, absolutely furious. What do you mean? What do? We fight for our damn lives. Just like that, the monsters charge forward. The players desperately try to hype themselves up. There's just more of them, that's all. These ugly freaks aren't even that strong. Kill them. Sparks fly as their weapons violently clash. Clang. The beast furiously swings its weapon. The players are dripping sweat, barely holding on. All right, let's see what we are dealing with here. Their skills are seriously awful and their attacks are way too slow. The brown-haired guy feels a sudden burst of confidence and boldly charges right in, acting incredibly arrogant. He figures these monsters are really nothing special, but our brown-haired player doesn't get to stay smug for very long at all. He is completely shocked when his sword gets trapped. Instantly, he takes a brutal direct hit right from the massive orc, and just like that, the brown-haired guy collapses, while the rest desperately try fighting back. Damn it, get away, you filthy orcs. But the terrified group is rapidly getting completely wiped out by the orcs. In no time, the group leader finds himself pinned right under their massive blades, wondering how he could actually die at the hands of mere orcs. As the fatal blow swings down, the dark-haired guy screams for help. Meanwhile, Ryu Min observes quietly from behind, completely unbothered. He notices the players who were following him earlier are now completely gone. He senses something is totally off, but then he quickly brushes it off. 20 people moving together. Literally impossible to stay quiet. He figures with a group of 20 there is zero reason to worry just as long as they do not stupidly provoke the larger orc settlements. It is definitely best to avoid any orc village with a guard post. He knows exactly why. If an orc guard blows that horn, over 50 of them will swarm the area instantly. And inside that main village, over 200 heavily armed orcs live right there. That is an absolutely massive number, practically a green monster on every single square meter. He vividly recalls the raw sheer strength of those orcs when he first entered their village. Ryu Min genuinely cannot help but sigh. Their muscle density is built completely different from humans. Thrust a sword into them, it gets totally stuck, not to mention how unbelievably tough they are. His footsteps speed up. He launches a fierce attack, knowing he needs to aim straight for the neck, the ultimate weak point of any orc, and he delivers one clean, decisive slash. Just as expected, the beast is instantly finished. Dark blood violently splatters everywhere, but his expression remains totally deadpan as he effortlessly glides past the giant monsters. Ryu Min smirks. Well, that kind of struggle only applies to normal players, obviously. He takes a few calm steps forward, teleports cleanly right behind the next orc, and brutally finishes it off. As he rips his deadly weapon out, a sickening spray of dark blood erupts. He casually summons his status window. The glowing system immediately pops up, clearly displaying the time remaining until the round ends. 8 hours, 59 minutes, 22 seconds. Quest progress, 300 out of 300 orcs killed. Total global participants over 77 million. Number 1 out of 19 million globally. Local area participants, over 4,000. Completions, just 1. He starts calculating his next strategic move. You and I know clearing that main quest took roughly an hour. First, he has totally secured that solid first place rank, so now it is time to go help Minjuri. Ryu Min recalls her avatar's design and activates his tracking skill. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a brutal battle seems to have just wrapped up. Manji quickly rushes over to check in. Brother, are you doing okay? Yang Ho is panting heavily, barely managing to speak. Yeah, I actually almost died that time. These two guys are Choi Manji, a dedicated member of the youth climbing club, and Yang Ho, the actual leader of the club. Having finally survived that exhausting, drawn-out battle, they can finally catch their breath and drop their guard to chat. Seriously, why are these orcs so insanely strong? Right, at first glance, they just look like giant walking pigs, but you absolutely cannot underestimate them. Their raw power. All the exhausted survivors here belong to that same climbing club. Yang Ho turns his head and asks MJ, hey, how many have we actually killed? So far, MJ looks a bit surprised by the sudden question, but answers honestly. Probably around 50 men. Yang Ho's face suddenly darkens with clear, undeniable worry. 5 people taking a whole hour just to take down 50 monsters. That is absolutely terrible. At this pathetic rate, over 10 hours, forget about hitting 300. We are totally going to get eliminated. Someone carefully raises their hand, trying to lighten the heavy mood. Eliminated? No, that is not exactly right. Because if we fail here, we literally just get wiped right out of existence. Yang Ho grows a bit impatient and severely warns them. Listen everyone, we might actually have to step up and attack a much larger village. Manji looks completely skeptical. Wait, won't that be way too incredibly dangerous? Yeah, seriously, just dealing with 3 of these beasts at once was an absolute nightmare, and you want to raid a bigger village. Another guy totally agrees. Honestly, I think we should just stick to the small ones and hunt safely like right now. That is enough. Yang Ho sadly nods. You guys are totally right. You are not wrong at all, so I really cannot argue with that logic. Honestly, I do not want to force anyone. But if we keep this slow pace up, none of us will hit that 300 mark and we are all going to die anyway. No matter how tough this gets, every single choice comes with a major risk. Yang Ho suddenly pauses, his expression turning deadly serious as he speaks. Listen to me very closely right now. Staying on a sinking ship offers absolutely zero future. Heavy footsteps start echoing through the eerie space. Without anyone noticing, the dark forest has slowly been dyed a deep bloody red. Once they finally arrive, Manji quickly points his hand forward, signaling the group. Oh, there it is. That is the exact same village we spotted earlier. He hesitates, looking a bit uneasy. Wait a second, it looks like there is a guard post right at the entrance. Let's sneak around the side instead. Taking advantage of the orcs looking away, the terrified group stealthily slips inside. One of them spots a perfect opening and instantly whispers, hey, look over there, there's a huge gap right in the wooden fence. Manji takes the lead, carefully scouting out their dangerous surroundings. It totally looks like no monsters are patrolling around here, and the inside is, strangely, completely empty. Once they confirm the coast is actually clear, the tense group slowly creeps inside. They immediately start searching around for any leftover monster tracks. Yang Ho frowns in deep suspicion. Are they really all just sleeping inside those huts? With their massive size, there has got to be at least 5 stuffed into each one, right? He looks visibly worried. Yeah, that is definitely way more than we thought. He drops his head. Idiots, we are totally out of options now. Then someone pitches a wild idea. We are just going to have to ambush them, clearing out one hut at a time. Yang Ho immediately agrees, urgently issuing the command. All right, since we made our choice. All right, you and I are dropping right into the madness. Max nodded. Yeah, there are 5 inside. If we use the element of surprise, we can wipe them out. Leon carefully reminded the group, pointing ahead. We start with this house right here. Wait for my signal, then everyone rushes in. The whole squad ready themselves. They shifted into combat stances, absolutely failing to hide how terrified they were. Taking a deep breath, they pushed forward. Creeping right up to the heavy door, Leon pressed his ear against the wood, listening closely. Then bam! The group smashed the door open and charged inside. But instantly, panic completely washed over every single one of their faces. 10 of them, someone screamed. Seeing intruders, the massive orcs instantly went feral, gripping their heavy maces for a brutal counterattack. Trembling in pure terror, one guy yelled, "There are way too many. What do we do?" Leon stayed totally calm. Just focus. We take them down one by one. Stepping up as the leader, Leon shouted his orders. Take the left first. They shouted back, got it. The young crew moved smoothly, covering each other's blind spots. The squad quickly cleared a path right up the middle for Leon to push forward. Smash, an orc was forced down onto its knees. While the monster was completely distracted, Max snuck around and launched a brutal sneak attack. He seized the perfect opening, finishing it off and sending the beast crashing to the floor. Seeing this, the remaining orcs went absolutely berserk. Roaring in pure rage, a massive orc lunged right at them. It locked its deadly glowing eyes on Max, and in a flash, it slashed its razor-sharp claws, tearing right through his shoulder. Seeing him collapse, Leon panicked and screamed, "Max!" Without thinking, Leon gripped his sword, lunged forward and slashed straight at the orc's thick neck. Die, you monster. The blade pierced completely through its throat. The giant orc hit the ground dead, leaving the entire rest of the squad completely stunned. But seeing their ally drop only made the remaining monsters way more aggressive. Leon and the crew quickly formed a tight defensive circle around wounded Max. The furious orcs glared fiercely at them, ready to trigger an all-out bloodbath. Leon swallowed hard. The tension was suffocating. He quickly did the math in his head. 8 of them left. Could their exhausted team actually handle 8 enraged monsters? Breaking the heavy silence, one of the younger members nervously spoke up. "Boss, if we stay here, we're dead meat." "We need to fall back," Leon nodded grimly. "Agreed. I was just thinking the exact same thing." Without wasting a second, the battered squad desperately turned and bolted. The savage orcs roared, chasing right behind them to tear them apart. They burst through the broken door, but the second they stepped outside, the horrific sight waiting for them made them freeze cold. The loud sounds of battle inside the tent had clearly tipped off the entire surrounding camp. Now, an overwhelming monster army stepped out from the shadows, completely surrounding our young climbers. "Oh my god." Standing before an absolute sea of massive orcs, one of the members stuttered out in sheer horror. "Just how many are out here? There has to be at least 50. Total despair started crushing them. It was over. The whole journey was going to end, right here in the dirt. But are you and I about to watch them die? Hell no. Leon refused to quit. Keeping his cool, he barked an order. "Grab weapons." His crew looked at him in complete disbelief. "Boss, it's game over for us. Honestly. Surviving this long with all of you guys was an absolute honor." Leon's expression turned dead serious, completely rejecting their surrender. "Hey, do you idiots know why they haven't charged in and slaughtered us yet?" he snapped. "If you want to know, take a good look at those ugly faces." The orcs were literally pointing and laughing at them, mocking their fear. The squad shivered at the humiliating sight. Leon pointed straight at the monsters. "They are laughing at us. They think it's hilarious watching us shake in our boots. We look like cornered rats and they love it." Leon shouted, his voice echoing with pure provocation. "Doesn't that piss you off? Getting looked down on by ugly pigs, treated like a cheap joke, like monkeys locked up in a zoo." With fiery words, he forcefully dragged the team's shattered morale back from the absolute brink. "Do not give up right now. Grab your weapons, grit your teeth, and take at least one of them down with you. If we die fighting, there's zero shame." A spark ignited in their eyes. Someone gripped his sword tight. "Got it, boss." Slowly, every single one of them raised their weapons, their faces locked in pure determination. Sorry you had to see us act like cowards. If we're going down, we're going down, swinging right beside you. Seeing their prey suddenly bare their fangs, the orcs dropped their sick smiles and instantly got serious. Leon lowered his voice, whispering to the squad, "When I give the signal, we gang up and obliterate them one by one." "Got it," the team roared back. "Yes, boss." On his battle cry, the entire squad charged straight forward, completely stunning the massive monsters. "Let's wipe them out." But wait, the orcs suddenly flinched. And then they literally burst into laughter like this was hilarious. And weirdly enough, the beasts turned around and just ran away. The squad blinked, realizing the monstrous horde had completely vanished into the woods. Someone finally broke the stunned silence. "Wait, what is happening? Why would bloodthirsty orcs just run away?" Suddenly, shouts rang out. The crew whipped their heads around. Leon was desperately fighting off a surprise attack from the original orcs right back inside the tent. The brutal monsters stood there glaring at him with absolute arrogant confidence in their eyes. "There are only 8 left in here." Charge. Hearing the command, the pumped-up squad launched forward. "On it, boss." After a grueling, incredibly messy bloodbath, the team actually pulled off the win, cheering wildly. "Holy crap, we just killed all 8 of them." Exhausted but hyped, everyone immediately turned to praise Leon's insane leadership. "Boss, we did it." "Actually, no, you did it." Another guy chimed in. "Yeah, if you hadn't slapped some sense into us, we'd definitely be dead right now. We would have just given up and gotten wiped out." Leon humbly shook his head. "Don't say that. We survived because you guys found your courage and fought like hell. If you hadn't stepped up, I'd be just as dead as those orcs." Leon then turned to check on the wounded guy on the floor. "Hey, Max, how's that shoulder holding up?" Max gritted his teeth, struggling to speak. "It hurts like crazy, but I'll live." Supporting his weight, Leon gently warned him. "Just rest up for now. And seriously, do not move that arm." He looked at the others. "You guys stay hidden right here. I'm gonna go scout ahead and see if there's a safe exit out of this nightmare." Someone immediately frowned with worry. "Wait, won't going alone be too dangerous?" Leon smirked. "Don't sweat it. You guys just sit tight and wait." Watching Leon slip out, someone whispered, "Be careful, boss." Stepping out, he scanned the area. "Stick with me because this dungeon is far from cleared." "All right, you and I are about to see something wild." Du Yong-ho couldn't shake the weird feeling. Why was it so dead quiet here? Not a single soul in sight. Searching for clues, his eyes suddenly locked onto the insane scene right in front of him. "Wait, what is that?" Yong-ho absolutely could not believe his own eyes. He froze. Thousands of dead bodies were just piled up everywhere. Stepping forward, he was completely stunned. What in the world happened here? He couldn't stop wondering who could pull off something this insane. Who on earth caused this absolute massacre? He was utterly speechless. Then he spotted someone standing right there. "Wait, is that?" He gasped in pure shock. The Grim Reaper. Hearing him, Ryu Min slowly turned his head. Ryu Min stared. Someone actually reached the village before him. He checked the floating system info right above the man's head. The nickname displayed was Du Yong-ho. Suddenly, it clicked in Ryu Min's mind. Wait, is this guy really the legendary mercenary king? He stood there quietly, completely lost in thought. Among all the close combat classes, mercenaries were basically top-tier angels. They could master tons of different weapons and had an incredibly versatile skill set. But there was one huge catch. They actually got way stronger whenever they signed a special contract with someone else. And because of that wild system rule, nearly every single player with the mercenary class ended up partying with friends or straight up signing contracts directly with the mercenary king. Yeah, Du Yong-ho was exactly the guy he was thinking about. You see, the mercenary king was the only class capable of commanding other mercenaries. They did it through those contracts. And whenever a regular mercenary teamed up with the king, they scored massive bonus buffs. So honestly, no smart mercenary would ever pass up that deal. Gripping his massive scythe tightly, Ryu Min just stood there and thought to himself that the guy right in front of him was that one unique class, the mercenary king himself. Watching Yong-ho panic a little bit, Ryu Min couldn't help but wonder. Never in a million years did he expect to bump into him here. Noticing that intense stare, Yong-ho nervously spoke up. "Ah, hello there." Ryu Min was genuinely surprised. "You actually know who I am?" Yong-ho immediately jumped back in. "Of course I do, who wouldn't know? The famous Ryu Min, you are literally #1 on the rankings." But inside, Yong-ho was geeking out like a fan meeting a massive celebrity. An absolute idol. "I can't believe I'm looking at the top player in the whole region right now. If I randomly ask for a handshake, would he get annoyed with me?" Meanwhile, Ryu Min was silently judging him. He definitely didn't seem like the type of guy to backstab anyone. Ryu Min was completely lost in his own thoughts. Honestly, that was probably exactly why this guy managed to unlock the ridiculously rare mercenary king class. To become the mercenary king, you absolutely need a genuinely kind heart and the pure mindset of a true leader. It was super rare. Meanwhile, Yong-ho just stood there muttering to himself. "Guess I should talk to him. Seeing Ryu Min staring silently like a statue, he forced a super awkward smile and asked, so did you wipe out all these dead orcs by yourself? He got a very fast, totally blunt reply. That's right. And even though he already kind of suspected it, hearing it out loud made Yong-ho stutter in pure shock. That is absolutely unbelievable. You truly are the #1 player for a reason. Then he suddenly bowed a full 90 degrees. Thank you so much. If you hadn't distracted those monsters, I'd be dead. Ryu Min just kept his cool. Honestly, I didn't even realize you were hiding here. But Yong-ho was still way too grateful. I know you didn't do it on purpose, but you totally saved my life anyway. Seeing the guy act this stubborn about it, Ryu Min let out a deep sigh. He closed his eyes. Fine. If we are done here, grab your hidden teammates and get out of this place right now. I already cleared out the entire village, so don't sweat it. Yong-ho blinked, super confused. Wait, what? How did you even know I had teammates? Ryu Min just pointed right behind him. Yong-ho slowly turned his head to follow the finger. Well, look at that. His entire squad was just standing right out in the open. No wonder Ryu Min knew about them. Yong-ho was absolutely baffled. Guys, why the heck are you out here? I specifically told you to stay hidden. A younger guy holding a sword immediately smirked at him. Come on, we were just worried you might actually ditch us. Hearing that, Yong-ho looked incredibly offended. Are you kidding me? Like I would ever abandon you guys? Ryu Min quietly watched the group banter. From the looks of it, those four were clearly mercenaries, and it was pretty obvious that they already signed a contract with Du Yong-ho. He glanced back at the mercenary king. They literally broke cover because they were worried about him. To have loyal teammates following you this early in the game, classic mercenary king behavior. Suddenly, right in the middle of their joking around, one guy from the squad finally recognized him and completely lost his mind. Wait, is that Ryu Min? The guy standing next to him started panicking too. Huh, what is the ranker doing here? Ryu Min didn't even flinch. He just tightened his grip on his massive scythe. Relax, I'm literally just here for some light hunting. Hearing that, casually flexed the guy, forced a super nervous laugh. Ah, I see. Meanwhile, another teammate turned completely pale, sweating bullets. Light hunting. You soloed hundreds of dead bodies right there. Hundreds of brutal orcs. Deciding they were talking way too much, Ryu Min finally told them to get lost. We are done here, leave now. He was mentally calculating the timing. Now you and I know how these games work mid-boss time. Keeping these low-level guys around was basically a total death sentence. His warning hit them like an absolute military order. Ah, loud and clear, see you around. It was a massive honor, Ryu Min. Meanwhile, the dead orc bodies finally started to vanish into pixels. The team scrambled to get out of there fast. But then one guy suddenly stopped. Wait, what is that? Do you guys hear that weird rumbling sound? His teammate looked at him completely confused. What sound? The young guy nervously pointed at the ground. Seriously, just listen very carefully. Yong-ho suddenly felt the eerie vibration too, sensing something was horribly wrong. What the heck is that noise? Before anyone else could panic, Ryu Min gave the answer. It's the mid-boss. Now run. As the ground started violently shaking beneath their feet, Ryu Min's chilling warning made Yong-ho completely freeze up, absolutely dripping in cold sweat. All right, we're about to witness something wild. Under the crimson moon, a giant mid-boss shadow appeared. The young man gripped his sword in pure terror. What is that? His teammate choked out an orc. The massive beast let out a totally deafening roar. Everywhere it stepped, huge shockwaves completely shattered the ground into pieces, sending thick dust flying everywhere. Ryu Min watched without flinching. It finally showed up. The orc warrior. A crystal shard flashed through his mind. He wiped out every orc in this village, but he stuck around for one reason. This guy. To grab the sub-quest item, the balanced stone, he had to kill it. Ryu Min smirked. By killing this guy and the other 3 village bosses, the sub-quest was his. Spotting its target, standing right there, the beast charged instantly. One of Yong-ho's teammates saw the monster and asked, Hey Captain, that thing looks mad, right? Yong-ho replied in pure dread. Yeah, it looks like it. Pale and shaking, Yong-ho barely choked out, run, run. But the boss found its prey, raising its blade. Its first target, Yong-ho. He just stood there, frozen, his legs turning to total jelly, unable to move. Death was staring him right in the face as the monster's giant blade swung heavily toward him. 2 guys, standing nearby, watched the horror unfold and screamed. Just when they thought their captain was totally dead meat, Yong-ho miraculously survived, sitting totally stunned near the massive blade. That near-death scare drained every single drop of blood from his pale face. He trembled silently. Knowing Yong-ho was dead if he stayed, Ryu Min suddenly dashed in, shoving him away with his scythe. Hard to tell if it was a rescue or an attack. Yong-ho crashed. Ryu Min coldly added, Why are you just standing there? Snapping out of it, Yong-ho looked up. Thank you. With a perfectly cold stare, Ryu Min warned, "Step back if you want to live." Yang Ho practically scrambled backward, while the massive boss stomped toward them, ready to crush them both. It kept growling, flashing, bloody, terrifying fangs. Absolutely disgusting. Ryu Min swung his sharp scythe and dashed forward. Too slow, he perfectly slashed its massive leg. Energy constantly exploded from the weapon, dealing massive damage to the monster. Feeling the brutal tearing pain, it let out an ear-piercing shriek. That strike just pushed the boss straight into a wild berserk mode. Determined to crush Ryu Min, it swung again. An even heavier strike slammed down completely, shattering the rocky ground. But that just wasn't enough. Ryu Min dodged backward right on time, perfectly safe. He landed without a single scratch. The enraged boss kept swinging wildly. Another huge slam crashed down, but the result was exactly the same as before. Ryu Min had completely vanished. Turns out he teleported right behind the beast, totally unfazed. Sure, that destructive power was huge, but so what? Just dodge it. Hearing movement, the orc turned and growled. After constantly dodging around, now watch closely, Ryu Min suddenly stopped moving. Pushing off with insane force, he was instantly face to face with the beast. Swinging his scythe with everything he had, he delivered a heavy slash. The impact created a huge shockwave. The boss shrieked in total agony. Ryu Min casually repositioned himself. He knew that wasn't enough. Twisting his body, he leaped back into close combat. His sharp scythe raised high, this time aiming straight for its neck. The brutal pain made the monster absolutely miserable. Infuriated, the orc raised its weapon, ready to strike back. Using its huge frame, it swung at him with everything. Way too slow, Ryu Min easily dodged the attack. Seeing it go berserk, Ryu Min stayed perfectly calm, analyzing it. Its neck is way too thick. 2 slashes aren't enough. Making his choice, he vaulted up to try again. The scythe swung out once more, but this time felt entirely different. It wasn't just a basic slash. The scythe hooked directly into the orc's head. Ryu Min used the monster's huge arm as a springboard. Still gripping his scythe tightly, he launched himself straight up into the air. Using that wild momentum, the blade dug incredibly deep into the monster's neck. A beautiful mid-air spin, and off came the orc's head. Just like that, the headless boss collapsed heavily into the dirt, completely defeated. Ryu Min stood proudly over the giant corpse. A system notification pinged loudly. The orc warrior has been eliminated. Experience up 37.73%. Gold 4,000, bonus gold 2,000. Watching from afar, Yang Ho's crew witnessed that entire glorious spectacle. The blonde guy's jaw completely dropped. What just happened? Did he actually kill it? Yang Ho was so shocked he stood frozen, totally speechless. That scythe guy was insane. Everything finished, Ryu Min stepped down. Let's be real, seeing him over that boss's corpse was absolutely badass. Cinematic, honestly. The system started calculating rewards. Player eliminated the orc warrior. Experience up 37.73%. Base gold 4,000, bonus gold 2,000. Alright, you and I are watching the loot roll in. System notifications flash. He scored the ringed greatsword and orc heart, a low-grade mana stone, and 1 rare balance stone. Side quest progress sits at 1 out of 4. Ryu Min checks out his massive haul and smirks. Honestly, grinding those random weak mobs absolutely pales in comparison to this. Nothing beats taking down a massive boss. Plus, the loot drops are seriously top tier. The system screen pops up, highlighting his brand new epic weapon, the ringed greatsword. Let us check those weapon stats. Epic grade classification. Base damage sits at a solid 100, and the passive effect, every single time he actually lands a solid hit, his attack speed jumps by 5%. That stacks up to 10 times. Durability is fully maxed, requiring at least a normal user level. The signature feature is that massive iron ring right on the hilt. Ryu Min reads these crazy stats and practically grins. Honestly, looking strictly at raw damage potential, this thing easily outclasses his trusty scythe. He will definitely sell this later for a massive profit. But wait, another glowing item immediately catches his total attention right now. Next up, the orc heart. Any normal person would take one look, get total goosebumps, and instantly throw it away. The system pulls up the details for him. It falls under a unique material class. The description reads as a hardened dark red stone. Honestly, it looks exactly like a real beating heart pulsing with energy, but it is completely safe for players to handle. The image of his trusty scythe suddenly flashes through his mind. Tossing this away would be a massive waste. After all, this is a crucial crafting material for a totally unique item. Meanwhile, Yang Ho sees the chaotic boss battle is finally over and rushes over with his team. They run up to him. Ryu Min, thank you so much for saving us back there. Honestly, my whole crew would be dead right now if you had not stepped in. But wait, did you somehow know that massive giant orc was about to spawn? Ryu Min clearly finds this whole conversation slightly annoying. He sighs internally. He figures he should just give a super basic answer and move on. So he casually replies, whenever you completely wipe out a full pack of regular orcs, a mid-tier boss is totally guaranteed to spawn right after. Yang Ho gasps in sudden realization. Oh, so that is exactly why you kept telling us to run away. You were trying to protect us. He is so incredibly kind. The other squad members literally start shedding tears of pure gratitude. Ryu Min just wants to bounce. He gives a completely dismissive wave. Anyway, my work here is completely finished now. I am heading out. Hearing this, Yang Ho and his entire team immediately bow down respectfully. Yes, thank you once again for everything. Please stay safe out there, Ryu Min. Yang Ho turns back to his crew with renewed energy. Alright guys, let us get moving. We need to get back to hunting right now. But suddenly, one of his heavily injured teammates lets out a painful groan. His legs completely give out beneath him. He completely collapses onto the cold ground. Yang Ho panics and rushes over. Manji, are you okay? The kid struggles to speak, his voice trembling. Boss, I cannot hold on. I am totally exhausted. I cannot move. Yang Ho stares in absolute disbelief. What? But you just said you were perfectly fine. Manji looks pale as a ghost and whispers. I only said that so you would not worry. But I have officially reached my absolute limit. Yang Ho starts fully panicking now. Come on, you just have to endure. We have to survive this remaining timer or we die in the real world too. But Manji hits him right back with the harsh, undeniable truth of their brutal situation. You already know the rules. If we do not kill 300 monsters, it means absolutely nothing. Just leave me behind. I refuse to be dead weight for this team. I am just dragging you guys down. But Yang Ho is the captain. He refuses to accept that. No, there has to be another way. Listen, we will do the heavy lifting and beat the orcs down. You just secure the final strike, okay? But Manji looks worse by the second, clutching his bleeding arm. He gasps through the pain. Boss, if you do that, you guys will not get your own kills. Even if I get 300, my body will just give out beforehand. I will not make it to the end. Manji groans completely out of breath. Seeing this, pushes Yang Ho into a total panic spiral. He stands there feeling completely powerless. He desperately calls out his name, hoping for some random miracle to save them. Manji, stay with me. This whole dramatic scene finally catches Ryu Min from across the way. He watches them and shakes his head. Honestly, it is pretty surprising. This guy eventually becomes the legendary mercenary king leading hundreds, but right now, he looks incredibly weak. Breaking down completely over one single teammate, Ryu Min watches them struggle and tries to rationalize it. I guess if they are basically sworn brothers, it makes a little sense. Suddenly, the image of his very own little brother flashes into his mind. That memory actually strikes a rare emotional chord deep inside him. Ryu Min stops walking away. He thinks it over for just a second, then finally turns right back around. I have a brother too. I probably should just help them. He closes the distance between himself and the desperate group. He finally speaks up. Hey, it looks like you guys could use some serious help over here right about now. Let me take a quick look. Yang Ho looks at him like an absolute lifeline. He begs desperately. Wait, do you actually have a way to save him right now? Ryu Min gives a simple nod. He crouches down and carefully inspects the kid. The injury is definitely severe, but it is not totally beyond saving at this point. He extends his hand forward. Instantly, a bright blue magical aura radiates outward from his palm, flowing directly toward the nasty open wound on Manji's shoulder. It is pure magic. That gentle magical energy slowly seeps straight into the flesh, forming a small glowing core. Moments later, the boy's shoulder looks completely untouched, as if nothing even happened, perfectly healed. Yang Ho witnesses this absolute miracle and his jaw practically hits the floor. The wound is just gone. The guy standing next to him is equally stunned. He starts stammering wildly. The injury literally just vanished. The entire squad crowds around completely amazed. Ryu Min, how in the world did you just pull that off? Ryu Min just shrugs calmly. It is just the basic emergency first aid skill. Anyone can buy it in the shop. The brown-haired guy gasps like he reached enlightenment. I remember now. The blonde guy immediately chimes in. Yeah, I definitely saw that one in the system shop too. It costs 20,000 gold, right? I never expected it to be quite this overpowered. Hearing their wild praise, Ryu Min smirks to himself. They are completely misunderstanding things. Basic first aid is definitely not this ridiculously useful. He pulls up the exact skill he just used and analyzes it. Normally, it only stops minor bleeding and patches up super basic scrapes. That is literally it. Fixing a shattered shoulder is way beyond its limits. Now, between you and me, here is the secret. A true advanced healing skill flashes in his mind instead. Alright, check this out. Emergency is a divine skill, scaling completely with intelligence. Ryu Min looks at them, realizing his intellect stat. is currently boosted to 123. The system screen reveals a brilliant rune. The effect, +1 to intelligence per level, and a 1% boost to divine skills. Ryu Min calculates the odds. Thanks to this brilliant rune amplifying the overall output, the skill becomes insanely powerful. He calmly looks right at Manji. Go ahead, try moving your shoulder. You still have a scar, but moving around should be perfectly fine now. Manji follows his instructions, then gasps in absolute shock. I can actually move it normally. With a cold face, Ryu Min interrupts. You are not fully healed yet. This was just basic emergency first aid. If you overdo it, that wound is definitely going to reopen. He watches the guy's totally dumbfounded expression casually, adding that hunting a few orcs shouldn't be an issue anymore. Manji quickly jumps up, bowing with deep gratitude. Thank you so much, Ryu Min. You literally just saved my life. I seriously owe you. The rest of the team immediately follows his lead. Yang Ho steps right up. Thank you for saving Manji. Then the other two members quickly chime in. Thank you so much for saving our teammates. Seriously. Yang Ho pulls out an item, speaking to Ryu Min with a tone full of absolute gratitude. I have no idea if this is useful to you, but please take this. It is a small token of my appreciation. His two teammates stare at the item with wide, shocked eyes. That thing is clearly super valuable. Seeing this, every single person on the team starts dumping their own gear as reward gifts. Ryu Min, please take mine too. And this one. Here, take this. I swear this specific item sells for a massive pile of gold at the shop. In under a minute, Ryu Min is totally surrounded by a mountain of loot. He calmly thinks to himself, out of basic politeness, I should probably decline. He gently waves them off. You guys really do not need to do this. The mace-wielding guy enthusiastically insists. No, really, this is just our way of showing respect. Please take it. The whole team chimes in, begging him to accept the rewards. Eventually, Ryu Min just stands there holding a massive pile of gear. Mostly junk, he thinks, but 5 people's worth of trash still adds up very nicely. Suddenly, his eyes sharpen. He realizes there is an even bigger prize here than just free loot. Yang Ho steps forward, clapping his teammate firmly on the shoulder. Standing right in front of Ryu Min, he says Manji only survived because of Ryu Min. Manji flashes a huge smile. Seriously, beyond just giving you these random items, I promise I will repay this life debt later. Ryu Min watches them laughing, already calculating his next master move, making the future mercenary king feel utterly indebted while scoring massive favor points. Getting all this leverage from just one basic healing skill is an absolute win. Not bad at all. Ryu Min tosses the pile of loot straight into his spatial inventory. I am heading out now. See you guys later. The entire squad bows with deep respect. Safe travels, man. The scene shifts over to a nearby dark forest. A girl sits alone under a massive tree, staring at her system screen in pure stress. Is it really okay to just wait here? Over an hour has passed already. The glowing system interface clearly displays the remaining time until the round ends. 8 hours, 55 minutes, and 15 seconds left. Main quest progress, 0 out of 300 orcs killed. Jury stares at those terrible numbers, completely panicking. At this pace, forget hunting 300 orcs, I'm going to get completely erased. She starts aggressively blaming herself. This is entirely my fault. If only I was not so cowardly, I would not have lost Ryu Min. A flashback hits her like a truck. When round 5 originally kicked off, finding Ryu Min was actually pretty easy. He was standing right there among the 10 regional reps gathered for the special sub-match. But Jury's face was completely twisted with pure anxiety. How did it all go so wrong? She remembers seeing a player get instantly slashed by that massive scythe. 0 time to dodge. Just a clean beheading. Absolutely brutal. Instant game over. Ryu Min just glided through the crowd, dropping targets left and right before they could even react. His eyes were totally lifeless, filled with a terrifying, absolute freezing coldness. When Jury made eye contact with him, she completely froze in pure terror. Just staring down a ruthless monster like Ryu Min triggered one desperate thought. The sub-match was finally over, so she desperately needed to talk to him right then. But her legs, they literally refused to move an inch. Jury squeezed her eyes completely shut, frantically trying to calm her racing heart. Do not panic, he is not going to hurt you. Slowly, she opened just one eye. He probably will not swing that giant scythe at me just for saying hi, right? But when she looked around, scanning the empty battlefield in total, absolute confusion. Wait, where did he go? She panicked, overwhelmed by massive regret. She had completely lost him. What on earth was she supposed to do now? Suddenly, she remembered their real-world conversation. Taking down 300 orcs is practically impossible alone. Orcs hit extremely hard and always travel in massive swarms. Ryu Min had strictly warned her, never ever try to hunt orcs by yourself. Once the zones merge, your only priority is finding Ryu Min. Do not even think about fighting. Back in the miserable present, Jury tries to think logically. Even if I cannot get a hold of him right now, I need to wait here for at least an hour before making a move. Ryu Min drilled that rule into my head, so I stayed put. She was drowning in totally paralyzing fear and massive uncertainty. But who could possibly guarantee that Ryu Min would actually come back to this starting point? If I just sit here until the entire survival round ends, maybe. I will never even get to see him again. Now here's where you and I watch her make a major choice. Juri jumps up heavily, clenching her fists. I have to go find him myself. She carefully sneaks through the dense forest, tracking footprints. It definitely looks like he headed this exact way. But then, out of nowhere, she spots something strange in the distance. A cluster of crudely built little huts packed tightly together. Wait, is that an entire village out here? She squints, trying to get a better look, her mind spinning with terrifying questions. Is that an actual orc settlement? If so, Ryu Min must definitely be fighting inside. For a quick second, Juri shakes her head violently. No way. It is way too dangerous. I need to back off right now. But right behind her, a massive orc is already standing there waiting. All right, you and I are jumping straight into the chaos. The beast already had Juri targeted. She sensed something off, turned around, and completely froze in pure terror. She let out a blood-curdling scream. The orc just growled back. With 0 escape routes left, Juri drew her sword, ready to fight it to the bitter end. Damn it. She really didn't want to throw down with a giant orc. Moving fast, she instantly triggered her blessing skill to turn the dangerous tables. This blessing skill reduces base stats by a massive 50%. Juri carefully evaluated her grim situation, but hey, she still had 2 solid advantages on her side. Advantage number 1, there was only one enemy. She stared down the brutally aggressive orc right in front of her and kept her tactical wheels spinning without stopping. Advantage 2, she actually knew its exact weakness. Juri's brain was working overtime. Everywhere else on this monster was just rock-solid, completely impenetrable muscle mass. She had to strike its neck. But how on earth could she land that hit? Fear crept in as she realized that missing meant facing an instant deadly counterattack. One wrong move was game over. Still, she swung her blade anyway. Rumor had it that pulling a sword from dense orc muscle was practically impossible for most. Swift and decisive, the sharp blade thrust straight for its neck. But the monster instantly shifted its heavy weight aside. The result, her sword merely slashed its thick forearm. That tiny scratch was nowhere near enough damage to finish the beast off. Juri watched this completely horrified. Her face went pale. Damn it, the monster dodged. She yanked her blade free and quickly jumped back. Staring at her sword, Juri genuinely felt incredibly lucky. Thank heavens she missed the deep shot, otherwise her weapon would have been stuck in that massive muscle layer. The injured orc, thoroughly enraged by the sudden hit, went completely berserk and hoisted its heavy axe high. It unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, but Juri nimbly dodged every single strike. Spotting her perfect opening, her eyes locked in with pure determination, she gripped her blade tight. Juri finally saw the opening she desperately needed. This was it. Without a single hesitation, she thrust straight forward, successfully slicing deep into its thick neck. Blinding pain instantly shot through the massive monster, causing the giant orc to writhe in absolute agony. It roared loudly into the sky. She analyzed the bloody scene, secretly thrilled. Perfect. Her desperate strike actually worked, evaluating the heavily wounded monster right in front of her. Juri knew she just needed one final push. Acting on pure instinct, she unleashed an absolute flurry of rapid sword thrusts, driving them straight into the massive beast. Moments later, the monster's thick neck looked like a completely punctured honeycomb. Utterly stripped of its combat ability, the massive beast collapsed heavily onto the hard dirt. Juri, still gripping her bloodied sword, could hardly believe it. She actually did it. Pure joy washed over her. She just soloed a giant orc, but then suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed through the quiet woods, immediately grabbing Juri's attention. Enter Ryu Min. Holding his massive scythe, our guy casually strolled forward, completely unfazed by absolutely everything. Not a single care in the world. She rubbed her tired eyes. Was she hallucinating? Juri stared at him, her mind racing with complete and utter disbelief. The mysterious guy standing right in front of her was actually the infamous Black Hound. The elite player you and I saw her tracking down just casually wandered straight into her zone. Insane. Then Ryu Min just drifted right past her like complete strangers. Wait, was he seriously just walking by? She desperately pulled herself together. Damn it, focus. Now was definitely not the time to hesitate. Juri quickly spun around, awkwardly stuttering. Excuse me. Hearing her sudden shout, he casually stopped in his tracks, asking what she wanted. Juri nervously pitched her big idea. Hey, Black Hound, team up with me. Ryu Min stared blankly at the anxious girl standing before him, heavily doubting this. What, he asked flatly. She frantically fumbled through her messy explanation. Form a party. He hit her back with one cold question. Why should I ever party up with you? Juri instantly froze up, completely speechless and awkwardly stumbling for any decent comeback. But then, finding her courage, she firmly declared, I will show You exactly why Juri raised her hand, instantly activating that very same magic spell from before. Ryu Min raised an eyebrow, seemingly finding this tiny display actually somewhat interesting. Seeing his reaction, Juri happily explained her powers. It is my signature enhancement skill. Blessing lasts for 3 whole hours and it probably boosted all of your attributes. By a massive 50%, Ryu Min carefully examined his glowing system status window, checking the numbers. He turned back to her. Yeah, I verified it. Juri, sensing a spark of hope, immediately pressed her advantage. So, does that finally answer your question? My elite buffing skills will absolutely be a huge help. To your dangerous hunting runs, right? Ryu Min did not miss a beat. So if I want to keep using those shiny stat boosts, I have to officially party up. With you forever, she eagerly nodded, confirming the deal. Yes, though honestly, it is more like I want you to help carry my hunts. He hesitated for a second, seemingly torn. I do not know about this, but his very next condition changed the game. I get absolute command over the team. Right now, I can definitely use you as my personal support class. Juri stood totally frozen, stunned like she just got struck by daytime lightning. Ryu Min stared her down, issuing one final dead serious demand. Swear you will never backstab me. She instantly snapped back to reality, nodding her head enthusiastically. Of course I promise. Ryu Min casually extended his hand, officially locking in their brand new alliance. All right then, I will trust you. He gave a brief introduction. I am Black Hound level 32. Pure close combat melee class. Juri beamed with absolute joy. I already knew that I am level 13 and my main class is pure support. That is when he raised a very suspicious eyebrow. Did you seriously say you needed my help? You were handling that giant orc just fine on your own. She laughed awkwardly, rubbing her neck. Well, actually, that was my first time ever killing one. Ryu Min actually looked genuinely shocked. Wait, you mean that was your very first monster kill in the entire past 90 minutes, Juri? Embarrassed, just gave a sheepish smile. Yeah, that is completely correct. His deep voice cut right through the tension. Then you are basically out of time. Do not worry. I will help you slaughter them as fast as physically possible. Juri knew the guy was insanely overpowered, but that confident promise still totally shocked her. But how exactly? The strange duo began marching deeper into the dark forest. Ryu Min confidently took the lead while Juri nervously trailed behind. Noticing she was lagging way back, he finally spoke up. Stick close and follow my exact path. If you wander out of my direct line of sight, I absolutely cannot guarantee your safety. She nodded firmly. Understood, I am coming. Getting that tiny bit of protective care made Juri secretly thrilled. He definitely was not as cold as his edgy appearance suggested. She was honestly just super glad she followed. Juri is walking along when something suddenly catches her eye. A pack of nasty orcs blocking the path, and this time there are 3 of them. Juri steps back in total fear. 3 at once. Ryu Min just grips his scythe. Wait here a second, he tells her. With that, he channels power into his legs, ready for battle. A split second later, Ryu Min dashes straight at the orc's scythe drawn. He's totally ready to sweep away anything in his path. His first slash strikes their legs, locking their movements to guarantee that not a single one can possibly escape. Blood sprays everywhere as the orcs scream in absolute agony. Before they even react, a dark shadow appears right in front of an orc. Ryu Min looks like the Grim Reaper himself, ready to send this monster packing. The scythe swings down, slicing an arm clean off, in absolute agonizing pain. And then, the other arm gets sliced off just as cleanly. Juri watches the brutal scene unfold, completely terrified. After wiping the floor with those monsters, he finally lands right in the middle of the chaos. His voice turns razor sharp. Now finish them off. Seeing Juri completely frozen, Ryu Min asks, why are you just standing there? Snapping back to reality, she finally replies, sorry. Juri draws her sword, telling herself to stay sharp. Then with zero hesitation, she plunges the blade straight into the orc's neck, sending the beast straight to the afterlife. The system chimes in, orc eliminated. Experience up 2.35% plus 40 gold. She hears that robotic voice and is totally shocked. This is almost unbelievably easy. She honestly thought taking down an orc would at least come with a little bit of danger. Juri breaks a sweat, glancing at Ryu Min, stunned it was so simple. Taking in his completely cold, unbothered expression, she literally can't help but marvel inwardly. Ryu Min is seriously on another level. Noticing her staring a hole through him, Ryu Min turns around and urges, if you're done, let's keep moving. Flustered, she stammers back, wait, aren't there 2 more left to finish off? After wrapping up the remaining beasts, Juri runs over to stick by his side. She's secretly thrilled. Partying up with Ryu Min is the ultimate jackpot. A short while later, another orc gets absolutely shredded. Juri praises him non-stop. The skills of a high-level player are seriously on a completely different level. Hunting monsters has never felt this ridiculously easy. But Ryu Min totally ignores the compliments, simply asking, "How many have we taken down so far?" She quickly tallies up their loot, 52 kills in just 30 minutes. Pretty fast, right? Ryu Min keeps walking, lost in deep thought. Honestly, compared to normal player standards, sure it's fast. But for him, nowhere near enough. Just as he predicted, having to constantly run around the map, hunting down monsters is wasting way too much precious time. He dives deep into his own thoughts, carefully weighing every single option on the table. But if they raid the main camp, Juri will be in massive danger. Even for a guy like him, getting swarmed by 50 monsters at once means he couldn't possibly protect her. So the ultimate choice is made. In the end, they just have to target the orc shaman directly. Juri happily chatters away. "At this speed, we can crush 300 in just 3 hours. But before she can even finish her sentence, he immediately cuts her right off. 3 hours is way too slow. We're cutting it down to 1. Hearing this, absolute shock washes over her face. Huh. 1 hour? Are you serious? But how Ryu Min stays totally calm, flatly stating, "We just need to exploit the orc shaman." Juri looks skeptical, asking, "Wait, an orc shaman? What exactly is that?" Realizing she's clueless, Ryu Min drops some gaming knowledge. An orc shaman is a magic monster with the place orc shaman ability to summon normal orcs. The terrifying image of an orc horde perfectly matches his words. If we force him to summon continuously, then we are going to save a massive amount of time running around looking for targets. She keeps firing off questions. "So wait, does that mean you aren't gonna kill the orc shaman but just let it spawn monsters endlessly?" Seeing she finally gets the strategy, Ryu Min nods. "Exactly. I'll keep it alive until we slaughter all 300. Juri steps closer, totally grilling him. "But how do you know so much about the orc shaman? This is supposedly your very first time facing one." He just brushes it off with a vague excuse. "Before meeting you, I briefly crossed paths with one. Simple. That's exactly how I know its spawn point." Finding nothing suspicious, her expression softens. "Oh, that makes sense." Ryu Min immediately reassures her. "Don't sweat it," he continues smoothly. "Just let me handle all the dangerous stuff." Hearing this confident promise, Juri is genuinely surprised. She just watches his back as he walks forward in silence, a small, genuine smile unconsciously blooming on her lips. She honestly never expected that this overpowered guy could be so incredibly thoughtful. You really don't know a person until you fight beside them. The scene then suddenly shifts over to a totally different part of the dark forest. They finally reach their destination. Standing right before the creepy village gates, Juri doubtfully asks, "Wait inside. A tiny little village like this, there's actually a boss." He firmly nods. "Exactly. It looks like an easy raid, but if you just mindlessly rush in, you'll instantly get swarmed by a massive horde summoned by the orc shaman." Ryu Min's eyes turn dangerously sharp, knowing full well that this entire setup is nothing but a deadly trap. Now, here's where you and I need to pay attention. He remembers his past life perfectly behind this exact village. Mountains of player corpses were piled high by this exact boss. That alone proves the orc shaman isn't just strong, it is highly intelligent and incredibly cunning. The brutal scene of players falling one by one flashes by. In other words, it's actually completely cowardly. He just keeps walking forward, deeply pondering. Because it's too scared to fight head-on, it sets up these cheap tricks. Seeing Juri completely frozen, Ryu Min just casually calls out, "This way." Juri finds it super weird and asks, "Wait, why aren't there any orcs around at all?" His calm explanation immediately follows. "Those old houses over there, they're simply fake camouflage to trick greedy players into dropping their guard. The reality is the orc shaman is the only monster actually living inside this village. All right, you and I are about to witness an absolute bloodbath." Ryu Min grips his massive scythe, pointing right at the biggest house. "It's inside, digging a massive trap for us." Juri tilts her head, completely confused. "A trap?" Ryu Min breaks it down for her. "It's simple, really. Any clueless player would just walk right into that house. And the second they step on the trigger, the orc shaman inside will summon a massive horde." Ryu Min looks at her, adding the scary details. 10 to 20 orcs spawn at once. If you get surrounded, it is basically game over. Hearing this, panic flashes in Juri's eyes. What are they supposed to do? If they all attack at once, staying alive becomes nearly impossible. Ryu Min quickly reassures her with a smirk. "True, but there is always a way around it." Suddenly, he steps incredibly close, leaving her blushing hard. He whispers a wild plan that leaves Juri completely stunned. Is it really that simple? Will the shaman actually fall for something so basic? Ryu Min gives her a confident nod. "Don't sweat it. He already tested it." Juri places a hand on her chest, her voice full of resolve. "Leave that part to me." Ryu Min raises an eyebrow. "Going completely solo?" She nods, absolutely determined. "Yeah, we don't both need to go in. Sitting back while you do everything makes me feel incredibly useless anyway. I can definitely handle this." Ryu Min stares at her, slightly caught off guard by her bravery before finally agreeing. All right then, I will wait right here. Following the plan, Juri slowly approaches the creepy house while Ryu Min watches closely. She takes a deep breath, pushing the heavy door open, stepping inside. A completely pitch-black, endless hallway greets her. You couldn't even see the end of it. Gripping her sword really tight, she carefully inches forward. But wait, suddenly a specific detail right at the end catches her full attention. Juri stops dead in her tracks outside a huge room. A red carpet, her eyes harden as she tightens her grip. This right. Here is the exact trap point Ryu Min warned about. Now, pay attention closely because this next part is pure genius. Juri remembers Ryu Min's. The shaman is hiding inside. The hallway leads straight to that red carpet room. The second you step foot on that rug, the monsters instantly spawn to block your exit, but they have a totally brilliant counter strategy ready to go. All they need to do is walk right up to the edge, then immediately run away. The shaman will think his prey escaped and send out scouts to hunt her. Then it is ambush time for those scouts. Snapping back to reality, Juri's resolve peaks. She knows what to do. It is super simple. Stuff. She inches her foot closer to the trap. Just leak a tiny bit of presence to trigger the system and then immediately fall back. Boom! Instantly, Juri spots the hideous shaman sitting on its throne, radiating an absolutely massive wave of dark gray energy. It is waiting for her to fully step in so it can crush her. But Juri spins around, sprinting away exactly as planned. She uses every single ounce of her speed to reach the exit. The heavy door slams shut behind her. Bursting outside, Juri lets out a massive sigh of pure relief. It was a simple task, but her heart is absolutely hammering. Ryu Min walks up, checking on her. You okay? She smiles. Obviously. I hit the edge of the carpet and bolted just like we planned. Hearing this, Ryu Min looks satisfied. Perfect. That is all we need. Still a bit skeptical, Juri asks the big question. Will that shaman really send monsters out to find me? Ryu Min smirks confidently. We are about to find out right now. Creak. The heavy door slowly pushes open again. Exactly as he predicted, a swarm of ugly green monsters floods out. They are literally scouting for her. Suddenly, from right behind a blonde monster, a chilling voice drops in. What exactly are you looking for? Classic Ryu Min entrance. He casually swings his massive scythe, dropping the hammer on them. Obviously, these basic mobs stand absolutely zero chance against his crazy slash, completely collapsing to the ground in an instant. Coast is clear. Come on out, he calls. Juri peeks from her hiding spot. Coming. A little time passes as a warm campfire finally pushes back the pitch-black darkness. Juri exhales, completely exhausted. Well, that definitely settles that. But our guy Ryu Min literally never gets tired. He wants to run it again. Juri stares at him, her endless stream of questions bubbling back up. Will the boss actually fall for the exact same trick over and over? He gives her the harsh truth. Sure, the boss has a brain, but the memory span of a goldfish. It resets fast. His normally cold expression actually softens into something super gentle and genuine. You seriously do not need to worry. Juri beams at him with a bright smile. Got it. Fast forward and the monster horde is completely wiped out, bodies everywhere. Glowing with pride, Juri cheers. Ryu Min, I just cleared 300 of them. Ryu Min nods calmly. And it only took exactly 1 hour to do it. She tilts her head, grinning playfully. All thanks to your carry, the farming was super easy. I really owe you. For this, seeing her practically glowing, he has to ask. So what level are you at now? Thrilled, she practically shouts. I made it. To level 19, he gives her props. Just one more and her class rank is going to evolve. He stares at her, a hidden thought brewing. Once she ranks up, she unlocks new skills, and her buffs get incredibly strong. Having a maxed out support is a huge win for his own stats. To break the record on the final boss, he desperately needs her buff skills. He looks at her seriously. I will boost you. Straight to 20. Once you hit that threshold, clearing these zones becomes a total joke. Hearing him say that makes her face flush bright red. In an instant. You're doing all of this just for me, she stammers, totally flustered. Well, if it is really okay, then please keep carrying me. But stick with me here because things are about to get wild. A random voice suddenly shouts, look over there, you and I are watching this unfold. The group slowly approaches and someone recognizes him. Wait, isn't that the legendary Black Hound? Then they wonder who is standing beside him and what is with all these dead orcs. A guy steps forward. Hey there. Our MC replies absolutely coldly. What is going on? The guy stammers. Yeah, we just came to hunt orcs. Did not expect anyone to beat us to it. Even saying that he just cannot believe his own eyes. Impossible. Looking at the mountain of corpses, the guy violently shudders in shock. Just 2 people wiped out this entire horde. Another guy secretly wonders why are there so many orcs in this tiny village. Super weird, right? The guy beside him stares hard at Juri. Who's the girl with him? A party member, right now. They cannot understand why the lone wolf black hound would team up with anyone. Total nonsense. Another guy just stands there and smirks like a total creep. Maybe she is exactly his type. Looking closely, she is actually pretty cute. Seeing them constantly, loitering RMC gets annoyed and slams his heavy scythe down. Ryumi warns them seriously, do not bother us, get lost. They flinch, in sheer fear. His eyes shift, turning incredibly cold. Think whatever you want, but you guys have seriously crossed the line right here. If you have no business here, just leave. But they charge forward, yelling, hey, who do you think you were talking down? To us. Yeah, acting this rude when we just met. Are you crazy? Juri suddenly starts to panic entirely. Are they completely insane, daring to talk back to the Black Hound? The creep who praised her beauty boldly charges forward, despite shaking in pure fear. I do not care if you are rank 1. You have zero right to look down on us. While he yells, Ryumi casually sweeps his scythe across the guy's forehead like a breeze. A bloody red scratch appears, making him grit his teeth in absolute silence. Our MC heavily growls. If you want to live, get out. They immediately scramble, away in terror. Let us go, guys. Sorry for bothering you. Sorry for interrupting. Even while running that pathetic group, still desperately wants to know what he is plotting. Damn it. Do you think we will just leave like this? Even if we have to stalk him, we must see what the heck he is doing. But Ryumi is not stupid enough to miss their obvious scheme. Those jerks plan to spy on him. A few buzzing flies cannot stop his hunt, but some absolute fool might actually try to steal his boss kill, so he better finish it and claim the reward now. He turns to look at Juri, deciding, but first I will get Min Juri to level 20. Now that the bugs are gone, let's keep hunting. She excitedly nods. Now you and I are shifting over to the group he just terrified. It looks like they have run quite a long distance. Someone speaks up. We are probably out of his sight here, right? A teammate worries. What are you planning? The guy who got sliced annoyingly grumbles. Are you not curious how that black hound hunts some? Others actually agree. Yeah, me too. Where did he even find all those orcs? They keep gossiping eagerly. So, do we just stalk them from the shadows now? He stays calm. He will not spot us from this far away. Do not worry. If you are scared, drop dead. Scared? Nonsense. Let us move. So they sneak back to his spot, hiding behind the bushes to watch their every single move. Meanwhile, a bunch of fresh orcs appear near our MC. Seeing him standing there alone and not attacking, they storm forward like a hurricane. He casually throws a punch, easily dropping one. That single strike sends it flying away so hard that the huge horde behind it simply cannot dodge in time. One accidentally looks up and he is already launching continuous attacks, swinging his scythe with insane precision, tearing them into 100 pieces. The remaining monsters are just totally stunned, not grasping what even happened. The stalkers watch this unfold and every single one is completely speechless. Rank 1 is truly built different. We struggle so much just to kill one. Then someone notices something weird. Wait, what is that? He is not instantly killing it, but waiting for something. Why not finish it? Oh, the girl is approaching it now. The pinned orcs are desperately wriggling around. Seeing her walk up, they suddenly realize his crazy plan. No way. Is he actually letting her take the monster kill? But they still do not understand why. What does the Black Hound lack to do this? They just keep questioning it behind her back. Who is this girl to deserve such insane VIP treatment? Damn it, look at her farming experience. Like it is candy. So freaking jealous, she has already gone inside, but they keep rambling. We literally sweat buckets just to kill one single orc. They just cannot stop complaining even after she completely vanishes inside while someone else just sits there enjoying free experience. When she finally exits the house again, they are still absolutely furious and raging. However, right at this exact moment, one of them notices something off. Something is wrong here. What, the orcs are multiplying. Every time that girl enters and exits the building, orcs endlessly spawn behind her. They watch his insane power showcase while wondering, but isn't this super weird? How are there so many orcs in that tiny shack? Wait, are you saying that little hut is an actual orc respawn point? It has to be, because otherwise there is zero other explanation. They finally get it. Damn it, a respawn point is right here. Those absolute jerks just sat here. So wait, you and I are seeing this right. He's been grinding like a maniac. The crowd finally gets it. He just wanted the respawn spot. Figuring this out, those guys quickly start plotting their genius plan. Just wait it out. The second our duo leaves, they'll swoop in and claim the spot. Sounds like a solid idea, right? They'd love to take it by force, but they just don't have the muscle. Meanwhile, Juri is staring at her system screen. She is absolutely beaming. She looks up at our main character, eyes full of pure pride, and announces, I hit level 20, and I even unlocked a brand new skill. He just gives her a soft, hey, congratulations. She excitedly rushes over, bragging that her blessing buff just jumped up from 50 to 60%. Our MC stays totally calm and asks if she can use it right now. Without missing a beat, she says yes and throws her hand up into the air. A brilliant green light erupts from her palm, swirling together into this incredible magical ball of energy. Honestly, it is a seriously beautiful display of power. That gorgeous energy wraps completely around both of them. It's her blessing skill, completely maxing out all their stats with a massive 60% boost. The buff timer locks in at 2 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Her bright blue eyes are absolutely glowing with fierce confidence and serious excitement. A glowing green magic crest appears out of nowhere. That is her enhanced blessing. Then she tells him to get ready for the brand new buff she just learned. That vibrant green aura flows right into the massive scythe in his hand, then swirls down around his feet before entirely covering his whole body. The system chimes in. It announces that his attack and movement speed just spiked by 60% thanks to the haste skill effect. Talk about a completely broken combo. The timer shows exactly 29 minutes and 59 seconds left. He just stares at the system screen expression, totally deadpan. Better speed. Yeah, he will take it. Not bad at all, he admits. She happily points out she can cast it on him every 30 minutes. He flashes a rare teasing smirk. I highly appreciate it, he says. She playfully pouts, insisting she is being totally serious. He just turns around. All right, enough talking. Let's go hunt that orc mage. She hesitates, asking if she can help with anything. He casually keeps walking. Just stay out of the way. Suddenly, he glances over at those creeping players. He knows those losers are definitely talking trash behind their backs right now. Completely clueless, she just gives a bright smile and cheerfully agrees to stay back. With a menacing red glint in his eye, he smirks in pure disgust. Let's see exactly how they handle this. Then the scene completely shifts. We are back at the house. Juri hides perfectly in a nearby corner, while those creeps keep spying. One mutters, "What the heck, Ryu Min is going inside." Suddenly, heavy razor-sharp slashes absolutely shred the thick wooden door. Our MC violently smashes his way right out of the building, and guess what is following him? A massive pack of bloodthirsty orcs. They charge forward like starving predators, but his glare is just as lethal as theirs. Meanwhile, Juri is just standing there. She instantly senses something is seriously wrong here. She watches him tightly, gripping his weapon, charging headfirst into the danger, and her heart starts racing fast. She is completely confused. Why is Ryu Min suddenly running away? It makes zero sense. Not too far off, that noisy crowd is watching the exact same chaos. Wait, is Ryu Min seriously being chased by orcs right now? One guy asks. Another scoffs in sheer disbelief. Suddenly, a gigantic pair of feet hits the ground. A heavy staff slams into the earth with a massive thud. It is the boss, the orc sitting on the throne. It slowly raises its massive staff high. Dark, sinister energy wildly erupts from the weapon. The beast points it straight at Ryu Min, locking onto its target without a second of hesitation. A brutal blast of freezing energy strikes down right at him, but Ryu Min just casually steps back and dodges it like an absolute pro. Because of that boss skill, fresh orcs start clawing their way right out of the dirt. Ryu Min is instantly trapped in a deadly pincer attack. Orcs in front of him and even more orcs blocking his back. One of the players in the crowd points and asks, "Who's that masked guy back there?" Someone else chimes in, completely shocked. "That thing is way bigger than the regular ones." They stare at the giant orc, carefully trying to figure it out. If it is that massive. Wait, is that the actual boss? One sharp-eyed guy suddenly realizes these are not just regular respawning monsters popping up. These things are being actively summoned. Juri is trembling in the corner, terrified. Ryu Min is completely surrounded. She panics, wondering what she is supposed to do. Should she jump in and help him? But then she suddenly calms down. She carefully watches Ryu Min's face, noticing the look in his cold eyes. He isn't panicking at all. Not even a flinch. The boss sees he isn't scared, so it raises its staff and summons another huge wave of monsters. The crowd is absolutely losing their minds as 10 more orcs spawn, and Ryu Min is officially backed into a corner, completely outnumbered by the horde. But he still shows zero fear. He leaps high into the air perfectly, dodging an incoming club smash, ready to counter. Someone in the crowd yells out, "Damn, he actually dodged all of that. The guy is an absolute monster." The group won't stop talking. Then someone points out they shouldn't just stand there. "Look at that giant boss monster over there. Nobody is guarding it right now, right?" Another player nearby snaps to attention. "Huh, wait a second. You are totally right." One of them gets a seriously greedy look in his eyes. "Should we steal the kill?" The rest hesitate, clearly a bit scared. "What if Ryu Min catches us?" But the guy quickly waves off their fear. He will not. He is way too busy dealing with all those angry orcs. Even Ryu Min has to be struggling against a swarm like that. A guy in white completely agrees. "Exactly. And hey, if he gets mad at us, we just lie. We'll tell him we thought he was in danger and just wanted to help." The others nod along, thinking this is a flawless plan. As Ryu Min is literally fighting for his life, the leader smirks. "So anyone want in on stealing this massive boss kill without missing a single beat?" They all agree. Me too. These absolute fools with zero sense of danger actually start creeping toward the house to steal his hard-earned kill. And you and I aren't the only ones watching this mess. Jury spots them from afar, staring at these complete idiots. What on earth are they doing? Jury suddenly panicked. Were those clueless idiots really trying to use Ryu Min's distraction to steal his kill? Let's rewind a bit. Not long ago, Jury had carefully called out to him. Hey Ryu Min, she started. I really appreciate your help, but am I holding up your quest? Ryu Min just relaxed. Ryu Min casually replied, don't sweat it. I already knocked out the main quest. She was absolutely stunned. Wait, what, she gasped. Ryu Min turned back. My actual goal wasn't the main quest anyway. I'm after the sub-quest. I already grabbed one of the balance stones. Her jaw practically hit the floor. You already found one. Ryu Min nodded. Yeah, looted it right off the orc warrior boss. The other stones probably dropped the exact same way. Ignoring Jury's utter shock, Ryu Min kept going. All I need is to hunt down the bosses, so honestly, there is zero need to feel guilty. Jury finally nodded. All right. Now snapping back to the present moment, she glared. That orc mage belonged to Ryu Min. If she just stood there, some random nobody was going to steal his hard-earned kill. Jury drew her blade and charged forward to stop them. But those reckless idiots were already rushing the orc mage. You and I both know it's never that easy. The orc instantly triggered its Dead of Night skill, totally blinding them. The kill stealers suddenly found themselves standing in a creepy, pitch-black space. The whole game just jumped up a level. What the heck is this? The swordsman blurted out. Instantly, another guy slapped a hand over his mouth in pure terror. Trembling, they slowly looked up. Huge mistake. Sometimes it is honestly way better to just keep your eyes glued shut. The orc mage slowly turned its head, eyes glowing with pure, icy killing intent. It looked straight out of a nightmare. It let out an ear-piercing screech. The group totally panicked and immediately tried to run away. Damn it, we're spotted. Run, but the orc wasn't about to let its prey escape. It swung its staff, instantly launching another brutal skill. Summoned minions completely surrounded the 5 clueless fools. Now the real panic set in. Oh no, we are so dead. The orcs showed zero mercy. They rushed in. First on the chopping block, the black-haired guy. He was totally doomed. They grabbed him as he screamed his lungs out. So much for acting tough earlier, now he looked incredibly pathetic, lying in the dirt, begging for help. He saw a pair of feet and thought he was saved. Total delusion. It wasn't a savior. It was a massive orc, ready to send him straight to the afterlife. He stared in absolute horror. The massive foot stomped down. Game over. Black hair was officially eliminated. Now let's cut back to Ryu Min's side. He was busy slicing through his own pack of orcs with his scythe, sending them packing in a flash. Honestly, insane. Taking a deep breath, he stopped for a second. The long fight was definitely catching up to him. Then he glanced over. He watched the orcs absolutely wipe the floor with those guys. Ryu Min smirked. He deliberately lured the mage out just for this. He wanted to see if they actually tried to steal his boss kill while he was busy. Turns out they took the bait. Those kill stealers paid the ultimate price. Ryu Min watched them drop with total disgust. So much for playing it smart. He casually walked toward the growling boss. Well, they wasted enough of our time sneaking around anyway. They failed their quest. Now they're deleted. Catching their boss's signal, the remaining orcs immediately spun around and charged straight at Ryu Min. They thought he was easy prey. But before they could even touch him, bright red lines suddenly flashed across their massive bodies. Ryu Min's scythe was just too fast. They couldn't even react. Slicing through them, he grinned, feeling the insane attack speed buff. His speed had definitely skyrocketed thanks to the enchantment high agility and that sweet 50% night bonus. Absolutely broken. The Reaper's scythe stats popped up: double scythe damage plus attack speed boosted by 50% during the night. Perfect timing. And standing still at night lowered detection too. Not wanting to waste another second, he locked eyes with the boss. Ryu Min dashed forward for the final clash. The orc aimed its massive staff right at him, but he was already gone. Blurring right behind the beast, he used his signature move. The cold blade of his scythe hooked perfectly against its neck. With one brutal pull, the head went flying. Goodbye, he whispered as the monster lost its head completely. Its giant body instantly lost all balance and violently crashed into the dirt as soon as it hit the ground forever. The system immediately registered the kill. System alert, you defeated the orc mage. XP up 37.7%. Level up, plus 4,000 gold. With the boss dead, the system vacuumed up the new loot straight into his massive inventory. You acquire the Eternal Rest Orb. A massive wave of victory notifications just kept ringing in his ears. You got the mysterious wood statue, a low-grade blue mana stone, and a balance stone for the subquest progress. Awesome haul. Balance stone, 2 out of 4. Ryu Min smiled, genuinely thrilled as he stared at the glowing loot in his hand. Level 33, and alright, you and I are about to see him snag an absolutely crazy item. The system screen flashes, revealing the wild details of this glowing sphere. It is the Sphere of Eternal Rest. Let us check the stats. Type necklace. Epic rarity. And trust me, the effect on this thing is insane. Every single monster he takes down grants him 1 stack but consumes 1 durability point. And here's the kicker, every 100 stacks magically convert right into 1 pure stat point. Durability sits at a flat 1000. It requires normal gear or higher. The description. A necklace holding a dull gray sphere, rumored to seal the lingering souls of the slain. Ryu Min stares at the item box, absolutely floored by the potential. He just cannot stop thinking about the raw power it holds. The Sphere of Eternal Rest, handing out free stat points for every 100 kills. That is an absolute cheat code. It works exactly like the devouring rune that the Black Flame Dragon used. But Ryu Min is smart. He is not just blinded by the perks. He instantly spots the fatal flaw. There is a huge catch. The durability caps at 1000. The more stacks he builds up, the faster the item breaks down. It is strictly a consumable. But then an image of a golden spirit stone pops straight into our main character's mind. Here is the plan. If he pairs it with the enduring rune from round 8 and gets a blacksmith to help, he can actually restore its lost durability completely. After breaking down the item's potential, he locks in his decision. And yeah, you know exactly what this means. Endless stat boosts, infinite power scaling. But suddenly his intense train of thought gets completely derailed by a loud voice calling out from behind. Hey Ryu Min, where are you hiding? He glances back suddenly, realizing that the lingering effect of his Reaper seal is making him nearly invisible right now. Juri is actively searching for him. Watching her look around, he shifts his gaze back to the lifeless bodies scattered across the cold ground. His mind races for a cover-up. Before deactivating Death Knight, he taps into his seal technique, and the rigid corpses of those fallen men slowly dissolve into pure nothingness. Ryu Min whispers softly, "Erase the traces." With a quick breath, he calls out the command to cancel the Death Knight skill. The dark seal vanishes without a trace, but the heavy aura left behind by the Reaper seal makes Juri freeze up. She instantly notices that the shadows around them are weirdly flickering. It is super eerie. Suddenly, she shifts her gaze to the side and catches sight of something moving. Ryu Min steps out of the shadows right beside her. Spotting him, Juri lights up with a big smile. "There you are. I searched everywhere for you." Ryu Min just glances down at the massive monster he literally just destroyed. He gives a cold, deadpan reply. "As you can see, I am busy." Juri brushes off his cold vibe and asks, "So you finally got the loot? But hey, did you happen to see anyone else lurking around? Some shady guys were trying to steal the orc mage earlier." Ryu Min just grips his massive scythe, casually resting it on his shoulder. He calmly answers her. "Nope. I did not see a single soul." Juri nods, buying his story, but she is still visibly confused by the whole situation. "So weird, I swear I heard people screaming." The naive girl turns her head, completely lost in her own thoughts about the creepy sounds. Watching her makes Ryu Min feel a tiny bit guilty. Leaving dead bodies around would just cause drama anyway. Breaking the awkward silence, he turns and barks out, "Hurry up. We still have the next boss to hunt down." Juri quickly snaps out of it and follows his lead. Right. They push forward into an overrun village, ruthlessly clearing out every single monster in their path. Mangled bodies drop like flies right there on the bloody dirt. Now stick with me here, because this is where it gets wild. The remaining orcs freeze in pure terror. Over there, a massive orc that clearly looks like the local chief steps up to fight Ryu Min. But honestly, with his insane hunter skills, this bulky boss does not pose any threat at all to our guy. Quick as a flash of lightning, the death scythe sweeps low toward the orc. In one fluid motion, the hulking monster's thick arm gets cleanly severed. It did not even have time to blink. With the arm gone, Ryu Min immediately shifts his deadly focus straight toward the next target, the orc's massive torso. The monstrous body is completely sliced in half by the brutal attack, sending a massive fountain of dark blood splashing heavily into the thin air. The heavy scythe claims yet another monster's life without mercy. The second that massive boss hits the dirt, the familiar glowing system screen instantly pops up. "You've slain the orc archer." Experience goes up by 37.73%. Gold up by 4,000. You got the agile archer boots. Receive 1 rusty arrowhead. Receive 1 low-tier green mana stone. Awesome loot. Receive balanced stone. Sub-quest progress is now at 3 out of 4 balanced stones. Ryu Min cleanly sheathes his heavy scythe on his back. Then he steps closer to the glowing blue interface. "Let us check out these drops." The system instantly expands, revealing all the shiny new item details. Agile archer boots. Type is footwear. Epic rarity. Defense hits 60. Agility gets a +10 boost. Durability is fully maxed at 1000. Requires normal stats or higher. The lore says these kicks belong to a super fast archer. staring closely at the glowing boots on the screen. Ryu Min compares them to his current gear. He looks down at his worn-out shoes, rapidly doing the math in his head. The verdict? Way better than what he is rocking right now. His old agile high boots are just normal rarity, offering a measly 15 defense. With only +4 agility and 5% move speed, replacing them is an absolute no-brainer. He quickly opens up the system control panel and tosses the new boots straight into the crafting slot alongside a fresh mana stone. Ryu Min grins, already formulating the perfect upgrade path. If he fuses this with that green mana stone he just picked up, the final stats are going to be wild. Ready for the upgrade. Ryu Min slams the combine button to confirm his choice. Processing the new data, the cold mechanical system voice rings out with an update. Fusion complete. Right after the outfit swap, the system drops some fresh details for our player regarding this specific selection. +4 agility gets slapped right onto his swift archer boots. Ryu Min gives a solid nod of satisfaction. Perfect. So you and I know he completely cleared all the sub-bosses, but no breaks here. The image of the orc immediately flashes in his mind. The final boss. Ryu Min locks onto his next target. Only the high orc final boss remains. Unlike the others, this high orc follows a strict time-based attack rule. As the clock ticks down toward absolute zero, Ryu Min makes a firm resolution inside. He needs to take it down instantly. He analyzes the strategy. Faster clears means significantly bigger rewards. The absolute best record from the previous round was 43 seconds. Then he heads toward the final boss location alongside Juri. All right, let's go. She smiles, happily replying, yes. Despite her stunning human form, Ryu Min doesn't pay it any mind. He is entirely focused on crushing his next target. With Juri's buffs fully applied, he is absolutely going to shatter that record. They quickly leave the completely devastated battlefield far behind them. Ryu Min keeps calculating constantly in his head. However, he wants to shorten the clear time even further if he possibly can. First, he must hit the maximum level, then use the Orb of Eternal Rest to massively boost his stats. The defeated orcs left behind are slowly being processed. The system chimes in again, announcing the remaining time until the round ends is 30 minutes and 41 seconds. The monsters slowly dissolve right into thin air, converting into brand new items right before the Dark Reaper's very own eyes. Ryu Min puts his weapon aside, realizing it is finally time to act. He is just one single level away from hitting 40, but he is out of time. The item around his neck suddenly glows brightly, clearly showing Ryu Min has zero regrets about the choices he made. He doesn't feel any remorse anyway because he already achieved his set goals. After retrieving the dead bodies of the power orcs, the system sounds an alert detailing every change inside his storage inventory. +9 points to his total durability stat. 1 out of 1,000. Juri walks up from behind and calls out, Ryu Min, are you not hunting anymore? Ryu Min turns, replying, I think this is enough. She can't help but wonder, so are you going to take down the final boss now? Ryu Min coldly waves. Goodbye. We will part ways right here. Thanks for tagging along with me. Juri can only shake his hand in response. She feels a bit awkward. Is it really over? Along with her words, Juri feels a deep sense of regret in her heart. Now that they are finally splitting up, she actually feels quite sad. She even wanted to ask if she could stay until he ultimately defeated the final boss. Realizing she just had a foolish thought, she quickly brushes it off. No staying would only make her a burden. It is definitely best that they part ways right here. Juri can't hide her gloomy expression, making him pause for a slight moment. He stops to think. It seems she actually got attached during this short time together, but the high orc is just incredibly dangerous. There is no need for her to follow him. Juri raises her hand, radiating energy like a final parting gift for him. She says, Ryu Min, let me buff you one last time. Juri casts her magic spell while waving goodbye to Ryu Min. Ryu Min, thank you once again for helping me hunt. If I was alone, it would have been incredibly difficult. She drops a bead of sweat and taps an option on the system panel that just appeared. It might not be much, but here. Juri pulls from her inventory a stunningly beautiful blue item glowing brightly. She explains, I actually received this item back when I was being guided by you. I don't know if you need it, but please take this. Ryu Min doesn't want her to lose out anymore. He doesn't hesitate to reject it. You should just keep it. Juri shakes her head politely and still insists on giving him this rare item. No, just getting. Experience points was already way more than enough. She thinks to herself, I actually have 2, but I need to give 1 to Min. Ryu Min looks at Juri with incredibly gentle eyes. He knows she is worrying about him, totally unaware that he is actually that same guy. And she thinks she owes Ryu Min a massive favor. Eventually, Ryu Min just admits defeat. He takes the glowing item right from Juri's hands and says, but I also received a lot of help, so let's call it even. Next, Ryu Min turns around and starts walking straight forward, not forgetting to say a parting promise. I will accept this then. If fate allows it, we will definitely meet again. Juri. touches her chest, anxiously watching Ryu Min walk away. Now, in a completely different area, Ryu Min is rapidly casting his movement magic spell. Moving at crazy speeds, a magic arrow shoots endlessly forward. Ryu Min aggressively follows its guiding path. The game system, right after finally confirming the exact location he just stepped into, loudly announces that the position of the high orc boss monster has been verified. The distance to the target is 1,121 meters. Ryu Min thinks while keeping his eyes glued to the guiding arrow. It is still trackable, meaning nobody has defeated it yet. He recalls the history of boss kills and realizes something wild. We need to note, nobody even managed to kill the high orc in previous rounds. The image of the 3 orcs he just slaughtered flashes behind the massive shadow of the final boss. The Grim Reaper knows that among the 4 bosses of round 5, the high orc is so insanely strong that the other 3 are just considered minor side bosses. Ryu Min vividly imagines an absolute monster of an orc that could easily wipe out multiple warriors. He figures it would probably take 100 level 20 players. Alright, you and I are about to see something wild. Normal players could never beat this boss. But Ryu Min, he rushes right in. Navigating the deep forest, he sizes up the final boss. Even for him, it took 4 straight deaths to finally beat it. That's exactly how he set that insane 43-second record. Suddenly, the system chimes in, perfectly syncing up with the sound of heavy movement. Target distance, 321 meters. Ryu Min leaps straight up into the trees, using the high branches to launch himself forward. Ryu Min mentally hypes himself up this time. He's totally breaking that record. Rustling echoes loudly through the branches as he rapidly closes in, then blasts past the treeline. Rushing forward, Ryu Min catches a glimpse of the boss's massive shadow. The system pings again, locking the target at 160 meters. But wait, Ryu Min stops, totally caught off guard by the absolute chaos happening ahead. Some poor warrior is literally getting crushed. The final boss is just squeezing the life right out of him. The strongest orc is absolutely destroying a squad of normal players right in front of Ryu Min. This giant orc towers over them, and in its massive grip, the broken body of that unlucky player. Jun-Seok collapses to the ground, totally paralyzed by pure fear. His legs just won't work. What the heck is even happening? How did it go so wrong? Everything was totally fine just a minute ago. Let's rewind a bit. Jun-Seok is chilling, chatting with a group of players. The orcs hunt in packs, so why shouldn't they do the exact same thing? Join our party, he says. Resting his sword on his shoulder, he steps up super confident. Let me go ahead and introduce myself first. I'm Aom Jun-Seok, a level 12 warrior. The blonde guy right next to him jumps in. I'm level 12 too. Great to finally meet you all. I'm Brady Pitt, hunter class. Then the guy in the cloak awkwardly speaks up. I'm a warrior, level 13. Name's W.H. Wawadu. Yeah, my keyboard broke during character creation. With introductions out of the way, they squad up and immediately start hunting down some orcs. At first, teaming up was purely about mutual survival, but honestly, things quickly get better as everyone actually starts opening up. Brady Pitt yells over to Jun-Seok, "Hey, lure them over here." Jun-Seok grins. "All right, I got this," Jun-Seok shouts straight at an orc swinging a heavy chain. "Hey, ugly, look at me." Thanks to some solid teamwork, they easily wipe out an entire small orc camp. The trident-wielding girl leaps right onto its back, pinning it hard to the dirt. Brady Pitt, finish it. The short-haired girl spots another orc winding up to strike, shouting a quick warning to WHYW. Fast forward 6 hours of grinding. After finally clearing the mob, the whole squad gathers around celebrating the win. Got my 300. Same here. Heck yeah, congrats. They all actually pulled it off. Jun-Seok is riding high, super pumped about officially clearing the main quest. We finally beat the primary mission. But suddenly, the thought of going back to solo grinding feels kinda lame. He turns to the party. Sucks to split up now. Should we keep hunting for a bit? Who's in? Sure, I want to hit level 20 anyway. Archer and swordsman perfectly sync up, dropping another orc, so the squad just keeps grinding. Wiping out monster after monster, everyone's levels naturally start shooting up. The system pings. You've leveled up. Reached level 20, promoted from rookie to official class. Plus, the combo feature finally unlocks. With all these new system perks, they can now start collecting a ton of advanced skills. Hitting level 20 means unlocking fresh abilities across the board. Cut to 3 party members, casually standing around a dead orc, totally roasting the poor monster. Man, orcs are a total joke now. Pretty hilarious considering how much we struggled with them earlier, right? Now packed with a bunch of crazy new combat skills, the team is feeling pretty invincible. They've seriously leveled up hard. WH Watwalk suggests moving to a fresh spot, but Jun-Seok is totally fixated on something else in the distance. Hey, what if we hit a bigger village next? Wait, what the heck is that? A massive mutated orc with 2 heads and a long tongue casually strolls past. Jun-Seok and Brady Pitt both freeze tracking its every move. Looks like an orc, but way weirder than anything they've fought. Could that actually be the area boss, a boss monster? The girl with the trident chimes in, floating a dangerously bold idea to the squad. Should we seriously try taking it? Honestly, the five of us could probably crush it. Want to try? The loot drops have to be insane. He quickly turns to ask Brady, who's totally down for it. All right, we split the loot evenly once it's dead, deal. But suddenly the high-level monster just dead stops. It snaps its massive heads around, unleashing a deafening, terrifying roar. It happens so fast that everyone is caught completely off guard. Now here's where you and I learn a lesson: never get too cocky. The elite orc just keeps roaring louder, whipping that disgusting long tongue around. The sheer pressure starts caving in the ground beneath it. Then it crouches down and launches high up, into the sky. The mutated orc crashes down right in front of the squad, sending a massive shockwave ripping through the earth. Pure terror. It raises its razor-sharp claws. The dark-haired girl doesn't even stand a chance. She's the elite orc's very first target, ripping right through her. Immediately pivots toward the orange-haired girl. Completely paralyzed by fear, she just drops to the ground, totally helpless. The elite monster brings a crushing blow straight down. Total bloodbath. Now its twisted eyes lock onto Brady Pitt, standing frozen nearby. To this beast, they aren't even a threat, just prey. The giant orc snatches him up, lifting him clean off his feet. With one brutal squeeze, it crushes Brady, literally shattering his body. In seconds, the entire party has been completely wiped out. Jun-suk watches the slaughter unfold, his face draining of all color. All right, you and I have seen close calls, but this is pure nightmare fuel. Wade bravely jumps in front, but the monster instantly wraps its massive tail around him. It lifts him high into the air. The high orc viciously slams Wade's head into the ground, leaving only his final desperate plea for help. With him gone, the beast slowly turns its terrifying gaze toward Jason. He just stares back in pure horror, his mind spiraling as he mutters, "I am going to die. I am going to die. I am definitely dead." The high orc takes another heavy step closer. Jason screams out in pure panic, begging it to stay away. His face turns completely pale, shaking with absolute terror. The beast raises its massive hand for the final blow. But then our main character appears from behind. Blake swings his weapon with terrifying force. One clean, brutal slash and the high orc's head is instantly severed right off its thick neck. Wait, it has two heads. The second head turns to look, but Blake slices straight through that neck too. The massive monster finally crashes to the ground. Jason looks up, completely stunned by what just happened. A pair of boots lands right at his eye level. Blake slowly touches down, leaving Jason completely speechless. Standing before the shocked survivor, Blake stares down at the high orc's massive corpse. Suddenly, a glowing item catches his eye. He honestly cannot believe it. Did it really just die from a single hit? Suddenly, system notifications start spamming his vision like crazy. You have successfully defeated the terrifying high orc. Level up. You have reached level 40. Class upgraded from regular to expert tier. The negotiation feature is now fully unlocked. Hearing this, he just smiles. He casually rests his heavy scythe on his shoulder, reading the next alerts. Damage for the Death Seal skill just jumped from 120 to 140%. The range for his Knight of Death skill just doubled, expanding to 1,000 meters. Plus, he just unlocked Destructive Moonlight, an incredibly rare and special skill. This is the signature move of a Grim Reaper. The next skill unlocks at level 60. A massive, excited grin spreads across Blake's face. Finally, after all this grinding, he finally got it, Destructive Moonlight. This is an exclusive Grim Reaper attack skill boasting absolute unstoppable power. The epic details immediately pop up on his screen. Exclusive skill, Destructive Moonlight. The effect is insane. By channeling energy for just 1 single second, he can unleash a devastating attack. It deals 1200% damage, getting a massive boost at night. It has a 10-minute cooldown and only works with a scythe weapon. He just stands there. Remember, one casual swing just sliced through multiple huge monsters. But relying on a single major attack skill is risky. If he misses it, is game over. Extremely risky. But since Destructive Moonlight is a massive area of effect strike, missing the target is basically impossible. The devastating phantom blades he summons cover the entire zone. The scythe slashes right through the monster's core. This skill is pure gold because it flawlessly blends both physical and magical damage together into one brutal strike. That means it easily bypasses enemies with heavy physical armor. Blake feels a huge wave of excitement. Landing a broken skill like this is exactly what he needed. Wiping out these grunts is a total breeze now. But knowing the crazy boss fights coming up, this massive nuke is going to save his life. Let's check the loot. Time for the next reward drop. More system alerts flash before his eyes right after securing that epic skill. You have acquired the heavy monster gauntlets. You looted the high orc's massive tooth. You obtained a low-grade purple mana stone. And finally, you acquired a balancing stone. A side quest is actively updating. Balancing stones collected 4 out of 4. Right there in his palm sits a beautifully glowing blue gem. System alert, you have officially completed the side quest. The final balancing stone is secured. Now you and I know this was his main goal all along. Blake tightly grips the precious gem, feeling its wild energy surging. The radiant energy bursts outward in all directions. The new rune automatically carves itself deep into our player's body. Instantly, a massive holographic screen displays its crazy stats. Balancing, stone active effects. It literally doubles every single stat, but only if the exact difference between his absolute highest and lowest stat point values is under 10. A gap no larger than 10. He carefully analyzes the glowing text. This insane rune only activates if he perfectly balances every single one of his attributes equally. Everything must be totally equal. Blake stares intensely at the glowing hologram, doing the mental math. Because he knew he would eventually get this exact drop, he prepared. He purposefully kept all his combat stats tightly clustered together. He quickly taps the interface to verify his current build. Since the rune is already fused with his body, let us see just how massive this power boost really is. He completely freezes in shock, his jaw practically hitting the floor when he reads the new numbers. It is completely off the charts. Even he never predicted every single attribute would spike by over 300 points. The sheer raw power coursing through him is terrifying. Just look at this: strength at 374, intelligence 614, agility 518, luck 374, available points 0. Wait, everything is over 300. He is literally too stunned to even speak. Sure, the massive arena buffs and blessings helped, but these end results completely shatter anything he ever imagined. Standing triumphantly on top of the dead high orc, he smirks. Absolutely nothing beats a balancing rune when you want to achieve god-level power this incredibly fast. Now for the grand finale, the time trial challenge rewards. A fresh wave of golden notifications instantly pops up on his glowing system display. You have completely destroyed the terrifying round 52 orc boss in just one single second. This specific monster falls under the strict time challenge rules. Your massive gold payout is completely based on your new speed record. Since you obliterated the target in under 10 seconds, you secured the maximum payout, 100,000 gold. Massive congratulations to the player. A huge satisfied smile spreads across his face as the mountain of digital coins rolls in. Last time it took him 43 long seconds and he only earned barely 23 gold. This is absolutely incredible. He plans to dump all this new cash into instantly unlocking every single common skill he previously missed. Because Blake just shattered an absolutely unheard of speed record, the mysterious system decides to officially immortalize his name. You have completely rewritten the historic leaderboards. For the brutal time attack challenge, your unbelievable achievement will now be permanently recorded inside the legendary Akashic Library. He physically flinches in surprise when the system announces an extra bonus, a totally free unique item selection ticket. Wait, what? Is this seriously happening right now? A brilliant golden ticket floats directly into his hand. A blinding light fills the room. You and I both know how rare this is. Blake intensely stares at the screen, realizing he can actually choose any legendary item. And the best part, he gets to pick absolutely any item he wants. Ryu Min taps the glowing card hovering right on his system screen. Suddenly, a massive catalog of categories pops up the second Ryu Min clicks. The system chimes in. You can choose one of the following unique items. Select your reward. First, tap the exact type of item you want. 1 weapon, 2 shield, 3 helmet, 4 armor, 5 boots, 6 gloves, and 7 a magical necklace. 8 ring. Ryu Min stares at the massive arsenal of weapons, thinking it over super carefully. Can he honestly just pick absolutely anything he wants from here? If that's the case, he doesn't need a weapon. He's already planning to craft a unique one once he gets back. So after weighing his options, Ryu Min finally locks in item number 3. Yeah, this choice makes total sense. Option 3, helmet. Meanwhile, Junsok shakily gets to his feet, staring up in absolute awe at our guy, standing right on top of a high-level orc. Junsok wipes his nose, looking at Ryu Min in pure shock. Impossible. That massive monster went down in just one single strike. Junsok glances down at the broken bodies of his fallen party members scattered everywhere. Is Ryu Min really this ridiculously powerful? How on earth could just one guy take out that boss all by himself? A monster that completely wiped 5 level 20 players. Pushing his deep grief aside for just a second, Junsok wants to say something to him. But no, wait, now isn't the time for questions. He needs to say thank you first. Ryu Min slowly turns, looking right at Junsok, then just casually turns and walks away, leaving the kid totally confused. Junsok literally freezes in place, completely ignored. Suddenly, Priscilla materializes high up in the blood-red sky, a glowing, terrifying aura radiating all around her. Well now, how did it go? Did you pathetic humans complete your little mission? Well, she looks down at the handful of surviving players below and just sneers. In only 10 short hours, your numbers have dropped by quite a lot, haven't they? Priscilla fiercely mocks the battered survivors. Don't tell me you actually died to those completely weak and pathetic orcs. Or did you just kill each other fighting over some monster loot? Let me just snap my fingers and check. Let's see what the final results look like. A massive glowing scoreboard suddenly pops up, clearly displaying the top 3 players. Round 5 Global Summary. First place, Ryu Min, level 40 Reaper class. Second place, Idiots, level 25. Third place, Mage Sandweight, level 40. And Chunmo, level 24 Dark Knight. Now for local region, CS007. First place, Ryu Min, level 40 Reaper. Second place, Minju, level 21 Supporter class. Third, No Life Nay, level 23 Dark Mage. The surviving players down below are completely mind-blown seeing these insane results. Oh my god, level 40 already. That record is absolutely insane. Everyone immediately shifts their eyes toward our main character, whispering in pure disbelief. Wait, did he really slaughter 3 boss orcs in just 1 hour? Is that physically possible? Ryu Min just stands there with his arms crossed, sighing helplessly at the crowd's reaction. Honestly, he just wants to grab his rewards and go. A rapid series of system notifications suddenly pops up right in front of him. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the survival mission, taking the absolute number 1 rank in your local region. But wait, there's more. Congratulations, you have also completed the mission as the number 1 ranked player in the entire global server. Your local first place reward grants the right to pick 1 rare tier necklace, and your global first place reward, an ultra rare special selection box. Ryu Min happily smirks at the glowing screen. Everything is going perfectly according to his master plan. The system confirms you are officially the very first player to ever achieve global rank 1 for 5 consecutive rounds. You have accomplished a truly unbelievable feat. As a result, you have officially acquired the exclusive system title, the Vanguard. Boom. You and I know this was his real goal all along. With the title secured, Ryu Min immediately starts calculating his next major power play. Let's check the specs. Title Vanguard. Unlock condition, achieve global rank 1 for the first 5 consecutive rounds. And the special effect on this thing multiplies all experience gained by 1.5 times. This completely busted title is exactly why he absolutely refused to miss global first place even a single time. There was zero chance he'd ever pass up a permanent 1.5 times growth boost. Smiling, Ryu Min simply reaches out and taps the glowing golden chest. Now that he secured his precious title, it's finally time to claim that sweet first place loot. The second he taps it, a glittering array of magical necklaces pops up on screen. You may choose one of the following rare tier necklaces. Select your reward. Please tap the exact item you wish to claim. The magical necklace of the Skull Knight, the necklace of Jawa, or the necklace of Resilience. Ryu Min stares at the floating holograms, analyzing the options super carefully before making his final choice. A normal player would probably just guess, like a random multiple choice test, right? But not him. He already tested every single one of these items in his past lives. So after a brief moment of thinking, he confidently locks in the first item. The thing he truly needs right now is the necklace of Jawa. Ryu Min taps it, and its complete stat window instantly pops up. Necklace of Jawa rare tier, special effect, boosts all base stats by 3 points and increases total status effect resistance by a massive 35%. Durability 1000 out of 1000. Requirement, normal rank or higher. Description: the mystical necklace constantly worn by the bizarre alien Jawa race. The accessory itself literally pulses with pure magic. Ryu Min stares at the glowing gem, mentally preparing for the future. You see, the thing he urgently needs to upgrade right now isn't raw strength or basic stats. You and I both remember those players freezing to death in the blizzard, right? What he actually needs is absolute resistance against negative status effects. A beautiful ring and necklace materialize, studded with brightly sparkling jewels. Plus, items granting high status resistance are incredibly rare in this game, meaning that even if he eventually outgrows it, he can still sell it for a massive fortune later. The system then brings up the second phase of his rewards. Now, for the special selection, you can choose one of the following exclusive rewards. Select your prize. Please tap the exact reward you wish to claim. Option 1, an insane buff that triples experience points during round 6. Option 2, 6,000 gold. Option 3, exclusive intel about round 6. This time he doesn't hesitate for even a single second. He instantly locks in his choice. It's a no-brainer, he's definitely taking that massive experience buff. Suddenly, the sharp sound of Priscilla clapping echoes across the red sky, drawing the terrified attention of every surviving player below. She smiles wickedly. Well then, have all of you pathetic little players successfully received your final rankings by now? Has everyone managed to check their pathetic little scores? Through the system messages, Priscilla's glowing eyes narrow with pure contempt. You and I know things are about to get much worse. Alright, let's jump back in. Exactly 1,588 players actually finish the main quest. As she speaks, the lowest ranking players start burning to ashes. Ranks below 1,211 purged without mercy. They scream, "Wait, angel, please. Have some mercy." Engulfed in agony, they howl as the flames rip through them. "Please spare us, Priscilla just." She covers her mouth and laughs. So embarrassing to beg for your life like that. Humans really are nothing more than pathetic insects. Ryu Min glares right back, smirking. You think you are any different? Priscilla checks the rankings. I am guessing you completely failed too. She looks down at Ryu Min, mocking him. Wait, where is your round 5 sub-quest? Priscilla is actually shocked to see he passed. With a blinding flash, she bids farewell and vanishes. Well, humans, you better rest up. See you all in the next round. Once Priscilla is gone, the system pops up, notifying all surviving players. Round 5 complete. Total survivors worldwide 19,327,557. Local region survivors exactly 1,211. Souls will return to their original bodies shortly. Round 6 officially begins at midnight June 1st, 2023. So we will see you guys in the next thrilling round. Congratulations on surviving. Ryu Min spawns back in his apartment. His entire body is stiff, stretching his arms out to loosen up. Slumping against his chair, Ryu Min gets ready. Food is done, let's begin. Ryu Min opens the system, preparing for a brand new weapon upgrade. Crafting window opens. Main material, the Grim Reaper's scythe. Secondary materials include the orc heart and the mystic wood idol. Next, he tosses in his looted items a rusty arrowhead and twin orc fangs. Ryu Min hesitates before crafting. If he hits combine right now, the weapon upgrades into a rare item perfectly matching his level. He pauses, suddenly remembering something big. Wait, he still has that black diamond he swiped right from Ryu Min. Finally, Ryu Min decides to throw the gem in and hits combine. With the black diamond, this won't just be rare. It upgrades straight into a unique item, synthesizing a unique blade, radiating a dark, mysterious energy. Crafting process is successful. You forge the death scythe. Right after crafting, the system window pops up to display the crazy new stats. Death scythe. Weapon type. Unique grade. Level 300. Effects. All stats plus 10. Skill damage boosted by 10%. Durability. 3,000 out of 3,000. Requirements: expert class or higher. Description: a scythe once favored by the Grim Reaper. Shadows always follow the blade of death. He lets out a massive laugh. He finally ditched that old Reaper's scythe. Ryu Min uses his final coins to stack up on new skills. Now with the leftover cash, time to buy some general abilities. He opens the shop tab. All equipment, materials, consumables, general skills. He selects the area exploration skill for 20,000. The eye is a navigation skill, mapping out paths. First up, area exploration functions exactly like a trusty video game minimap. The second skill extends his visual range. Enhanced vision pushes his eyesight way past normal human limits. And those last 2 skills, perfect for creating shields and locking onto targets. Basic resistance boosts his debuff defense by 15%, plus dexterity increases skill hit rate by 20%. And just like that, he completely mastered all the general skills. Even after unlocking everything, our MC is still loaded. He bought all the skills, but still has 140,000 gold. Besides the rare items unlocking later, there is nothing left. Ryu Min sits up. You and I know he is far from done. That is enough shopping for today. With just a thought, he pulls up the system to check his stats. Status window. Status window. Name: Ryu Min. Expert level 40. Class Reaper. Alias: Ryu Min. Titles: The Last Time Reverser hidden. First Angel Assassin hidden. Defier of Heaven hidden. The Vanguard hidden. Strength is at 106. Intelligence 150. Agility 106. Luck 136. Unused points 0. General skills include tracking aura, sense, erase tracks, first aid, and area exploration, enhanced vision, basic resistance, and dexterity. Specific skills: Death, Mark Knight, Reaper, Moon Slash, and various rune buffs. Slaughter, Brilliant, Clone, Death, Inner, and Balance runes. Additional features: you can buy items from the shop and use the item combination function. You can trade items or gold, unlocking at level 60. And another feature, unlocking at level 99. Ryu Min stares at the screen, smiling in total satisfaction. With just the balance rune buff, he is already this overpowered. If he adds the slaughter rune, his strength literally doubles. As he thinks this, the system fades out. Perfect, he is fully maxed. Time to start dealing with Magi. And once that business is handled, he is going to totally exploit Ryu Min. But suddenly, a thought hits Ryu Min. Wait a second, what is that guy even doing right now? Did he actually survive the plan? He activates a skill to track down his target. Tracking Young Min, Ryu Min grins wickedly when he finally locates him. He can still track Young Min's location, which means he is still alive. Awesome. He can totally use him even more. His eyes turn ice cold thinking about that arrogant smile. He is absolutely determined to crush him, but this time it will be. Alright, you and I are diving back in. He finally used Huang Wei Min, planning to discard him completely after this real-world encounter. The scene shifts to a massive building inside the bustling city. Sitting completely alone in a luxury cafe, Juri waits, looking visibly confused by the sudden request. She gazes outside, wondering why exactly Ryu Min wanted to meet her again. In her head, she's already imagining the craziest possible scenario. Don't tell me. In her wild imagination, Ryu Min leans in close and whispers, "Juri, I missed you." Just thinking about it makes her dot. Incredibly flustered, desperately trying to keep her cool. What a completely ridiculous thought. Stay calm, completely calm, do not let anything show right now. She is still drowning in her chaotic thoughts when the door suddenly swings open. Min walks right in, radiating that absolute handsome male lead energy. He turns his head, scanning the cafe for her. Spotting her in a corner, he flashes a warm smile and greets her. "You're already here. Have you been waiting long?" She quickly stands up to explain, "No, not at all. I actually just got here myself." Feeling totally awkward, Juri announces she's going to order drinks. "What do you want?" "It's my treat today, so just pick whatever you feel like drinking." This makes him look pleasantly surprised. "Really? In that case, I will take an Americano with an extra shot." She immediately nods in agreement. "Okay, just give me a second." After sitting back down, Ryu Min's face becomes weirdly friendly. "Thanks for the drink, Juri." Right away, she senses something is off and starts overthinking. Why does the atmosphere feel so tense today? It's probably just because of my ridiculous daydreaming earlier. Before long, she's flashing back to that intimate imaginary scene from before. This time, Ryu Min gently breaks the silence. "So how was round 5? He looks a bit awkward, staring at her face. "You met up with Black Hound, right?" Hearing this, she immediately nods in confirmation. "Yeah, just like you said, I met him and we hunted together." Juri's face lights up as she explains. "Honestly, I was pretty skeptical. Why would the #1 ranker party with me? But when I showed him my buffs, he nodded instantly. It seems this was exactly what Min calculated. Even someone like Black Hound needs her buffs." She nods, laughing in agreement. "Thanks to that, hunting was super easy. He helped so much. For the first time ever, I ranked second in the entire region." Hearing this, he looks forward, feigning absolute surprise and awe. "Second place. That is amazing. What kind of reward did you get?" Her eyes are practically sparkling with anticipation. "Do you want to see?" Juri summons a necklace right into her hand, her face glowing brightly because this item is a rare mid-tier accessory that drastically boosts agility stats. "So how does it look?" Min stares at the shiny collar in her hands and can't help but look absolutely amazed by the drop. "It is beautiful." She immediately shoves it toward him. "Here, you can take it." This sudden generous offer completely catches him off guard. "Huh? Why? Give it to me." She quickly urges him, "Just take it. I only got this because your prediction was completely spot on." He still seems way too bashful about the whole thing. "No, I really can't. This is your hard-earned reward." But Juri's gaze remains incredibly resolute and stubborn here. "That's not true. Black Hound totally hard-carried me, making the hunt a complete breeze." Min just smiles awkwardly. "Then you should definitely give it to him." She sighs in surprise. Why would he need a low-level item like this? But in his mind, he already has his own cunning thoughts. Of course he wouldn't. He doesn't need anything. Seeing the situation, Min quickly waves his hands, declining. "I really appreciate it, but I honestly don't need it. I haven't even reached the official class level yet." She feels a bit confused by this. "You haven't reached official level? What level are you right now?" He sighs, looking down with a totally depressed expression. "Level 19. I just killed 300 orcs in 10 hours. Seeing his sad attitude, Juri can only put the agility necklace away. The prophet class really isn't suited for close quarters combat at all, is it? Sensing something is off, her curiosity totally peaks. "By the way, how does a prophet even fight?" Ryu Min just laughs, scratching his head, unsure how to explain it. "I have a few magic skills, but showing them off right here is a bit embarrassing." This makes her pause and think. "So you really don't need an agility necklace, since magic relies entirely on your intelligence stat, right?" He immediately nods his head to confirm this. "Exactly." But then she gets another bright idea. Suddenly, a brand new item magically appears right in Juri's open hand. "Then I will give you this, instead of the necklace." She smiles sincerely, explaining to him, "I picked this up during the hunt, so just take it. I have no idea if it's any good, but it's the thought that counts, so please do not reject it." Seeing her treating him so well, Ryu Min actually feels a bit touched. He gently reaches out to take the item from her hands. Thank you for thinking of me. This brief physical contact instantly makes Juri blush bright red. Do not get the wrong idea, you always give me good info, so I really felt bad taking it for free. Min falls deep into thought for a quick moment before suggesting a brilliant idea. In that case, I also want to give you something in return. She looks incredibly surprised by this. Huh, give me something. What is it? He continues without missing a beat. What else? The information for round 6, obviously. These words make her completely freeze in shock. She manages a stiff, awkward smile. I would be extremely grateful if you shared that with me. Min casually drops the bombshell. Sure, the objective for round 6 requires the two of you to sit down and actually have a long, lively conversation together. Now pay attention here because a moment later, Juri's face lights up as she finally pieces it together. Should I hunt with Black Hound again? Min confidently reassures her I am pretty sure he won't refuse you at all. You already proved your worth back in round 5. She immediately becomes deep in thought again, form another party with him. Seeing this reaction, he pretends to look incredibly worried. So what? You and I are back, so you're happy, right? Juri laughed, sharing her thoughts. Of course, Ryu Min was incredibly nice to her. Ryu Min feigned surprise. Hearing this, she continued, Good. With sparkling eyes, she focused on recounting everything to him. He acts way more thoughtful than I ever expected. He's not as scary as his vibe, a bit arrogant maybe, but rank 1 gets a pass. Those words pierced like a literal knife. Right through Ryu Min's head. He didn't know what to say. Really, after a brief moment of deep thought, she spoke up again. Plus, he seems to have some crazy insight. Ryu Min felt a little confused. Insight, she tried explaining her thought process, though it was super hard. It's hard to explain, but it's like he reads minds. Hearing this, Min calmed down. That was just his soul seal working. In his head, he had his own private thoughts. I'm not perfect at all. I failed 99 times already. Wait, had she been tricked? The final round needed exactly 5 people to enter the boss room. Damn it. He remembered the system notifications from that exact day. The boss room requirement was strict. Entering required at least 5 players. Thinking about this, Ryu Min stared ahead with He was determined not to make another mistake. I'm out of chances anyway. I have to reach that final round at all costs. Him, Juri, and that American priest too. Seeing him lost in such deep thought, Juri felt a little confused by his serious expression. Min, what are you thinking about? He quickly shook his head to explain. Nothing, don't worry. She was pretty curious. Are you worrying about? The next round, Ryu Min nodded in agreement. Yeah, I'm not that strong, right? She sighed with regret. If only the regions merged, then I could actually help you. He felt pretty surprised by that. Help me for free, she nodded, confirming it once again. Of course, she sighed, explaining herself. Always being the one receiving favors makes me feel guilty. I haven't been able to help you. Seeing her looking so guilty, Ryu Min stayed perfectly calm, keeping his real thoughts hidden. You helped me out a ton, actually. Juri, thanks to you, I took down that high-level orc in 1 second. He gently comforted her. Don't stress over it. Sooner or later, we'll meet each other again in another world. This finally made Juri look up feeling a little bit happier. Really? She flashed a bright, encouraging smile. Then let's do our best together. He just raised a hand and nodded, even though his mind was running its own calculations. If she ever finds out I'm actually Ryu Min, how would she react? That was his biggest worry. Time flew by quickly, shifting to late evening over at the Chunma Group headquarters. Ryu Min confidently stepped right inside. Secretary Wu bowed his head to announce him. Sir, the main shareholder Ryu Min has arrived. Seeing him finally appear, made Ma Gil Rock jump up in excitement to greet him. Welcome our esteemed shareholder, he quickly pointed to a chair gesturing. Please have a seat right here. He signaled to the secretary. Manager On, bring us 2 cups of chrysanthemum tea. The secretary nodded. Right away, sir. After Ryu Min took his seat, Ma Gil Rock immediately cut straight to the chase. So main shareholder, or should I say profit? Was your trip okay? Ryu Min smiled. Very good. The driver you sent was quite polite. Hearing that, Ma Gil Rock breathed a huge sigh of relief. That's wonderful. If anyone ever upsets you, just tell me. I'll handle it immediately. Appropriate action will be taken. Ryu Min thought to himself, Ma Gil Rock, the guy who kills a criminal every week, talking about appropriate action. Suddenly, he spoke up. Ah, that's right. A plan sparked in Ryu Min's head. It was best not to say anything reckless right now. Ma Gil Rock glanced outside, then suggested, have you eaten yet? If not, we could dine together. Ryu Min just laughed at the offer. There is something far more important than eating. This made Ma Gil Rock spring up with absolute excitement. His face was full of anticipation. Could it be, did you come to provide info on the next round? Seeing that eager look on his face left Ryu Min feeling extremely satisfied. This guy was truly desperate. He made his proposal. Of course, I'll share information. About round 6, Ma Gil Rock replied with pure joy. Really, I'd appreciate that so much. Before he even finished, Ryu Min cut him off. In exchange, I want you to convene an emergency shareholder meeting. He calmly stated his mind. The time has finally come to talk real business. We are going to change the company's entire industry and its name. Ma Gil-rock's expression instantly shifted. What exactly do you want me to do? Ryu Min didn't hold back, diving straight into the main topic. At the meeting, I want you to support the project I'm about to propose. His voice echoed clearly inside the luxurious office space. Like I said before, don't argue blindly. You have to convince the other shareholders. Ma Gil-rock just stayed completely silent after hearing those words. Based on what I see in the future, they won't be happy about this. Feeling like something was off, he panicked, ready to push back. Just what kind of business was this anyway? All of his chaotic reactions were perfectly read by Ryu Min. Our guy had his own calculations. Look at that face, he's dying to know. Makes perfect sense. Hearing about an industry shift that still guarantees success. This time, Ryu Min spoke very slowly. The business sector I'm about to launch. His face grew incredibly smug. Is an exclusive social media platform built specifically for players. Ryu Min smiled with absolute confidence. An exclusive hub for players. You and I know this changes everything. This wild idea left Ma Gil-rock totally stunned. I understand. You mean a website? He nods to confirm. Exactly. But the real difference between a normal site and this one, it is strictly for players. A place to trade system items instead of everyday goods. Jeon-rook shoots him a highly skeptical look of pure suspicion. Trading system items for actual cash. Sensing his hesitation, Ryu Min patiently breaks down the plan. We will let the sellers completely decide. They can choose to trade directly or set a clear cash price for whatever they post up on the site. Jeon-rook still looks pretty confused. I get the trading part, but do players actually need cash? Ryu Min stays perfectly calm. Some definitely will. He goes over the initial strategy again. Right now, there simply isn't any other way to do it. Jeon-rook is still skeptical. Wait, so there will be a way later. Watching his reaction, Ryu Min thinks to himself, the guy is actually pretty smart. But of course, Ryu Min predicted this exact response. He calmly lays out the master plan he prepared from the start. Exactly. I looked straight into the future and saw players over level 40 making trades using gold coins instead of cash. Jeon-rook is hearing this massive secret for the first time. Ryu Min smoothly continues, revealing the master plan in his head. At level 40, you unlock the negotiation feature. With that, you can safely transfer gold between different players. We just need to build a system on the site for secure gold trading when that time comes. Ryu Min smirks, looking totally confident. And of course, we collect transaction fees. You and I know how wild this gets. Jeon-rook just sits there completely silent, processing this idea. A dedicated online market for players. That is actually brilliant. Nobody else is doing this right now. If it takes off, we hold a total monopoly. He looks up, raising an eyebrow. But who is actually going to use it right away? Ryu Min shrugs off the question effortlessly. Players have tons of useless items hoarded from the first 5 rounds. Ryu Min already studied this market flaw perfectly from the very beginning. Like, you cannot sell monster drops to the system shop. I guarantee they want to dump all that junk. His confident voice echoes through the room. Plus, now that players are hitting level 20, they are definitely trying out all sorts of new item combinations. Jeon-rook just listens in absolute silence. If there is a website that lets them easily buy what they need. After hearing this pitch, Jeon-rook finally changes his mind. Yeah, there will be a massive user base. Ryu Min nods completely, agreeing. This is the absolute perfect time to launch. Jeon-rook takes a minute to process everything, sitting quietly while calculating the next steps for this master plan. You are totally right. If we nail this, it is going to be massive. We can blast out a ton of promotional posts. All sorts of ideas are flashing through his mind right now. We should definitely build an app for it too. Maybe we even throw in an auction system if we skip the initial fees. While Jeon-rook is completely lost in his brainstorming, the corners of Ryu Min's mouth curve into a very smug smile. Jeon-rook is clearly hooked on the idea. And honestly, it makes perfect sense. Ryu Min knows he holds all the cards as a prophet. But beneath the surface, our guy has his own hidden agenda here. Because this setup heavily benefits him too. If I monopolize all the unknown crafting materials before anyone figures out their true value, I can forge absolutely insane, unique, legendary, and straight-up god-tier items. While Ryu Min is deep in his overpowered daydreams, Jeon-rook finally makes his big decision. Alright, let's officially do this. What about the company name? Ryu Min just glances over at him. Do you have anything in mind? Jeon-rook's face is full of trust now. Actually, you just pick it. You are the majority shareholder anyway. Ryu Min drops the casual act and looks dead serious. How about Player Plaza? It perfectly emphasizes that this space is built strictly for the players. Jeon Rock silently nods, totally agreeing with this logic. That sounds great, and it is incredibly easy to abbreviate too. Hearing that final approval, Ryu Min lets out a quiet sigh. Perfect. So how long will development take? Jeon Rock calculates the timeline in his head before dropping the estimate. At least 1 full month. Ryu Min nods, doing the math. That means it launches after round 6. Suddenly, remembering a crucial detail, Ryu Min quickly speaks up. Oh, by the way, let me give you the rundown on round 6 right now. Listen up, because you and I know this changes everything. Both Jeon Rock and Secretary On look completely stunned. After discussing the intense details for a while, Jeon Rock sits back, deeply processing the warnings. So teamwork is actually going to be critical for round 6. He finally stands up, sincerely thanking him for all the vital info. Ryu Min just shakes his head casually. It was nothing. Meanwhile, Jeon Rock is absolutely thrilled, already plotting their future moves. Teaming up with this guy was the smartest decision ever. Thanks to him, every single thing is running perfectly smooth in both the real world and the system world. Jeon Rock looks up with a bright smile. All right, we will launch the business. Exactly as you described. I will set up a shareholder meeting as soon as possible to get this officially approved. Jeon Rock looks incredibly hyped right now. Would you be able to attend and pitch the concept yourself? Ryu Min nods without hesitation. Yeah, I can do that. Jeon Rock instantly puts his full faith in him. Awesome. I will give you a call the second we lock in a date. Feeling fantastic about how quickly things just moved forward, Jeon Rock turns around. Manager On, please drive him back home and catch her up on everything we discussed while you are at it. On nods, respectfully. Understood. As Secretary On heads out, Jeon Rock turns toward the door. All right, see you later. What do you and I take from this? Always trust the mastermind. A few days flash by and Ryu Min wakes up, instantly grabbing his phone. Today is the massive public launch day. All right, you and I are about to see some crazy system mechanics. Ryu Min opens the daily shop interface, his fingers moving incredibly fast. He stares at the cloak right in front of him, looking visibly hyped. There it is, the Wanderer's ragged robe. Just what he wanted. The ultimate daily item. The system window immediately pops up, flashing the stats for this insane cloak. Wanderer's ragged robe. Armor-type gear. Epic rank. Defense is a measly 1, durability 1000 out of 1000. Restricted to official players only. Description: just filthy torn up rags. But get this, it has one massive advantage. Price 20,000 gold. Time left, exactly 23 hours and 59 minutes. Ryu Min hesitates, feeling slightly conflicted. The defense is absolute trash, but it boosts movement and attack speed straight through the roof. Despite the flaw, he still reaches out. He confirms the purchase. An epic item for just 20,000 gold is insanely rare. Watching the success screen pop up, Ryu Min falls into deep thought. Pretty soon, he won't even need to rely on this system shop anymore. He can just buy everything he needs straight from the social network market. A scroll he just ordered materializes right in front of him. When the time comes, these crafting blueprints will sell for crazy high prices. If someone has a specific blueprint for a certain item, Ryu Min stares at the scroll, analyzing every detail. With this, he won't ever need to blindly mash random items together anymore. A completely flawless plan is already cooking inside Ryu Min's head. Plus, there is an even bigger advantage here. Players can actually resell these blueprints, making them ridiculously popular items. If he milks this massive advantage properly, the whole player market is going to explode. Thinking about all this cash, he feels exhausted, just flops backward onto his bed. But first he has to deal with tomorrow's major shareholder meeting. Fast forward to the very next day at Heavenly Demon Consulting. Every time a big shot CEO walks into the room, Secretary On immediately hands them an official document folder. Please have a seat. Things are finally starting to look up and the heavy atmosphere in the room clears. The shareholder meeting kicks off perfectly. Ryu Min stands confidently at the podium, pitching his wild new business ideas to every single person there. But, of course, things are never actually that simple. Just like he predicted, there are always those annoying executives ready to push back against his vision. Some push back hard, but since he completely dominates their questions with flawless answers, the resistance slowly dies down. Ryu Min is not sweating it at all. He just calmly lays out the master plan. Watching this unfold, Jeon Rock stands beside him, absolutely mind-blown by the performance. Eventually, every single person agrees to the terms. After the meeting wraps up, Jeon Rock rushes over, completely hyped up. You killed it up there. You did not even look nervous at all. Ryu Min just calmly shrugs it off. Probably because I practiced so much at home. Jeon Rock looks a little bit shocked by this. Oh really? Jeon Rock places a hand on his chest and drops his honest thoughts. From here on out, I will handle the rest. You just focus on surviving the next death game round." Hearing that, a very strange, confident smirk creeps onto Ryu Min's face. Yeah, this guy is totally worried about him getting killed. Knowing everything is finally on track, Jiunra quickly changes the subject. "Hey, are you hungry right now? Let's go grab some lunch." Ryu Min happily nods. "Sounds good to me." Deep down inside, he finally lets out a massive sigh of relief. That's one huge problem solved. Today's objective is completely cleared. He strolls forward, already plotting out his next massive move. Now there is only one thing left: time to contact. Huang Yami. A split second later, Yami's face pops up right on the video screen. "Hello everyone, welcome to the PCW regular Sunday meeting." Wait, Poporing's expression looks seriously weird today. He quickly responds, "Hey Yami." She immediately realizes something is very wrong with this vibe. "Why does everyone look so depressed today? Did something happen?" Poporing asks with a dead serious tone. Wait, you seriously have not heard the tragic news yet? She has absolutely no idea what went down. What news? The very next words out of his mouth make her freeze completely solid on the spot. "We still have not heard a single thing from my 30s and Honey Jam. Since nobody has been able to contact those two since round 5 ended, I really do not think they survived." Instantly, her face turns dead serious. She slowly glances around at the depressing attitude coming from the other members. So that is why everyone is hanging their heads. But wait, are they actually mourning these deaths? We literally only know each other through video calls. She pauses. "You and I both know what's really happening here." Yami suddenly realizes the brutal truth. They're totally just faking it to look like good people. She immediately pictures the chairman's face and starts overthinking everything. The founder of this PCW group is the single most influential powerhouse in this entire chat. Of course, they have to pretend to care just to win his favor. That guy always acts super depressed whenever a member gets killed off in the games. Realizing this, Yami makes a bold decision. "I better start acting too." She instantly flips a switch, going into full-blown Oscar-worthy acting mode, crying her absolute eyes out. No, not those two. Seeing her look so completely heartbroken, the rest of the chat starts bawling too. "Stop crying. Because you are crying now, I am crying too." Seeing all these adults literally copying her dramatic fake sadness, Yami just smirks in her mind. "Look at these fools, every single one of them copying my reaction. Humans are so ridiculously easy to manipulate." Suddenly, the system flashes a brand new alert. The chairman has officially joined the PCW call. Looking at everyone bawling their eyes out, the chairman is utterly confused. What in the world is going on? Why is everybody crying? Seeing this, Lost Chick just sighs heavily and explains the entire tragedy to the chairman. After hearing the grim report, the chairman falls into this incredibly strange silence. "I understand. But honestly, I am still just very glad that the rest of you are still alive." He squeezes his eyes shut, speaking with heavy sorrow. "No round ever goes smoothly, and right now, we only have 6 people left standing. Stick around because one member steps up and drops a bomb. Chairman, can we just not choose the moderator?" "New executives." The chairman hesitated before snapping back. "I want that too, but nobody has the skills. Every single applicant from the last round has completely gone off the grid." He looked up at the guy sitting right across the table. "Lost what happened to those 3? He shook his head. "I called them over and over, but zero response." This obviously disappointed the chairman. "Looks like all 3 of them probably died in round 5. Lost announced, his tone dead serious. "I am not totally sure about the other 2, but Ryu Min is definitely still alive." IR chimed in with absolute certainty. "Even if those 2 failed, the Grim Reaper is 100% alive." "I mean, you all saw the round 5 results, right? A monster that strong doesn't just survive in the game. He is definitely doing fine in the real world too." Here is the regional summary for round 5. Grim Reaper level 40, 1 minute and 6 seconds. M level 25 Mage 2 minutes 32 seconds. Level 24 Dark Knight 2 minutes 47 seconds. Bishop frowned. "Then why did the Grim Reaper sign up for our group and just vanish?" IR just shrugged, totally helpless. "I have no clue." Jetting jumped in. "Maybe the guy just wanted to mess with us." Bishop wasn't convinced, but what if that guy was never the real Grim Reaper to begin with? Maybe the reason we haven't heard from him is because he actually died in round 5. Poring has a point. A total fake. IR nodded along. "Yeah, that makes sense." The guildmaster sneered. "Right? A big name like the Grim Reaper would never join some no-name cafe group like ours." Suddenly, he froze like he just realized something terrible. Wait, hearing that the other 3 flinched, absolute panic setting in. Bishop instantly cornered him. "Guildmaster, did you just call our group a no-name cafe? What exactly are you trying to say about this place? I mean, this cafe unites players. We are the pioneers of the new era. Do you have a problem with that?" He waved his hands, stammering hard. "Sorry, Chairman, I really didn't mean it like that." The chairman's eyes grew sharp and terrifying. You are stripped of your executive rights. Actually, no. You are permanently banned from this cafe. What the guy gasped. We need absolute unity right now, not someone who looks down on our group. I simply cannot accept someone like that. You are done here. The guild master is officially blacklisted from this moment on, and when the new era finally arrives, you had better learn how to adapt on your own. The guy screamed in panic. Chairman, then the system voice chimed in the admin had forcefully kicked the terrified guy from the room. The chairman just smiled cheerfully. All right, now that we have cleared out the traitor, let's continue our meeting. Everyone was tense, but they all replied at once. Understood. Ire a scoff, which caught the chairman's attention. Lost, is there a problem? He was staring intently at the screen. Someone just applied for a membership and their player name is. His next words completely shocked every single person in the room. It is the Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper signed up again. Yes, Chairman. But this time the real name is totally different. The applicant this time is named Ryu Min. Bishop spoke up softly. Let's go to his house. We cannot verify if he is the real deal, unless we meet him face to face. But what if it's another fake? Chairman IR gritted his teeth. If it is, he is going to pay a heavy price for messing with us. Meanwhile, a guy was staring intently at his monitor. Min thought to himself another fake Grim Reaper had popped up, meaning those frack executives wouldn't just sit still. They would definitely use an interview as an excuse to visit his house, an address that he personally wrote down in detail for Ryu Min. Thinking about that, he immediately stood up and walked outside. They recruit members by forcing them to kill. Oppressing civilians and turning them into literal slaves is completely twisted. Those crimes will only create a massive divide between players and civilians, which eventually leads to total destruction. Because of that, he couldn't just sit back. He had to completely wipe out those corrupt executives and take over the organization for himself. You and I know how this goes. Flaba would eventually become a massive force holding over 30% of domestic players as active members. So instead of destroying the group, using it to control the player population was way more beneficial. That was exactly why he signed up for FC3 in the first place. Then he grabbed a heavy club. Once he used Ryu Min to wipe out the executives, he would finally take the chairman's seat. Slowly the door creaked open and a guy holding a black bag walked right in. The store owner cheerfully welcomed him, but froze the second that black bag was slammed onto the counter. Ryu Min, hiding under a dark hood, barked his order. Put all the cash you have right into this bag. Unless you want to die. The old man trembled, stammering out a response. Ryu Min punched the counter, screaming loudly, "Damn it, what are you waiting for? Think I am joking? Hurry up, you want your head smashed in." The owner went completely limp, struggling to stand. "I am doing it right now." He quickly handed over a large bag of money. Ryu Min's voice dropped terrifyingly deep. "Is this really it?" The man bowed his head. "Lottery ticket sales got suspended. Revenue has been terrible. We had to start selling convenience store items, but even then, it is bad." Ryu Min stepped closer, his voice dripping with pure menace. "Did I ask about any of that? I know you hide a safe back there." He raised his fist. "Bring it out now." The owner quickly turned away. Understood. The money bag was stuffed and Ryu Min internally cheered. About 10 million gold. Yeah, that is plenty. Try calling the cops and see what happens. I will literally break out of jail just to end you. With that, Ryu Min stepped quickly outside. He sprinted into a dark, narrow alleyway, ripped off his hood, and finally let out a massive sigh of relief. Today was a huge payday. With this much cash, he could easily survive for a whole month in the real world. But get this. What about that other world? Could he even survive the next round? We know exactly who he's blaming. It was all that bastard Grim Reaper's fault. Because of him, his friends died and stats dropped. Losing control, the guy screams. It is all that bastard's fault. A black cat hears the yell and bolts in terror. All right, you and I are about to meet the Reaper. That filthy Reaper. If I ever cross paths with him in real life, I will slice him in half. Meanwhile, at a dark building, Ryu Min sneaks quietly up the staircase. He glances over at the elevator, totally caught off guard. Someone is standing right there. Who is it? A voice calls out, making Ryu Min step back instantly on high alert. You must be Ryu Min. Looking at that reaction, I guessed right. Ryu Min stammers, totally shaken. Who are you? Are you the cops? The stranger laughs. The cops? Did you commit a crime? I am Losk, the interview manager for Frasba. You applied this morning, right? Ryu Min frowns hard. Is this jerk trying to pull some pyramid scheme nonsense? Is this a joke? Wait, aren't you? The Reaper Lost smirks. You think I am the Reaper? Are you messing with me? And what the heck is a flak anyway? Sorry, man. I am leaving. What the heck? At least tell me what is actually going on. Lost gives him a mysterious look. Seems like somebody has all your personal info and wants to mess with you because the name and address are a perfect match. Huang Yang Min panics, screaming, "What? Who would dare do that?" Suddenly Min steps out of the shadows wearing a mask. "It was me. I used your name." Huang Yang Min grits his teeth, absolutely furious. "What the heck? Who is this crazy guy?" "Do you know me?" Min answers, his voice freezing cold. "I know you." Huang Yang Min snaps back. "Then who are you?" Min slowly pulls out his weapon. "You really want to know who I am?" A massive scythe suddenly materializes right in front of him. "Is this answer clear enough for you?" The guy completely panics. A scythe that huge? Is this guy actually the real Reaper? But looking at him, he is way too short. Not even 170 centimeters tall. He is super skinny, totally different from the epic Reaper everyone imagined. Honestly, he seems incredibly easy to beat. But Huang Yang Min trembles, stepping back. It is the real Reaper. The body is different, sure, but that heavy aura and insane pressure, exactly the same. And most importantly, those cold eyes are real. The legend actually showed up. The Reaper came to find him in real life. But why? Why did he come all the way here? Why did he steal his name? They have absolutely nothing to do with each other anymore, right? And bringing a massive weapon like that, definitely not a friendly visit. He suddenly freezes. Wait a second, is he actually trembling right now? Just because this guy is actually the legendary Reaper. He never met him in real life, but the vibe is undeniable. At level 20, Huang Yang Min knows he definitely has zero chance of surviving this. Suddenly, Min stares right into his soul. "Hey you! You did not come here all by yourself, did you? Tell the rest of them to come out. I already know everything." Huang Yang Min completely panics. He even knows the backup squad is hiding here. Pouring and Jiding step out from the shadows. "We got totally busted." How did he even know? Min just points his massive scythe right at them. "Do not take another step unless you want to die." Losk scoffs in disgust. Big talk for such a tiny little coward. But Pouring quickly holds him back. "Hey, are you seriously the Reaper? You expect us to just believe that?" "Sure, I heard your main weapon is a giant scythe, but I have never actually seen it myself. Just holding a big scythe is not nearly enough proof." Min sighs. "Then why even ask if you refuse to believe it?" Pouring smirks. "Just wanted to hear you say it." Min nods. "Fine. I am the Reaper." Happy now, suddenly, the target being scanned registers as truth. His truth rune absolutely confirmed it. Pouring internally freaks out. "Wait, what did that system prompt just say?" "It confirmed the total truth." He refuses to believe it, but the system never lies. Pure terror hits him. Oh man, game over. His big mouth just completely ruined everything. What should he do now? Just drop down and beg for mercy? Wait, hold on. Maybe Min did not even hear him. He is standing totally still. Right, he nervously bows. "Lord Reaper, it is a massive honor." Min cuts him off. "Skip the fake greeting. You wanted to confirm my identity or not, right? Then use your own eyes and find out." Pouring feels his heart completely drop. Damn it, he heard everything. With absolutely zero escape route, his only option is to beg. "I sincerely apologize for my insane disrespect earlier." Lord Reaper Min just sneers right back at him. Save the pathetic apology for someone who cares. "Did you not want proof of who I am?" Pouring waves his hands. "No need to demonstrate your skills. The confirmation is already done. I just said my name, but I have a truth rune for that." Min glares. "Enough talking. If you can actually block my next strike, I will pretend this never happened." Pouring drops down. "Please, Lord Reaper, just this one time have mercy and spare my life." Min smiles. "All right then, let the game begin." Min casually swings his massive scythe. A single flash and the guy's head falls clean off, rolling across the cold, hard floor. Lost frowns in pure shock. Damn it, what kind of monster is this guy? He did not even see the blade swing. Oh, Lord Reaper, what exactly are you doing?" Min wipes the blade and answers. "What does it look like? I am just proving my identity with my skills." Losk sweats. "I literally just told you that was not necessary." Sure, they came all this way to recruit him, but an absolute psycho who casually chops heads off without warning, and they actually wanted to hire this guy. Bringing the Reaper into their guild is just way too dangerous. Now pay attention because things get wild. If they cannot recruit him, they must eliminate him. But a level 40 powerhouse will not go down easy. They decide to fake a surrender, lower his guard, and then strike. But Min just laughs at the ridiculous plan. "You idiots are literally leaking heavy bloodlust right now. Did you think I would not notice?" Law stammers. What are you talking about? Us kill you? No way, why would we ever dare plot against you?" Lord Reaper Min smirks. "You guys are just bowing down, faking a pathetic surrender, and planning to ambush me the second I turn around. Am I wrong? Stick with me, here is the crazy part. Do you know why I used Huang Yang Min's identity? Because All right, you and I are jumping right in. What do you corrupt officials want?" Min's voice drops dead cold. "Simple. You all will Die right here by my hands. Poporing panics. He needs to warn the others. Buying time is his only option, but before he can even react, blood splatters everywhere. The official gasps. Did you seriously lure us all the way out here just to slaughter us? Why? What kind of grudge do you have against us? Min just presses his scythe right against the guy's neck. What about you? What grudge made you murder innocent people under the guise of an employment test? The guy completely panics. Wait, how do you know about that? Min smirks. Especially during those official interviews. You guys actually force candidates to kill innocent people with their own hands, one-on-one. The official stammers in terror. They are not innocent civilians. They aren't blameless. They dared to insult players despite being so weak, secretly harboring pure jealousy and burning envy for all of our special abilities. Two-faced trash like that totally deserves to die, right? Min keeps pushing him. Then what about you? You are so strict with others, but completely forgive your own sins. Isn't that being two-faced as well? The guy scowls. You are so annoying. You do not know a single thing about me. Min laughs on the inside. Oh, but he does. With his special rune, he sees right through it all. Without hesitating, Min lands a clean strike, dropping the guy instantly. You are just trash who kills innocent people. Min turns around and spots Young Min violently shaking, hiding in the corner. Do not be scared. I will send you to meet your friends. Hearing this, Young Min completely freaks out. Wait, how? Do you know my friends? Min takes a slow step forward. Why wouldn't I know? We all used to hang out together. Or more accurately, I was dragged around by you guys. Young Min freezes. What? Min slowly takes off his mask. Do you seriously not recognize who I am? It is me. Min, the guy you all used to violently bully. Young Min starts shaking, his voice cracking. What? He remembers the past. You little bastard. I told you to bring the money. That absolute loser Min is actually the infamous Ryu Min. They are the exact same person. There is no way. Hard to believe, right? That I am Ryu Min. I get it. Last year, I was still getting brutally beaten by you. Young Min scowls. Wait, what? Did you trick me from the very start? Why pretend to be such a pathetic loser? Min fires right back. What are you talking about? Since when did I ever pretend to be a loser? But then Min swings his scythe, slicing right through him. Young Min drops to his knees in pure agony. Min keeps going. Hearing scum like you call me a loser really ticks me off. Shut up unless you want me to cut out your tongue right now. Good, you know how to listen. I will give you first aid. But you lost your arm. It does not really matter. Because you are about to die anyway. Young Min's voice trembles. Are you really the Min I used to know? Min shuts him down. No, the Min you knew is already dead, saying that he raises his giant scythe high. Goodbye. Young Min desperately stops him. Wait, hold on, Min, I bullied you a lot, right? I was totally wrong. I truly regret everything I did. Please do not kill me. Min leans down, looking him in the eye. Really? Yes, absolutely. And killing me does not benefit you at all, right? You should use me instead of killing me. Min smirks. Use you? Use you for what exactly? Well, like I can be your own personal servant. Tell me to crawl, I crawl. Tell me to run, I run. I will do everything, run errands, even act as bait while hunting monsters, anything. Min stares at the guy for a long time. No, still not enough. In your head, you are still just figuring out how to stab me in the back, right? That servant act is just to buy time until you can finally kill me. Young Min denies it quickly. Me? What are you talking about? Why would I do that? Inwardly, he is cursing. Damn it, how did this bastard know? Was it a guess? Min just raises his scythe once again. A wild dog that bites its owner cannot be allowed to stay near me. Your usefulness completely ends right here and now. Young Min's eyes turn bloodshot as he screams in utter despair. Wait, please, just give me one more chance. Before he can even finish, the scythe slashes down. He collapses onto the dirt, blood spilling everywhere. Min's voice is freezing cold. I already gave you a chance. In the previous loop, when I lacked the inner rune, I actually believed your slick words and spared your miserable life. And the result, I got stabbed right in the back as expected. I was way too stupid back then. Goodbye, you bastard. Our filthy connection permanently ends right here. From now on, I will never see your disgusting face again. Now you and I know he has to clean this mess up. Erase all the evidence. Suddenly, a bright blue light appears completely, scanning the body and making sure the blood is erased. He casually uses a skill to make them totally vanish. Now I should head to his house. Meanwhile, someone joins the Bloody Cafe chat room. A girl happily speaks up. So nice to see you as chairman. Bishop here, he is curious. You arrive already, she continues chatting. Looks like the interview with Ryu Min is finally over, but where are the other officials hiding? He answers with a soft voice. The officials are all dead. They went to the interview and were slaughtered. She is incredibly curious. Who dared to do something like that? No way. Could it be? That is right. Ryu Min is actively hunting down our cafe members. So does that mean Soboru, Meding, and Poporing too? You mean they all died at the hands of just one person? Exactly. But why would he do that? What did they even do wrong? Does a killer need a reason? Maybe he just wanted to satisfy himself, or perhaps he really hates the fact that we are constantly increasing our influence. In her mind, there are always jealous people out there wanting to snatch away things that look way better than their own. Is it really just pure jealousy making him act out like this? If that is true, then we have to kill Ryu Min. The request to join our cafe was a trap to lure officials. He nods. Exactly. She furiously scratches her head. Man, I was looking forward to it. Stick with me, this is getting crazy. We ran into Ryu Min, but it turns out the guy is an absolute psychopath who hates our guts. Thankfully, we didn't officially recruit him into our ranks. Otherwise, we would be completely wiped out. Another guy nods in agreement. That maniac Ryu Min probably would have taken my head too. But now Ryu Min is officially our enemy. We have to hunt him down and avenge our fallen members. A woman hesitates for a second, asking if they are absolutely sure it wasn't just some imposter, but actually Ryu Min himself. There's a witness. Someone asks, lost to explain the situation to Jamie. Yes, Mr. President. The voices echoing through the computer screen wrap up. The president announces he will see them at the next meeting. All right, see you guys then. Min casually replies, see you later. The system chimes in the president has left the chat room. Min adds, catch you later, Jamie. Jamie replies back, you should really get some rest after everything today. Min agrees. You are totally right. The system pings again. Lostia has left the chat room. Now you and I both know Min is playing them like fools. He smirks, muttering under his breath. Unequip armor. Instantly, the outer layer of his heavy gear vanishes into thin air. Min chuckles, realizing he is a natural-born actor. He opens up the system window, analyzing his next move. He focuses on the time attack reward he picked up back in round 5, the Assassin Mark. He knows it is easily the most overpowered utility item he owns. Right now, a glowing card appears, the Assassin Mask. Category is Helmet. Rank is Unique, Defense is 1. Effect grants absolutely perfect camouflage into the last person the user killed just by speaking the camouflage command. Durability is fully maxed out. Equip condition requires a skill level of Expert tier or higher. Description says it is a paper-thin transparent mask once worn by an assassin. 99.9% of people never saw his real face. Min runs the math in his head. The absolute best part about this mask is copying the exact appearance of your latest victim, and the easiest way to assassinate a target is disguising as their trusted teammate. He would love nothing more than to kill the president and steal his identity. But this mask would be completely useless on him, because the guy is not even a player. The sheer irony. The leader of an entire organization full of awakened players is not even a player himself. Min narrows his eyes thinking back. Plus, Jamie is a massive obstacle standing in his way right now. With his current skill set, he stands zero chance against her in a straight fight. Min nods to himself. He needs to avoid clashing with their top officers until he figures out a solid countermeasure. Until then, he will keep playing the role of Lostia in their regular meetings and silently monitor everything from the inside. He starts walking, strategizing his next move. Since those idiots will not suspect a thing until the next meeting, he is going to use this downtime to fully restore the durability of the Eternal Sleep Stone. Min steps outside his hideout, squinting up at a massive airplane passing overhead. All right, it is finally time to head overseas. The scene shifts to the United Kingdom. Inside a dusty workshop, Daniel is swinging his heavy hammer. He dips a hot, small knife right into a basin of water. Daniel holds up the polished blade. It gleams perfectly in the light. He runs a finger across the edge. Done. He sighs, staring closely at the newly forged knife. Daniel tosses it onto the wooden table with a frustrated groan, wondering what the actual point is when nobody is buying them anyway. Ever since those blasted angels showed up, his customer base has completely vanished. He picks the dagger back up, staring at his own reflection as he mutters in defeat. He admits he is completely flat broke right now. Honestly, he has officially hit rock bottom here. 0 cash left to his name. Does he really need another job? Daniel shakes his head. His only wish was to make a living doing this. Is that so wrong? He slumps back, completely lost in a daydream. If he can just survive until round 20, the system will grant him one wish. Daniel suddenly jumps out of his chair, a new spark in his eyes. That is right. He absolutely cannot give up yet. He is still young. A real man needs ambition to survive. He clenches his fists, pumping himself up with a fresh wave of courage, and starts planning his future. He vows to clear the final round and claim that wish for himself. He already unlocked the exclusive blacksmith title in this insane otherworldly system. This has to be his destiny. He nods to himself. Sure, being a crafter does not exactly give him crazy combat stats, but he still has a fighting chance. His raw weapon damage gets boosted by 150%, all thanks to his weapon sharpening skill. He has had that buff since hitting level 20. He hypes himself up. He just has to survive until round 20. Then Daniel immediately slumps back down, letting out a depressing sigh. But money is a completely different nightmare. He literally does not even have enough cash for raw materials. Harsh reality crashes down on him once again as he thinks. He decides he has to pause the forging grind until he can scrape together some funds. Once he secures the materials, he will come right back and finish. Daniel rubs his temples. First things first, he needs a paying job. Now, here's where you and I get to see Min make his grand entrance. Daniel whips around, startled by the footsteps. He squints at the stranger, analyzing him. An Asian guy. Honestly, not many normal people can survive the trip up to this area. He crosses his arms and asks, "How can I help you, buddy?" Min flashes a completely friendly smile, reaching his hand out. "You must be J. Daniel, the famous young blacksmith, am I right?" Daniel narrows his eyes suspiciously. "Who the heck are you?" Min just chuckles. "Looks like I definitely came to the right place after all." Daniel steps back, totally on guard. "How do you even know about me?" Min shrugs casually. "I did not just hear about you, man. I saw you." Daniel stares, completely confused. What exactly is that supposed to mean? Min dramatically points a finger right at his own chest. "I am a prophet. I can literally see into the future." Daniel scoffs, looking at him like he is completely insane. "A prophet? What kind of nonsense is that?" Min simply extends his hand. "You are level 21, a blacksmith, from zone CK-008. Am I right?" Daniel freezes, his mind racing fast. Level and class could be a lucky guess, but knowing his exact spawn zone, that is way too specific. Could this guy actually be legit? He stammers out. "You can seriously see the future." Min smirks, reeling him in. "That is right, Daniel. I have never heard of a prophet class before." Min just smiles confidently. "That is completely understandable. You see, this specific hidden class is incredibly... All right, you and I are looking at something crazy rare. The prophet class, literally one of a kind. Only a single person in the world can hold it." Daniel crosses his arms. "So why exactly is a big shot like you here?" Min just flashes a massive smile. "Relax, I just want to make a deal." He points it out plain and simple. "I need you to repair an item for me. Do that, and I give you some seriously useful information." "Wait, useful info?" Min leans in. "Yeah, details," completely breaking down round 6. Daniel completely freezes up. His mind is racing now. Round 6. If he actually gets his hands on early intel for the next stage, that is a massive advantage. But getting all that just for fixing some gear, it feels way too good to be true. Sketchy even. Daniel stares him down. "Are you seriously offering me future stage info just to recover some item durability? No hidden strings attached?" Min chuckles to himself. Exactly as planned. If Daniel agreed too quickly, it would have honestly been pretty disappointing. Our guy looks right at him. "To be totally honest, I just want us to be friends." Daniel goes completely rigid. "Wait, what did you just say?" Min keeps going. "I have seen the future. You become an absolute master craftsman, clearing round 15 all by yourself." He locks eyes with him, but that is where it ends. You have absolutely no future after that. Tragic, right? Min is totally planting the seeds of hope here, but I can change that. Team up with me and you will grow stronger, faster, pushing way beyond just round 15. He drops the bait. Daniel is stunned. Min promises he will achieve his ultimate dream of becoming an eternal blacksmith. Suspicious, Daniel asks. "So what do you want from me?" Min shrugs it off. "Nothing crazy. Just smile, be friendly, and we both watch each other's backs." That is it, Daniel thinks. Hard. This guy is literally the only blacksmith to reach round 15. Keeping a solid bond with someone this insanely talented, that is a huge asset. Min watches him overthink it. The guy looks super conflicted. "Want me to make the choice a little easier for you?" He holds out his hand with a grin. "Look, my terms are super simple. You fix my gear when I need it and cast a few support buffs on me. In return, I feed you every detail about the next round." Min lays it out. "Do this and you secure crazy advantages others will never get. You level up infinitely faster." Daniel debates it mentally. This is an offer he really should jump on instantly without a second thought. But can he actually trust this prophet? The guy sounds completely genuine, but in this deadly world, playing it totally safe is always the smartest move. He finally speaks up. "Look, I really appreciate you valuing my skills this highly, but I am still not entirely sold on this. How about this? I decide whether we officially team up after I see the actual results of your round 6 intel. Does that work?" Min nods easily. "Your call. I am not forcing you to sign a blood contract here." Daniel sighs. All right, let me just fix your item first. Once that is done, you hand over the round 6 information. Min smirks. Understood. He pulls out a crazy brilliant glowing stone. A system card pops up. Epic rarity. The Stone of Eternal Sleep, a necklace-type accessory. The crazy effect. For every single monster killed, it gains 1 point but loses 1 durability point. Stack up 100 points and it converts straight into a pure bonus attribute point. Durability is sitting at 1 out of 1,000. Description reads a necklace holding a dull gray stone. Condition requires normal level or above. Legend says this stone traps the souls of the slain. Min hands it over. The Stone of Eternal Sleep is down to its absolute last durability point. Daniel takes it and immediately channels his energy. A moment passes. Done. He hands it right back. Min grabs it and the system screen updates. Stone of Eternal Sleep. Epic tier necklace. Same wild effect, kill a monster, snag a point, lose a point of durability. Stack 100, get a free attribute point. But now durability is maxed out at 1,000 out of 1,000. It is perfectly restored and completely ready to go. Condition is normal tier. The dull gray stone shines lightly. It really does feel like it holds the souls of the fallen inside. Min smiles to himself. Perfect. Now I can start farming points from scratch. Daniel is super curious. He has zero clue what that necklace actually is, but it must be insanely overpowered if Min went through all this effort to fix it. Min notices the blacksmith keeping his distance. Judging by his reaction, Daniel clearly did not snoop into the item details. He treated it like private property and intentionally avoided reading the stats. Huge respect for that. Min checks the system and smiles. Thanks, man. Because of you, the durability is fully maxed out again. Daniel wipes his hands and looks over. All right, gear is fixed. Now you are handing over that round 6 info, right? Min nods. Of course. The mission for round 6 involves some nasty stuff. Daniel nods seriously. If that is true, I better start recruiting some heavy hitters right now. Min agrees. Yeah, these monsters are not gonna go down easy. Daniel stretches. So our little business deal wraps up here. Min pauses. By the way, mind selling me one more item? You have black iron powder on you, right? Daniel is totally blindsided. How on earth did he guess the exact material sitting in his inventory? Min pushes further. Sell me some of that powder. You look like you desperately need cash to buy more crafting materials anyway. I will pay a premium price. Daniel's jaw drops mentally. This guy even figured out he was looking for odd jobs just to afford his upcoming materials. That is honestly terrifying. Okay, now I completely believe you are a legit prophet. Daniel lets out a breath. Honestly, at first, I really thought you were running some kind of scam on me. I am sorry about that. Min just waves it off. Hey, no need to apologize at all, man. He grins. I just report what I see, believing it is completely up to you. You and I know he is hooked now. Daniel replies, I will. I am just giving you that black iron powder, Daniel says, pulling it out. Honestly, I feel like I have gotten way more from you than I actually gave. I am not exactly shameless, so just take it. Suddenly, an item card pops up. Black iron powder. The system description clearly highlights this dark metallic dust. You can instantly feel a faint, mysterious magic pulsing from it. Min stares at the item in total disbelief. I mean, is this guy actually gifting him something this insanely rare? He stands there completely speechless. Black iron powder is a literal god-tier crafting material, and Daniel obviously has absolutely no idea what he is holding. You literally cannot find this stuff until round 11. Min realizes he should be the one saying thanks. Are you absolutely sure you want to hand this over? Daniel just scratches his head, completely unfazed. It is perfectly fine. Honestly, I do not even know what this dust is actually used for. Only a genuine prophet like you could understand its true value. Daniel silently notes that since Min asked about it so directly, the item must be incredibly important. But Daniel refuses to pry any deeper. He knows he already received massive help, and he figures getting greedy now would just look completely pathetic. Min smiles, thinking Daniel actually has a surprisingly solid personality. Reaching into his inventory, Min hands over a heavy package. Here, you need to open this right now. Daniel opens it up and immediately sees a massive stack of cash. 20,000 pounds total, Min explains calmly. I would feel way too uneasy taking that rare item for free. Min confidently extends his hand and asks, that cash should be more than enough to cover your material costs, right? Of course, Daniel replies, totally stunned. He realizes with this kind of massive payout, he will never have to search for another miserable side job again. Daniel flashes a bright smile. But can I really accept this much money from you, he asks. Min nods immediately. The value of that item is exactly worth that much, so just take it, do not worry. Besides, I am not just giving you this cash for raw materials. Daniel blinks. Huh, then what is it for Min leans in? Open a foreign stock account immediately. Invest roughly half of the cash I just gave you. Straight into Korean stocks. Daniel looks confused. Korean stocks, Min nods seriously. The specific company is called Player Place. Listen, I am not forcing you to do anything, but this company is about to explode in value. Invest now and you are set for life. Believe it or not, the choice is yours. Daniel firmly replies, since this is advice from a literal prophet, I will follow it. Besides, it is just money that I earn pretty easily anyway. Min smiles. Then good luck surviving the next round. Daniel quickly speaks up. Oh, can I give you my number? Of course, Min replies smoothly. Daniel quickly adds, I almost forgot to even ask your name. What is it? Min looks back at him with a perfectly arrogant posture. Just call me Ryu. All right, stick with me here. It is June 1st midnight and Min is standing in a dusty wasteland. The other players look around totally confused. This floor is nothing but dirt. Is it a wasteland map? What kind of crazy mission actually throws us into a garbage dump like this? Min analyzes the situation. Round 6 is a co-op round, so he definitely needs to find a solid partner quickly. His absolute first priority target is Juri. Scanning the crowd, our main character knows he does not really need anyone else besides her for this upcoming trial. But the system requires 3 more players to form a full 5-person party. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out from behind. Juri comes running right up. She walks over with a huge smile. Long time no see, are you holding up okay? Min shrugs. Has it really been that long? Juri laughs. It has literally been a whole month since we last met. Meanwhile, the surrounding players start violently gossiping. Who exactly is that woman over there? How is she talking so casually to the number 1 player? Is that Juri? Is she a top ranker strong enough to actually party up with a monster like Min? Another player remembers that Juri actually ranked 2nd overall in the previous round. The jealousy in the air is totally real. People are insanely jealous. She is close to a top ranker. Juri turns to him. Last round, you were the guy who dropped the final boss, right? Min nods confidently. That is right. Juri looks impressed. Time was super tight, but you cleared it insanely fast. Did you also manage to finish that annoying subquest to collect the balance stone? Min smirks slightly. I actually did, but I am definitely not telling you what the reward was. She pouts. How did you know I was going to ask? Min chuckles. Just looking at your face makes it obvious. Juri walks beside him. I have honestly felt this for a while now. Min, you really have incredibly sharp eyes. Min just looks at her suspiciously. Juri suddenly panics, internally wondering why she is suddenly saying such embarrassingly weird things. Rubbing her neck shyly, she laughs. That sounded super cringy, right? My bad. Min just shakes his head. What is there to even apologize for? Juri instantly agrees. You are right. Min turns to her. Anyway, thanks a lot for the nice compliment. Juri stares at him. Sometimes he is sweet, other times he is cold and charismatic. She thinks he really is a fascinating puzzle. She continues talking. But Min. Meanwhile, Seol Ah-rin glares from a distance. Ah Min, who is that random woman? Sang Cheon confidently walks right up and says, Ah, long time no see, Min. Seol Ah-rin happily chimes in next. Hello Min, she glances at Juri. Is this girl your new party companion? Min turns with a completely blank stare. I have literally zero reason to answer you. Seol Ah-rin forces a smile. Right, of course. She furiously thinks to herself that earlier he was smiling warmly at Juri, but with her, he acts like total ice. Min coldly cuts her off. Anyway, why are you guys here? CA quietly mutters to herself. Min instantly reads the room. He knows they only came because the prophet told them to team up with him. Sang Cheon steps forward and speaks up again. Min, honestly speaking, we really want to form a party with you for this round. Min raises an eyebrow. Party up with me? Sang Cheon quickly nods. Look, we know we will probably just drag you down, but we will do absolutely everything in our power to not be a useless burden. Min pauses. He figures he should probably pretend to think about this for a second. All right, you and I are about to see this play out. He figures those two are just making up numbers. But looking at them, he considers, taking them over others might make a good impression on Kyung-suk. Sang Cheon keeps begging. They definitely do not want to just piggyback. They refuse a free ride. Sang Cheon offers intel on round 6 in exchange for joining. Min instantly gets suspicious, thinking to himself right then and there. Trading information for a spot, he decides to test them first. Min just flatly replies that he does not need it. Sang Cheon is stunned. Not need it. Would a head start on the 6th round strategy not be helpful? Min coldly responds that he handles things his own way. He refuses to rely on shady, unverified sources. Sang Cheon tries to speak softly, but Min suddenly hits him with a sharp question right back. Where exactly did you get this information? And who is your supplier? Sang Cheon instantly panics. Min turns and pressures him for an answer. He stammers, completely speechless, even if admitted to the team. Sang Cheon frantically apologizes. Min thinks it over. Staying silent about the prophet is actually pretty smart. They are far more tight-lipped about the prophet than expected. Not bad at all. Sang Cheon asks again, and Min finally gives them an answer. You are in. You can join the party. Sang Cheon is totally caught off guard. What Min explains that protecting their source actually proves they can be trusted. He absolutely hates people who cannot keep their mouths shut. Sang Cheon breathes a huge sigh of relief. Thank goodness they kept quiet. Mentioning the prophet would have put a massive target on their backs. Seol Ah-rin beams and thanks him. Sang Cheon also bows his head in pure gratitude. Thank you so much for letting us join. Min gestures and introduces his teammate, explaining she is a buffer currently under contract with him. Sang Cheon is confused. A contract? And what exactly is a buffer? Seol Ah-rin wonders how these two even met before proactively reaching out her hand to greet. She smiles and introduces herself as Seol Ah-rin. Juri awkwardly shakes her hand back, introducing herself as well. But then Juri suddenly pauses, struck by realization. Wait a minute. Are you that famous actress Seol Ah-rin, or did you just use a skill to make your face look exactly like hers? Seol Ah-rin shakes her head. Nope, this is her actual face. Juri excitedly grabs her hand, gushing about how much she loves Oh My Destiny. That was her father's absolute favorite movie, and Seol Ah-rin was easily his favorite actress in the entire cast. Seol Ah-rin blushes, feeling super flattered by the praise. Really, thank you for the support. Sang Cheon turns the conversation back to the main topic. Does Min really not want that intel on round 6? Min shuts him down cold. He does not want it, so do not waste your breath. He refuses to owe anybody a favor here. Sang Cheon backs off, thinking to himself that he only wanted to repay the favor by offering some useful tips. Just trying to be helpful. He resolves to drop a subtle hint if Min ever goes off track. Sang Cheon approaches Juri, asking her to explain what her buffer class does. Juri turns and explains that her class specializes in boosting the stats of other players. She smiles warmly, clearly proud of her support role. She promises to buff everyone later. Seol Ah-rin jumps right in, mentioning that she also has a skill somewhat similar to a buffing ability. Her summon a spirit can generate a powerful defensive shield. Juri's eyes light up with pure amazement at the mention of a real spirit. Seol Ah-rin beams and promises to show it off later. Sang Shan steps up, formally introducing himself as On Sang Shan, figuring they should all know each other. Juri greets him kindly. Then she glances over, noticing the dynamic, and points out that Sang Cheon already seems to be acquainted with Min. Sang Cheon confirms it. Min actually saved both of their lives once before. Juri turns away silently, impressed that he rescues people in danger too. He really is a good guy. Her judgment was right. Suddenly, you and I see Priscilla descending from the sky, taking control of the room. She greets the humans, asking if they enjoyed their peaceful 1-month rest. Priscilla mentally checks the participant count, looking for the exact number. Exactly 1,010 participants in this zone. A completely perfect number. She claps her hands, announcing it is time to get serious. The system window flashes before everyone's eyes. Round 6 main quest: defeat a boss monster within a 6-hour time limit. The pressure is on. 16 million global participants. Survival rates look incredibly grim. For this specific zone, just a fraction of the players will manage to clear it. The crowd immediately erupts into panic. Defeat a boss. Wait, are they finally facing a real boss monster after all this time? But how is anyone supposed to solo a boss? Priscilla stares down from above, mocking them. Did they seriously think they had to solo it? Do not worry, a single person could never take it down anyway. A player yells from the crowd. Wait, it cannot be defeated. He asks what they are supposed to do. Priscilla smirks. The obvious answer is teamwork, which is exactly why the system prepared a new feature. She introduces the party system. This feature allows players to cooperate, requiring exactly 5 members to officially form a registered team for the raid. Once formed, party members are classified as absolute allies, meaning friendly fire is completely disabled. A player realizes the massive advantage of this rule. No more infighting. You do not have to worry about getting stabbed in the back while fighting the boss. Priscilla nods in agreement. Of course, attacks from monsters or rival teams still hurt. Only friendly fire is blocked. She pauses for a second to explain the loot rules. Gold and experience points are split evenly among all active members. It does not matter who lands the final killing blow on the monster, but anyone standing over 100 meters away gets absolutely nothing. A player is shocked. Experience and gold are split evenly across the board. He immediately asks about item drops. Priscilla explains that loot distribution is based strictly on each member's overall contribution during the raid. For example, if the damage ratio is 70 to 30%, loot chances scale to match. Stick with me, things are getting intense now. Alright, you and I are diving back in. Someone asks. So even with low contribution, luck still gets us items. Priscilla nods. Spot on. Even with a 1% contribution, luck can trigger an item drop. Sure, the odds are insanely low, but she continues explaining. The contribution rate gets calculated by the game system based on every single factor. Priscilla addresses the perfectly quiet listening crowd. Dealing heavy damage counts for a lot more. But it's not just about hitting hard. Even the players only casting buffs will definitely get some contribution points. She smiles brightly, wrapping up the party rules right there. See, this mission really isn't that hard at all. Just kill a single boss. Super simple. Min just scoffs internally, watching her. Yeah, right. To these system guides, absolutely everything sounds way too simple. Priscilla keeps going. Now humans, do your absolute best to destroy those bosses. Oh, and by the way, this round has absolutely no side quests. The players instantly snap. One guy shouts out, "Damn it, you call that easy?" Another player furiously chimes in. A boss is a boss for a reason. It's never an easy fight. Suddenly, a system screen pops up. To form a party, 5 people must hold hands and shout "Party form" together. If you aren't in a party, your mission progress flat out will not count. Remember that rule. The system screen updates again. Time remaining until this round completely ends is ticking down. Form your 5-person party right now. Sang-chan thinks back, connecting the dots. The prophet was completely right. Round 6 is literally a mandatory mission, where you absolutely must have a 5-person party. He turns to look at Min, feeling insanely relieved. Thank God we actually listened to the prophet and followed Min from the very start. Sang-chan turns and eagerly asks Min, "Can we officially form our party now?" Min just coldly replies, "Wait a second. A party requires 5 people. We are still missing one." Jury turns and asks, "So who exactly are we choosing for the final spot?" Sang-chan replies, "Let's leave it to the strongest among us. Min should decide." Min crosses his arms, thinking hard. It would be absolutely perfect if that guy was somewhere nearby right now. That way, I could just pretend to pick randomly and quietly slide him right into the group. Min looks around and says, "First, we actually need to form this party." Other players are murmuring in panic. If you aren't in a group, getting a kill on the boss means nothing. 5 people, 1 team. A girl nervously walks right up to someone. "Excuse me, do you want to form a party with me?" The guy immediately turns and asks, "What level are you?" Nearby, another player raises his hand high, shouting over the crowd, "Level 2011 warrior here. Does anyone want to party up?" Min watches the chaos, thinking carefully. If I join any team, it absolutely has to be the right one. A random player turns to look at Min. He nervously walks over and asks, "Hey Min, would you consider joining our party?" Min barely blinks, shooting back a freezing cold. "No, get lost." The terrified player instantly spins around. "Yes, sir," he stammers, walking away fast. "He literally told us to screw off without even pretending to think about it. So humiliating." Another mutters, "Damn it, zero chance we can leech off Min." Min just stands there, remembering his past. Back then, I would have taken literally anyone just to meet the quota. But this round, I strictly need players with real potential to grow alongside me. He looks around at the crowd. No matter what, it seems like I attract random strangers every single round. Another guy marches up, calling Min's name. Min coldly shuts him down instantly. "Don't bother me. Beat it." Then a girl approaches from behind, shyly asking, "Excuse me, is there any way I could join your party?" Min shuts her down with a freezing, "Not interested." A nearby guy glares at Min in disbelief. "Are you kidding me? Letting just one person join is really that hard for you?" He scoffs, totally annoyed. "Damn, what a cheapskate. At the very least, you could have let me finish talking first." The girl turns and gossips. "Wait, did those guys standing next to Min actually get into his party?" Another nods. "Yeah, they got insanely lucky. Being with him basically guarantees they will survive this." Sang-han watches Min closely, wondering to himself, who on earth is he going to pick for that final empty party slot? He keeps stressing out. "Man, if only Chairman Ma were here right now. I would definitely nominate the boss for our team." Sang-hyun sighs, realizing if his other friend were around, they would definitely fight to claim this final spot. Such a huge shame. Suddenly, a voice calls out from right behind his back. Someone is calling for Min. Sang-han spins around. "Stick with me here." Who shows up next is wild. Just another random nobody. No, a guy named Ho. Happily waves his hand, beaming. "Man, it is so incredibly good to see you again." Min blinks in surprise. Ho Min reaches out, genuinely glad. "This is great. You are still totally safe. Honestly, I thought you got completely wiped out back in round 5. Ho laughs, shaking his head. "Hey, don't underestimate me like that," he continues. "Watching you fight back then, that gave me all the crazy motivation I needed to quickly finish my own hunting missions." Min gives a small, impressed smile. Oh really? Ho nods, looking completely serious. Seriously, thank you for everything. Because of you, my buddy here managed to survive too. From right behind him, Mankey suddenly rushes forward to thank Min. Thank you so much for healing my crushed shoulder back, then I am only alive today because of your massive help. Min turns toward him, chuckling a bit. Wait, you actually managed to kill 300 monsters with a wrecked body like that? Mankey keeps bowing deeply. It is entirely all thanks to you. Man. Min, you are a literal lifesaver. Ho suddenly jumps back into the conversation asking, Hey Min, are you actively looking for a party? He raises his hand to wave off any misunderstanding. Oh, do not worry, we aren't here begging for a spot. We actually already formed our party. Min just smirks internally. Yeah, I already knew they had a party. He glances at them, spotting the detail. On every single one of their wrists is a glowing golden chain, the official symbol of party linking. Min raises an eyebrow, firing back a question. I was not stressing over that, but why exactly did you guys come looking for me then? Ho starts to explain the real reason. Well, part of it was just to say hi, but mostly we want to make you a serious offer. Min narrows his eyes. An offer? Ho nods. So what if our team actually joins forces with you? He presses on, promising they are not greedy for experience points or rare loot. If the boss spawns, you get first dibs. Min considers this silently while Ho quickly adds, we just want to lend a hand. No need to be so defensive, seriously. But Min responds with ice-cold rejection. Completely baffled, Ho asks, Wait, why? Do you really think we would hold you back? Min casually replies, No, I just heavily dislike dealing with unnecessary trouble. Thanks for the offer, but I am good. Ho sighs softly, admitting it is a shame since he wanted to help. Min stays rigid. If I actually need saving, I will ask. Ho immediately pushes back. Are you serious? Then promise you will call us if things go south. Fine, Min agrees. Promise me. Ho insists again. I said I got it, Min snaps. Ho bows slightly, saying they will take their leave now, but to call any time. Sang-hyun turns around and asks, Hey Min, it is finally time. You have to decide right now. Who takes the absolute final spot on our squad? Min stares blankly and says, My choice is already made. He slowly raises his hand, pointing straight ahead. Sang-han and the girl follow his gaze in total shock. Min points. Hey, robe guy, get over here. Tae-seok clutches his cloak, stepping forward nervously. Min looks right at him. You have been tailing me for a while now, right? Tae-seok nods quietly. Yes. Staring at the dirt, he answers Min's why. Because I desperately want to join your party. Min demands his level and class. Level 23, Dark Mage. Min shrugs it off like it is absolutely nothing special. Min turns to the rest of the group. He is our final member. Tae-seok stands completely frozen. Sang-hyun glares at the guy, filled with massive doubt. Wait, what? He rejected every elite player just to pick this pathetic weakling. Tae-seok feels a sudden terrifying chill down his entire spine. But Min knows something crazy. This guy's future alias is no pain, no gain. A legend in the making. One day, this very kid will found a cult worshipping Min like a literal god. Reaching his hand out, Min plots his masterclass. He will become my most hardcore fanatic. Building this bond early will pay off massively later. Min firmly grabs his shaking hand, saying this is our official party lineup. Everyone put your hands in. They all stack their hands together in the center of the circle. Party officially formed. A brilliant golden energy radiates from their joined hands. Tae-seok is totally mind blown. He thinks to himself, no freaking way. Joy floods his entire being. Min actually chose me. Tae-seok smiles internally, realizing this happened while literally everyone else in the world had turned their backs on him. You and I need to see his past. Back in freshman year, bullies shoved him against a wall. He was just a helpless punching bag. What are you looking at, sneak? The bully barks. Tae-seok stammers back. Huh? I was not looking. The thug sneers. You sick freak, your creepy stare makes my heart skip a beat. Getting bullied for literally zero reason was normal. They just saw him as easy prey. The punk leans in closer. Friends are supposed to get along nicely, right? Do not forget to bring the cash tomorrow. Another chimes in. Do our words mean nothing to you? Tae-seok nervously apologizes. I live with my grandma. I do not have any money to give. The bully violently explodes. What did you say? He gets up in his face, then just steal it and bring it here. If you show up empty, you are dead meat. Because of you, we are completely broke right now. You want me to bury you right next to your dead grandma? Furious, Tae-seok throws a wild punch. You absolute pieces of garbage. But it fails. The three thugs brutally beat him straight to the ground. It hurts so much he groans, lying in the dirt, thinking about his miserable life. I want to die. It would be easier. But what about my grandma? The only person who endlessly suffered because of me. I promised to make enough money to give her a decent life. Tae-seok grits his teeth. That is right. I just have to endure this. Keep surviving. Fueled by his desperate need to repay her, he suffered silently for 3 whole years. He assumed the nightmare would eventually end. But then the so-called angels descended, and with their sudden, terrifying arrival upon the world, the great catastrophe began. He remembers failing to care for his fragile grandmother. Instead of protecting her, I could not even hold down a basic job. Near the end of round 2, Tae-seok walks home, opens the door, and announces his return. But those 3 bullies are already sitting inside. Well, look who is finally home, one mocks. He turns with a twisted smirk. I warned you before, right? I promised I would bury you with your grandma, Tae-seok calls out weakly. Grandma, the fresh bag of noodles drops from his trembling hands. Dark energy violently erupts around him. Dark arrow. The deadly magical blast rockets forward, instantly ripping right into the cruel bullies before him. One thug crashes down, screaming in agony. What the hell? The flesh where the arrow struck is literally rotting away. Terrified, they scream, "Run, do not touch this freak." Tae-seok realizes he awakened his class early. Crying uncontrollably, his heart breaks. This was the exact moment. He built a massive wall to block everyone out, stunting his own speech. Filled with pure rage, he swears to his own self, I will win this final round. I will use the wish to save her. You and I know his pain now. A system screen flashes up. Rank 1 Reaper class, level 30, over 3,000 kills. Rank 2 Shaman class, Rank 3 Heavenly Demon Dark Knight, huge kill counts. And there it is. Rank 1, no pain, no gain, level 11. Then Warriors and Assassins. Trailing Tae-seok stares at the brutal stats. He figured he easily cleared this round. Ever since his class change, he never let first place slip through his fingers. But then the regional leaderboard popped up for round 3. Rank 1, Min level 30 Death, God rocking over 3,600 kills. Rank 2, Dambidius. Dambidius had 980. Rank 3, level 13, Dark Swordsman. Jizone Rep, no Panagen level 11, Stone Mage trailing at 721. There's always a bigger fish in this game. TC watched Min from the back of the group, completely blown away. Taking down 9 regional reps, he did it in a flash. TC clenched his fists. If he had that insane power, he could have saved his grandmother. Just how did Min get so ridiculously overpowered? TC had just wanted to meet the guy. Suddenly, Min called out his gamertag, no Panagen. TC jolted in shock. Yeah, he stammered. Min kept it strictly business. We're a party now. Introduce yourself. Taking a breath, TC announced. Level 23, Dark Mage. My skills are Dark Arrow and Shadow Chains. Then it hit him. Normally, he'd be stuttering a mile a minute around new people. But weirdly enough, not a single drop of sweat. TC wondered, was this sudden boost of confidence just from standing next to an absolute unit? Or maybe he just really wanted to impress the guy. Let's see how this plays out. Min turned to the newly formed squad. All right then, time to hunt. Jury practically bounced with excitement. I'll buff everyone up. She threw her hand forward, aiming right at and Sang Hyun. System notification, blessing skill activated. Boom, all stats boosted by a massive 60%. Duration locked at just under 3 hours. She didn't stop there. Reaching towards Seol Ah-rin, she cast haste, attack, and movement speed spiked another 60%. Total duration on the clock. Nearly 30 minutes of pure speed, and Sang Hyun checked his status, eyes wide. Wait, what? A flat 60% jump to everything. Seol Ah-rin was just as stunned by her massive speed boost. TC couldn't believe it either. Is this the real power of the system core? And Sang Han nodded at the group. Makes sense why Min keeps Jury around. You're completely broken. Jury just gave a modest little smile. Just doing my job. Seol Ah-rin wasn't about to be outdone. I'll use my summons to buff us too. Instantly, 2 glowing creatures burst right out of thin air. Jury stared up in wonder. Wait, are these actual spirits? TC totally melted. Okay, they're adorable. Seol Ah-rin hugged her magical pets tightly. Before they only threw up shields, Seol Ah-rin explained. 0 offensive capability. But once I hit level 20, the game totally changed for me. Now I can summon 2 of them, and they actually deal magic damage. She held out her hand, a confident spark in her eyes. Plus, at level 20, I unlocked this heavy hitter, a literal golem. Seol Ah-rin grinned. No buffs from the big guy, but he grabs all aggro. Jury was honestly impressed. A top-tier support and a solid tank roll in one. That's incredible. She glanced over at Min with a smirk. See that, Min? I'm pretty useful to have around, right? Min completely deadpan. Let's move. As they marched out, TC was deep in thought. An insane buffer and a versatile summoner. The whole squad was stacked. TC realized he really needed to pull his own weight right here. The group pushed into rugged, elevated terrain. Suddenly, TC snapped his head back, gritting his teeth at a sound. He crept toward the ridge. Down below, another party was busy brawling with a massive centaur. One player was actually laughing. Can't believe we found the boss this fast. Strike it now. A warrior charged the centaur full speed, screaming for its head. The beast just lazily swatted his heavy axe away. sending the weapon flying. The player finally got serious, backing up. Okay, this thing hits like a truck. Everyone spread out right now. Surround it, a girl yelled out, scanning for a weakness. How do we even drop this tank? The rogue behind the beast had an idea. Aim for the blind spots. Min watched the absolute disaster unfold from above. The guy caught a brutal centaur hoof straight to the ribs. The whole squad got punted backward like ragdolls, crashing into the dirt. Min simply observed the chaos. Pink Princess, what an absolute joke. Attacking a horse from directly behind. Min literally face-palmed at the stupidity. Down below, the terrified players desperately raised their weapons for protection, but the centaur reared up, ready to trample them all. In a last-ditch effort, the party surged forward. Now or never, take it down. Eat this. Wait. TC blinked in confusion. Somehow, the centaur actually collapsed dead in the dirt. The surviving players hoisted their weapons, screaming in victory. We actually did it. The warrior threw his arms up. We grabbed first place. This absolute nightmare of a mission is finally over. Wait, first place? TC panicked hard. There was just no way. Did some random squad actually steal the #1 spot right from under them? The rival team was already celebrating. Man, that boss round was way easier than expected. TC's mind was racing a mile a minute. Was first place really gone? He nervously glanced over at Min. The guy had to be totally furious, right? Losing his streak over this. Yet Min looked completely unfazed. Down in the valley, a player scratched his head. Hey, did anyone actually get the mission clear notification? Another guy swiped open his system interface. Huh. The quest log is totally blank. Don't tell me. Min smirked slightly. They finally figured it out. Min thought back to the massive Minotaur boss from before. That weak centaur, barely a warm-up. The true boss was waiting deeper inside. Taking down the real Minotaur required at least 20 players at level 20. That meant 4 full parties needed to team up for a chance. It was a brutal death trap. You and I know how tricky the system gets. The angels running this sick game just wanted them cocky. They made everyone believe a basic 5-man party was enough. The rules said, form a squad and kill a boss to clear the twisted round. But notice the catch. The system never actually promised 5 people could survive the real boss. Those twisted angels were playing them all. He already knew the truth but simply played dumb. Looking past the entire group standing right in front of him, he realized he couldn't just announce this out loud. So keeping quiet and watching was the best move. Min turned his gaze toward TC, his mind racing. Honestly, you and I are in for a ride. It was a shame. Except for TC, who was completely clueless about the prophecy. Everyone else was acting way too calm. He started scanning all the other people. Stepping away from the group, Min thought it over. Time to put on a little act. Watching the other groups entering the area, he quietly muttered to himself, observing their reactions. This enemy couldn't be the boss. The real one had to be hidden somewhere else entirely. Suddenly, Min turned around to his team and announced, "Here's the plan from now on. We are ignoring the boss for a bit and farming these giant centaurs to level up fast, at least until the time limit ends." TC looked totally confused by this. Wait, why? Min answered flatly. It takes 5 level 20 players just to defeat 1 normal giant centaur. To actually fight the boss, we would need 3 or 4 full teams working together to even have a fighting chance. He locked eyes with the group. We have zero idea how strong the boss actually is. Showing off right now is just too risky. There could be traps. Min kept going. Plus, think about it. If we kill the boss and get trapped in some weird pillar of light, it does us 0 good. That would just waste our remaining time completely. Hunting monsters first and waiting to see how things play out was definitely the smartest and most reasonable choice here. Sang Hyun stared at him, absolutely stunned. Coming up with a flawless strategy without even knowing the prophecy, he definitely never would have expected Min to have such insane foresight. TC stepped up, looking worried. But man, if we just sit around waiting to fight the boss, you will lose first place. Are you sure about this? Min's response was ice cold. It doesn't matter. Even without the first place reward, just getting 6 hours of straight hunting experience is more than enough for me. He didn't stop there. Besides, who says the first place prize is only based on killing the first boss anyway? Sang Han's mind was completely reeling. How on earth was this guy always making the absolute perfect moves without relying on the prophecy at all? He finally nodded. All right, let's go hunting together then. Rin quickly chimed in, looking concerned. Should we come up with a simple battle plan before we start fighting? No need, Min replied with absolute coldness. Me fighting the monsters alone is enough. Rin was in disbelief. Min, you are planning to solo a beast. That literally requires a full 5-man squad to kill TC. Watched him closely, thinking to himself, honestly, if it is Min, he probably only needs himself to do it. Min's voice didn't waver for a single second. Exactly right. You guys do not have to lift a finger, I will slaughter them. Sang Han held his hands out in confusion. Then what exactly are we supposed to do? Min shrugged smoothly. Just follow me and soak up the free experience and gold. Basically, consider yourselves completely carried. He glanced at the entire party and laid down the rules. But any dropped items based on contribution ratio belong to me. In exchange, you get incredibly fast gold without risking your lives at all. Sound good? Deal Sang Hyun didn't hesitate to answer. In that case, I completely agree. Seal Arin nodded, eagerly too. Us as well. TC gave a quick firm nod of approval. We will follow your lead exactly. A confident knowing smirk finally crossed Min's face. Smart choice right there, you guys definitely will not regret this, he said as he confidently walked forward. Let's move out then, shall we? Min instantly launched himself forward like a rocket. The group was left standing there absolutely paralyzed by his terrifying speed. Sang Hyun panicked and yelled out loudly, "Hurry up and follow him." Min practically flew across the terrain, leaving everyone scrambling behind. Seol Arin ran totally baffled. How in the world was he going this fast? What exactly were his agility stats right now? TC pushed himself to his absolute limits while running. He honestly thought he was fast, but comparing himself to Min, he felt like a slow house cat trying to race a cheetah. Suddenly, TC spotted some unexpected movement. He pointed wildly toward the back and desperately yelled, "Right over there, look out!" Out of absolutely nowhere, a massive centaur charged right at Min. Without even blinking, he leaped into the air and slashed viciously at the centaur's head. It collapsed instantly into the dirt as the whole group watched in pure awe. TC and Sang Hound stared blankly at the fallen beast deep in thought, wondering what the heck just happened. Min landed perfectly on his feet. Now you and I need to watch closely as he immediately launched himself straight into battle against the next two centaurs. Closing the distance in an absolute flash, Min sliced a brutal strike directly into the first monster's exposed leg. The massive creature's leg was completely severed, sending it crashing violently into the ground. Without missing a single beat, he pivoted directly toward the second target. He materialized right in front of the massive beast. Leaping high up, he raised his deadly scythe, locking his cold eyes onto the second centaur's exposed neck. Planting his foot lightly on its leg for leverage, he prepared his strike. With a brutal swing of full force, he decapitated the second centaur in one hit. System notifications flooded his vision. Centaur eliminated. The triple experience buff was now active, while his special title effect pushed experience gains to 1.5 times, plus 0.89% experience, 60 gold added. System panels flashed non-stop, updating the monster kill count to 172 out of 100. The Slaughter Jewel effect boosted all stats by 100%, 172 kills in just 30 minutes. Honestly, that kind of speed wasn't bad at all. Min calculated his next move. There were 2,000 centaurs dropped in this field. At this crazy pace, he could totally monopolize all of them within 6 hours, well minus the few that other teams managed to steal. Finally, his entirely exhausted group caught up to him, gasping for air as they reached his location. Breathing heavily, the team groaned, complaining they were half dead. Min just gave them a casual, relaxed smile. "Hey, if you guys are tired, you can rest a bit." Seol Arin turned and looked up in total disbelief. "Wait, seriously?" TC nodded, thanking him profusely. Sang Hyun just stood there, chuckling weakly as he replied, "Honestly, just running after you is already exhausting enough to kill me." Seol Arin caught her breath and said, "I thought 100 meters was a safe distance." "Guess. I was wrong." TC looked confused and asked what she meant. Her eyes widened as she stared directly at their leader. "Min, you are absolutely undeniably terrifying. His hunting speed is just unbelievable." Min flashed a smile. "Does that mean you're complaining?" she stammered, totally caught off guard. "Not at all. Just following you means free level ups." "How could I hate that?" TC turned to him, adding, "The guy doing all the hard work is definitely you, Min." Min just gave a cold look. "Watching you guys, people would think you're the ones suffering out here. But you and I know a good grind never lasts." Another squad marched in. TC turned totally confused. Someone is heading our way. The entire group turned to look at the newcomers. Their leader flashed a huge smile. "Hey Min, what a stroke of luck running into you." Min cut straight to the chase. "Save it. What do you want?" The guy rubbed his neck. "Well, we're actually recruiting for the boss raid. Want to join forces?" Min didn't even blink. "No." The guy was stunned. "Wait, what? Why not?" He stepped closer. "Listen, Min. You might not realize this, but the boss on this floor is a total nightmare." The player glanced over at the massive minotaur. "See that giant bull-headed freak over there? That's the boss, and it is definitely not your average monster." Another guy chimed in. "One party already fought it and they got totally wiped out. That is when I realized we need multiple teams." Min replied coldly, "Do it yourself. Keep us out of it." The player tried to smooth things over. "But working together is just better for everyone, right? Look, we'll even let you have the finishing blow. So please just think about it." Min snapped, his patience totally gone. "Do not make me say it a third time." The guy panicked and ran. "Got it, sorry." The leader scratched his head in pure frustration. Damn it, we are out of options. One of his teammates turned to him. Wait, did you actually offer him the final strike? He sighed. Yeah, but he still said no. Told us to handle it ourselves. But why Min has to clear the boss too, right? Maybe he's actually scared of it. A girl nearby crossed her arms. Looks like we have zero choice but to do this ourselves. They had to try. Meanwhile, the massive minotaur looked around and tightly gripped its giant blades searching for prey. The players watched it in awe. Up close, this thing is absolutely terrifying. Another player gripped his weapon. Are we really going to survive this? Obviously, the leader stared down the hulking minotaur with a serious look. Besides, we have at least 20 players on our side. Suddenly, the beast locked eyes with them. The minotaur unleashed an earth-shattering roar and pure panic set in. Oh man, it is charging right at us. They quickly formed their battle formations. Attack. One player launched himself high into the air. Just kill it. Eat this. How long will this take? Watch closely because minotaurs aren't actually as invincible as they look. The monster furiously launched a counterattack. The players dodged, analyzing its patterns. It moved slowly. The strikes were totally predictable and really easy to avoid entirely. One guy vaulted up, landing a clean hit on the minotaur's hide. Damn, its skin is like solid steel. He lunged forward again. Slashing attacks aren't doing any damage. The rest of the vanguard joined the assault quickly, realizing the bad news. That ridiculously thick hide was making this fight a total nightmare. But hit it enough times and eventually something will expose a weak spot. And once that happens, even this massive minotaur wouldn't survive. Suddenly, a magic blast scorched the beast's arm. Watching from a distance, Min noted to his own team. This will definitely take time. A fighter grunted. This guy is insanely tough. He yelled, focused strictly on dodging. Suddenly, an older player lunged forward with a massive battle axe, screaming, "Just die, you total bastard." He hurled his heavy axe straight into the minotaur's chest. That brutal impact finally drained a massive chunk of the beast's health, but in retaliation, the monster violently swatted him away, sending him flying backward. By now, the whole team bombarded the minotaur with endless attacks. The beast unleashed a final furious roar of absolute rage. And finally, the colossal monster collapsed. The exhausted players instantly erupted into wild cheers. We actually killed it. It is over. We are officially the first group to take this boss down. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of golden energy descended from above, washing over him. Soon, multiple surviving players were bathed in that same magical golden light. Everyone cheered in pure relief. Our squad actually survived this. Look, the system quest window just updated to show. Quest, complete, awesome job. But one player rubbed his head and groaned. Damn it, does this mean we gotta fight another one? A girl sighed. Looks like killing the boss summoned the exit pillar again. A guy stood up, totally exhausted. Wait, so are we just supposed to sit here and wait for the timer to end? Another player collapsed onto the dirt. Guess so. Resting sounds nice, but honestly it feels like we are wasting precious time. A girl brushed the sweat from her hair. Then let's just find another group to join. A guy glanced over at Min and shouted, "Hey Min, if our teams..." But Min just turned his back. The guy realized talking was completely useless now. Min effortlessly dropped down from his ledge. Listen, this is why he is a pro. Good thing we refused. Killing the boss early just wastes farming time. She nodded. Exactly right. It went exactly as you predicted. Min stretched his shoulders and started walking. Break time is officially over. Let's move out. Stay close. Leading the way, Min dashed forward at full speed. Time to hunt down those centaurs. Suddenly, massive beams of golden system light rained down across the entire battlefield. The surviving players collapsed, finally catching their breath after that incredibly brutal deathmatch. One guy slumped into the dirt, pulling up his system screen. Man, I wonder what rank we got for that. The leaderboard isn't showing up, so I guess we'll never know. His teammate shrugged. Who cares? We killed the boss, which means we survived, right? Another guy sprawled out on the ground, totally relaxed. I am literally just sleeping until the timer runs out. Staring off into, what is that over there? Someone asks. All right, you and I are about to see something wild. In the distance, Min dashes forward, slashing right into the centaur. The guy on the ground suddenly sits up and says, "Wait, isn't that Min?" Another player watches in absolute shock and points out he just killed that thing with a single hit. Level 40 really is built differently. She continues, but why is he only hunting centaurs instead of fighting the boss? Wouldn't it be better to just kill the boss and rest? The player crosses his arms and replies, no, if he kills it now, he will just rank below the top 50. He probably gave up on the ranking and is just grinding for experience points. He adds, such a shame. I honestly thought he would take first place. Once again, the guy turns around and casually remarks, even Min cannot hold on to the top spot forever. Watching Min completely obliterate the centaurs, he says it is a smart move, though grinding experience points until the very end. The system screen pops up. Target centaurs not found. Current kill count is 1,920. Time remaining before the round ends is 2 minutes and 43 seconds. Min thinks to himself, looks like he finally wiped them all out. She walks over from a distance and asks, Min, can we take a little break now? Min turns around and asks, all right, the hunt is officially over. He smoothly adds, now we are going to kill the boss. Jury pants heavily, eyes wide as she asks, wait, the hunt is really over? Ryu Min glances over to the side. I already used my tracking skill. There's not a single centaur left anywhere in this field. Sang Chang quickly taps on his display screen. He immediately panics and shouts out loud, hey, everyone needs to check their levels right now. The others quickly follow his lead. Did my level really increase this much? Ryu Min immediately turns to them and asks the group, how much did you all gain? I jumped from 20 to 34. Both Jury and Seal Arin are equally surprised. Me too, 34. I went from 21 to 35. Absolutely. Stunned. One player stammers, I was 23, but now I am 36. Meanwhile, our main guy just calmly glances over and thinks to himself, so everyone leveled up around 13 or 14 times. He did too. The screen displays a notification showing his level jumping from 40 to 54. The status window reveals his alias Ryu Min, name Ryu Min. Class expert level 54. Job is Reaper. Title is the last regressor and hidden title, First Angel Punisher. Ryu Min continues tapping to check his loot. He got 19 magic stones, 9 regular pieces of equipment, and various other items, plus the rare materials needed to forge god-tier gear. A shiny horsetail, an item type that perfectly matches its literal name. He reads the description. This is a shiny horsetail. You can feel a very faint amount of magic radiating from it. Suddenly, Jury panics and yells out in pure shock, look at that, the gold is piled up like a mountain. Everyone spins around in absolute disbelief. Even he is stunned. 115,000 gold coins. Sang Chan gently rubs his chin in awe. Having this much money feels like an absolute dream. What are we supposed to do with all this? Instantly, he coldly speaks up to guide them. Buy the world skills in the shop. You absolutely must buy essential skills like presence detection, enhanced reflexes, and basic resistance. Not only that, Ryu Min also firmly instructs them if you happen to see any useful items on the special list today, buy them right away. Get presence detection first and finish your shopping later. Without wasting another second, he turns around and urges them, follow me. We still have to take down the final boss. Yes, sir. Right after that, Ryu Min unleashes his power. Tracking the Minotaur, he moves like lightning and spots something. Stick with me, this is where it gets crazy. Ryu Min turns his head to observe and instantly slams on the brakes. Up ahead, a huge group of other players are already gathered together right here. Spotting Ryu Min, they quickly run over. It is Ryu Min, please form a party with us. Hearing their desperate pleas, he bluntly rejects them. No, I have absolutely no intention of sharing my contribution points with anyone else. And just like that, Ryu Min coldly walks right past them. What then? I will finish off the boss myself. The other players pay close attention to this, shaking their heads as they think to themselves. Did he say he will solo the boss, even if he is Ryu Min? One guy stares at him, with hesitation. It takes at least 20 people just to barely kill one Minotaur. So the guy throws out a mocking remark. I honestly think you are being quite arrogant. Ryu Min replies, arrogant, but Ryu Min does not care at all and simply shoots back. You guys are totally underestimating me right now. If you all can kill it, why cannot I? Hearing this, the guy stammers back, but we have a massive advantage. In numbers, he intentionally smirks, provoking them even more. What good are numbers? After saying that, Ryu Min completely ignores them and easily brushes right past the guy. Huh, that is a bit much. Jury nervously calls out to Ryu Min from behind, but he keeps moving straight ahead, only shouting back to reassure her. Just wait here. I will handle this quickly. Another player gets super curious and loudly asks, do not tell me he is actually going to solo it. I was getting bored anyway, so this is perfect to watch. Ryu Min glances around to observe. Counting the people hiding in the pillars, there must be dozens of players watching him right now. He thinks to himself, I wanted to hide my ultimate skill, but maybe this is actually the perfect opportunity to show off my true power to everyone here. Ryu Min stands in total silence for a long moment. If I show them exactly how fast I can kill this Minotaur, then maybe they will never dare to underestimate me again. Catching sight of the final boss looming up ahead, he tells himself I have to end this cleanly. Ryu Min intentionally takes heavy steps to make noise. The final boss instantly whips around, searching frantically. He quickly grips his weapon tightly and charges straight at it. The other players cannot stop whispering and gossiping about the scene. What is Ryu Min doing? Look at that stance. Charging a skill, Ryu Min stays perfectly calm waiting for the opening. The system timer hasn't even started yet. The boss gets right into striking distance. He grips his weapon tight. See you and I know we are still stuck in the prep phase right now. The clock hasn't even started ticking. The final boss lets out a terrifying roar threatening our guy and then it just aggressively charges right into attack range. 3 seconds. He smoothly shifts his back foot. 2 seconds. The massive boss leaps straight up into the air, lunging down to crush Ryu Min completely. Instantly, a dark, suffocating aura wraps completely around the monster. 1 second left. He glares up at the final boss with pure murderous intent in his eyes. Ryu Min swings his giant scythe with everything he has activates. The brutal energy wave flies straight at the boss, but you won't believe this. It cleanly slices right through the final monster's thick neck. Just one single move and he casually lops its entire head off without breaking a sweat. The massive head rolls across the dirt as the body completely collapses before him. Look, the other players are absolutely panicking right now. They scream in pure shock. The Minotaur's head got chopped off. Black Crow killed it with just one strike. Everyone turns completely pale, refusing to believe it. Impossible. Ryu Min just throws them a totally disgusted look. What do you mean impossible? Do you guys have any idea how high his stats actually are? The glowing system screen instantly chimes with multiple loud notifications. Minotaur has been successfully eliminated. You have acquired some premium cowhide material as a drop. You have acquired a blueprint Minotaur armor complete. While the rest of the players are still completely frozen in shock, Ryu Min just turns away. He grabs the cowhide and the Minotaur armor blueprint. Cowhide material description: premium quality, perfect for forging incredibly sturdy armor. He could sell this for massive profit. Then there is the blueprint. Consumable item type. It provides the detailed crafting formula and the exact components needed to forge this specific piece. It creates the unique item Minotaur armor. You better write it down before consuming it. He casually strolls right back over to his squad. He checks in. Han, is everyone alright? Yeah, we are good. One guy looks up at Ryu Min with eyes full of absolute sparkling admiration. But Ryu Min gets totally creeped out and quickly looks away to avoid eye contact. Why is he making that face? Sure, they will team up later. But honestly, keeping his distance right now is probably the smartest move. Suddenly, the sky flashes. A massive golden pillar shines straight down. The angel Priscilla quickly appears. All 101 bosses have been defeated. Any team failing to kill their target gets instantly erased. She laughs maniacally. Trash, like you should just disappear. Instantly, all those weak players vanish. They pathetically beg for their lives. Wait, Angel, please hold on, spare me, but it does not matter. With that done, Priscilla moves on. Now let us check the actual rankings. Round 6 overall region results. Team Black Crow 1 second. Team Chan Ma 3 minutes and 21 seconds. Team Idiots 4 minutes and 9 seconds. In area CK5007, Team Black Crow gets 1 second. Team Kim gets 5 minutes and 31 seconds. Team Rice gets 5 minutes and 58 seconds. Seeing the leaderboard, one guy gets totally furious. Wait, what the heck? Why aren't we in first place? We clearly got the kill before them. How is his team first? There has to be some kind of glitch. Priscilla immediately shuts him down. Who said the ranking is based on who finished first? As you can see, it is based purely on the total time taken to execute the boss. Everyone just stands there totally dumbfounded. The clear time. Oh, so that is why we rank last. She smirks mockingly at them. 11 minutes and 30 seconds. You seriously took that long to slaughter a simple cow. Truly, humans are pathetic creatures. One guy raises his hand. Well, the fastest was 1 minute by Team Black Crow, which makes sense. Now watch this. The angel hears him. Priscilla violently flinches and spins around. It wasn't 1 minute. Honestly, even she goes completely pale when she double-checks the system log. Wait, one single second. It was not 1 minute, it was exactly 1 second. Then Priscilla suddenly realizes she just said that out loud in front of the humans. She desperately tries to play it off and save face. I suppose a 1 second record is theoretically possible. That specific boss monster must have been incredibly weak. How weak was it? Ryu Min just stands there totally unbothered with his arms crossed. Anyway, the special rewards go directly to the top 3 teams. Only those with the highest overall contribution will actually get them. Keep that in mind. Congratulations, you achieved rank 1 in the region. Congratulations on achieving rank 1 globally. He smiles, browsing through his loot. For regional rank 1, you get a premium epic helmet ticket. For global rank 1, a special selection box. Time for a helmet upgrade. The screen pulls up more details. You can select one of the following epic helmets. Just tap the reward you want to claim. Angel Ring. Minotaur Helmet. Feathered Helmet of Hermes. Ryu Min does not even hesitate. What he needs most right now is that feathered hat. The other options were decent, but this is better. Hermes Feathered Helmet. Epic tier equipment. Defense at 180. Agility boost effect. Plus 10. Activates stealth mode. Durability 1500. Requires the Tamer class or higher. Description reads a replica of Hermes' helmet, not the real divine artifact, but it lets the user go invisible. Our guy quickly equips it. The feathered helmet instantly appears on Ryu Min's head. Time to test the temporary skill, stealth. It completely hides his physical form from enemy eyes. However, footsteps are not muted. The effect breaks if he attacks or takes damage. Total duration is 30 minutes. Cooldown is also 30 minutes. Now this is where it gets crazy for us to watch. He realizes he finally has stealth. Sure, the sound is not fully hidden yet, but he will find a sound muffling rune later to fix that. Suddenly, the system chimes in once again. Now it is time. Alright, you and I are watching the system rewards drop. You can select one of these special rewards. 1 a ticket, 2 14,000 gold, 3 info about round 7. Ryu Min muttered some calculations, quickly tapping his choice right there on the screen. He didn't need gold or info, so option 1 was the clear winner. The system asked him to choose one of these materials. 1 broken ironwood branch, 2 bubbling liquid, 3 hardened magic shell, or 4 angel's gold dust. And just like that, Ryu Min made his pick. No hesitation at all. He knew exactly what every material did, so why wait? Our guy was going straight for the highest tier item, angel's gold dust. The description literally called it dust that fell out of an angel's hair. Not dandruff, by the way. Flash, a brilliant light wrapped around him. All the rewards had officially been handed out. The system announced they could return. See you in the next round. Round 6, complete. Total survivors left standing, 8 million total. Area C, ESK 5007 survivors, 505. Souls will soon return to your original body in this world. Round 7 starts at midnight, May 1st, 2023. See you in the next round. Congrats on surviving. Back in the real world, urgent shouting and knocking echoed from outside. Director Mama Gyeong-rock held his aching head and sat up. Hurrying out of bed, he scowled and opened the door. Director Ma, the guy outside was just about to knock again. Manager On, what's so urgent that you came straight? Here right after returning, can we talk inside? Ma Gyeong-rock sat heavily on the sofa and spoke. Your level must have shot up, right? I mean, you were in Ryu Min's party for 6 whole hours of monster hunting. He picked up his glass, glancing over at Manager On. So what level makes you this thrilled? I jumped from 20 to 34, a massive 14-level jump. As he spoke, Ma Gyeong-rock gently swirled the liquor in his hand. 34, are you sure? He slowly took a sip. Yeah, absolutely amazing, right? Honestly, it makes perfect sense. Ryu Min handled all the heavy lifting. Hearing that, Manager On quickly replied, yeah, he wiped them all out solo, we just ran to keep up. I'm guessing he kept all the loot for himself. His eyes were glowing as he recounted it. Exactly, but I don't regret missing the drops at all. I never imagined leveling up this insanely fast. But Ma Gyeong-rock looked clearly bothered as he questioned him. And I never thought you would actually pass me in levels. So what level are you now? Director On blurted out, 29. Ma Gyeong-rock smirked again, continuing. Actor S must be around your level too, right man? Thinking about being lower than her means I really have to grind harder. Ma Gyeong-rock poured more liquor into his glass and asked, listen On. Did Ryu Min really kill things that fast? Yes, he wiped out those centaurs in one single strike. He picked up his glass, probing curiously. Makes sense why my 5 guys couldn't clear it that quickly. Expected nothing less from Ryu Min. The reports say he took down the Minotaur in 1 second. Is that true? Manager On scratched his head, recalling the moment. It's true. He used some kind of glowing skill and sliced its head clean off in 1 hit. I've never seen that skill before. Hearing this, Ma Gyeong-rock was visibly startled, realizing the sheer gap. Defeating a Minotaur with 1 skill in 1 second is the distance between him and the rest of us. Really, this insanely huge. He sat in dead silence thinking. The Dark Knight is strong but not Ryu Min level. If I hit level 40, will I be that powerful? Ma Gyeong-rock frowned and took a small sip. Time to focus on grinding instead of daydreaming. He downed his glass, sighing. You and I know he means business. Guess I have to push harder. Ma Gyeong-rock slammed the glass on the table. Seems I should thank Ryu Min. He gave me back my lost motivation and even helped Manager On and Actor S get much stronger. If we ever cross paths again, I'll definitely give him a worthy reward. He boredly lowered his head and asked, when the prophet shows up, I'll ask when I'll meet Ryu Min. You think the prophet is still alive? Ma Gyeong-rock's voice instantly sharpened with a strict order. Instead of guessing, just call and confirm. That's your job, you know. Manager On apologized, I'll check right now. He continuously reminded him, no need to apologize. Just confirm it and report back to me. Anyway, did you learn those 2 skills I mentioned? Yes, I definitely learned both. Tracking and erasing. Marks, just like you ordered. Manager On jumped completely stunned by what came next. Good, then later we'll go outside and test those skills during cleanup. Been a while since we took out the trash. Working at this hour, the sun is almost up. Ma Gyong Rock calmly turned to reassure him. Don't worry, it's not like we're murdering people in the streets. Understood, Director. He turned his eyes toward the glass window. Looking at this gloomy weather, he couldn't help but sigh. The absolute perfect time to relieve some stress. Over. With Tak, he was still lying wide awake in bed. He just blankly muttered to himself, Ryu Min. He actually let me join his party. Tak couldn't stop thinking about Ryu Min's overwhelming presence and that terrifying absolute power. Ryu Min is just on a completely different level. From us, someone I wouldn't even dare look up to. A literal god. Then he just squeezed his eyes shut. TC couldn't stop worrying. How was he supposed to repay Ryu Min's massive favor? Could he even help with anything at all? He felt completely useless compared to the support girl. Sitting up with a heavy sigh, TC wished his character class had actual skills to help. The more he thought about it, the more useless he felt in this brutal system world. TC just kept muttering to himself in pure frustration. Wait, what about the real world? Suddenly, his eyes lit up with a wild idea. What does a literal god need the most? Loyal followers, obviously. Meanwhile, Ryu Min suddenly shivered, wrapping his arms around himself. Why in the world was he suddenly getting this weird creeping chill down his spine? Sitting there, he brushed it off as just physical fatigue. But this is where you and I should pay close attention. Right then his phone started vibrating, making Ryu Min pause. An international call. That was unexpected. Curiosity taking over, he reached out and casually tapped the screen to answer. Picking up, Ryu Min answered calmly. Russell, on the other end, hesitated for a second before finally speaking up. Ah, hello there, great prophet. Without missing a single beat, Russell got straight to the point. He had to say thank you. Without the prophet's advice, he would be dead. Ryu Min looked genuinely confused. Did something bad happen over there? Russell just let out a mysterious little laugh. He wanted to meet up and explain everything. In person. Ryu Min was completely caught off guard. Wait, travel all the way to South Korea? Russell rummaged through his bags and cheerfully confirmed. He just booked a flight. Ryu Min's mind started racing instantly. What was happening here? In his entire past life, this kind of thing never occurred. Never once did this happen. Hearing pure silence, Russell sounded a little worried. Was he bothering Ryu Min? If this trip was a massive headache, he could cancel the flight right now. Taking a deep breath to hide his shock, Ryu Min quickly spoke up to calm the anxious blacksmith. Not at all. Honestly, Ryu Min was actually hoping to meet him face to face anyway. Perfect timing. Fast forward to the very next day. At the busy airport, Russell practically sprinted over to greet his savior, going straight in for a firm handshake. Meeting the prophet was a huge honor. Ryu Min offered a polite, welcoming smile. Welcome to South Korea, Russell. Bursting with nervous energy, the blacksmith started walking and immediately tried to talk. Ryu Min promised to show him around. Walking under the bright sky, Russell sounded pretty overwhelmed. He had so many crazy system stories to share. He honestly had no idea where to even begin with all the madness. He decided to just hold back for now. After the exhausting commute, they finally sat down. Just look at this massive feast. Russell stared at the insane spread of delicious dishes, completely blown away by the portions. How could there possibly be this much food? In his entire life, the guy had never seen a dining table overflowing with this many dishes. Ryu Min just laughed and told him to eat up. It was completely on the house. Russell smiled warmly, his eyes full of genuine gratitude. He could not just keep taking favors from the prophet without giving back. He practically begged to pay the bill. Ryu Min gave a helpless smile and told Russell to drop it. Let him buy lunch. But in exchange, he had a small favor. He needed another durability fix on an item. Just like before. Russell looked a little surprised by the request. Boosting durability. Well, for the guy who saved his life, that was an absolute no-brainer. Without wasting a second, he grabbed the Eternal Orb. A brilliant flash of crimson energy exploded from his hands, surging straight into the repaired item. Ryu Min watched the whole process silently before thanking the blacksmith. Lunch was definitely on him now. Right on cue, the glowing blue system screen popped. Item details revealed. The Eternal Orb. Necklace category. Epic tier. And the special effect, every single monster killed adds a stacking charge to its raw power. It drops 1 durability point per kill. 100 stacks equal 1 stat point. Max durability hits 1,000. Required class to equip ruler. The description noted a cloudy, pale gray gemstone. And here is the dark part. Every enemy killed gets their soul violently sucked into that stone. Russell still felt a little awkward. Fixing an item felt like nothing compared to what he owed. But Ryu Min generously waved it off. Time to change the subject. Seriously, what actually happened back there in the zone? He mentioned a near-death experience. Russell finally snapped back to serious mode. Right about that total nightmare. Flashing back to that absolute hellscape, pure frustration washed over the blacksmith's face as he threw his hands up in defeat. He followed the prophet's advice perfectly. Ground out mobs for 6 hours straight before finally challenging the stage boss. But that monster was unbelievably strong. He literally almost died in that dungeon. If he hadn't listened and pushed his level up just a tiny bit beforehand, he would be a total goner. It would have been a complete disaster. Seeing the guy still visibly shaken, Ryu Min asked in a calm voice. He was glad his advice worked. Did his level jump up significantly? Russell looked a tiny bit embarrassed. He managed to hit level 29, which was awesome, but there was a catch. It sounded almost weird to say out loud. Scratching his head in pure disbelief, he asked the golden question. Was he seriously the strongest blacksmith alive? Because hitting those numbers just felt impossible. Ryu Min raised a hand, assuring him it was true. With hard work and a little inside info, he could go way beyond that. Hearing those confident words, Russell blushed slightly. Honestly, that single promise made him feel completely at ease. With a literal prophet guiding him, what was there to fear? Staring across the massive table of food, Ryu Min suddenly remembered the other business detail. Did Russell look into that company he told him to invest in? The blacksmith nodded calmly. He marched straight to the bank and opened an account immediately. He even dropped a bit more cash into it than Ryu Min suggested. Hearing that, our MC just smirked. Perfect. With that massive chunk of early shares, Russell would never have to worry about money ever again. Fiddling with his chopsticks, the blacksmith looked a bit wary. This sounded too good to be true. How was that random company going to strike it rich? What did they even do? Hearing the million-dollar question, Ryu Min got a tricky look on his face. All right, stick with me here. He invested blind, no research. Russ scratches his head awkwardly. I just trusted the prophet and figured he'd be fine. Ryu Min sighs helpless. All right, let's go see the company. The scene shifts to a massive, unique building. Ryu Min gestures. Right here. The entrance sign clearly reads Player Place. Ryu Min walks in, evaluating quietly. Looks like everything is ready to go. Russ still seems pretty skeptical. I invested 70% of my net worth into this. He quickly corrects himself. Ah, wait, not my money. The prophet's money. That cash is yours, no pressure. Ryu Min ignores him, stepping up to the elevator, and asks casually. Hey, with 30% left, can you even survive? Russ nods honestly. It's a bit tight, but okay. Instead of 3 meals, I'll eat 2. As expected, Ryu Min calmly handles it. Today, eat freely at the doctor's place. 10,000 pounds should keep you comfortable for a while, right? Russ turns and stares in pure disbelief. Overwhelmed by this crazy generosity, he yells out. The prophet is literally an angel. Then he remembers Priscilla and frowns. Wait, not that angel. Calming down, Russ looks around the place, totally curious. Hey, can we just barge into someone else's company like this? Ryu Min explains coolly. It's fine. I might not be the majority shareholder, but it's practically my company anyway. He looks forward with a super confident smirk. This time, I completely changed the name and totally overhauled the items and the staff. Let's head inside. I'll explain exactly what kind of business this is. Russ feels even more trust now. Honestly, he doesn't even need an explanation. If the prophet runs this place, it's obviously going to make bank. The doors open on floor 48 and Ryu Min speaks up again. Since you invested heavily, you should at least know what this company does. Once you hear this, you'll be insanely hyped, because it's a business every single player will care about. Walking down the hall, he turns. The lobby is right this way. Suddenly, Ryu Min sharply notices the vibe shift. What's this? Seeing Chief On blocking the door, he gets suspicious. Why is he standing guard like that? A guest. Noticing the movement, Chief On quickly turns and speaks cautiously. Major shareholder Ryu Min, what brings you here? Ryu Min stays calm. Sorry for dropping by. Unannounced. He steps aside, revealing Russ behind him. I wanted to give our foreign investor a quick tour. I was planning to meet the director. He's inside right now, right? Chief On looks guilty, dodging eye contact. Yes, he's here, but he actually has a guest right now. Ryu Min acts surprised. Oh, a guest. Getting no proper answer, his face darkens. Looks like Ma Gyeong-rak gave strict orders to block everyone. But even so, he's ignoring my clear signals. Ryu Min's eyes flash with a dangerous, curious energy. Even if he's an absolute idiot who'd blindly die for Ma Gyeong-rak, who exactly is inside Chief On is caught right in the middle, sweating bullets and too scared to speak. This is messy. And right on cue, the director's fiancée is totally in there. Ryu Min connects the dots. Realization hits, followed by a dark, calculated gleam in his eyes. That girl is here. Ma Gyeong-rak steps out looking guilty as hell. You came without even calling first. Ryu Min shoots back coldly. Do I need an appointment just to walk in? Ma Gyeong-rak immediately panics, trying to explain. My bad phrasing made you misunderstand. The tension in the room plummets to absolute zero. Ryu Min thinks coldly. Misunderstand what the Prophet class isn't some overpowered combat role. Aside from literally seeing the future, it lacks raw damage. You're secretly looking down on me, aren't you, Ma Gyeong-rock, completely oblivious to the danger. Dodges the issue. Sorry, he desperately shifts focus to the girl beside him. A major shareholder like you can obviously visit anytime. You just normally call first, so I was surprised. Ryu Min's gaze turns incredibly dark. Is that so? Now look closely, guys. Christine. A gentle beauty with striking blonde hair. Let me explain her deal. Christine is a pure priest class with an insane track record of surviving all the way to round 15, healing her squad flawlessly. She and Jury are total polar opposites. A priest is the absolute ultimate support class, considered essential when bodies start dropping everywhere, especially once they unlock Resurrection at level 60. But even with that, Christine's pure healing output is an undeniable cheat code, bringing dead allies straight back from the grave. Sure, there's a strict catch. She can only revive players dead for under 10 minutes. But honestly, a free extra life is a massive game-changing advantage. Back to reality, Ryu Min calculates his next move. Originally, he only approached Ma Gyeong-rock for Christine anyway. Running into her today wasn't part of the plan, but hey, this might actually play out perfectly. Alright, you and I are about to see a masterclass in manipulation. Ryu Min knows he needs her for round 20. Kyung-grok nervously introduces her simply as his friend Christine. Ryu Min's eyes narrow instantly, seeing right through that absolutely ridiculous lie. He specifically told Kyung-grok not to hide anything, yet he kept his own fiancée a secret, without missing a beat. Ryu Min steps right up with a confident smile. Nice to meet you, Christine. I am Ryu Min, the main business partner of Kyung-grok here. Christine politely shakes his hand, telling him to just call her Christine. She had absolutely no idea her fiancé even had a secret business partner. Meanwhile, Kyung-grok is sweating bullets, staring in pure shock. Wait, is she seriously just acting right now? Ryu Min totally ignores Kyung-grok's panic and smoothly drops a compliment. Honestly, I could never have imagined that his fiancé would be this incredibly stunning. As Kyung-grok stands there totally frozen, Christine just smiles and casually asks if he had mentioned her before. Ryu Min smirks and glances over at Kyung-grok, who looks like his soul just left his body. How did he even know about his hidden fiancé? Realizing the massive trouble he is in, Kyung-grok helplessly bows his head in defeat. He stammers out an apology to the Prophet. Ryu Min plays it cool, gently saying it is completely fine. It must have been an awkward situation. Kyung-grok sighs in relief, but then Ryu Min abruptly cuts him off with ice-cold words. If only you had trusted me a little bit more. Hearing that, a deeply guilty Kyung-grok cannot even make eye contact. Having quietly watched this whole exchange, Christine definitely senses something is wrong. After a long, tense silence, Ryu Min firmly speaks up. Since I plan to give your fiancé info on the next round, we should all sit down and talk. Turning his head, he tells Russo to wait outside for a bit. Daniel calmly nods, completely understanding the delicate situation. Inside the private office, Kyung-grok finally drops the act and properly introduces him. Christine, I did not explain this clearly earlier. Ryu Min is my business partner and the top manager of our company. Kyung-grok still looks totally shaken, avoiding her sharp gaze. Ryu Min just sits there with a relaxed smirk. Kyung-grok takes a deep breath and reveals the crazy truth. He is a prophet who can actually see the future. Christine looks totally lost. A prophet? What does that even mean? Ryu Min casually crosses his arms. The director is telling the absolute truth. I have the unique prophet class, meaning I see everything coming in advance. Like, how to perfectly clear round 7. Christine stares at him in pure disbelief. Really? Kyung-grok manages a weak smile, confirming that the prophet has never been wrong once. Every prediction is flawless. But Christine is a smart girl, instantly raising her guard. Why exactly would you suddenly reveal such a massive secret to me? Ryu Min calmly reassures her. I am giving you the round 7 information completely, free of charge. No strings attached. Still highly suspicious, Christine agrees to listen. Reading her perfectly, Ryu Min pauses for a dramatic moment. She definitely still thinks this is a total scam. Without wasting another second, he leans in and lowers his voice. You must not give in to temptation. For round 7, that is the only rule you need to remember. Hearing this, Kyung-grok looks incredibly confused. Wait, is that it? Just that Ryu Min stays totally cool. I cannot say another word, anything more, and everyone's lives are in serious danger. Seeing their doubtful faces, he strongly repeats his warning. Do not fall for the temptation. Treat those words like an absolute lifeline. That is all I can give you. Then Ryu Min suddenly steps closer. Christine, I need to speak with you privately. Startled, she quietly agrees. The truth is, Ryu Min set up this entire meeting just to warn her. His eyes suddenly turn deadly serious. Christine, when you reach round 11, you are going to face a completely fatal crisis. Christine points at herself in absolute shock. Me, my life. Ryu Min quickly waves a hand to comfort her. But do not worry at all. With absolute confidence, he promises that a special lifeline will appear for her. Fast forward, bright sunlight pours through the airplane window. Christine stares out into the clouds, completely lost in her own anxious thoughts, her life in danger. If her strict father had been at that meeting, things would have definitely exploded into a disaster, but her mind just keeps jumping back to that mysterious warning, a guaranteed lifeline. What exactly did that cryptic prophet mean? When she asked who would save her, Ryu Min's face had remained totally unreadable. He simply said someone would be there to save her. But of course, Christine had been insanely skeptical. Who exactly is going to save me? But Ryu Min refused to give any names. Snapping back to reality, Christine is still trapped in an endless loop of overthinking. Does that guy actually see the future? Just then, the overhead speaker chimes in. They are finally touching down at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. But honestly, Christine is still highly suspicious of those extremely vague prophecies. Let's be real, you and I both know she suspects a scam. Walking through the crowded airport, she spots a familiar face and freezes. Her loyal butler, Jeffrey, immediately walks over with a warm greeting. Miss Christine, how was your trip to South Korea? Let me take your bags. Christine is totally caught off guard. I honestly did not expect you here, Jeffrey. He calmly explains as they walk. Your father specifically ordered me to bring you straight home. Hearing that, her heart drops. All right, you and I are diving in. Someone giggles, asking if it is hard. Jeffrey calmly says, let us go. We cut to a church. It is a massive formal place, the absolute largest assembly hall in America, known as Synod Hall. Jeffrey and Christine stride forward with total purpose. They approach a heavy door. Jeffrey knocks a few times before speaking up. Sir, Lady Christine has returned. Inside that completely silent dark room, a deep voice echoes out, send her in. Christine steps inside the massive room facing the man who immediately speaks up. You have arrived. Looking at her gentle father, Greg, right in front of her, Christine replies softly, yes, father. After a long pause, Greg asks quietly, so how is he living lately? Christine answers with total calm, oh, he is still living well and just as proper as always. Greg continues pressing, has there ever been a time he acted completely disrespectful toward you? Christine looks a little bit timid now. That has never happened, not even once. In fact, he treats me with total respect. Hearing this, Greg laughs with pure satisfaction. Of course, he has to be polite. Whose daughter are you? So since you returned, have you two gotten any closer? Yet Christine sighs, looking completely helpless about the whole situation. I really do not know. Greg looks slightly suspicious. What do you mean? You do not know? You two have been dating for 6 months already. Losing her cool, Christine exhaustedly argues back. Dating. We are just seeing each other, without any real feelings involved. Can you even call that dating? Seeing that she just does not get it, Greg gently starts to explain the harsh reality. Osung Group is a massive Korean conglomerate, famous all over the entire world. A marriage to the eldest son of such a wealthy, powerful family only brings you huge benefits, absolutely zero downsides. No matter how much you hate him now, will you not eventually develop feelings for him later on? Feeling completely empty inside, Christine stares off into space. I do not know anymore. I still feel weirded out because he always seems like he is hiding something and plotting some dangerous dark scheme. Greg suddenly loses his patience. As a child of God, your spiritual discipline is still severely lacking. Why are you always so terribly suspicious of everything? Feeling exhausted by this, Christine shoots back directly. Because I am your daughter, father. Nobody can deny that. Greg immediately changes the subject. Fine. What exactly has he been doing lately? Christine answers honestly. He said he is busy preparing to start up a business. Hearing this, Greg looks totally disgusted. Our world is connected with God's dimension, and yet he still has not thrown away his pathetic worldly greed. Showing absolutely zero emotion, Christine reminds him sharply. You are exactly the same way, father. It is not like we actually received some kind of special choice from God. Staring down at the glowing blue energy in her hand, she hesitates for a second. Father, do you honestly, truly believe deep down that this is God choosing us and that this is truly divine power? Greg gives her a gentle look and smiles warmly. I fully believe that my daughter has received the grace of an angel. Seeing that Greg completely misses her point, Christine just feels tired. Grace of an angel. I have told you so many times what those angels actually did, but you refuse to understand anything. At this point, Greg speaks up once again. Ah, so your fiancé is also making good use of his divine gift. Right? Christine raises an arm overflowing with intense power, then replies very quietly. He is level 29 now. His overall regional ranking is 23rd. Greg looks genuinely amazed as he evaluates this. Wow, so it seems he is actually someone with significant real power. Just seeing his level is higher than Jeffrey proves it. Staring intently at her own arm, Christine looks slightly stunned. This time he said he will create a trading market for all players and there is an investor involved too. Without stopping, she continues speaking. I forget the exact name, but that investor literally calls himself a prophet. Greg looks shocked. You mean to tell me he can actually see the future? Christine mocks the idea with total contempt. He acts all high and mighty, giving me information about round 7, but I really have no clue if he is trustworthy because he spouts pure nonsense. Greg looks a bit dazed. A prophet, as if realizing the severe gravity of this, he rubs his chin and speaks. In this era of chaos, absolutely no ability is more tempting than seeing the future. How do you feel about maintaining a good relationship with that guy? Christine looks exhausted. I'm really not sure anymore. She clearly does not trust him. Staring intensely at nothing, she sighs heavily, because he says completely unbelievable things, like how I am going to die or that I will face terrible danger. Greg reacts with pure shock. What did you just say? Christine still does not take it to heart. It is just a ridiculous prophecy, father. You do not need to care. Now here is where you and I need to pay attention. While Greg grows pale, she stays totally calm. In this massive, chaotic mess of a world, is any player truly normal? If you just vaguely predict things like that, literally anyone could be a prophet. Seeing that Christine does not grasp the severe danger, Greg angrily raises his hand. Do not let your guard down. What if someone among your followers completely betrays you when you expect it least? Christine just sighs in response. Father, do not worry. Thinking of the loyal crowd charging forward with her standing right at the absolute center, she feels secretly smug. Did you forget I am the regional representative? Compared to betrayal, the number of people wanting to protect and stand by me is much higher. I will be perfectly safe. In the silent room, Greg feels reassured but still gives a warning. If you say so, I trust it. But you still must always prepare for unexpected, dangerous situations. Christine calmly stands up. I already know that, father. This girl does not mess around. Sitting so long seems to make standing slightly difficult for her. Leaving the dark room, Christine looks just a little bit lonely in the shadows. Back in the quiet room, Greg softly calls for Jeffrey. Jeffrey quietly answers, yes, sir. With a very dark expression, his eyes seem calculating and cold. I heard Kang Rock's investor is a prophet. How dare he impersonate a holy prophet and spout absolute nonsense that my daughter is going to die. So what do you and I take from this? Father is boiling with pure rage. If that crazy prophecy says she will face terrible danger, heads will roll. If he's lying, we'll give him an early taste of hell. As decided, the boss speaks up sharply. Investigate him right away. Find out if he's a fraud or not. Jeffrey calmly accepts the order. In the name of the Lord, I will execute this command. Suddenly, the text lines pop up one by one. Lost has entered the Channel 3 chat room. E has entered the Channel 3 chat. Lost sits in front of his computer. Welcome. On the other side, E replies, Lost, you're here early. He breaks into a bright smile. Well, I didn't have anything else to do. A new notification pops up. The guild master has entered the Channel 3 chat. Jeffrey speaks up immediately. Greetings, everyone. He kicks things off. Let's get this meeting started right now. Last time, we already made the decision to recruit. For the manager position, right, Lost? Did you pick the best candidates from the applicant pool? Lost quickly gives his report stating, I've selected the top 30 people based on their levels and highest regional rankings, then sent the list to you. The boss stares intently at the screen. No suspicious strangers hiding in this group, right? They keep discussing. If there were, I'd have reported them immediately. What about the other big names? I already searched. No aliases matching Heavenly Demon or the Fool anywhere. Bishop looks a little disappointed by this news. Well, I guess that's just how it is. Why go ahead with the screening and pick 5 people who pass? Y replies, yes, guild master. Lost leans back in his chair. Bishop moves on. Now for our next issue. Word is some congressman has been publicly condemning players lately. She chimes in quickly, I saw the news too. You mean Assemblyman Lee Seung-hoon, right? The boss confirms it with a nod. Exactly. After the manager recruitment, we'll discuss whether or not to eliminate that guy. Because the true enemies of us players are those lawyers trying to chain us down with their laws. The corner of his mouth curls up in a smirk. It's not like they're even players, so why should we care? He finishes up. That wraps up today's agenda. Cut to a massive building. Ryu Min dries his hair while scrolling through his phone. The official Player Place website has successfully launched. Just as he predicted, tens of thousands of players are logging on, registering their items. He slowly sits down in his chair. People must be desperate for cash. Listing all this junk. All right, you and I are about to sweep up every unique material first. Images of the materials appear, right on his phone. Ryu Min smiles, totally satisfied. With this much I can craft 3 unique items. He thinks to himself, selecting express delivery for everything. He calculates his next move carefully. Now it's time for the magic stones. A magic stone with a known combination. Recipe costs over 2 million apiece. He hits the buy button without hesitation. Even though they're just the lowest grade magic stones, he buys them all before delivery time ends. 2 days later, a guy carrying bags walks up to the front door. Mountains of packages stacked outside make him jump in shock. Huh, he yells out. Bro, what is all this? Ryu Min casually steps out. Ah, they're here. The kid turns pale. Did you really order all of this? What could possibly take up this much space? Ryu Min explains it easily. No big deal, really. Just some basic items for players to use. The kid slowly connects the dots. Oh, that Player Place app. The exclusive market for players is. Really all this? Ryu Min opens every box, inspecting the loot in his hands. Nothing is missing. It's all right here. All right, so how about we try combining these? He decides to start with a magic stone since he bought the most of those. The gems instantly begin reacting. 16 lowest grade magic stones can create a single highest grade magic stone. The fusion is a complete success. The system chimes. Highest grade red magic stone created, highest grade orange magic stone created, and the notifications keep rolling in. He creates a highest grade yellow magic stone next. Ryu Min looks totally satisfied. Perfect. He taps a slot on the screen. Now let's merge this into every single piece of gear. The system updates again. Fusion successful. The Death Scythe gains a massive bonus effect of plus 16% damage. The exact stats roll in. The Feathered Hat gains a strength bonus of plus 32. The Traveler's Cloak gets a crazy luck bonus of plus 32 as well. Points keep stacking up. The Elemental Resistance Ring receives a massive boost to all stats, adding an insane 16 across the board. A brand new outfit materializes on his body. Now let's equip everything. Watch this, you and I are about to see some broken stats appear. Strength plus 200, 6 intelligence plus 284, agility plus 200, 44 luck plus 200, 20 unallocated points. Ryu Min evaluates it. Even without the slaughter rune and blessing buffs, every single stat is over 200. He chuckles. If I add buffs to this, they'll probably spike from 600 straight to 900. He raises his hand. Furthermore, having fully equipped the highest grade magic stones in every color the rainbow effect buff is applied, he stares happily at his new gear. With that rainbow effect buff active, his resistance against negative status effects increases by 50%. Status resistance successfully boosted by 50%. Ryu Min just can't stop calculating the numbers. Java's necklace adds 35%. The resistance ring adds 35%. What if he applies the basic medium resistance skill for another 15%? Finally, he concludes the math. Using multiplicative stacking, he can block negative status conditions with an absurd 82.1% success rate. He continues his train of thought. Right now, he's probably the only person on Earth who has filled all their gear with highest grade magic stones. Why? Because he's monopolized absolutely every single magic stone on the market. The armor on his body vanishes, returning him to his casual everyday look. Of course, more items will hit the market over time. But you and I both know the value of these magic stones is going to absolutely skyrocket. Listen, materials are about to get incredibly scarce. Since even the lowest tier stones will hit 20 million won, our guy has to stay one step ahead. Ryu Min glances at the package beside him. Right now, preserving his remaining unique materials is top priority. And if possible, upgrading his high-level gear to the unique tier would be way more beneficial. He looks deeply thoughtful. Later on, once he finally hits level 60, he will combine them. He grabs his phone and stands up. Until then, he just has to watch for any new unique materials popping up online. Suddenly, he completely freezes. Hold on a second. He quickly realizes this is the exact material needed to combine legendary tier items. A system explanation pops right up. It has nothing to do with player tier. Legendary is just the absolute rarest rank out there. Items actually have 6 different tiers. The absolute best gear you can buy in the shop maxes out at the epic tier. Anything higher than that, you have to craft it through combination. And obviously, the higher the tier goes, the lower the drop rate for those required materials drops. It is not completely impossible, just insanely hard to find. Ryu Min stares intensely at his screen. That ultra-rare immortal skin fragment. Right now, it literally only drops from one single place in the entire world. His face shows absolutely zero emotion. The terrifying round 5 boss, the High Orc. Killing that thing gives an unbelievably low chance of dropping the immortal skin fragment, but his eyes turn completely resolute. Not only did someone kill a High Orc, but they actually got the lucky drop. Ryu Min suddenly realizes something. Wait, could it be that specific guy? He knows that guy actually has the raw strength to solo a high orc. Plus, he literally owns the beheading rune. Ryu Min starts pacing slowly. If it really is that exact guy, then this is almost definitely a trap and an insanely dangerous one at that. Ryu Min taps the green button on his screen. The fact it strictly requires an in-person trade basically confirms it. Let us see here. He quickly types out a message. Hello there. Are you the one selling the immortal skin fragment, right? The other side replies instantly. Yes. Ryu Min just goes straight for it. You listed this for 1,000,001. Is there any way you could lower that price a bit? The seller texts back. Huh, how much were you thinking? Ryu Min counters. With 900,000 won. The seller replies, that is a little difficult for me. Oh really? That is barely a dent. Ryu Min smirks. Time to push this guy's buttons a bit more. He sends another text. Ah, my bad. Typo. Take another 100,000 off. 800,001 total. The seller stares at the screen. Ryu Min instantly plays the victim card. I just wanted to practice combining some random gear. Everyone buys these crafting materials. Just for that reason anyway. I am totally broke right now, so can you please just give me a slight discount? Ryu Min plays it up perfectly. Hello, are you not going to sell it? Hello, the seller finally breaks. Fine. I feel bad for you, so I will sell it. For 800,000 won, but cash only. Can you come out to Suwon? Ryu Min basically confirms his own theory. Yeah, this guy is exactly who I thought he was. I dropped the price by 200,000 and he still agreed. Ryu Min texts back, yes, absolutely. He completely understands. This sick trap, that legendary item, just pure bait to lure someone in. Honestly, for a total psycho like him, this is completely standard behavior. Ryu Min throws open his closet door. So before this freak claims another victim, let us go see what he looks like, huh? He stares down. His combat gear. And of course, grabbing that legendary item. Now you and I are about to meet the psycho himself. Jung Suk laughs like a pure maniac. This pathetic loser is actually ridiculous. He scowls hard while reading the text messages. Listed it for 1,000,000 and he lowballs me to 800,000. He groans in annoyance. Do you even know what kind of item this is? Jung Suk arrogantly mutters to himself. This is loot that only drops right after killing the round 5 boss. That monstrous high orc that I had to sacrifice 20 other normal orc corpses just to barely kill with my own hands. He shudders, remembering how absolutely pathetic he looked during that raid. Honestly, I thought I was dead for sure back then. And yet this little rat actually wants it. He bites his lip hard, trying to snatch up my hardest-earned loot for just 800,000 won. Jung Suk completely tightens his grip around the bloody knife in his hand. What absolute garbage. When I finally meet you in real life, I swear I am tearing you into pieces. Suddenly, a dying man crawls forward. Please save me. Jung Suk steps back in pure disgust. Damn it, you actually scared me. What is with this old guy? You are still alive. The bleeding man begs in total despair. Please, I am begging you, save me. Jung Suk glares down at him. Hey, use honorifics when you talk to me. The poor guy's body violently trembles. Please help me. Jung Suk coldly plunges his knife straight into the man's neck. He literally scoffs. Honestly, creeping up on people like that, so incredibly annoying. He casually wipes his bloody blade on the victim's shirt. Whatever. Once that internet buyer shows up here, he is absolutely dead. This next kill is going to be way more fun. Flashback to when Jung Suk was just a kid. Sometimes in life you just get bored. So utterly bored that you want to destroy everything. He sits completely alone on the playground steps while the other kids happily run around. No matter what he tried doing, it was never fun. Everything felt completely empty and hopelessly dull. Years keep passing by and even entering middle school changed absolutely nothing for him. He figured that focusing on something might fix him, so he actually tried studying for his parents. Perfect test scores were stamped cleanly across his pages. He literally never dropped from rank 1 in his entire class. Dark memories come rushing back into focus, but eventually even getting perfect grades just became totally boring, so he just gave up entirely. His grades completely plummeted and his parents' endless nagging only got worse. Their angry shouting constantly echoed through the whole house. What are you even doing with your life? Huh, what is wrong with you? Why are you suddenly failing like this? You are completely humiliating us in front of everyone. We cannot even face anyone. Snapping back to reality, Jung Suk's crazed eyes light up. Honestly, looking back, that was the absolute best time. He clearly remembers those painful looks. All right, you and I are about to see a twisted past he could never forget. Back then, Seth smiled in this incredibly dark, twisted way, looking insanely proud. Because he was so young, he completely got away with his crimes. Seth viewed it as a sick trophy, continuing to commit countless brutal murders. By age 27, he casually walked away. Thanks to his meticulous planning, he never once got caught. Right after all that, he started fighting monsters. Meanwhile, this bizarre otherworldly survival game he joined ended up matching his psychotic personality perfectly. It was basically his playground. He racked up insane achievements right away. Using an early drop rate rune, he found Seth hoarded tons of incredibly useful loot, and the game system even dropped a shaman class change item, letting him quickly switch paths. Seth became totally obsessed as the whole game truly started getting wildly addictive and genuinely fun. Around round 4, he felt absolute pure ecstasy with every single victory. It was an absolute blast. He resolved that when he finally cleared all the rounds and earned a wish, he would literally ask for even more rounds. Back in reality, he crouched down right near that helpless man, finding the whole situation extremely fascinating. The thrill of watching the world completely collapse into ruin like this really was not too bad at all. He stared at him briefly, then Seth forcefully grabbed his shirt. Time to slowly prepare for their meeting. He expertly dragged his lifeless body straight over to the trash can. After hiding the corpse inside, he started hatching a deeply malicious scheme, waiting until his target got close enough. Seth arrogantly figured he would use his corpse explosion skill to completely blow him to pieces, but he also had a solid backup plan. If the guy luckily survived, he would cast the fear curse to control him, toy with him, and then crush him like a pathetic little bug. Suddenly, a mysterious figure appeared and Seth excitedly whipped around, finally stepping out to observe his prey. "Come over here right now. You dog, I have prepared a very special gift just for you." The shadow became much clearer. It was Arthur, stepping forward as Seth eagerly watched with intense anticipation. Arthur kept getting closer and closer. "That is right, just a little more, only 5 more steps to go." But then, he randomly stopped, leaving Seth totally surprised. "Why stop now?" Arthur tilted his head. "Hey, you are the guy selling the immortal skin fragment, right?" Seth anxiously bit his nails. "Damn it, just 2 more steps, and he is in the corpse explosion radius." Arthur casually waved his hand. "What exactly are you doing standing way over there? Not selling. Come out here." Seth awkwardly rubbed his neck. If he walked out, he would also be right inside the blast radius of corpse explosion. "You are actually here." He scowled heavily as his perfect trap failed. Sure, he could absolutely ditch the explosion setup right now and just rely solely on using the fear curse to fully control him. But that was way too boring. His grand master plan was not supposed to go down exactly like this. "Arthur, now watch how this plays out." Arthur was getting incredibly impatient. "Aren't you coming over?" Seth quickly made a pathetic excuse. "Could you come over here? My leg hurts really badly." Just 1 step. He only needed to lure him 1 more single step. Arthur crossed his arms and angrily scolded him. "Damn it, you think you are the only one with a hurt leg," Seth quickly explained. "Sorry, I am disabled, so it is a bit hard to move." Arthur immediately called his total bluff. "Your 2 legs look perfectly fine from here." Seth tightly clenched his fists. Damn it, did he actually figure out something? Seth started sweating from pure anxiety. No way, that was completely impossible. With a fresh corpse hidden deep inside the trash can, how could Arthur possibly know he was a shaman packing the corpse explosion skill? Arthur loudly yelled. "Damn it, you never even intended to make this trade with me, did you?" Seth finally stepped outside. "Wait, what are you talking about?" Arthur aggressively questioned him. "That item you claim to have is totally fake, isn't it, you dog?" He cursed without holding a single thing back. "Did you seriously lure me all the way out here to rob my money and gear? That is exactly why you kept begging me to come closer, right, fucking dog?" Hearing that, Seth literally trembled with pure boiling rage but forced himself to calm down. He absolutely could not let himself get swept into that bastard's pace. Regardless, he just needed to make Arthur take 1 more single step and it was game over. Seth softened his tone. "Hey, it really seems like you are completely misunderstanding the situation here. It is not like that at all." Arthur stayed super suspicious. "What do you mean it is not? Damn it." Seth desperately tried to make peace. "Please stop swearing." But Arthur just kept unleashing heavy insults. Swearing. "My foot, you dog. You actually think I am going to speak politely to some scammer selling fake goods to trap and rob me?" Seth grew extremely annoyed. "Fake? You are actually calling this fake?" Seth aggressively pulled out the skin. "Come look at this." Arthur's hostile attitude slowly faded and he smiled in a very mysterious way. Seth was totally confused. What gives? Why is this damn bastard suddenly smiling so creepily? Out of nowhere, the very arm holding the skin got cleanly severed off. Seth panicked wildly, staring at his profusely bleeding chopped limb. He quickly looked up. Arthur was clearly still standing right over there. Arthur casually held his ground, leaving Seth wondering how the hell the guy attacked without moving a single inch. His terrified eyes shot completely wide open, and this is where it gets crazy. Arthur was somehow directly behind him, or accurately Ryu Min in disguise. Seth stood perfectly paralyzed in sheer absolute panic, looking wildly between the 2 figures. Two of you, Arthur sharply raised an eyebrow. What, two people? What kind of crazy nonsense are you even babbling about? He said with heavy meaning. There's only one person here. Finishing his sentence, the illusion instantly vanished. Huh, why? The real one bent down to grab the skin. Do I seriously need to explain that to you? He smoothly snatched up the immortal skin fragment, causing Seth's face to turn completely pitch black. This fucking dead dog, Seth fiercely gritted his teeth and shouted fear curse. But Arthur just calmly stared directly into his raging eyes. The exclusive skill. Fear curse activates by inflicting the terrifying fear status effect right onto the target for 5 full seconds, the moment direct eye contact is firmly established. The overall success rate and duration constantly shift depending entirely on the target's specific resistance stats, and the cooldown time on this ability is exactly 1. Wait. The system alert pops up. Opponent resisted the fear effect. Terrifying curse completely failed. Zack just freezes. Total panic sets in. Failed. How? Leo just smirks. Why so scared? And without warning, he throws a massive punch right into Zack's face. Teeth go flying. Seriously, how high is this guy's strength stat anyway? Leo just keeps swinging. Zack hits the dirt, shaking in absolute agony. This guy is crazy. But then Leo reaches out. A bright blue light wraps around Zack. Suddenly, he sits up totally confused. Wait, what is happening? Leo explains it casually. Just a healing skill. Then he coldly lands another punch. Why? Just to beat him up more. Another heavy strike to the gut. It is an absolute beatdown. Zack struggles up. You dead meat? Leo just stares at him. Haven't had enough? Zack forces himself up. Just gotta wait out the skill cooldown. He gets his confidence back. The curse cooldown is over. You are dead meat, punk. But right then, his eyes are wide open. My eyes. Leo stands there holding his blade. Man, your family must seriously regret raising a monster like you. Zack pulls out a knife in total rage. He just starts swinging at thin air. You tricked me. Leo swiftly kicks him across the ground, sending the knife flying. Completely cornered and helpless, Zack is hitting rock bottom. What do I do? Hand chopped clean off, eyes completely blind. He looks up, realizing this is actually the end of a line. But then a totally twisted smile forms. If I am going down, I am taking you with me. Zack triggers his corpse explosion skill. Boom, a massive blast goes off. Out on the street, people hear the shockwave. Wait, what was that? Did a bomb just go off back there? The crowd is totally stunned when they spot the ruined alleyway. Look at that, cops are already arriving on the scene. Was it a gas leak? Everyone stay back. Meanwhile, Leo is chilling on the roof looking down. He glances at Zack. We almost got blown to pieces. Leo knows his whole file name is Zack goes by the Fool. He is a top player fighting for rank 2 or 3 in the region, just like Demon Lord Rock. Leo does the math. But honestly, even with crazy stats, a serial killer cannot join him in round 20. Still, before that happens, maybe he can use this guy for boss hunts. You and I know how insane his drop rune is. The system pops up. This special drop rune boosts the item rates during hunts. We are talking a massive 10 times boost for scoring rare loot from boss monsters. Leo stares hard at Zack. As long as this guy breathes, he is going to keep gathering top-tier materials to sell on the market. Only one problem, he is a literal serial killer. Leo draws his blade. If he lets him walk, more innocent players are going to die. With zero hesitation, he slashes his sword, and glowing light particles surround Zack. He is actually healing him. Leo even fixes his ruined eyes. But get this, when he wakes up, he is going to see exactly how pathetic he looks. Job done. Leo stands up. I totally destroyed the chopped arm so he cannot reattach it. Now he will not be wandering around murdering random players. Leo thinks to himself all he really needs to farm items is his alternate world body anyway. He coldly glares. He never saw my real face, so payback is impossible. Fast forward a bit and Zack finally starts waking up. He looks around totally dazed. What the heck? Where am I? He's completely lost. Wait, I definitely used corpse explosion in that alley. Then it all comes rushing back. That jerk chopped off my hand. Where did he go? Zack suddenly realizes one of his legs is completely gone. My leg. He is shaking with pure rage. Show yourself, you absolute coward. Where are you hiding? His hand brushes against a random note on the ground. He grabs it. What is this? The note starts. First off, your missing leg. Not my fault. Leo wrote everything out clearly. Why hide that completely useless bomb anyway? Were you trying to kill me? I honestly wanted to finish you off for being annoying, but seeing you lose a leg looked too pathetic, so I let you live. Zack is shaking as he reads. Seriously, who heals the guy trying to rob them? Know your place. From now on, drop the cheap tricks and actually live a decent life. Then comes the ultimate threat. If you ever cause trouble again, you are dead, because I Memorize your ID card address. Zack crushes the paper in his fist. What the heck? Absolute despair hits him. The corpse explosion I triggered, you and I both know it totally backfired. Didn't scratch him but blew my leg off. Makes literally zero sense. Zack frantically starts digging through his pockets. How long was I knocked out for him to pull this insane stunt and vanish? Total panic sets in as he checks his other pocket. My phone, my wallet, all my cash was right in there. Zack's face turns completely dark. He chopped my hand, stole my loot and my wallet. You. All right, you and I are jumping right in. Bastards, he screams like an absolute maniac, swearing to himself that today's total humiliation will definitely be avenged. We cut to a fancy hotel. Ryu Min smiles and asks, the traditional food here is pretty good, right? Juri immediately beams with high praise. Yes, out of everywhere I have ever eaten, this is absolutely the best spot. He laughs brightly. That is great. Since it completely suits your taste, we should definitely come back here more often. Hearing that, her eyes widen in total surprise. Wait, really? More often? He nervously rubs his head. Well, maybe not all the time, just occasionally. She smiles back at him. Ah yeah, that works too. Juri looks a little sad. But Min, you seem super busy lately, right? Every single time I reach out, you say we can meet up later. He hesitates, answering awkwardly. Ah, sorry, some things came up. Ryu Min's eyes grow serious. He really is busy. Every single weekend he has to attend. Meetings at Player Plus and then even more meetings on top of that. He glances sideways. Plus, sometimes it is just hard to go outside, since he has to constantly watch his back for stalkers. He sharply senses it. Even right now there are eyes actively watching his every move. Ryu Min is absolutely certain of his guess. He already knows exactly who it is. A level 28 assassin named Jeffrey. The person pulling the strings, Christine's father, Nathan. Ryu Min remembers the beginning. He did not know he was being tailed, but thanks to his sharp presence detection skill, he realized someone had been tailing him for days. Out on the street, Ryu Min clearly sensed a hidden presence, though. No physical body was visible. That meant an assassin using a stealth skill. But here's the catch. This guy completely lacks any kind of presence detection skill himself. He can hide his body to avoid getting caught, sure, but if he had detection, he would not tail him so, obviously. After noticing him, Ryu Min simply tracked the guy right back. The exact moment he dropped his stealth, Ryu Min instantly confirmed his identity. He even read his mind to figure out the stalker's exact motives. Ryu Min silently shifts his eyes toward the guy, quietly observing the situation. Seems like Christine talked about him to her dad. He totally gets why Nathan is upset his own daughter is destined to die in the future. He definitely wants to confirm who dared to say that. Right after, Jeffrey calmly pockets his cell phone and just quietly walks away. Is that so? Keep tailing him then. As long as he has his mask and stealth magic, Ryu Min looks exactly like a totally normal office worker anyway. He holds his water glass, glancing after the assassin. Hey Ryu Min, Juri starts breaking his train of thought. Last time you gave me that information about round 7, right? Juri hesitates, asking carefully. Is that really all there is to it? Just do not get seduced by temptation. But Ryu Min simply smiles back, calmly instructing her. Yeah, just remember that and you will be fine. He slowly takes a sip of water, thinking to himself. If they know the exact quest beforehand, they actually get eliminated from the round. Elimination literally means turning into dust. He cannot let the people he needs to protect until round 20 vanish. This time, he will try his absolute best to save as many as possible and reach that final round. Suddenly, Ryu Min speaks up. Juri. His expression carries a hint of serious concern. We absolutely have to survive until the very end, okay? Hearing that, Juri feels a little shy, offering a gentle nod as she replies. All right then, let's head to the next qualifier. Priscilla has already appeared, immediately opening her mouth. Hello there, pathetic humans. The other players look visibly annoyed and completely frustrated. Have you all lived well this past month? The total number of survivors this time around is 434. As you can see, with so few people left, we cannot really set up proper rules, right? She continues, speaking calmly. But the moment those words drop, the ground suddenly shakes violently. Same as last time, chunks of earth suddenly start slamming together. We will now proceed with a zone merge. Right after, massive floating landmasses appear back to back, slowly crashing down to interlock with the other pieces. 10 zones have merged, totaling 4,992 players. Priscilla continues her explanation. The name of this brand new zone is C2SKU3. Look, everyone here is Korean, so no need to be overly cautious from the start. The other players sweat nervously, clearly uncomfortable. So right before we begin, we should probably pick a zone representative for this round, shouldn't we? Damn it. After saying that, she literally blinks and vanishes. Hold on just a second, before that we need to discuss how we proceed. Wait, what? Only Ryu Min stands perfectly calm, arms folded. Now here is where you and I need to pay close attention. A rep selection match is starting. He calculates everything in his head. This time, he absolutely will not let the zone representative position slip away from him even for a second. It grants dominance that actually works in the real world. Plus, it serves as the perfect reward for this specific round's hidden subquest, the Mental Wall Rune. It is one of the 18 absolute mandatory runes to collect, and he desperately needs it to firmly counter Amphi's insane abilities. Ryu Min's face hardens with absolute resolve. The zone rep reward and that Mental Wall Rune, both of those critical items, must be secured at any cost. He has already prepared thoroughly just to achieve this goal. Meanwhile, on the other side, the angels are currently gathering and discussing things. Anyone want to do it? Are there any angels volunteering who actually wants to step up and be the guide? For this merge zone, two angels turn toward Priscilla, asking her directly, "Oh, hey, we heard you just had an absolutely amazing little game." With Oliver, Priscilla smirks. "I heard it too. A game where if the humans in the managed zone actually manage to win, they basically become kings, right?" She casually glances up and replies to them, "Let's all try playing that game too. It will be pretty fun." Priscilla, "All right, you and I are back in the madness," she continues excitedly. "So the method to choose our representative will be a classic deathmatch." Wait. Another angel quickly steps in to stop her. "Your zone has Ryu Min, you know that, right? Isn't he the only human who actually surpassed level 50? The other angels complain, completely annoyed. "If we do a deathmatch, Priscilla's guy easily becomes king. That is just way too unfair." Priscilla glares. "So do you have a better idea?" Another angel smirks, stepping up with a sly proposal. "Since Ryu Min is there, a game of strength puts us at a huge disadvantage. How about whoever clears round 7 first wins the spot?" The other angels quickly chime in, totally agreeing. Great idea. After all, this specific round has absolutely nothing to do with raw power. The angel leans closer, intentionally provoking Priscilla. "Well, Priscilla, what do you think?" Left with no other choice, she ends up relaying this new rule back to all the players. The selection method is officially set. Hearing this, everyone looks around completely confused and anxious. The title of representative for the unified zone will go to the player who finishes the next mission first. Wait, so it is not a deathmatch? Well, even though they have no idea what to expect, it is definitely better than fighting to the death, she continues. "Now I will announce the round 7 mission." Instantly, the system screen flashes a massive notification. Round 7 main mission. Total zone participants 6,972,066. Total eliminated 0 out of millions. Current zone C 2SKU3. Total participants 492. Wait, why is the elimination goal showing question marks? Everyone is seeing the exact same glitch. The players immediately start complaining, feeling totally unsettled. "Hey, is the system glitching out?" No, it is not a glitch. Priscilla stands there calmly, offering them one final warning. The round 7 objective is a secret mission. What? A secret mission? The countdown timer appears, showing the remaining time until the end of the round. 1 hour, 59 minutes. They watch her vanish, breaking into nervous whispers. "We do not even know what the actual mission is. What are they supposed to do now? Just guess blindly." Complete panic sets in. A time limit means they have to accomplish something before the clock runs out, right? Left with 0 clues, the players slowly scatter in completely different directions. Might as well walk around the area and see if they can trigger a hidden objective. This is where you and I realize the stakes. Finding the actual mission is part of the game. Out of nowhere, Sang-chan suddenly steps right up, walking toward Ryu Min with a few other players following closely behind. "Mr. Ryu Min, you are here." Ryu Min just stares at them, replying coldly, "Why are you all walking around together?" Sang-chan smiles awkwardly. "Oh, we just bumped into each other nearby. Kind of nice running into a friendly face." He chuckles, then carefully probes. "So Mr. Ryu Min, about that secret mission. Do you have any guesses?" Ryu Min keeps his expression completely deadpan. "Why are you asking me about this? The objective did not even pop up." "I have absolutely no idea." "Is that so?" But Sang-chan refuses to back down, desperate for intel. "Well then, Mr. Ryu Min, let me share a little insider info about round 7 with you." "Wait, information about the 7th round? How on earth could this guy possibly know that?" Sang-chan proudly reveals that he heard it from a legit prophet back in the real world. Hearing this, Ryu Min frowns slightly, his mind racing. Wait, last time he completely hid that fact. Yet now he is just dropping it casually. Ryu Min realizes he was a fool for ever trusting this guy. Seeing Ryu Min's cold reaction, Sang-chan suddenly panics, looking totally confused. "Hey, why are you staring at me like that? I know it sounds crazy talking about a prophet, but I swear I am telling the absolute truth." Desperate, Sang-chan quickly turns to Seal Rin for backup. She is an acquaintance of mine, so I got some extra help. Right, Miss Rin? You can back me up on this. She nods quickly. Yes, that is true. Ryu Min just lets out a heavy sigh. Rin, too, great another. Totally unreliable person added to the list. Fine, let us hear it. Sang Chan practically beams with excitement. To survive round 7, you just need to remember one simple phrase. Do not let yourself be seduced by temptation. Jury standing right next to him jumps a little. Temptation. Wait, what exactly does that mean? Sang Chan shakes his head. Honestly, I have no idea about the details. Jury nervously steps forward, asking the million-dollar question. Wait, is that prophet's name? Ryu Min. The rest of the group gasps in sudden realization. While they put the pieces together, Ryu Min just stands there letting out another helpless sigh. His brow furrows as he thinks to himself. The existence and real identity of the prophet is already spreading among the players, but as long as his actual identity as Ryu Min stays a secret, he should be fine. For now, he definitely needs to split these 4 people up. It is way safer that way. Ryu Min immediately speaks up, brushing them off. Thanks for the info. We will just have to see if that prophet's warning actually means anything. Right now, we should all separate and hunt for more detailed clues. Hearing this sudden brush-off, Sang Chan stares at him, absolutely stunned by the rejection. Wait, separate, but we do not even know if this is a group mission yet. Moving together is safer, he protests weakly. Why would we do that right now? But Ryu Min's glare shuts them up. Intimidated, they immediately bow their heads in compliance. All right, we understand. So for round 7, everyone is on their own. Good luck out there. Jury stammers, looking totally lost. Then, I guess I should. Ryu Min turns his cold gaze straight at her. You need to leave too. Trembling slightly, she nods. Yes, once everyone finally clears out, Ryu Min shakes his head, completely annoyed. This situation is getting way too complicated. He glances around the quiet zone. But wait a second, what exactly was the actual objective for round 7 again? Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream shatters the silence, making him flinch. Without hesitating, Ryu Min sprints at full speed toward the terrifying sound. Another scream echoes. He leaps forward, crashing through the brush. As Ryu Min looks up, his eyes widen in pure shock. A thick trail of dark crimson blood stains the grass. Unbelievably, it is Jury. She is slumped against a massive tree, clutching a horrifying wound right across her stomach. Total panic setting in, Ryu Min drops to his knees beside her. Min Jury, what the hell happened to you? He demands, terrified. Be Ryu Min. Jury groans in absolute agony, her hands covered in blood. No. Min, you have to. Please help me. Hearing this, Ryu Min freezes in pure shock. She knows his secret identity. Stick with me because this mystery just got insanely deep. Let's jump right into the madness. Her body trembles as she looks up, whispering his name. Ryu Min, it is you, right? Wait, how do you know my secret identity? Jury pushes through the pain to confess. Of course I know who you are. How could I not? You were my very first love. No matter how hard you try to hide it, I would always recognize you. Ryu Min is totally stunned now. Wait, so you actually knew this entire time? But you were just pretending not to. Yeah, playing dumb all this time was seriously hard for me. And with that, Jury completely passes out. She goes totally limp in his arms. We can talk about that later, but your stomach. Who did this to you? Ryu Min frantically tries to heal her. His hands are shaking non-stop. This wound is absolutely brutal. If he had been even a second later, she would have bled out right there. Slowly but surely, the massive gash seals up and stops bleeding. Jury looks down, absolutely shocked. Thank you so much, Ryu Min. He scowls, holding her close as he demands answers. Who was it? Who stabbed you? It was that man, she whispers. Hearing the name, his eyes go wide. Pure rage takes over. An Sang Cheon. What? Ryu Min is practically vibrating with fury as he growls, where the hell is that total bastard? Speak of the devil, Sang Cheon casually strolls right over, totally unbothered. I am right here. Ryu Min spins around, screaming at them. You disgusting. Absolute pieces of trash, but the guy just smirks, clearly trying to push his buttons. Wow, I never expected your vocabulary to be so dirty. Oh, great prophet. Ryu Min is caught totally off guard. Wait, you know I am the prophet. Oh yeah, we tortured this little girl until she spilled everything. Honestly, we had zero clue until just now. Jury starts panicking, completely terrified as she tries to explain. I am so sorry, Min. The pain was just too much. I could not hold it in anymore. Ryu Min grits his teeth, clenching his fists so hard they shake. Stop glaring at me with those killer eyes. Sang Cheon just keeps laughing, pushing the mockery even further. Do you have any idea how completely shocked I was to think that a weak loser like you is actually Ryu Min? Who could have ever guessed? Before I rip your mouths wide open, you better give me one hell of an excuse. Ryu Min forces himself to stay calm. Why did you attack? Jury? Sang Cheon just shrugs it off like it is nothing. Well, she seemed pretty close to you, right? I only ambushed her to squeeze out a little bit of information. As he speaks, he covers his mouth, giggling like an absolute maniac. But I never expected the jackpot to be this massive. Oh man, if the director finds out about this, he will be completely thrilled. But Ryu Min is done playing nice. He draws his weapon, eyes radiating pure murderous intent. You really think you will live long enough to pass on that message? Sang Kyeon immediately throws both hands up and steps back. Hold it right there. Do not take another step toward me. He even throws a threat right back at him. Or else I will detonate the bomb hidden inside Juri. What? Ryu Min freezes in pure panic, hesitating. He snaps his head back to look at her. A bomb. Sang Cheon points to the guy standing right next to him. My good buddy here. Help me out. Ryu Min stares at the guy, completely mind-blown and furious. No pain, no gain. Do not tell me. The guy just awkwardly mutters his response. I am really sorry, Lord Ryu Min. Ryu Min goes dead, pale, unable to process this betrayal. Impossible. How could he do this? The Dark Seed skill. A dark magic power you only unlock at level 40. Once you plant this terrible seed into the ground and activate it, it randomly summons a demonic monster right on the spot. But wait, what would actually happen if a twisted dark magic skill like that was suddenly implanted directly into a living human body and triggered? The traitor finally looks right up to answer Ryu Min's furious questions. How the hell did you reach level 40 already? Well, I wanted to be super strong just like you, Lord Ryu Min, so I grinded out hunting. He furiously screams his command. No pain, no gain. Cancel that dark seed right now. Actually, I do not want to. How dare you? I thought you always looked up to me. The traitor hesitates for a split second. Well, yeah, Lord Ryu Min used to be an absolute god in my eyes. A literal god. But then he instantly flips the script, smirking like a total villain. But honestly, that only mattered when you were actually perfectly handling every single situation. Since you are clearly not flawless anymore, I literally have zero reason to keep worshipping the great Ryu Min, do I? Ryu Min turns totally pale, finally realizing he has been completely backstabbed by his own fan. What do you guys want? Sang Cheon just grins, eating this up. This girl seems pretty important to you, huh? Shut your mouth and tell me exactly what you want right now. He has no choice but to bite his tongue and negotiate. Swear it. Swear you will not kill Juri if I do what you ask. Hearing that, the villain just bursts into arrogant laughter, totally mocking him. Sang Cheon chuckles with evil glee. Sure thing. If you actually agree, then what do we want? Info on the next round, or maybe the hidden item locations. He glares with pure malice. You know what? All of that stuff is totally useless to me. I just find it completely hilarious that a guy like you dared to trick us and even tried to manipulate our boss. Now here is where you and I witness true cruelty. He coldly drops the demand. Kill yourself. Juri trembles in terror right behind them. Do it right in front of us and I will spare her life. Without a single trace of panic, Ryu Min coldly readies his weapon and replies. Keep your promise. She bursts into tears, desperately rushing toward him. No, do not do it. In a flash, he strikes himself down right in front of them. As long as she survives, it is fine. But wait, a system message pops up revealing a hidden sub-quest. Player, Ryu Min is now escaping the illusion. Main quest complete. You escaped the illusion in under 2 hours. Hidden sub-quest successfully completed. Suicide without hesitation. He stares at the glowing text in absolute shock. Wait, did you? And I just get totally fooled. It was an illusion. Alright, you and I are about to see absolute genius. Ryu Min finally remembered. Round 7's main quest, escaping an illusion, but knowing that beforehand would totally stall the quest and get him killed. So the second he stepped into round 7, he used his authority to completely control his own mind. Because once that timer started, the system would launch its illusion, and if he was fully aware of its existence, instant death penalty. Game over. The command he hardwired into his own brain was simple: do not even think for a single second that this is an illusion until the hidden quest is done. He literally erased his own memory, and to conquer that hidden objective, he brainwashed himself before even entering this dimension. He forced himself to believe he had to save Juri, even if it cost his life. He made himself believe he loved her. In round 7, the system builds illusions using your deepest inner insecurities, perfectly leading you into a situation where you commit suicide. For Ryu Min, his biggest fear was his secret identity getting exposed and being completely betrayed by his trusted allies. Finding out the weak prophet was actually Ryu Min. Who could even imagine that? The system totally used that exact fear to build his nightmare. To the system, it looked like he loved Juri, so it used that to spin a tragic storyline trying to lure him into taking his own life. Realizing it was all just a quest, Ryu Min finally smiled with relief. Luckily, thanks to that crazy self-brainwashing, everything went exactly according to plan. Right then, someone rushed over. It was Seo Ah-ren, practically sprinting to talk to him. Lord Ryu Min, did you already clear the round 7 quest? Ryu Min turned and casually replied, yeah, you too. As she spoke, she nervously glanced around the empty area. It looked like the other players were still trapped inside their illusions. Then Seol-Ah-Rin opened up again, hesitant. Lord Ryu Min, I don't know if this will surprise you since it's so sudden. She blushed deeply, too shy to even look him in the eye as she confessed. Honestly, I think I really like you. But Ryu Min, he just coldly drew his weapon, not a single trace of emotion on his face. This is way too sudden, right? I know. It sounds like a joke. She kept going. But I'm being completely sincere right now. If I don't say it now, I might never get the chance. So I gathered all my courage. Seol-Ah-Rin suddenly panicked, trying to explain herself. Wait, Lord Ryu Min, please. But he didn't hesitate for a microsecond. He ruthlessly cut her down in an absolute instant. The fake Seol-Ah-Rin collapsed to the ground. Ryu Min calmly looked up at the sky. Cut the cheap tricks. System notification, you have successfully cleared the main quest. Escaped the temptation within 2 hours. The fake Seol-Ah-Rin slowly vanished into thin air, right in front of Ryu Min. The other players were completely unconscious, strange wires connecting their heads to the ceiling. Suddenly, Priscilla whipped her head around in pure shock. She frantically flew over. Someone actually woke up this early. Seeing Ryu Min awake and casually looking around, the angel was absolutely stunned. Ryu Min turned around, acting totally confused. Angel, what exactly is going on here? Priscilla covered her mouth, bursting into incredibly excited laughter. Ryu Min, you're the very first person to escape the temptation illusion. Congratulations. Ryu Min leaned on his hand, pretending to put the pieces together. An illusion. The system pinged. Please wait until the time limit expires. Rewards will be distributed after the final tally. Time remaining. 1 hour 30 minutes 51 seconds. Priscilla laughed loudly and cheerfully flew away. Ryu Min just kept his eyes on her as she left. Just as he thought the most important thing was the main quest, escaping temptation. Just like the very first illusion, they faced the system. Used player data to create the perfect bait. It could be material wealth, the desperate desire to escape pain, or even romantic seduction. If you didn't break free before the timer hit 0, or if you were eliminated before even facing it, you were permanently out. Here's where you and I see his real speed. If you escaped, your ranking was determined entirely by how fast you cleared it. Ryu Min plopped down on the ground, looking completely bored. Not exactly sure, but it probably took me under a second to break out, just like last time. A little while later, someone suddenly screamed in pure panic. Then one by one, the other players started waking up. What the hell, I already have a girlfriend. What just happened? Priscilla stood to the side, clapping her hands with absolute glee. All right. Everyone wake up and pay attention. Round 7, main quest, escape temptation within 2 hours. The hidden quest, commit suicide without any hesitation. Succeed and you get massive rewards. She glanced at the players, her face glowing with pure amusement. Wait, what? Suicide was the hidden quest. What kind of messed up quest is that? Then the screen flashed. Round 7, final results for the entire zone. Rank 1, Ryu Min. Time 0.01 seconds. Second place, Priest. Third place, Dark Knight. Local zone rankings. First place, Ryu Min. Second place, Knight and Sang Chun. Third place, Summoner Seol-Ah-Rin. Staring at that brutal leaderboard, everyone groaned in total frustration. Seriously, Ryu Min took first place again. They looked up completely mind blown. How on earth did he clear this insane nightmare of a quest fast enough to grab first place? It was absolutely unbelievable. System alert. Congratulations, you have cleared the quest as rank 1 in your local zone. Congratulations, you have also cleared the quest as rank 1 across all global zones. The local zone rank 1 reward is a premium random draw selection ticket, and your global rank 1 reward is a special prize selection box. Both items have been instantly delivered to your inventory. Even the angels were gossiping nonstop. His mental strength was absolutely flawless. Was that what this meant? In the very end, all right, you and I are back in the madness. Priscilla makes her cold announcement. Anyone failing to clear the quest within the given time limit, they instantly dissolve into thin air, complete shock on their faces, and this time it is permanently game over. Wait a second. Ryu Min stands there completely calm, unfazed by the chaos. The system announces he has become the new regional representative. For Zone C2SK003, rewards are handed over to him for unifying the district. He casually glances down at the glowing item floating right above his hand. The temporary ruling skill privileges are officially changing. From now on, he can finally use this ruling authority exactly once in the real world. Finally, a solid way to fight back. Now he can totally take control over the Player Place app anytime, anywhere. Meanwhile, Ma Jiangrock wakes up exhausted, holding his aching head. He feels completely drained, wondering if he has truly returned to the real world. Was everything he just saw just a hallucination? Ma Jiangrock suddenly remembers the horrifying scene where his own brothers actually tried to take his life. What if that was not an illusion at all, but a glimpse into the future? He shakes his head, desperately getting right out of bed. He needs to grow his company fast to earn his father's approval. Speaking of which, Ma Gyeongrok stands up and walks straight over to the glass window. Looking at the final rankings, there is absolutely no name that looks like the prophet. What in the world is going on? He frowns, falling deep into thought again. It was not even a combat mission. Did this guy actually know the quest details beforehand but just refused to act until he dropped off the leaderboard? Or did he intentionally delay finishing it? Seriously, what kind of massive scheme is this mysterious prophet secretly planning? Over on the other side, Ryu Min is enjoying a delicious meal. Sitting right across from him, Juri looks incredibly sluggish and totally zoned out. Was calling for an immediate meetup, pushing it too fast. Her mental state is clearly still fragile. He immediately speaks up to check on her with genuine concern. Juri, what is wrong? Food not to your liking, she mutters, is fine. Did something bad happen during round 7? She instantly turns her face away, visibly awkward and evasive. Nothing, it is nothing. She accidentally saw something traumatizing. Seeing this, Ryu Min has absolutely no choice but to comfort her. Whatever illusion you saw, just forget about round 7. It is all in the past now. She quietly agrees that she should. But get this, Jeffrey is still fully invisible, standing right to the side, secretly spying on them. She blames her current mood on being exhausted from the rushed preparation. Ryu Min then leans in and softly reveals the truth. The real reason I invited you out for lunch today is actually to tell you about round 8 early. As he says this, he subtly side-eyes the empty space next to him. From now on, memorize every single detail, carefully. Ryu Min calmly explains things to her, knowing full well that to earn Christine's absolute trust, this critical information simply has to be leaked through this hidden spy. Meanwhile, an extremely frustrated Jeffrey aggressively scratches his head, glaring at the phone tight in his hand. His glasses reflect the screen glaring back at him. An interview with the Korean players who survived round 7. 3 minutes ago, the ultimate support app, Player Place, was a massive success. An exclusive trading platform built just for players. People are already buzzing about what items are being traded there. 10 minutes ago, someone already tested a transaction on Player Place. Jeffrey bites his lip hard, scowling in pure annoyance. It has only been a few minutes and there are already new articles out. His father turns his head, practically dripping with absolute contempt. I heard the Ocean Group's youngest son succeeded with that project targeting players. He is 3 whole years younger than you, yet he already has a killer eye for business. Meanwhile, you are over here, failing to even become a player, and not a single news headline has your name on it. Hearing those harsh words, Jeffrey absolutely loses it. He is shaking with pure, unadulterated rage. He cannot believe Player Place actually belongs to that guy. His entire face darkens with pure manic fury. This is all that bastard Ma Gyeongrok's fault. If only I had awakened as a player, I could have completely crushed Ma Gyeongrok in a fair head-to-head competition. Jeffrey grips his phone hard enough to crack it, determined to expand his power and prove his strict father wrong. His eyes burn with wild ambition. It is time to execute the master plan immediately. Right at that exact moment, a group call notification pops up on screen. Jamini quickly speaks up, asking if the boss has arrived. Chairman Lost coldly crosses his arms, observing in complete silence. Mr. Jamity, regarding that previous officer interview, you mentioned a total of 3 people actually passed the murder test. Right, that is correct. Jeffrey jumps right in, practically buzzing with absolute excitement. I will proceed with the operation tomorrow. The very next day at a quiet church, Nathan approaches Christine. Maybe keeping that prophet guy close by is actually the smartest move. Hearing this, she hesitantly nods in agreement. Yes, sir. Daniel steps up, trying to argue. Father, do you seriously believe those words? It could literally just be a lucky coincidence. Nathan furrows his brow, shooting back a firm response. I already sent Jeffrey out to investigate, and it turns out this guy is not dangerous at all. Word is he is just a normal young man commuting straight to work and back. She lowers her head, still clearly torn. Your fiancé completely trusts him too, and they are even doing serious business together now, right? But I still cannot fully accept it. Right then, a voice echoes from right behind them. Well, what about this then, Christine? Jeffrey confidently strides forward and drops a massive bombshell. I just received exclusive intel regarding round 8 directly from him. Nathan freezes, stunned. Did you just say round 8? You mean you actually heard the new prophecy? Yes, and this time he was incredibly detailed about it. But Daniel just frowns, clearly still skeptical and extremely wary. If the lady still refuses to believe it, we can just wait until round 8 passes to judge. Nathan quickly urges him to spill the details. Let us hear it. So you and I finally learn what Jeffrey eavesdropped Ryu Min, revealing that round 8's difficulty will drastically change based on their choices, and the experience points they get will be completely different. Playing along, he pretends to think it over, suddenly making Daniel jump. Daniel pays close attention. He mentioned that round 8 would introduce a brand new element. Is that the new variable? He narrows his eyes and asks in a very serious tone. Non-player characters. Jeffrey drops the bombshell about round 8. But wait, you and I need to see what is happening in this quiet parking garage where Yami happily hums. On a nearby screen, Assemblyman Lee Song-hoon makes a very serious public statement. I believe that players are basically a cancer spreading through our society. Of course, I am talking specifically about criminal players. It has been exactly 6 months since these awakened players first appeared in our world. And haven't serial murders, brutal assaults, and robberies been happening non-stop since then? This is absolutely not a problem we can just ignore anymore. Listening to this, Yami just lets out a totally sarcastic chuckle. The news anchor calmly replies, but Assemblyman, even if we leave the players alone, their numbers are bound to drop significantly anyway over time. So does this new law of yours really have any actual meaning? The anchor asks. Song-hoon casually fires right back. When the fire is already burning your feet, are you really going to wait for it to burn out? Obviously not. It is the exact same logic. From the victim's perspective, they want to grab those rogue players by the neck and crush them as soon as possible. Every single evil player in this world needs to be completely wiped out. Song-hoon quickly adds a disclaimer. Let me just repeat this clearly, I am talking about the criminal players, please do not misunderstand me. The screen suddenly goes totally black. Misunderstand. A man angrily screams in the dark. What the heck is there to misunderstand? Every single player out there should just die and do us a favor. Those absolute pieces of trash. He cannot help but think to himself that is the only way we stop getting innocent victims like our own family. What a mess. There is no such thing as a good player in this world. They are all just potential criminals waiting to use their hidden powers anytime. We just need to push this new law forward and perfect it. Suddenly, a notification chime echoes loudly through the elevator as it heads down. A very respectful bodyguard holds the car door open. Please get in, sir. Assemblyman Lee Seong-hoon just casually nods and replies, thank you very much. He settles into the seat and says, good morning, driver. But right as the words leave his mouth, Seong-hoon suddenly freezes, his face turning pale. He gasps in pure shock. Who the heck are you? Yami just cheerfully waves back at him. Good morning, Assemblyman. It is a huge honor to meet you like this. Song-hoon furiously roars at her. I asked who you are, you crazy witch, but before he can even finish his sentence, he gets knocked completely unconscious. She stares coldly as the politician slumps into the back seat. The bodyguard finishes the job and steps up to report. Miss, everything is ready. Yami calmly gives her next order. Close the backseat door. He quickly does exactly as told, and the car drives away. The bodyguard just stands there totally dazed like he lost his soul. Driving away, she happily thinks she really should have managed her subordinates better. Her eyes dart back to the rearview mirror. But honestly, even if someone finds him now, it will not matter. Because the unique skill she possesses. The charm skill guarantees absolute loyalty. A system screen suddenly flashes right in front of her. Ancient charm skill. Here is how the crazy effect works. Just by making eye contact or physically touching a target, you can completely seduce and control a human mind. You can control a total of up to 5 people maximum, but it only works on the opposite gender. The duration is infinite, and anyone caught under this insane charm effect becomes absolutely loyal to their master. But it cannot be used on monsters or angels. Yami smirks to herself. Thanks to this overpowered skill, right here, she can safely control players and go hunting without lifting a finger. Just like when that one charmed player turned around and literally told her, Master, you just need to stab him with this sword right here. But there's still one little thing that seriously annoys her about it. If we are talking about its only weakness, you can never recharm someone after releasing them. So you have to be super careful before releasing anyone. Those 4 bodyguards from earlier pop up on the system screen listed directly under the currently charmed targets. Let us see who we have got. Target 1 is Song Ji-ho, then targets 2, 3, 4, and 5 are just random player guards. Yami silently gives the system a new command. Release charm on targets 2 through 5. The glowing system interface instantly updates her list. The charm effect on those 4 men has now been fully released. Thinking about what happens next, she lets out a cold, mocking smile. Now those bodyguards will frantically search everywhere for their missing assemblyman. And then, Yami's face suddenly turns super dark. Now only the guild master is left. Because she still needs to keep this charm effect actively running on him. The screen shows Song Ji-ho listed as a simple commoner. She needs him to completely control the entire situation back at the base. She cannot help but thinking back on it. When she first used charm on the guild master, she was totally shocked. The system displayed that Ji-ho had successfully fallen under the charm effect. But Yami panicked the second she saw it. Wait, a commoner? That is absolutely ridiculous. You mean the guy who founded An exclusive cafe just for awakened players is not even a player himself. She arrogantly gives him an order when you are standing in front of. Other people do not call me master. Just act exactly like you did before. Treat me like a fellow founding member of the guild. Jiho respectfully bows his head and replies, understood. Snapping back to reality, Yami cannot stop wondering. But why did that guild master suddenly start planning to kidnap the assemblyman even though she never programmed him to do that? Just last night, Jeffrey slowly spoke up in the dark room. Starting tomorrow, we will finally execute the plan. Stick with me because this is where things get crazy. She blurted out what plan, he grinned. The master plan to kidnap Assemblyman Lee Seong-hoon. After we successfully grab that old man, we are going to completely fake the entire crime scene. All right, stick with me here. They set it up perfectly, making it look like greedy civilians did this. They already bribed ex-convicts with heavy criminal records. Jamie is completely stunned by what she hears next. The plan. They show up late to rescue Assemblyman Lee Seong-hoon because by the time they get there, he will already be dead. Jeffrey flashes this incredibly confident smirk. This way, they do not just achieve their ultimate goal of taking out Lee Seong-hoon for good, but they can also officially declare to the public that they aren't their enemies. Plus, that strict anti-player law he proposed will be completely useless. It completely loses its power the second the assemblyman proposing it dies. Thinking back on it, Jami cannot help but feel seriously impressed. Such an interesting plan. But before you scheme something this huge, you really should have warned me first. By this point, their car has completely left the city center behind. Jami carries Lee Seong-hoon over her shoulder, slowly stepping inside the house. Under the dim, flickering ceiling lights of the wooden cabin, the old man suddenly jolts awake. She leans in close, whispering coldly, "Oh, you are finally awake." Assemblyman Lee Seong-hoon's face goes totally pale as he screams in panic. "What is this? Who are you people?" Jami doesn't even care, just casually turning her head. "Hold on a second, I will grab some rope so you cannot squirm around." Being completely ignored makes him absolutely lose his mind. "You bastards, do you have any idea what you just did? You just kidnapped a government assemblyman. You idiots." The brown-haired guy hears this and just clicks his tongue. "So what? We already know who you are." Lee Seong-hoon absolutely cannot believe his ears. "What?" The guy next to him quickly chimes in, "Mr. Assemblyman, did you really think we just planned to kidnap you? And stop there. Pretty soon, we are sending you straight to the afterlife." He bursts into wild laughter, clearly enjoying this, even though the ones actually doing the killing will not be us. The other guy adds on, "Right, we are going to be praised as the people's ultimate heroes." The more he hears, the paler his face gets. "What the hell are you sons of bitches blabbering about?" Jami suddenly cuts them right off. "That is enough. From you guys." She speaks up, totally provoking them. "The assemblyman is still sitting right here alive and kicking right. Do not just go spoiling the entire plan so easily." The two guys immediately back down. "We are sorry, miss." Jami lifts the heavy rope right up into the air, smiling as she says, "All right, I brought the rope. Please just sit nicely on that chair." Lee Seong-hoon suddenly jumps up to his feet, demanding, "What exactly are you all trying to do?" She just lets out a sarcastic laugh. "And what exactly are you doing right now?" He gets thrown off by her question, standing there stunned. "Excuse me," Jami's tone goes totally flat. "Hearing how you talk about this kidnapping, it really seems like you already know perfectly well what is going on. So why do you keep provoking us? Now watch this." She claps her hands together with obvious excitement. "Are you really trying to go reunite with your dead child right now?" Every single word makes Seong-hoon violently shake in terror. "Do not worry, as soon as those criminals finally arrive, we will send you straight to the grave." He growls. "You." Lee Seong-hoon wildly swings his bare fist right at her. "You absolute bitch." Jami effortlessly dodges the clumsy attack. Without hesitation, she drives a brutal knee right into his stomach. Seong-hoon clutches his gut, instantly collapsing down to the hard floor. Jami bends down, mocking him. "Just because I am a woman, did you really think I would be an easy target? I honestly do not understand why you would just charge at me like that." Saying that, she aggressively grabs him by the collar. Jami lifts Seong-hoon straight up with a single hand. She immediately starts activating her mind control rune. "Just sit still. I already told you that we are going to send you off as painlessly as possible. Do you not want to see your child again?" The blue system screen instantly pops up. Civilian Lee Seong-hoon has successfully fallen into a state of complete hypnosis. He blankly answers, "Understood." Jami lets go of him, sighing as she realizes she just wasted another precious slot for her mind control skill. She really wanted to save it if she could. Suddenly, she turns around, barking orders. Any minute now, the guild master is going to bring those criminals here. When they arrive, have absolutely everything ready so we can start right away. Her henchmen shout out their agreement in perfect unison. A moment later, the camera is fully set up. A guy steps forward to report. "Everything is ready." Jami calmly replies back to him, "The guild master will be here very soon. Everyone just wait a little longer." Right as she finishes speaking, the door suddenly swings open. Seeing who it is, she fiercely scowls. Why in the world is this guy here? Jiami glares, questioning it in pure frustration. Why did he come inside? He is supposed to be standing guard down. Below, do not tell me the cops are already here. Lost sighs in total boredom, explaining. No, it is just that I got really sick of guarding outside, and I was curious to see how things were playing out. She quickly steps toward him, angrily demanding, Hey, what the hell are you saying right now? Do you have any idea how incredibly important today is? He just calmly answers back, Yeah, I know. Jamie gets completely furious, clenching her teeth and growling. Then why are you acting so suspiciously right now? I explicitly told you to stay out there and keep watch. We need to finish this up fast before the police bust in. Lost does not seem to care at all, just asking back. But before we do that, did we not need to bring one of those recruited criminals in here first before we could continue the plan? She huffs angrily, snapping right back at him. Obviously, but the guildmaster has not brought them yet. He immediately agrees. Exactly. At this moment, Lost seems to be completely overshadowed by the dark presence of the Black Hound. So why hasn't that guildmaster arrived yet? Jami hears his tone and furiously lashes out. Did you really just speak to me informally? Did you forget that I am your superior? You and I are about to see him snap. He tilts his head sarcastically. In this world, who the hell actually cares about superiors and subordinates? She is so incredibly angry she actually laughs out loud. So you are not even going to pretend anymore. I am going to let this slide for now since we are out of time, but you better watch your back after this is all over. Deep down, Yara couldn't help but feel totally anxious. And honestly, you and I would too. Why wasn't the guild master answering his phone? He'd never dare disobey her strict orders. Right then, Logan finally spoke up. You really are pathetically slow on the uptake. At this point, you honestly should have figured it all out by now, right? Yara stared at him full of doubt. What? She lowered her voice completely on edge. What the hell are you planning to do with me right now? Logan played dumb, flashing a fake innocent look. Do what exactly? Yara hesitated for a split second before blurting out her wild guess. Don't tell me you're the exact reason the guild master hasn't shown up. Logan instantly let out a dark, completely sarcastic laugh, so incredibly slow. You're honestly just now figuring that out. His relentless, mocking tone finally made her snap completely. Listen here, you arrogant little punk. What exactly did you do to the guild master? Where is he? Logan's voice echoed back, dripping with pure sarcasm. Why in the world should I bother answering you, huh? Yara suddenly roared in pure unhinged rage. You absolute backstabbing traitor. Hey, look at me right now and obey my command immediately. The glowing, bewitching ancient rune immediately wrapped right around Logan. Yara cursed at him in furious anger. I seriously should have eliminated a bastard like you from the very start. That was my huge mistake. Now tell me, where is the boss? Confess right now. But Logan just brushed it off and shot back. Do I really have to answer that? She frowned hard, totally confused. Where is he? What the hell did you just say to me? Logan just chuckled softly and repeated himself. I said, do I really have to answer you? Are you completely deaf? Those bold words instantly left Yara standing there, completely stunned. How bizarre. She had definitely cast her mind control spell on him. There was absolutely zero chance Logan was secretly a woman. She just couldn't accept it at all. Let's just try this one more time, Yara told herself. After a brief tense silence, she demanded again. I asked where exactly the boss is. Answer me. Logan just stared blankly and questioned her. What right do you possibly have to order me around? Yara was absolutely terrified, thinking to herself, my magic isn't working at all. How is this even possible? Yara's wide eyes instantly locked onto the glowing system screen nearby. Wait, a massive mental barrier was actively blocking her spell. You cannot charm the player, Ryu Min. She stood there completely paralyzed, asking herself in absolute horror. What the heck? He wasn't just some normal guy, he was the legendary Ryu Min. Yara turned ghost white, completely stuttering. You, Logan, just burst out laughing. You finally see it right, my actual player name. This enchanting ancient rune of yours is pretty sneaky, huh? It actually went ahead and leaked my secret alias. Straight to you. She flinched hard and stumbled backward. How do you know about my ancient rune? Logan just calmly repeated his earlier words. I already told you time and time again, Yara. Do I really have to answer every single one of your annoying questions? Inside Yara's head, the panic calculations instantly started firing off. What should she do now? This heavy, suffocating atmosphere meant he had zero good intentions here. She definitely couldn't match his raw strength. Her opponent was the notoriously overpowered Ryu Min. She had to use words to de-escalate this mess, no matter the cost. The simple fact that he hadn't killed her immediately proved he actually needed something from her. She swallowed her pride and completely submitted. Lord Ryu Min, if you just tell me exactly what you want, I will do absolutely everything in my power to satisfy you. Her subordinate couldn't believe his ears. Boss Yara, what are you doing? He quickly stepped up, totally confused. Is something wrong here? A bone-chilling wicked smile slowly spread across Logan's face. Yara's expression drained of all color in an instant. Her clueless lackey urged her in a low, tough voice. Just give the word, boss. We'll handle this guy. She frantically screamed at them, shut up, you'll only get in my way, stand perfectly still. But right at that very moment, a dark, ominous voice echoed through the room. Logan let out a cold, mocking laugh. Wow, your lackeys are way quicker than you. At least they rid the room. You and I know what comes next. Terrifying streams of dark aura erupted. Instantly, that deadly black aura completely vaporized her henchmen. Yara went dead pale at the horrifying sight. In just one blink, only the two of them were left. Talk about not knowing your own strength. She completely panicked, her mind spinning wildly. She hadn't even been able to track his blindingly fast movements. His insane speed was off the charts. There was zero chance of reacting in time. Yara's entire body shook violently. What could she even do here? Her magic and physical strength were utterly useless. Mustering up every ounce of her remaining courage, she finally asked, "What do you want?" Logan coldly demanded she dispel the curse. On Senator Arthur Wright this instant, Yara's mind raced in total panic. If she actually broke the spell, she'd never be able to use it again. On the Senator, ever again. She took a nervous step back, her lips trembling wildly. And what if I refuse? The second those words left her mouth, shadowy aura slashed right through her arm. Watching her scream in pure agonizing pain, he merely sighed. Your reckless courage is highly commendable, but honestly, you picked the absolute wrong opponent today. I didn't come here to take no for an answer. With that, Logan casually bent down, picked up her severed arm, and literally reattached it to her bleeding shoulder. Dark magic swirled around the grisly wound, healing it piece by piece. He casually observed the process. You won't be perfectly intact like before, but at least you can still move it around. Now listen very carefully. I'm only going to say this one last time. Dispel the spell on Senator Arthur immediately. Trembling in absolute terror, Yara finally caved. Okay, fine, spell dispelled. A glowing system notification instantly popped up in the air. Human currently under the heavy influence of mind control magic. Target status updated. Magic curse has been completely dispelled. Still shaking, she looked up and stuttered nervously. I dispelled it just like you asked. Deep down, she let out a massive sigh of defeat. Her brilliant kidnapping master plan was completely ruined. Meanwhile, Logan was intensely focused, literally reading her racing thoughts. Looked like she wasn't lying after all. A second later, the senator suddenly started groaning loudly. My head hurts. He immediately started screaming at them. Hey, you punks, untie me right now. You've got some serious nerve daring to kidnap an actual ruling senator like me. You just made a fatal mistake. Are you even listening to me? Well, you and I are about to see his reaction because Senator Arthur flinched as his blindfold. He pulls off his mask. All right, watch this smooth entrance. Assemblyman Lee, I am here to save you. Just relax and wait for a second. I just need to finish things with that woman over there. Hearing this, the man looks over. What is going on? The bloody scene makes Sung Hyun immediately look away in pure horror. Lost ponders for a moment. Should I let you live or not? Yami completely panics. She desperately begs for mercy. Please spare my life. He actually considers it. If I let you go, can you live the rest of your life without ever using your powers again? She quickly clasps her hands together and swears. Yes, absolutely. I swear that from this day forward I will never use my abilities again. I promise you. Lost nods in agreement. Very well, I will show you mercy today. Yami is totally stunned. She asks in pure disbelief. I can really leave. You will not slice my head off the second I turn around. He actually looks a little annoyed and snaps back. Have you lived your entire life surrounded by lies? Get out of here. She immediately bows in deep gratitude. Thank you. Thank you so much. With that, Yami scrambles away as fast as she can. I will take my leave now. Harsh sunlight pierces the forest canopy. She darts through the thick trees like lightning. A second later, Yami collapses, coughing violently. She squints and suspiciously glances back over her shoulder. Is he seriously not following me? The more Yami thinks about it, the more confused she gets. Even her sharp presence detection skill cannot track him at all. Did he honestly just spare my life? She bites her lip, hiding a massive smirk. Then she throws her head back and laughs. What the hell is actually wrong with him? She laughs and immediately starts mocking him. Was he blinded by my beauty? That guy is completely insane. Why would he let me off so easily? He just let me walk away because I promised not to use my powers. In my entire life, I have never seen a guy this painfully naive. Yami finally lets out a massive sigh of relief. What an absolute idiot. Making me swear an oath? Take that total nonsense and go trick some low-level goblins. Why the hell would I ever keep my word? But in that exact moment, her pupils shrink in total dread. Her presence detection skill just locked onto a target. Out of absolutely nowhere, Lost is just quietly standing right there. Just as I predicted, you are definitely not someone who can be trusted. Yami trembles in terror and desperately tries to explain. Sir, what are you talking about? There is definitely a huge misunderstanding here, a total misunderstanding. Our main character just smirks with cold mockery. I heard clearly. You mocking me and calling me an absolute idiot just now. Your laugh is so incredibly annoying that even a saint or an angel would just give up. Now I am absolutely certain that you betrayed my trust. So what should I do with you? Stick with me, she is about to panic. Wait, hold on a second, please. Look, if you are planning to kill me, please reconsider. The more she speaks, the more frantic Yami gets. Although I look like this, I am actually very useful to you. Lost coldly cuts her off. And why exactly should I believe you, especially when you were just making fun of me? Every single word makes her face turn even paler. Besides, who said I was actually going to kill you? He steps closer and threatens her. Killing you would be a massive waste of that amazing charm rune ability you have. Hearing that instantly makes Yami completely freeze up. Then Lost suddenly issues a dark command, become my slave. At the exact same time, a glowing system screen pops up. Temporary skill. Mind control activated. Remaining charges 8. Target locked on Yami. You have now used up all the control charges available in the real world. However, you can still use the remaining control charges in other dimensions. Right on cue, the light completely drains from her eyes. Standing there, Yami slowly bows down with total respect. It is an absolute honor to serve you, my master. She speaks in a completely blank robotic voice. I am so honored to meet you, master. Please just give me your orders. Whatever you command me to do, I will gladly execute it without question. Ryu Min smirks with total confidence. Thanks to this trap, he secured the overpowered charm rune, and best of all, he completely took over the C3 faction. Everything is falling into place perfectly. After discovering their scheme to kidnap Assemblyman Lee Sung-hun, our guys secretly decided to trail Song Ji-eun. He tracks Song Ji-eun, the president of the guild. The only time Assemblyman Lee is in actual danger is when the thugs hired by him finally make their move. So if those hired criminals mysteriously never show up to the party, Lee Sung-hun will never even have to face the risk of actually dying. Meanwhile, a suspicious thug speaks up. Excuse me, boss, but after we finish this job, are you really paying us triple? Jeffrey calmly confirms it. That is right, but the thug still does not trust him. You will not just run off with the cash, right? Jeffrey laughs in pure annoyance. If you guys cannot handle this job, just say so right now and return the 25 million won I gave you. The thug hears this and immediately panics. Wow, you have a serious temper, man. I was just asking a simple question. Another thug coldly sneers. We never said we were not taking the job. The remaining guy clicks his tongue in agreement. In this day and age, killing one person is not really a big deal anyway. Jeffrey frowns in deep thought. Whether they are awakened players or just normal civilians, scumbags exist everywhere. Suddenly, his phone starts vibrating. He quickly answers the call. Yes, Miss Y, I understand. I will bring them over right away. Hanging up the phone, Jeffrey coldly barks an order. Throw everyone into the van right now. But before he even finishes speaking, his bodyguards get ambushed. Lost coldly strikes down another guard without hesitation. Jeffrey stumbles backward in absolute terror. You Lost, he screams in pure panic. When the hell did you get here? No, why are you doing this to me? Lost does not bother answering. He just glares at him. Time for you to go to sleep, guild president. A brutal chop lands right on his neck. Seeing their boss drop, the thugs completely freak out. Lost slowly turns his deadly gaze toward them. I should. You and I are about to see absolute madness. What to do with you guys? The thug turned pale, terrified. He is a player we cannot win. Ross muttered to himself, deciding he could not just let these murderers walk free. Without another word, he swung his massive scythe straight down. In a split second, the entire gang was completely wiped out. He stood there coldly, watching them fall to the ground. Ross casually waved his hand. He incinerated the bodies, leaving zero trace behind. They were destined to die by P3 anyway. Even if he spared them, these guys would only commit more terrible crimes. His gaze suddenly shifted. He decided to just leave the guild leader right there. By the time that guy wakes up, this whole mess will already be perfectly resolved. After that, he headed straight to where Congressman Se-hyun was being held hostage. While tracking the situation, he confirmed he had reached the congressman. After taking down the executives, he intentionally let Yami walk away. Just moments ago, Ross had made a promise. Fine, I will be lenient. Yami could not believe her ears. I am actually allowed to leave, you are not. Going to slice my neck the second I turn around? He asked, clearly annoyed. Do you only live to be deceived or what? Just go. She bowed frantically, thanking him over and over. Watching Yami walk away, Ross thought hard. He could not just use domination in front of the congressman, merely to steal her mind control rune. That mind control rune has absolutely zero level restrictions and can easily manipulate anyone in its path, whether they are a player or a normal civilian. It is so ridiculously overpowered that even he could not get close to her until this exact moment. But thanks to the mental barrier rune he scored back in round 7, a system panel suddenly popped up. Mental barrier rune. Effect granting complete immunity to all mental attacks. With this massive advantage, he could finally face Yami head-on. And that was the moment. He fully unleashed his overwhelming power. Become my absolute slave. Just like that, everything went exactly according to his plan. He had completely dominated Yami. She could only repeat like a broken machine. Please give me your orders, master. Whatever you command me to do, I will follow without question. Ross smiled, completely satisfied. First off, never call me master in front of other people. Do not bow down or speak to me so respectfully when anyone else is around. Just act naturally. Yami quickly nodded her head in agreement. Yes, sir. He pointed his finger, commanding her. Just run straight down this exact road. The police will show up very soon. Tell your guild leader that Ross is the real traitor. She immediately bowed to accept his order. Yes, Ryu Min. Ross frowned slightly, warning her, do not even dare to mention the name Black Dog anywhere. Erase the thought that I am Ryu Min from your memory. Yami froze, completely confused. I am sorry, but what should I call you from now on? He smiled calmly and replied, just call me Ryu Min. Meanwhile, Congressman Se-hyun was sitting there with his head slumped down. He gritted his teeth, never expecting to actually get kidnapped. They must have taken me to get revenge for that new bill I proposed. If there is anyone capable of threatening me, it has to be those reckless players. I am absolutely sure of it. While he was overthinking, Ross suddenly returned. That young man had clearly stated earlier that he came here to save him. Ross offered a reassuring smile and suggested, please stay completely calm and wait just a little longer. I am going to finish things with that woman. Congressman Se-hyun thought hard, feeling so confused. What was this guy's actual relationship with that crazy woman? They definitely did not seem to be on the same side. His face turned pale in an instant. But just because they were enemies did not mean this guy was an ally. Right then, Ross crouched down. Now here is where you and I need to pay attention. Sorry for the delay, Congressman. I had to handle some business outside. Se-hyun asked, confused. Handle business? You mean with that woman? Ross slowly explained the entire situation. Yes, exactly. As you have already experienced firsthand, that specific woman was the actual mastermind behind this kidnapping. I have handled everything perfectly, so you do not need to worry about her anymore. The congressman listened, still half doubting him. You must be very curious about what is going on right now. I will explain everything to you. But first, we need to move these corpses out of here. Ross waved his hand casually, storing the bodies away. Se-hyun looked absolutely terrified. You are a player, but why on earth did you save my life? Ross answered him with a totally calm tone. As you have probably guessed, many players hold a massive grudge against you. This group right here was one of them. Ross slowly recounted the truth. I actually received a direct offer for this exact kidnapping job from a player I used to know. However, I strongly believe that the new bill you proposed is absolutely essential for survival in this chaotic era. His voice was perfectly steady, so I decided to betray them because I simply could not let a righteous man like you die a meaningless death. The congressman asked, his voice shaking. Then what about those bodies from earlier? Ross calmly clarified the situation. Exactly. They were all complicit players involved in this hit. If you want, I can easily provide you with all their identities. Congressman Se-hyun asked, still highly vigilant. What do you want from me? What do you expect in return for saving me? Ross seriously made his proposal. Please. Just keep pushing your new bill forward. Firmly protect your ideals exactly like you did earlier. Honestly, that is the only thing I want from you. Hearing this, the older man still felt a little suspicious. Is it really just that? What about reward money? Ross instantly made his absolute stance clear. I do not need money or anything else. I am simply acting based on what I believe is right. Congressman Se-hyun looked away completely flustered. Well, thank you anyway. You saved my life today, so I will definitely find a way to repay you. Suddenly, the heavy sound of footsteps. And that is how it is done. As footsteps echoed, Ross quickly warned him. Looks like the police tracked the phone here. I must go now. Leon just stared, completely stunned. You're seriously just leaving? I should at least know the name of the guy who saved my life. He couldn't help but shout. Wait up, what is your name? Hearing that, he smiled and looked back. I am Hawk. After that crazy incident, every news outlet exploded with the exact same breaking news. City 21 magazine reported that kidnapped Assemblyman Leon Hunt had safely returned within a few hours. Front page photos everywhere. GBS News covered the crisis around the anti-player bill, highlighting the kidnapping threats. But you and I know the real breaking news. The mysterious savior, who vanished into thin air after rescuing Assemblyman Hunt, was none other than the exclusive Black Sickle. This solo player, known as Black Sickle Single, handedly saved the Assemblyman after catching wind of the kidnapping plot. Meanwhile, Jamie was absolutely shocked while scrolling through endless online comments. "Master, you have to see this." She walked over totally hyped. There were tons of comments praising the Black Sickle. Ray looked up surprised. "Oh yeah, let me take a look." Right now they were hanging out at her place. He stared down at the screen, quietly judging the situation. Overall, public opinion wasn't bad at all. It would be super greedy to expect instant massive fame just from saving a single guy. A solid reputation takes time to build. Up slowly, no need to rush things. But right now there was something way more important. Ray's voice turned ice cold as he ordered, "From now on, cancel the PBA murder interview rounds entirely. Instead, shift all focus to character interviews. Use the guild master's authority to run full background checks, and pull up everyone's criminal records too. We have absolutely zero tolerance for anyone with a dirty past." Jamie quickly nodded and agreed. "I completely understand, sir." Then he suddenly asked her, "Out of all the players who joined before, how many are actually left?" She quickly ran a search and read the report out loud. "More than half died in the last round, so we have about 4,000 left." Ray looked skeptical. "And wait, all 4,000 of these guys actually passed the murder interview?" Jamie did not hesitate for a second. "Yes, sir. Every single one of them passed without a hitch." He fell quiet, muttering to himself. "So basically they are all complete trash who deserve to die. The real problem is, how do we handle the rest of them?" Right as he said it, it clicked. Ray flashed a dark smile, already plotting his next move. "That is exactly right. Trash should always be left to the professional."